reactions from everyone because everyone online was sharing their reactions for this match alone.
Dude, Keoli, man, like he on both. I think this is the
one.
play.
This is the one.
Oh my goodness, that does not need to speed up. That needs a pause, a slow. It needs everything. It needs frame by frame. That's how insane Keoli was.
Dude, even this one, like, I know they had that for SRG, the Malaysians out there, but then you have a big just kind of support for Team Liquid Philippines coming into this for MSC. And of course, Coach Midnight.
Hello
you guys
guys.
talked about it so much in the drafts. You know, we got to
He's a
cast
great
those
Aku ada wait.
He's a mastermind. is what he
Aku
is. I mean, who
ada
would've
meeting
thought?
jap. Jadi
Rafael
aku
in the mid
get
lane.
back kat
Who
korang
would've
lah
thought that upset
Aku ada
against
meeting
Tia?
jap, aku ada meeting
Only
jap.
midnight, man. Only midnight. But then it's a good thing, like, not a good thing. It's more like Onyx bringing it back to be like, hey, you know what? We still got to control this. We still got to hold the throne. Onyx showed up against Entity 7. And, you know, fun fact, like, they are not the champions in this group. And, hey, maybe that's why they've been looking so good because, as we know, number 2 is usually the hungriest.
Number 2 is, and even on that one, you know, get a good look at Coach. Yeah, but there's me, Gideon. Dude,
Gideon, you?
Gideon, me.
You forgot to see your name?
Gideon and you. You know what? But that's the thing too. Then we end up the day here. This was a sweep. I believe I was filming content for this, but I did get a peek at what was going on here with this last matchup of yesterday. And I would say, you know, you have these upsets that started off the day, but then, of course, I feel like with the last 2 matches especially, you kind of had more of a, this is kind of what was expected.
What we expect.
Now, yeah, can there be a bounce back for the teams that lost?
I also got to say for Onyx, the fan base was incredible here in the stands.
Sorry guys,
And
aku di
obviously,
meeting
so
jap.
many fans online, MLBB community so passionate about this game, which is
Jadi
great to
korang-korang
see.
lepak-lepak lah dulu
As a fan coming
Aku di
into
meeting
it,
jap.
It's awesome to experience just what you can see with the storylines and the players evolving. And I think maybe the biggest storyline yesterday that many were aware of was Team Liquid going down not just 1 game in a best of 3, but 2 games in a row to what many were surprised at here in the Rafaela, the pick of Midnight and this team to really surprise who many consider a favorite to return and defend their title. We had a chance to talk with the coach of Team Liquid, Aeon, to get some thoughts.
We're here at the back now with Coach Aeon after that loss, a very upsetting loss, by the way. I think everyone was quite surprised. Could you talk us through what perhaps happened in that particular match?
I think overall it's a mismatch of game plans. They are going all in on the early game. I think everyone can tell. And we are hoping that we can hold them off, because if we can hold them off, I'm sure we'll win the games. But obviously we didn't, and they snowballed throughout both games. Yeah, so wrong game plan by us, I guess.
Okay, so coming into this, were you surprised with that early game plan coming in from Aurora?
Actually, no, because we saw their games and this is what they always like to do. But it's just that, you know, we felt that it was something we can handle, but obviously they played better today. Yeah,
Okay.
So, so we will have to revisit our game plans and let's see what we can fix.
Were you surprised though? I mean, obviously they play early game, but like Rafaela mid, we saw Barat's EXP. Was that something of a surprise to you?
A little that they will take it out so soon, but at the same time, we always knew that they had these pocket strats.
Okay.
Because they also bring out Angela mid, I think, in their region.
Yeah.
So we knew they like unorthodox draft. That's gonna be different, and to be honest, that's the biggest thing for us, because regardless of opponent, it's just a different play style, right? And for them, they have one of the most unorthodox play style, and they played really well today. So props to them.
Okay. Do you have maybe a message to Coach Midnight?
Well played.
Well played.
We might see you again.
Ooh, okay. So the one thing that you feel like you need to repair come match 2 is the game plan, the strategy. Do you think it's just specific to Aurora, or you might have to revisit some other game plan to specific teams as well?
Of course, we have to revisit what we think is the correct game plan, because obviously everybody have a plan until you get punched in the face. And obviously we got punched in the face, so we will revisit that. But at the same time, of course, every opponent is different, so we will take that into account as well. And yeah.
Best of luck for the next matches. Do you have a message before we go?
Thank you for everyone that supported us. I'm sorry for this disappointing result, and yeah, we'll do better.
We're excited for the comeback. Thank you so much, Coach. Back to you.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. That is probably the best way to sum that one up, Naisu.
That's a good way to go about life, I'd say, you know? But no, I think everybody is going to have to deal with that because we've talked about this quite a bit. I think the draft or the meta right now allows everyone to just kind of have this personality when it comes to the draft. And yeah, you might get punched in the face by a different personality from each team because this is, I feel like, again, one of my favorite metas that we've had in a while.
I would say one of the defining traits of this meta is the fact that it gives more advantages on many different states of the game. Where before this, the biggest advantage is for that late game because of the death timers. But now they give a different advantage in the early game by enabling you to get more gold out of the jungle, right? And also denying a lot of gold from the jungler as well. So before this, if you win the early game, you can't really take advantage of that by expanding the gold lead, but now you can. So I feel like that really opens up quite a lot of strategy. And you know, in hindsight, after seeing the first few days here, I believe like that was the right way to balance the game, making it so that if you want to play early game, you have something to fight for.
Things we'll find out as we head into the action for today. Group A's bracket should be on your screen in just a moment so we can show you what it looks like after visiting this group 2 days ago. We saw Group B yesterday. Now it's Group A. To remind you of the results, it was Vitality and Falcons PH that moved on alongside Vamos and Team Spirit. We will see those games today as well coming up. But we're starting off True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming. That will be our first look at Group A. This is a knockout game. This will send somebody home from the tournament. So it's a scary day, but it's also an exciting day. You've got to bring your best MLBB, Naisu.
Yeah, I've got to go ahead and agree with Eterna, you know, on the feels of this. You get to this point in the competition, eventually teams have to start going home, you know, and for this, it's going to be that first match opening up today, True Rippers or Guangzhou Gaming. I think both of them had a really challenging first match for MSC.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this, you can take it as, did they learn from that experience and what do they take to adjust going into this match? Because now tournament lives are on the line.
I gotta say, between both teams, I am very much impressed by Guangzhou Gaming, even though they lost against Team Falcons, but they made Team Falcons really fight for it, especially when it comes to the early game. The reason why Guangzhou lost was because they couldn't extend that lead. They got kills, but they didn't get turrets, they didn't get anything in the jungle, they didn't get turtles and such like that. So I'm wanting to see, yes, you can win the early, but what do you do with it? That's the maturity I want to see from Guangzhou.
I want to add real quick too, I was impressed Game 2 of True Rippers because Game 1 it felt like they were kind of nervous. You know, I feel like they first time on the international stage, they got a huge community behind their back. And then Game 2 was rather impressive. They held a lead against the team like Team Vitality, and then they lost it. It slipped through their hands. Garcia had an amazing game on the Mozkov, so maybe they can take what they did best in Game 2 and then bring it into this matchup against Guangzhou.
Well, let us know what you're leaning towards. Both signs of life for both teams who had tough matchups, but now one is going to prevail, one won't. So make sure to get your pick'ems in. You have a few minutes before it closes, so let us know. You think True Rippers are taking it? Is it GZG that's going to stay alive in this tournament? You let us know with the pick'ems. We'll tell you the results in just a few moments before the match, but get those in right now. Conversation in the green room. We kind of start the days with these conversations. An incredible shout out to Maui as well, who's helping us with the editorial side of things, helping me get caught up to speed. International tournaments are difficult for anybody, but for your debut, and a lot of the players on True Rippers are debuting in an international tournament here, feeling like they're doing pretty good?
Oh, it's tough to say after one match.
It's not enough time to see.
It's not enough evidence, you know what I mean? I feel like any team, any players that first make their way into the international stage, and this is the first time for a lot of people really to see them, it's just one game's not enough. In a game against a team like Team Vitality, like you want more from them, and hopefully again we get to see what that case is going to be here. It's just unfortunate that it's so brutal, this stage, where it's like if you get 2 losses, you're pretty much done for, you know, for MSC. So hopefully they can make it come together here, but I think that's one of the things. There isn't enough evidence yet to really put them in a perfect place.
And when we talk about getting punched in the face, you just hope that a game like this for both these teams who haven't had too much time, it gives them a little bit more time within game, right, LaFell, to learn some things and to not just have to react so heavily in Game 2 and risk going home if it's a bad reaction.
Yeah, I gotta say, since we're looking at Guangzhou Gaming just now, I want to talk a little bit about Recall, especially Game 1 when he was using the Nolan, where Nolan is one of the top junglers now, but the only reason we haven't seen him just because Ling is open and Hirara is still open. So we'll see whether they will go to that again, because I gotta say, their draft was unorthodox, but based on what Aurora already did, I feel like for now, the draft is in a state of limbo where there's no tier list, but
Yeah.
it's really about interacting with what the other teams want to do. And it's not even a hero-hero interaction. Sometimes it is just a hero-team reaction, right?
Right.
You want to go late? All of our heroes are early.
Yeah.
We'll win the game before you get a chance to fight back.
This is a great talking point. I'm sure we're going to hear it a lot today, especially as True Rippers get ready to take the stage. This is a team that is, like I mentioned earlier, got not so much international experience, but is performing at, many would say, very well. Can they continue and get a win? Can they actually win this set? That's the question I think True Rippers is going to be asking themselves. Their road to get to EWC also hadn't been easy, but it's one that we should pay attention to before they maybe play their last match.
Hello everyone, Kimmy here from Team True Reapers. We are the winners of MLMS Season 1. We're the first team to represent India at MSC at EWC.
History has been written, ladies and gentlemen. India's international journey has finally begun tonight. True Rippers are your champions.
I guess it was the start of 2026, January. Everyone was so hyped, like they were saying, guys, we might get an international slot at EWC. We need this. For me, like I was really hyped up. I was about to continue my studies, but after I got to hear that news, I thought of making a team. So then I texted some of my friends, some of my well-known guys, and then I asked him if there any other orgs or organization that need a team or something. Then I started looking for players. My players, they were getting offers from different teams within India. So I was worried, like, what if I lose my players? I won't be able to make this team anymore. But luckily, a guy texted me out of nowhere and then he was like, Kimmy, right? I have an offer for you, this. So I was like, yeah, anything is fine. I just want to bring this team to India and then, participate because I know we can win. Talking about Kyle and Asuna, Kyle, it's like, he's with me since the past 3 years. He's known as the gold standard of India. So he's just too good at his mechanics. Asuna is also known as the best mages in India. He wanted to try out and then we worked out really good. Everyone liked Asuna and then that's how we formed the team. We Indian players, we never stop playing this game because it's the love and affection for the game. True Rippers at EWC means a lot to the community because after it's almost like 9 years now since India got a slot in MLBB. I just hope everything goes good and we get to do something here so that the craze for this game continues. Today we are here, but in the coming future, many Indian teams will be here too.
The start of many more, says Rahancia, as he talks about representing India for the first time on an international stage. And this is truly an opportunity to not only do it for his country, but also to do it for his teammates, who he promised they would be able to make something happen if they could all stay together. Well, so far, so good. Let's see if they can put it into execution here as they face up against Guangzhou Gaming, who have had a different road here, representing China, and obviously a team that played well and had glimpses of figuring this meta out and prolonging their games. Can they finally get the wins that they need over True Rippers? It'll be a battle for sure, but their road to EWC was not easy either. They are here and they mean business.
刚到 GZG 这个战队，我被他从中国的另一个战队买进来，然后刚来到 GZG 就打进了 M7 的外卡。但我想，其实 M7 我们可以走得更远的，但是我们倒在了外卡的决赛，输给了我们的对手蒙古。所以那场比赛结束以后，我觉得很可惜，抱着我的教练哭了。
Stop him and the beast rumbles at the feet of Guangzhou Gaming.
在 SCL 夺冠的时候，就我忍不住在赛后采访里哭了起来。
我很想赢，
每次赢了我都很开心。但以往经常了解我的观众知道，就是我哭经常都是输了才哭，但那一次是第一次赢了才哭。我觉得我们做得很好，就是这种情绪在我心里涌出来，对我使我落泪了。我觉得这是给我们训练，就是我们在训练里付出的努力，我们比赛里。我观看了这次在巴黎开赛的 MWI 女队拿到了8强，其实我有一点难过吧，因为虽然他们拿到了很好的成绩，我本来是开心的，但是我难过的是中国赛区的男队一直都没有很好的成绩，反而是我们的女队先做到了，所以我觉得我们男队需要一点突破的力量。因为我希望中国的粉丝能看到的是中国队伍热血的一幕。我觉得我们可以创造以往没能做到的目标，所以我想跟我的队友说，放轻松点打，对面很菜，随便赢了。
What a story there, knowing that the women's have broken through, but yet to see that same result on the men's side. Looking to get it done here is Guangzhou Gaming as they head into a knockout game versus True Rippers. Guys, this is two countries, two teams, highly motivated, highly emotional.
Oh, wow.
Naisu, and it's Guangzhou Gaming who get the pick'ems results in their favor. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to take it, but Naisu, that's a strong side. The audience is with Guangzhou this time.
Strong prediction there. Again, give True Rippers some more time to prove themselves. Both these teams have amazing stories, though, the way they made up here, you know, and I got a chance to even see part of the journey for Guangzhou Gaming through MCT East Asia to get to here, and so hopefully one of these teams can make that story come true after a game win, but unfortunately one has to go.
I mean, like, we got to talk about mentality here, because I like looking at the Guangzhou video just now. Yeah. Reminds me of W. We're like, we're strong, the other team is trash, right? So I really want to see them actually use that kind of energy here going up against True Rippers, because I legit feel like they have a very strong early game. It's just that you don't know how to maximize it. If they can maximize this one, then they can survive another day. Because I do want to see them succeed, because they've been here for a while. They haven't got that success just yet. The women's got there first, but hey, maybe they can get there further.
And fighting for a region here, I mean, the pressure, it's pretty high for both of these teams as well. And you can see the emotion welling up. To me, that is just more of what it looks like when you give your all and when you have a situation that finally, after that work that feels like you're toiling through the heartache, through the disruptive and sometimes detrimental choices to get there and maybe make a mistake, to finding your feet, finding a way to get back, and then suddenly saying, man, we did it. After all that, we're here. Guangzhou Gaming looking to keep that feeling going. True Rippers hoping to keep that feeling themselves. It is going to be a great competition. One going through, one going home. Let's get it started.
It's crazy how fast time flies, and today things heat up here, the elimination day of MSC.
Yes, you are right, Milosh. Right now, we are actually by the Key Crushers, where today, two teams, Dreams, Hope, and Keys get
Hello
shattered.
everybody, I'm
That's the
sorry
beauty
it
of
took
it.
so
Every
long.
single one of our 16 teams here at MSC at EWC 2026 have come in with a set of these keys. This is the heart.
Hello
of
everybody,
these
sorry
keys.
ya tadi.
Yes, now these Heart of Keys is the main reason why they are still here and competing, because this
Aku
is their
tadi
ticket to potentially
aku ada
grand
meeting
finals.
kejap
And there's
tadi.
only one that can remain like this because of
10:30.
the
So
end
nak
of
tak
our
nak aku memang
tournament.
nak
10
kena ambil
days
lah.
from now, they will
Eh,
look like this.
ni kenapa ni?
Everybody, 15
Oh,
out
ini
of 16
contoh.
will be completely
Ni contoh.
crushed
Bapak lah.
in this way, and today will be the first day where we get to crush
Hari ni
two
okey.
of those
Aku
sets of
tengok
hopes and
tadi
dreams
sambil-sambil
here
aku meeting tu
in
aku
our
banyak tengok
beautiful
komen. Orang
crusher.
tertanya-tanya,
She's
hari
strong,
ni
she's
game apa
bold, she's
mood?
beautiful.
Okey.
She doesn't have a name,
Hari ni
unfortunately. So we
adalah
expect
game
you
untuk
to
group
help
A
us
guys.
out
Upper
with
bracket
that.
dan juga lower
Okay,
bracket
Milosh, now my question
So
is,
jangan pening
before
lah
we
guys.
get into the
Salamu
game,
morning
we
May.
kinda
Allah
need
bless
to
your
get out of
family.
here, but how do we do
Amin.
that?
Terima kasih
Don't worry,
untuk
I got
doanya
you.
selalu
Momo, door.
Zarim. Harap dalam doa
Oh.
dalam doamu ada namaku lah.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
So,
to the
today
third
kita
day
akan
of
tengok
MSC
guys
at
Kita akan
EWC,
tengok
where today we
diorang
will
akan
be
rosak
witnessing
kan.
four best of three
Emas
and
tu
two
guys,
teams
emas.
and
Kau
their
faham tak
journey
emas?
here.
It's
tapi
a lot
rosak pun
on
tak
the
apa.
line for
Diorang
our
boleh
squads because two of
apa ni
them,
cairkan
remember,
balik.
of the day,
Ah.
they'll be playing to qualify on and move on
Baru
to the
sampai Port
playoffs.
Paris,
Two
Munji.
of them will be
Kau pergi Paris buat apa,
eliminated.
Dok?
However, as that attention will be on the lower bracket, which is exactly where our first game is going.
You are right.
Memang tak ada
And to
camp ke?
kick
Kejap,
off
guys.
The first
Sekejap
elimination
baru
of
lepas habis
MSC
meeting tengah serabut ni.
2026. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming
So,
True
wait.
Rippers.
Aku rasa kena ada guest hari ni.
In
Kena
their
ada guest game
first
ah.
international debut,
Apa,
True Rippers has to do
True
whatever
Rippers.
it takes to come out on top.
True
Previously, they went up
Rippers
against Team
lawan dengan
Vitality,
Guangzhou.
and oh boy, was
CR
game too
dengan
close. But the question is being close
Guangzhou,
enough to
GZ.
stay in the game?
When there's a lot of pressure on the line, it can really get to you. Let's welcome their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming.
Guangzhou Gaming, Sojek, GZG.
Although they face one of the
CR lawan
toughest
dengan
opponents here at
GZG.
MSC 26, they still
Assalamualaikum
showed
pula.
massive
Waalaikumsalam
resilience
guys. Yang baru
during
masuk
their
boleh
clash.
tap-tap
They
dulu
left
guys.
even Super
Boleh
Marco
tekan button
shaken.
like dulu.
So can
Bantu
they
tap-tap
pinpoint
guys.
Rippers'
Mana
weak
boleh oren,
points
boleh oren
and
dulu.
lead
Thank you so
to
much guys.
fight
Mana yang dah
another
hura-hura
day.
yang tak perlu nak cakap benda ni.
This is
Thank
the
you so much
match
doh yang tap-tap
of
juga.
the
Yang di YT yang pun tekan
underdogs.
button
Two
like, button
regions
follow,
that
button
are quite
subscribe,
new
okay?
to the MLBC,
Mana-mana yang nak buat
battling it
donation
out
boleh
and
buat
only
donation
one
dekat
to
link kat
remain
bio
on
guys.
top.
All right,
So,
it's time to get the show started, please.
yeah.
Guangzhou Gaming, please, True
Today is the
Rippers.
day yang
Our
kita
friends,
akan
you may
nampak
place
satu tim
your
yang
keys
akan
and
terkeluar
captors.
guys.
Remember
Satu
to
tim
shake
akan
hands, fist bumps, or
akan
you can do a little
dihancurkan dia
fadeaway
punya
before you
emas
get
tu.
over to your seat. Because this one is about to heat up. There it is. Respect between our two teams. Let's get our first elimination match on their way.
Hello guys. Vamos jam berapa? Okey, kepada orang yang tanya hari ni game Vamos pukul berapa, aku sini pun tak tahu.
The unexpected fall of two champions,
Sorry,
Team
jap.
Liquid
Bagi aku
Philippines
tengok.
and SRG, and
Bagi
the
aku tengok
unexpected
jap,
rise of two contenders now between Aurora Gaming Turkey and of course
Hari ni
Pro
game Vamos
Esports.
selepas game ni guys. Game Vamos pukul 18.30. 18.30 pukul berapa ke?
I feel very happy at that moment
7.
because it's
Ya,
my
sekarang
first
kat
time
Malaysia
in
pukul apa? 11, 12, 1, 2,
SRG is
3,
former
4, 5.
champion and
So
we
pukul
didn't
5.
expect to win them. So
Game
when
Vamos
we won,
pukul
yeah,
17.30.
we-
18.30. 18.30 pukul apa? 6.30. So pukul 6.30 lah guys Game Vamos pukul
It was a
6.30,
big
okay?
match for us and it's quite good because they're the last MSC World Champion. We
6.30,
expected
6.30.
to win because we can beat any team in this tournament.
Mun jap
We're
lagi
not
jumpa boleh
afraid
ke?
of
Aku datang
anybody.
game Vamos
Actually,
jap lagi.
they
Boleh
need to be
je
afraid of
kalau
us.
kau dekat sini. Aku okey je duk. Aku perlukan
So the
orang
loss
untuk
is
borak
less
jugalah
of a
guys
fuss.
dalam
Sasha,
bahasa
we know that
Melayu.
coming into today we are the
Aku
favourites
sekarang kat
and
sini
we know
memang
that we
talk
are the
English a
better
lot
team.
lah
My
guys
thoughts on
I'm very
us and
fluent
SRG
right now.
both losing
Yes,
the
yeah.
first game of our bracket. Of course, it's a surprise to most.
How
but at the
many
same time,
times, yeah?
this bracket is so
How
stacked.
many
Anyone can beat anyone
times,
in the
yeah?
current level of competitiveness.
Going into
Sabar
day
tengok
three,
area
we have
main
two
assassin.
teams
Hari tu tak
securing
puas
top
tu
8
kalau kau
spots.
tanya aku.
Will it be
Hari tu aku
between
tak puas
Team
tu
Spirit
tengok
and
dia main.
Vamos or
Satu sebab
Vitality
dia
and
terlampau
Valkyrie?
gempak tau.
And
Yang
then
kedua,
we'll
aku
also be
rasa
sending
macam
two teams home.
tak cukup
Will it
sebab
be
game dia
between
terlampau
True
easy.
Rippers and Guangzhou
Faham tak? Terlampau
Gaming, or
easy.
will it be Falcons Meta
Easy.
and Ignite Gaming to be
Yes,
sent home?
yes, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
it is
You know what I'm saying?
battle, to say the least.
So,
Representatives
aku
of
sangat
Korea and
sangat
China
tak
going
sabar
head-to-head
lah
to
guys
Rippers
untuk tunggu
versus
lagi
Guangzhou
sekali
Gaming, guys. This draft is gonna
game
be interesting.
Vamos.
The question I want to
Ah.
raise to you is, if you learn, are these
Mun
losses
kau sampai
okay?
bila
You
kat
can-
PD? Aku
you can take
sampai
something from these losses. Is it okay to be
hari
here
20 hari bulan
to bounce
aku
back,
gerak
or are you
ke sini.
looking at today
21
with a
aku
different
sampai tak
sense?
selaku.
Is there cynicism?
21
Is there
hari bulan pagi tu
optimism?
baru aku
What's
sampai
the approach
sini
to
lah.
this draft and how are you looking
Kesian
at
mu
this
live
season?
seorang-seorang macam tu lah.
You know, it's
Rain
always
rasa
something that we
sunyi.
think about, like,
Tak ada
what do
lah.
the coaches
Aku tak
say
ada rasa
to the
sunyi.
players
Aku
here?
okey
Let's
je
say
doh,
that they're
Zera.
getting lost
Tak ada
in
rasa
whether
sunyi.
it
Aku
was the
rasa
game or
macam
the series.
energetic.
How do you
Aku rasa
approach that?
macam
You know, how do you get your players to reset?
macam
And the champions,
macam
the multiple
let me
champions
be
that
me
have
tau.
either won
Let
MSC
me
or the
be
World Championship
myself.
all
Yeah.
have to go through that,
Semalam
right? You
nampak kau
face
kat
losses.
atas.
I mean, even last
Segan
year's
nak
champions
tegur. Kau
here
buat
at
apa doh kat
EWC
sini
faced
Mendonia?
a loss, a devastating
Kau
loss.
buat
So
apa
the
doh?
reset has to happen, and I think the best of the best reset
Thank
quickly
you so much
before they jump
Azam
into
for the
next
10
game and they just go in with a
viewersnya
new
my
mindset.
friend.
Well, two champions,
Aku
one game,
datang
make sure
tengok
to grab your
SRG.
My Champions pick and pick your dual
Okey
champions
je kalau
and
nak
win
tegur-tegur. Bukan je aku
50,000
cekik orang pun. Kau
Grab
jangan
your
tegur aku. aku cakap macam tu. Bukan aku cakap macam tu. Okey je. Thank you so much guys. Mana yang dah hard me, thank you so much guys. I appreciate sangat-sangat. By the way guys, jangan lupa untuk tekan repost juga live ni. Jangan lupa. Jangan lupa repost this live, okay? Before I smack your face. Well, I kill you, man. You know what I'm saying?
Some people perform well under pressure and some people don't. And because of that,
Aku nak ni juga.
The way that you talk to each other is going to be very different, right? For example, if you don't do
Where
well
is my life?
under pressure, you got to get them comfortable. And for people
Speaking
that
France sikit,
works very
bonjour.
well
Bonjour,
under pressure,
americano.
that's where you make them lock
Bonjour.
in. That's where you make them extra focused.
Bonjour,
And now
madam,
going into
madam.
Flying Clouds here, this is going to be
Madam?
very interesting, especially because I want to see if other teams
Aku
did
nak
what Midnight
post
did and
link
actually bring
Tak boleh guys.
Rafaela
I need to do
Flying
this I
Clouds,
think.
maximizing her passive. When you respond someone, they immediately get to battle. I don't think people will be able to practice Rafael the same as Rosa did, but at the same time,
Thank you so much for the share ya guys. Kasih repost juga live
Wasn't
ni.
there some advice out there like, yeah, what would you say to the people that want to now
nak ni
play
juga.
mid-lane Rafaela? Just remember, you're not
Mana video tu?
Gaming, you're not Rosa right now.
Well, the draft begins here, and it is going to be a big one. We're trying to see if we can start expecting certain things, but expect the unexpected has kind of been the nomenclature for these last days at
Siapa
MLB's
kat rumah?
MSC here in EWC 2026.
Aku nak buat
We'll see
pangkah.
if that continues today, guys.
I like that they just took out the Harara, by the way. You know, True Rippers.
Siapa
they're
kat
not
rumah
gonna let that slip
pangkah.
through. But so
Ni
what
konten
we're
aku for
thinking
today,
is,
aku
yeah, you
rasa.
might actually see the Ling
Eh.
be picked up maybe
Kalau aku tak buat konten
first,
rugi.
to
Hari-hari
go
kena
hands
buat
of
doh kat
Guangzhou
sini.
Gaming, if that seems to be the play, unless they ban it out, because that's been the trade. I feel like so far, just like we saw weeks, you know, the past couple weeks here, even back in Wildcard, LaFell, where that meta kind of settled into place over the course of days. Now you're in day 3. You know, you have to go ahead and just pick that plan, that game plan that you're really comfortable with, especially for these two that are facing
Mu nak
off
tanya,
this
tadi cuma
elimination.
tak doh
And now
guys.
True Rippers will also
Kat
take out
sini
a big gold laner that's been
aku
popping
dah
up
tak ada orang
all
doh.
the time, right? The Claude and the
Kang,
Hirara
aku
is
sesat
dealt with,
kan?
plus that Freya. What are we thinking here? The Ling first pick? No, it's the Atlas.
honestly,
Siapa
like, I
nak
feel like the Ling first pick
siapa nak selamatkan aku?
is okay if you ban out the Eudora, because I really feel like the Eudora is going to be
Siapa
quite
nak
a
selamatkan
talking
aku
point,
doh?
because it's good basically in most drafts right now. And when it comes to the Ling, we've
Tak apa
seen
Musafir.
two heroes
Dua
doing
ni
well,
ah,
which
jadi
is Jordan
paksa
plus
mak
Moskov.
seorang doh.
I don't know how other teams are going to do with that information, because Moskov is just one of those heroes where either you're good at it or you're not.
Yeah, this is, there's the Ling. I was expecting it to come up at least on the swing.
And the Valentina. Oh, I thought it would pick up the Eudora for themselves.
Eudora, yeah.
To make sure that they don't get countered.
Aku tengah nak
It does
post
mean
video je
Moskov
guys.
is going to go over on the side of Guangzhou Gaming, and we'll see what they pick up here.
I really want to see a Eudora here, because then you basically have 2 counters for the Ling, and the Ling basically will be
There she is.
the main setter for True Reapers, right? He's going to be the position 1, he's going to take all the farm, and he's going to try to take over the game. Now Guangzhou, they
Mu
actually
tim apa
have
lawan?
quite a
Sekarang
lot of
ni
crowd control here, nicely from the Atlas as
tim
well as
India
Eudora. And then Moskov,
lawan dengan tim
his
China.
crowd control is just to protect himself, but now True Reapers getting Bellary, which as of right now is an S tier pick in Rome.
I almost thought that True Rippers would want to secure themselves to Moskov, man. I mean, that was the best performance we got to see from Garcia. You know, again, if I remember,
Paghis
he
La
was like 6-0-10.
Defense
He didn't
Arena.
die in that game too, and that was crucial for them. But you know, now because you banned out that Claude, the Moskov
Tapi
gets
tak live ke
taken,
mun? Tak
what they're
tahu
planning
lah
to
guys.
put in that
Aku
gold
kat
lane. We've
Paris
seen
tu.
some weird
Janganlah tanya
picks
aku,
being
tanyalah
placed
orang
into
yang kat
the
Malaysia.
gold lane the past couple days.
Yeah,
Tak
I
ada
mean,
orang
double
lain ke
fires
yang nak
showed up
tanya.
randomly, right? And we've
Kenapa
seen
aku
that against Paquito in the gold lane.
Fik nanti
Trying to see if
game-game
there's
ni
something
dia
sneaky.
selalunya malas
The one
guys.
thing
Dia malas nak
yesterday
teman
did tell us
korang.
is that when you guys were looking at that Manchang
Dia nanti
is
time-time
honest
Vamos nanti ada
draft,
tu.
right? And that kind of
Selalunya macam tu
exposed
lah.
them to a
Kalau aku
very
kat rumah baru buat benda yang
loss
sama
in
tu.
that final set of
Malas tu
yesterday.
nak live.
So maybe trying to hold a few of those maybe interesting picks later on, True Rippers, so they don't get caught out.
Something that True Rippers can do if they do want to go for that double fighter. Other
Korang
than the
teman
Paquito,
aku.
we also gotta
Aku
talk
ni
about
kan.
The Ruby can
Tak
actually
kisahlah
create quite a
lawan
lot of
apa
space,
pun kan.
making it
Aku
quite
tetap
easy
ke
for
teman
Link to
korang
go in
tu.
and out, because that's one of the problem
Sampai
when
korang
you're
tinggal
not
macam tu.
incredibly fast on
Kesian
the Link.
aku.
One stun and then
Datang
you're
kau
done,
kahwin
and there's a
nanti.
lot of stuns here that can capture you. So
Bila
I'm
kau
looking
kahwin
at
Azam,
something
kau
like
boleh hantar
the Ruby
detail lah kat
alongside
aku
the
Zam.
Bell, as well as the Valentina,
Hantar
just
detail, hantar
create a
detail.
lot of space, so the
Hantar
Link
detail kat aku
feels
Zam.
much safer to go in.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Ling right
Okay,
now.
so
is,
sekarang
you
ni
know, anyone
guys,
that's
kita
going
boleh
to pick
tengok
up,
Hirara,
draft the Ling into the
Freya,
composition.
Claude,
Not only is it
Guinevere
such a
dengan Esme di
micro
bahagian
scale,
di
like
bahagian
scaling
tim
hero for
apa
people to
ni
showcase,
tim
but
TR,
you need the
tim
team to
from
support that. The
India,
same thing we've been
India.
saying about the Hirara
Lepas tu
pick,
kita ada
and
juga
your team really has to support you to
tim
be able
from
to do it.
China,
Now, obviously,
dorang
she's got a
ban
little more
Yishanshin,
iframes to work with, a
Pobius,
little more mobility.
Marcel,
But Ling,
Ellis dengan
same
Uranus.
thing. You don't want to feel pressure in your
Weh, memang
your
Eudora
jungle,
ni
your
top
buffs
pick
being
doh,
stolen,
top
you
pick
need
top
that
band doh
space,
guys.
'cause
Kalau korang nak
otherwise
tahu
you
kan
just
guys,
end up
sepanjang
split pushing across the map with
MSC EWC ni berjalan, kan? EWC ni berjalan, tak ada lagi team yang tak ban dan tak pick. Masih lagi win rate dia 100% guys. 100%. Okay.
Could EXP? We saw this
Yeah.
in the gold lane yesterday in the hands of Siggy.
Nampak lah Moon dah setia dengan viewer dia. Aku memang setia doh. Yang tak setianya viewer.
Time. Whoa, the saber though. Talk about another.
Viewer doh tak setia dengan aku.
It has been in my
Kesian
way,
ke
but
dengan
I
aku
don't
doh?
think anyone will be crazy enough to do it, but
Kesian lah
this is the
sikit.
kind of lineup that I think you would be crazy enough to do it because going up against
Jora ni win rate dia tinggi. Win rate tak kisah. Masa pick dan ban dia 100%. Masih kalau kau tak pick, enemy pick. Kalau kau tak ban, enemy ban. Macam tu. Saber. What? Saber. Oh, counter link. Tapi kalau timing lah kan. Kalau link tu power timing kan, kemungkinan dia tak dapat dia nak angkat.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Guangzhou.
Sabar Moon, open map. Mohon
Valorant.
tidak lah guys.
EXP.
Aku tak ada mirror, tak ada mirror ring ke apa ke, susah nanti. Hargailah Moon jika masih ada. Hargailah aku guys. Aku ni masih ada tau. Aku ni masih ada doh. Moon tak ada buat vlog ke? Ada? Ada. Tapi aku tak post lagi lah guys. Aku tak cukup tangan lah guys kat sini. Akulah yang nak stream, akulah yang nak edit, akulah yang nak itu. Nak post video hari-hari lagi. Pening lah guys. Sekejap aku nak vlog sekejap. So guys, sekarang ni kita tengah everyday job kita adalah restream kat sini. So kita restream je lah ya guys nothing much here kecuali lepas habis lah. Aku tak ada jalan-jalan lagi guys kat sini. So I see you when I see you lah guys Kita buat vlog pada waktu dan ketika benda something happen lah guys. So yeah.
The saber comes in, Xing almost taking Asuna down in the mid lane. It's all about aggression.
Obot dah sampai ke? Obot sampai aku tak tahu lah 28 ke 27, 29 macam tu lah. Itu waktu dia gerak lah guys. Ada lagi beberapa hari lagi lah guys Tak, kenapa kau tak tanya Obot sendiri dok? Kenapa perlu tanya aku? Kan? Obot tak jawab kau punya komen. Adan ke? Mentang-mentang aku ni suka menjawab soalan, mengambil kesempatan di atas kebaikan aku dok. Mengambil kesempatan. Kenapa kau tak tanya pasal streamer tu sendiri? Kenapa kau perlu tanya aku? Mengambil kesempatan atas kebaikan seorang munji yang suka membaca komen dan suka melayan viewersnya. Elok dong macam tu.
Good read by Garcia.
Dah makan belum Moon? Garang? Belum.
You look at his composition, you just look at the saber and you're thinking
garang kadang-kadang lah guys. Kadang-kadang lah. Aku ni burst tau. Jenis burst. Lepas tu aku kira aku tenang balik. Kalau kau tanya aku lah, game ni sebenarnya yang akan menang TR lah guys. By the way guys, jangan lupa guys come on lah. Kau jenis burst ke sih? Aku jenis burst ke? Aku jenis nak marah tu aku pam. Betul habis lah. Aku jenis cepat cooldown lah. Tapi burst Holy Crystal. Kalau orang describe aku pasal item dalam Mobile Legends ni, orang akan letak aku sebagai Holy Crystal guys. Bos, bahaya tu sih. Tak adalah, tak bahaya sangat pun Gi. Siapa pun nanti ada rest time boleh jalan-jalan pagi. InsyaAllah lah. Kita follow orang ke ataupun kita berdikari sendiri lah guys cari tempat ke, naik helikopter ke, pergi ni. Orang lain kan semua borak dengan aku pasal Eiffel Tower cantik, dah pergi belum apa semua. Aku Eiffel Tower aku dah bilik tu. Faham tak? Tapi aku dah pergi lah gym dia semalam. Gempak agak guys. Mas tak main ke hari ni? Main, tapi next game. Sehari kan boleh 3-4 game. Kan? Okay. Hari ni grup A apa bracket? 2 game dengan grup A lower bracket. 2 game. Dan juga hari ni akan ada tim yang akan terkeluar guys akan ada 2 tim yang akan terkeluar. Macam Vamos, diorang perlukan lagi 1 win. Kalau diorang kalah, diorang kena main 1 game. Kalau diorang menang, kalah, diorang akan keluar. Kalau diorang menang, diorang akan terus ke next ni bracket. Kalau diorang kalah lah guys. Dia macam ni lah guys. Sama ada kau kumpul 2 win dulu ataupun kau kumpul kekalahan dulu guys. Sebanyak 2 kali. Kalau kau kumpul 2 kali kekalahan, kau terkeluar. Kalau kau kumpul 2 kemenangan, kau akan ke depan lah untuk next. Kau jual ayam gepuk sana mu, confirm laku. Confirm laku Tak tahu lah, orang-orang kat sini macam tak minat benda pedas ke guys. Oh, dia flicker, tersilap. Ui, kena angkat. Ui, tak bagi muka siau. Tapi ni drafting nampak macam GGG lagi understand lah, lagi senang nak execute lah berbanding dengan TRS TRS punya team sekarang ni nampak macam susah nak execute. Sebab diorang rasa macam diorang dah kena counter. Sama ada diorang kalah daripada segi mental. Kalau diorang kalah daripada segi mental, mungkin dah susah sikit lah guys. TRS dah menang. Kau jual je Maggi goreng mamak laku situ. Aku kat sini aku bawa 2 Maggi ya guys. 1 asam laksa, 1 Maggi kari. Asam laksa je buat masa sekarang ni aku makan duk. Aku dapat feel Malaysia lah guys at least Even aku dekat negara sejuk dengan Paghis kan. Guys, jangan lupa gas doh. Aku dah buat penat-penat aduh, tak nak gas tau. Jangan malu, jangan segan doh guys. Keep like this live bro. Juga keep tap. Keep the light up. Draft yang kita cakap budak epic digunakan dengan tournament. Actually selepas Saber dah kena buff, aku tak rasa dia macam draft epic doh guys. Cuma yalah sebab hero tu dah terlampau lama kan. Jadi draft budak-budak epic kena adapt. Seram tu lawan TS. Moga menang line up Vamos first inter. Aku sebenarnya agak risau lah hari ni guys. Aku agak risau lah Vamos lawan dengan TS. Tapi kalau ikutkan performance Vamos hari tu, aku boleh nampak yang ada wow factor guys. Wow factor ni macam bila kita tengok dia punya gameplay tu macam gila dia ni. Boleh pergi jauh dah Mamat ni. Dia macam ada wow factor kan. Aku boleh cakap bocil je doh. Yang lain semua nampak macam goyah lagi guys. Nampak macam tak biasa. Dan aku harap kemenangan diorang hari tu dapat membuatkan diorang lebih rasa macam confident lah nak do something. Mati sah Ayan. Air doh. Asam laksa cicah croissant sedap kak Mun. Nak lah. Asal laksa makan dengan cheese doh kat sini famous dengan cheese juga guys. Dengan cheese dorang kan. Breakfast dorang pun dorang sediakan aku cheese doh. Tapi aku tak tahu macam mana nak makan lah. Tapi aku tak tahu macam mana nak makan. So aku makan macam tu je lah cheese tu. Nanti ada dalam vlog aku guys. Korang tengok nanti. Okay. Nak manis-manis tengok story I. Tui. Busuk. Patutnya kau cakap nak masam-masam, nak busuk-busuk kau tahu. Nak manis-manis mak Datuk. X-Ying dok yang dapat. What the hell. Dua-dua marit. Laju. Boleh tahan juga player Indo ni guys. Kepada siapa yang tak tahu, Tiara sini ada 2 player Indo guys. Satu EXP tak selaku dengan jungle. Ayah ni from Indo. Kalau tandas dia ada pit ke atau direct tembak terus Mun? What do you mean bro? Kau tahu tak aku kalau aku kencing kat sini aku kena pergi kat sini kan. Aku nak ambil air kau tahu. Ataupun aku bawa botol air ni basuh. Bangkit susah doh hidup kat sini guys. Susah doh hidup kat negara bukan Islam ni jenis bukan basuh. GGG dari mana? GGG daripada China.
are looking
Ah,
for the
Chinese,
ways in
mainland.
which they could really clap back. But Rahansha again, another Wrath of Dryad already committed.
Oh, Garcia in the back already using the
Tak bawa
flicker as well.
portable
They can go
bidet
for
ke?
the
Tak
fadeaway
bawa lah
three.
guys.
Recall coming in with the shuriken, now the triple
Botol
three
lain
by
ni
Timmy. It's a mismatch
kan,
banana
belah
Asuna
atas
as
dia
even
macam
longer
senang
down
nak
the
tebuk.
fadeaway on
So
Recall.
tebuk je lah.
It's Ian with the pick.
Pakai
CY
apa-apa
with the
yang
damage. That was
tajam.
Modi. Black Dragon form flanking from the back as
Lepas tu kau
Rahansha
tembak
gonna
lah.
get the rest of the team. The petrified lands for Modi. And he gets the furious dive to pick up a mega. Garcia's all alone. Guangzhou Gaming gonna go for the chase. A stun from Xing. Modi trying to cut
Guys,
him
come on
off.
guys.
Garcia,
Welcome to the stream gang.
can you get
Welcome,
away?
welcome, welcome. Kita ada 3 minit lagi untuk korang guess siapa yang akan menang game ni. Buat masa sekarang GGG sangat besar dia orang punya ni. Lepas tu jangan lupa tap-tap juga guys. Keep tap-tap gang. Keep tap-tap. Kasih repost live ni kat kawan-kawan korang. Share kat kawan-kawan korang. Yang di YT jangan lupa tekan button like, button share, button subscribe, okay? Mana nak tengok kat YT pun boleh check link dekat bio guys Link kat profile bio. Selamat datang guys, selamat datang. Kat sana dah pukul 5 5:30 Kat sini baru 11 pagi tu guys. Kat sini baru pukul 11 pagi tau, 11:30. 11:30 pagi lah, sama lah. Yang belakang ni sama, yang depan je berbeza. Keep tap-tap guys. Keep tap-tap. Okay, kita boleh tengok item. First item glowing one. Seperti biasa. Second item dia buat black wing. Untuk Eudora lah. Untuk Valen dia buat glowing dengan black wing juga. Okay, kenapa? Okay, sekarang ni aku nak bagi tahu guys Kenapa second item sekarang black wing Moon? Sebab untuk korang tadah sikit damage assassin guys. Kadang-kadang shield tu menjadi penyelamat. Sebanyak sedikit menjadi penyelamat guys. Kalau macam jungle, waktu jungle tank tu dia bebas sikit lah. Kau boleh buat glowing, kau boleh lepas kau buat glowing, kau boleh buat divine, kau boleh buat apa wishing lantern, lightning. Tapi sekarang macam kalau enemy assassin tu memang enemy akan black wing terus lah guys. So satu ilmu dah dapat hari ni guys catat. Teori dah dapat. Praktikkan. Teori dah dapat praktikkan guys. Untuk millennial kat luar sana. Siapa yang akan dapat? Recall GGG. GGG mendapatkan. Oh. 3 orang duk Petrify. Masuk kat sini, masuk kat sini. Hai. Cheese berapa harga sana Moon? Okay aku jujur guys Okay aku bagi korang fun fact sikit guys Mungkin ramai yang tak tahu. Okay aku ada duit cash tau kat sini. Aku ada duit cash tau kat sini. Okay. Aku buka sikit. Aku buka sikit guys Okay. Sekarang ni aku nak tunjuk korang cash yang aku keluarkan kat sini. Okay. So sekarang ni dah ada 2 duit shilling. 2 duit shilling. Aku nak korang teka guys berapa yang aku keluarkan untuk datang ke sini guys 2 duit shilling. Dia tulis kat sini 2 dia tulis kat sini. Okay. Lepas tu dia bagi aku 3 helai. Yang ni 100 duit hijau. Yang ni 100 duit hijau. Yang ni 50 2 helai. Berapa? Cuba teka. 3 helai 100. Duit hijau ni 100 1 helai dengan 50 2 helai. Berapa dok? Talk to me man, talk to me.
Is gonna go down to Modi and now the Black Dragon comes around again onto Rahansha. The Furious Dive lands.
Ni tak apalah guys. Alah, korang tak payah nak pukul-pukul sangat lah. Tengok China lawan India je pun. Bangkit. Bukan je vamos.
20-6 on the board in terms of kills.
Okay, ada jawapannya yang betul lah guys 3 helai tu dengan 2 duit shilling 1,000 kau tahu. 1,000.
And you barely saw true Rippers able to answer back, able to achieve anything, but also at the same time they're just
It's crazy, bro.
So well. I think one of the
like goddamn, son.
the hardest time there was also Ian's on the lane.
3 helai duit kertas 1,000.
how could you escape from it? I mean, as Eons, you were the only dude there that could actually
Sakit hati tau aku tengok.
for a trade around the map.
Aku nak keluarkan pun aku takut.
Start, it really comes down
Betul
to
ke?
picking up
Kang,
this
aku kena
Paquito.
tipu kang.
This Paquito was a massive mistake.
Buk Rason kat sini rasa macam mana? Rasa dia sama je. Sama je doang macam kat Malaysia. Tapi kat sini dia lebih crispier lah. Dan rasa dia lebih autentik orang kata. Rasa dia lebih autentik lah. Sibu tak campur rate. Tak campur rate lagi. Kalau Vamos menang kejap terus layak ke? Betul. Kalau Vamos menang, dia orang akan terus layak. Kalau Vamos kalah, dia akan lagi satu. Kalau dia kalah lagi sekali, terkeluar. Kalau dia menang, dia akan go to the next. Duit shilling tu berapa Moon? Tak tahu lah. Dia tunjuk 2 Europe je dok. 2 euro. Dia tunjuk 2 je kat situ. Anjay, authentic. Yes. I'm very English person here, guys. I'm very English person here. So, don't judge me. Don't judge me, okay? Yang kat YT tu, tekan button like boleh tak? Mana belum subscribe boleh tekan dulu dok. Subscribe dulu. Apa ke kan? Jangan dong macam tu. Aku tahu ramai tengok kat TV susah. Korang ada phone dok. Buka kejap, tekan button like kejap pun tak susah tu guys. Kat YT ni macam ni lah. Tolong macam ni. Ni, tolong lah. Tipis-tipis pun tak apa dok. Macam ni. Boleh tak? Boleh tak guys? Kasih lah laju 100k. Mana tahu kita boleh capai 1M ke. Macam ni. Boleh tak guys? Sambil. Boleh
Favorite international of all that we've had.
Okay, terima kasih.
I love the
Mun kau dah start bising macam Fik. Sebab aku rasa seronok tu guys. Aku rasa seronok tu. Kalau kat rumah aku risau jiran tetangga bising marah ketuk pintu. You are very loud bro. Can you down keep your voice a little bit. Tapi kat sini aku boleh. Aku boleh. Siapa nak judge aku tu? Siapa? Siapa tu? Love from Zay. Hello guys, thank you so much. Thank you. Kita dengar Lapel borak ni. Lapel bagus tu. Kau kena dengar tu analis dia. Nampak suara kau macam lain pun ke memang macam tu? Aku rasa suara aku kat rumah tu adalah suara aku yang sebenar. Kat sini dia macam ada ubah-ubah sikit kan. Mixer dia aku tak tahulah. Mixer dia. Thank you guys for the gift. Terima kasih. Mana belum roaring kasih roaring lo gang. Come on lah. Let's go. Come on man. Come on. Okay lah, kalau korang rasa macam tak semangat lah kan. Aku bagi korang semangat lah. Aku kasih korang coin lah. W Munji. Bro, what is ZZ do, bro? What is ZZ do, man? Did he shout my name again? Shout out. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much, ZZ. Thank you so much, ZZ. Thank you so much. You are the man. Yeah, you are my man. Just now, ZZ just give me a traditional cloth from Myanmar. In Malaysia, we also got this. It's called like kain plekat, guys. Thank you so much, Zay. You are the best. Kain plekat. Thank you for this. I will treasure it and go back to Malaysia and wear this sometimes. Okay. I will tag Zay when I will tag his IG. Yes. Yeah. Zay, you got Instagram?
There's always a chain of crowd control.
Oh, you got no IG.
No one can get away.
You got banned?
Looking at the second clip here.
Oh, your country banned IG, yeah.
This is again showing how devastating it is when you have one.
Yes, I have WhatsApp.
Win condition, and the win condition here is going to be Ling. At this point, you can see the Ling is safe, and I feel like even Guangzhou Gaming is like, we're going to be happy with that. We're just going to be taking the camp here, denying him off his farm. But then as the fight goes on, even Mirko was questioning why did he stay. And this is also another dangerous thing about the composition of Guangzhou. Even when you escape, you don't really escape. There's all types of EOT damage coming in from the Eudora, from
Did I pronounce your name correctly?
And honestly, even the Moscow can have some too. And then the last clip that we do want to show here, this shows the layers of crocodile that we've been setting up. And this is the #1 thing why Guangzhou wins. When they want to fight, they can fight. They don't have to wait for the stars to align. They don't have to wait for Atlas to have a perfect engage. Anyone can start a fight.
They on go.
Yeah.
They on go, yeah. We're just going to be finishing the clip, but essentially, why
Speaking
I
slang
love
apa
this
tu?
draft, it's easy to execute.
Ini speng
There's
orang Melayu
multiple
guys.
ways for you
Watch
to
from
start a
Myanmar.
fight.
Thank
More
you so
importantly, multiple
much.
ways
Can
to
you guys
end the fight. Thank you very much, nice.
That
tap
was
the
awesome.
like button, guys?
For that as well.
Okay.
We had a chance to catch up with Guangzhou
Siapa,
Gaming's coach
who,
Sunday before this match. So far, so good for Guangzhou Gaming. Can they keep it up?
If you're still not tap the like button, please tap the like button, okay guys? Thank you so much guys. Thank you. Thank you everyone from Myanmar.
How are you feeling
I
coming into this
got
elimination
traditional
match?
clothes. Traditional clothes from Myanmar. They just gave it to me. I appreciate a lot. I still don't have anything to give it to Zay, but I'll think of something, guys. I'll think of something to give it to him to remember me. Okay, to remember me. New subscriber from Zay Casting channel. Thank you so much, guys, for subscribe my YT channel. I appreciate it a lot, guys. Thank you so much. I was my team.
For sure. Because
In this
I've been hearing that
tournament,
you have a lot of experience
I have
in MOBA. And
SRG,
that sort of
Vamos,
experience and that sort
and
of
also
knowledge,
I'm supporting
what is the strategy
YG, guys.
coming to this next match?
I'm supporting YG here. I'm supporting YG here, guys. YG is very good. By the way, if you guys tapi diorang cakap kan, aku famous bodoh kat sana. Kau tahu tak Ruby Didi masuk live dia semalam. Dia cakap pasal aku. Dia kenal aku, guys.
整体的风格都
dia cakap
是差不多的，但是有一些细微的东西。
Siapa main hari ni?
hari
Hari ni
在这种高强度的比赛里
kita
面，
ada
就是那种细枝末微的东西，然后越能决定比赛的胜负。
Kita ada first game TRS lawan dengan Guangzhou ni. Lepas kita ada Vamos lawan TS game yang ditunggu-tunggu, dan juga game Vitality lawan dengan Falcon, and then kita ada Falcon lawan dengan IG. Game selepas ni dengan game next Vamos tu dua game yang best lah, guys.
Lose your first match up against Falcons PH.
Wow, warmly, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, whoever already subscribe, whoever already tap the like button. I appreciate it a lot.
比赛第一局
W
先拿到
Myanmar
很大的优势，但是
W
因为中间的一些小失误导致
I
我们输了
know
比赛。
only one language. I only know one thing that people use it in Myanmar. Lee. Okay, Lee.
Okay, were there
You
any
guys
other
know Lee?
challenges in that
Lee.
match?
I know that only, guys. I know Lee
主要
only.
来到这边之后，我们的训练时间也比较短吧。
I only know that one,
训练
guys. I'm
赛
sorry.
打的可能比较少。
I'm sorry.
然后可能选手
I
还没
only
当时没
know
有进
that
入状
one,
态
guys.
但是我们前天输完比赛之后，昨天又打了一整天的训练赛，
You
然后现
should
在大家的状态
say
应该
Minga Larpa. Oh, Minga Larpa.
We didn't do enough
Minga
preparation.
Larpa.
The time was
Oh,
limited.
okay.
So after we lost
Really?
that match,
Thank
we
you, bro.
we practiced a
I know
lot
only one word
yesterday.
in Myanmar.
Now
People
I
said
think
to
all
me,
the team members
Lee.
have got this confidence. They're kind of getting into the competing mode now. So hopefully we can do better.
All the best. But what do you think about the meta right now? Do you think it's like a little bit difficult? Do you think it's flexible? Do you think it's more rigid?
你觉得目前的这样的整个的游戏的状态，它这个方式是怎样的呢？你觉得是可以的吗？是很容易适应的吗？还是说整个的比赛这种形式就是让你有点无法适应，会觉得很激进呢？
不会，我觉得我们可以适应这种游戏，无论是我还是我队伍。
Yeah, I think he's fine and he's flexible.
Min galar
and
pa.
we just need
Hello,
to adapt
it
to
means
this
hello.
method.
Min galar
Okay, they just need to
pa,
adapt to the meta.
everyone.
That's amazing things to know.
I'm
And
Mundi
before I
from
let you go into your next
Malaysia.
match, I do want to know, what do you say to the players before you get into this elimination match to motivate them?
Fix yang gelak. Tak, itu gelak aku kalau aku sesama guys. Kalau aku tak sihat.
这个淘汰赛之前呢，你对你的团队有什么想说的
Aku
吗？
gelak
给他
genuine
们
tu
更多
kan.
的这样的这个精神激励，让他们能够更好打好比赛。
今天的比赛我们一定会赢。不
Aku
光是
senang
今
cerita
天，
kan.
后天的比
Aku
赛我们也一
ni
定会赢。
kalau aku gelak aku gelak guys. Kalau aku tak gelak maksudnya aku tak gelak.
Not only today,
Aku tak boleh nak
for
buat
the
gelak
match
tu
in
sangat
the
tau.
future, we will win too.
Amen, amen, and very
Moon,
much
you
good
know,
luck.
Todak
Coach
play
Sunny, thank you so much for
really
this
well
interview. Thank you for the
against Bumi's
translation,
goal
by
in
the way,
M1.
'cause
We
we're
don't
gonna throw it
forget your
over back
Chang'e.
to them.
That send us top.
All right, so Sunday talked a little bit
I'm
about
sorry.
practice
I'm
yesterday.
sorry.
We said you don't
I
lose,
sent
you
Bumi's
learn,
goal
hopefully, and
to the
this
top
is certainly
4.
translated where
But
I would see Naisu in a
very
very
hard
fast win and also
fighting
hopefully
against
some learning.
Bumi's goal
Have
at
you
that time.
noticed that Guangzhou Gaming's approach is
Yes.
something that they can take through the rest of this tournament?
You know, I think they can take the approach from Coach
But
Sunday.
I
You
think
know,
Bumi's
basically,
goal,
we're going to win this match,
prime,
we're going to win all the
prime
other
Bumi's
matches,
goal is
and
at
we're gonna go
M2.
from there. I think that's a great
Number
way to look
2,
at it,
I
especially when
really
you need to go ahead and
respect
bounce
that.
back and your back's
Yeah.
against the wall right now currently
Almost beat
with your life
the
on the line for this
almost
tournament.
beat
So yeah, you go with that mindset.
the best team,
and
the
maybe
best
they
region,
replicate it,
you
they get a
know.
sweep here against True Rippers.
Sometimes when you stumble too, you
Okay
pay
guys,
attention to
kenapa
walking.
ramai
Walking
Myanmar
normally,
dan
you
live
don't
aku
think
sekarang
about
ni
it,
aku
just
bagi
move
tahu
your
sikit lah
body.
guys.
When you do
Semalam.
stumble and you then correct yourself,
Semalam
you're much
cerita
more
dia,
concerned with
okay.
the little things. Maybe that's gonna help
So
you.
basically
Oh, yeah,
aku
for sure.
punya
Looking at
live
the
ni,
little
okay,
things
aku
makes
tunjuk
you
kat sini,
appreciate
aku
as
ada
well the
monitor,
times when
aku
we're
ada
talking about
stream deck,
behavior,
aku ada
which,
everything
by the way,
share
just
lah
to
kan,
add
mouse,
on
keyboard
to that
and
interview,
everything
I
dan
really
aku ada
feel like
kerusi.
if anyone
Lepas
is
tu kat
interested
sini
to
dah ada
play
monitor
Mobile
lagi
Legends, this is probably
satu.
the best time
Lepas tu
to
kat
play
sana pun dah ada
because,
monitor
yeah,
lagi
this is
satu.
such an
So dia
open
macam
meta where if
dia
you're
letak
from
satu,
other mobile games,
satu,
whatever
satu.
logic you have
Macam tu
there,
tau.
you can actually
Tapi aku tak
transfer
guna
here
PC
because
belah sini. Aku tak guna guys sebab dia tak menghalakan aku tau. And ada satu kerusi kat sini. Untuk siapa-siapa nak join aku Nobar ke, later ke apa ke kan, ada kerusi satu kat sini. Dan aku ada kerusi juga yang aku duduk. Selepas tu, aku tengok kerusi yang dia duduk. Kerusi yang dia duduk adalah kerusi ini. Zay sit at here guys. Okay, Zay sit at here. He use this small chair. Even though his body is very big, guys.
Time is expensive.
His body is very big. And bermula aku tak perasan. Bermula aku tak perasan dia duduk kat kerusi kecil ni. Lepas tu aku pergilah berdiri. Aku pergi berdiri. Pergilah borak dengan dia sikit kan. Sebab aku cakap dengan, aku tak tahu dah ada air ke, dah ada makanan ke. So aku selalu macam bagilah dia, kau nak tak ini, kau nak tak ini, kau nak tak tu. Lepas tu dia kata dia ada. Lepas tu aku tengok, dia duduk atas kerusi apa ni, badan dia besar sial. Aku rasa kesian. Okay, lepas tu aku bagilah kerusi yang lagi satu yang aku tak duduk tu bagi dia. Lepas tu dia happy. Lepas tu dia shout out nama dia. Dia shout out nama dia dekat dalam nama aku dekat live dia. Lepas tu aku pergi tengok live dia. Dia rupanya dia adalah fit Myanmar guys kalau kat Malaysia dia lebih kurang fit. Dia Nobar 100k orang. Dia Nobar 100k, 80k. Dia ada silver play button. Dia memang famous lah. Subscriber dia 600,000 macam tu lah. On the way ke 700,000. Zay Lee. Zay Lee.
Even if you're distracted, somehow you make a cool play. With that Moscow, I do want to see whether Guangzhou will change it up. I feel like they need to
Dan bro, Dan. I call your favorite streamer Lee. Guys,
going up against a Moscow is more comfortable dealing with that saber compared to something like a Nolan. Even though he gets pushed back, he can just jump back in. But now Guangzhou picking up that
dia famous guys kat sana
looks like they have this philosophy. We want a lot of crowd.
So that's what happened. Memang big name streamer kat Myanmar dia tu kalau macam tu. Dia caster dan juga vlogger lah. You guys like it guys? I call Zay Lee. You guys not good lah. Don't be like that, okay? No. Don't be like that.
you
No.
can't really do too much.
You need to love your streamer.
Most of the
Your
time. Finally
streamer,
let
you
here
know.
as well. I mean,
Wow, Saber bad.
Tapi dia tak boleh cakap Malay memang ah.
Because the
Respect, man. Respect.
Harley's gonna have a hard time. He jumps in.
Hello, Moon.
and it's
Hello,
like,
guys.
oh, no,
Hello,
Saber.
everybody from Myanmar.
What do you think about?
I get so much
feel like
love from
True
Myanmar,
Rippers,
guys.
right?
I
What
am
can they do?
very,
That was a
I'm
better
very
game
shy
versus
and
some
very
teams around the team.
humbly
What can they do here
appreciate
to change things up at times?
the
Honestly,
support
looking
from
at their
Myanmar,
lineup right
guys.
now, it
Thank
looks
you so
more
much,
spread
okay?
here because they have, I would say, still
Love
the position
you.
one being Moscow.
You
Moscow's
need
gonna
to
take most of the farm,
cheat
but then they have
tal.
Harley
You need
as
to
an
cheat tal.
assassin, and also
Z,
I
okay?
have
You
to
need
say
to
here,
cheat
Raven,
tal,
all
Z,
three
okay?
heroes that True Rippers has, they
Don't
work
lily
well
him.
individually, independently.
Yes,
So it almost looks like they're
people
trying to make this team
say
quite
this.
messy. And I think the
People say
idea
this,
is to avoid the
People say this,
avoid the Zushin.
Yeah.
So
True,
they try
ah.
to minimize the effect that they have with their AoE crop.
Dulu.
This is interesting too, man.
No
The
problem,
Uranus
bro.
comes up.
Call,
Remember what Luke
please.
was able to do yesterday. Just basically when he had that kind of lead, sit into the base.
No lah.
And this is
You need to
again,
cheat
if you're looking at the
tal.
screen and
Z.
maybe you haven't tuned in
Don't
to some
leave him,
international
bro.
MLB in a while, you're probably looking at this being like, whoa, what is this meta? Look at these bands. When did we think we'd see these kind of bands, right? The Eudora,
They
the
Balpal.
Saber being banned
Balpal.
out, Ling on the other
What is
side.
Balpal,
There's just
guys?
so much
Balpal.
open right now for this draft. The
Bro,
Noah does
actually,
come
Lee
through.
means
There's the
love.
Zhang, might
Trust
as well
me,
pick it up again,
100%
make use
so
of
say
that,
that.
just like we saw
I
with the
already
previous one,
say
and
that, bro.
Guinevere is that
I already
last choice
say
here for True
Zilly
Rippers.
just now.
Wait, so the Guinevere
But
is
he
gonna
said,
go
no.
wrong.
You
That's
need
gonna be
to
very
say
interesting
Chital.
here. I gotta say,
Chital,
Raven,
if I'm not
Guangzhou, they have
mistaken.
easier
Chital is
to
love.
execute
Lee
draft
is
when it
very
comes to
famous
True
in
Rippers.
Malaysia, you know.
Like I said, a lot
You
of
say that
individual skills
when you
is-
want to
is
curse
there, but if they miss
someone.
their abilities, that's GG. They will either look amazing, or like Guangzhou
Saya
says,
sangat
they'll
suka
look like
tengok
trash.
Well, it
awak
could be a
main
fast
masih
game.
M1 Moon.
It could
Thank you
be
so much.
A good game.
It
We'll
means
find out what
he
type
really
of
love
flavor
my
True Rippers is able
gameplay.
to bring. This draft certainly
He
different
really
than
love
before,
watching my
which if you're a True
gameplay
Rippers fan and rooting for India,
at M1.
you
Thank
would
you
hope,
very
okay,
much,
maybe we
guys,
have a
everybody.
chance. If
Thank you very
not,
much.
Guangzhou Gaming will be moving on with a 2-0. True Rippers
Balpal
will
is
end
the
their
same with
MSC
Lipal.
run
Oh
here. We'll see
no.
if they can even it up
God
as we throw it
damn.
back to your
Muka kau macam
casters
Loki lah,
to
Moon.
get
Serius
game
ah.
2 underway.
Lain lah.
Rippers and their last chance at potentially
Sebab Moon ada tolong
being
hati
able to
sana
get a
ah.
shot at
Aku ada tolong hati
protecting
sini,
their
guys.
key and not ending their tournament run
Aku ada tolong
right
Fit
here,
Myanmar lah, guys.
right
Senang
now
cerita.
against Guangzhou Gaming.
Fit Myanmar lah. Dia bahagian streamer kat YouTube dia memang famous kan. 600,000 tu. I wish I can be like Z, you know. 600k subscriber on YT and got the play button. I really love that. That is my target. After this, I want to be like Z. You have a lot of fans in Myanmar. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much in your language. How to say thank you so much in your language, guys. Sejarah Moon dalam MSC paling tinggi sampai mana? Paling tinggi kita orang dapat nombor 6 kot. Dan kita orang pernah beat Kera Extinction waktu tu nama diorang. Kita orang pernah beat diorang. Beat tim Philippines untuk mara ke next. How to say thank you so much? Reskin real ke? Real lah dok. Cital Munji. Cital people from Myanmar. Seizu Tomade. Seizu Tomade is thank you so much. Ni kalah mati kan? Kalah mati. Siapa kalah terkeluar guys. Vamos bila after this game. Pukul 6.30 kat Malaysia guys. Pukul 6.30 adalah waktu di mana Vamos akan main. Cheat the Munji. Thank you so much guys. You guys can subscribe my YT. Can hit the like button guys. Can hit the like button. Thank you so much. Cital everyone from Myanmar. Peri jam berapa? 11.46 pagi. Oh, teamfight-nya. Teamfight dia. Bam, mati siap recall. Tak sempat nak buat apa. Okay. Kalau aku tengok draft kat sini kan. Draft TRS lagi sedap. Aku lapar lah guys. Tapi makanan ni snack yang diorang Dia
turned
kat sini
around
manis-manis tu.
the situation. We were not expecting this.
Apalah guys, nak
Heading
buat
into
macam
game
mana
number
kan?
2 after what we witnessed in game number
Guys,
1.
mana yang lagi
True
manis
Rippers
korang
have
rasa?
reset. They've
Mana yang lagi manis?
completely changed
Tiket
the
ke
map,
ataupun
and now
twist?
they're showing us how it's
Tiket ke
done.
twist?
Even that Black Dragon form
Mun
stolen
please
by
teach
Asuna
me
was
your
such
language.
a huge
Okay,
thing
if
to
you
consider in
you
that
want to
previous game by
say
Ian with another rotation down bot.
if you want to say like okay, I teach you some curse words, okay? Because people from Myanmar teach me curse word the first time. I teach you curse word for the first time also, okay?
Ian wasn't able to
Okay.
do this in game number 1.
The
We don't
most
have her back
common
on the link. He was
curse
just
word
limited,
in
but
Malaysia
now there's
is
no one stopping him.
stupid. Stupid, right? In Malaysia, we call it bodoh.
Recall the walk up, but not enough
Yes,
damage.
bodoh.
By Recall
Okay.
to take Rahansha down. This is starting to become a
So
problem
you can
with
use it.
Guangzhou Gaming.
Yep, it seems like the slower games
If you want to,
recently that we've
if you
seen
want to
so
say,
far,
I love you.
have to expect a bit more
In
time on the
Malaysia, we
front, but
call
the
it.
fact that even the Yuzhong's pretty much shut down in his lane is
We
really
call
not
it
helping
saya
Guangzhou in this particular
sayang
scenario. We would really expect them
kamu.
to have the slight upper hand, especially in that first
Saya
development,
sayang
but
kamu.
that was not the case at all. True Rippers, just because of what Ian has been able to accomplish
Okay.
on this Harley, has really set the pace.
The
for True
the best
Rippers in
word
this
for
early
curse.
game. Now it
You
feels
want
like
to
you
know
can
the best
expect a
word
lot more annoying
to curse?
rotations with
People
Rehansha
will
to
say
be a
babi.
bit more free across the map. So
Okay,
Guangzhou,
babi.
we really have to see them
The
find
best.
that one
The
play
best
that could
word to
really
curse.
set things or turn things around, because as we know, it's still a Nolan.
Okay.
You also still have multiple ways to set
Ronaldo
up.
and Messi, Messi, bro.
Atlas, but
Messi.
at the same time, do you get the head of
Messi.
Because
Oh, you are so Messi, bro.
Damn.
Damn.
The same, and you could just not position yourself well enough.
Messi.
Doesn't land though.
Aku sayang
No, it doesn't.
kamu. I love you.
Thrown out
Yes.
as well.
But
Now the neutral objective, Black Dragon from already
like
used
this,
up right
guys.
now to go all the way.
Saya
Rahansha's there,
sayang
but Recall
kamu.
finds him in the lanes. Locking him all
That's
on
how
the
you
down
said it.
by May.
Yeah.
Guangzhou Gaming on the back foot the entire game, and they find
Aku
one
makan je lah KK ni.
opening.
Lapar tu.
And it turns
Aku tak makan
everything
breakfast
around
tadi. Aku tak
Garcia.
pergi, guys.
He's trying to find some compensation in the mid
Aku
lane,
tak
but he's
pergi
getting shooted
breakfast.
away by Xing and May. What a set by May.
You can use camera wowo.
And now you feel
Camera
like
wowo.
Guangzhou taking control, because if you take a look at the
Mun
replay,
aja yang
the
patut
single
ah.
Black Dragon form, the petrify
Tak,
into
itu
the
kan
fatal link
standard.
as well.
Untuk kita
It was
belajar
just a
something kan,
perfectly
kita kena
layered
tahu curse
setup
word dulu
from
supaya
by Guangzhou
and
Gaming,
orang tak
catching
tertipu.
almost
Ah,
every
macam tu.
single member who didn't have the
Paling
purify
common
either,
orang
so
akan
there
ajar
was
curse
no
word
way for
dengan
them to
I
get
love
out of
you.
that. They were all
Ah.
crucial members, and you can see them celebrating, but that's a fatal migration.
Rasanya normal lah mun orang bagi sweet, sebab kalau bagi keropok nanti ngantuk kau tak sleep. Keropok lah sedap. Sebab game ni aku tak nak fokus sangat, guys. Tak ada orang kisah tu pasal game ni. Wah. Lewatnya breakfast. Kat sini baru pukul 11.50 tu. And aku bangun pukul 7. And pukul 7 tu kat Malaysia pukul 1 siau.
Okay, be careful. You gotta be careful, especially
Satu
if you're
petang.
CY. Okay, Kimmy and
Thank you so
the
much
other
for the
guy get
gift-nya.
let go of that push though, but it could have been really dangerous.
Kak,
Now we're
kalau
taking a
Vamos
look at
lawan dengan
goal
TS
difference.
menang kan
It's
guys kan?
not as
Ataupun bagi
significant
fight kan?
really, if you take a look
Consider
at it.
diorang
I feel like even or
consider diorang
if it
dah
weren't for
berjaya
that
tu.
one play we got to see from Modi as well, this could have been bigger between the XP laners. but
Diorang
I
akan
think
pergi
that
jauh lah.
push
Kalau menang lawan TS.
lessened it even just a
I'm
bit
your
to
friend
some
from Myanmar. I
extent.
know
And now
you
Kimmy
from M1. Really
all
good. Thank you so
alone
much,
here.
James. Thank you so much. Appreciate it a lot.
Oh no, baits out the battle. Requiem the Fatalings pulls him back just a bit as Xing is right there.
I'm
Great peel
Boomer's
from
girl. Do
Garcia.
you like Boomer's girl? Oh, I made it.
Crimson Beacon, but it's only onto the
I made
rover.
it.
Now the dragon comes around. Asuna was able to find that trade. Turret down below. The main target
But
for
nice to
Guangzhou
know.
Gaming as in the mid lane.
To know everyone from Myanmar.
dealing with
Appreciate it a
Rahansha.
lot,
Turtle
guys.
already started by
Everyone
Ian.
already
Picked up
hit the
already.
like button,
Rippers
hit the
finding
subscribe
better
button.
trade
Thank you so
across
much,
the
okay?
board.
That took a bit
I want
longer
nasi
than it should
lemak.
have. At least Guangzhou
Yes,
got a
nasi
third,
lemak
though,
is
because
very
if
good.
they did not, then I feel like
We
True
in
Rippers
Malaysia
really
eat
got
nasi
the
lemak
better trade. It was a turtle that
in
they
the
were able
morning,
to
like
secure,
breakfast.
no contest
You know?
whatsoever on Ian's.
Sana kau cuma
And
tak
they
mau
barely-
musafir.
they just took a
Apa yang nak buat mata ke?
trade, if
Kau tak
ever
tahu
that
ke
was
orang
the
boleh
case,
musafir
but
duk
right
kalau pergi
now,
negara.
You're starting to feel how Garcia is
Wah,
becoming
tengah
a lot
je
more
tinggal.
active across the map. He's also a level ahead of Sai.
By the way, so I think it's been really
Semak ada ke
great
kat Paris?
for
Tak ada.
True Rippers, at least for their laning phase so
Habis lama
far.
di
Now,
luar
look,
macam 4 jam.
already has 2 out of 3 of the Trinity build.
Berani dia nak bagi aku di luar.
Slightly behind, but this is
Dia yang tidur luar, aku tahu.
Modi doesn't even have an item just yet. This is a Yuzong. He doesn't even have an item just yet.
Yeah. It's actually all components went for the
Ada
rogue
Traviza
Fury
tak sana?
hammer.
Belum
Now,
doh.
he's looking at
Aku
Asuna.
punya
Gotta
aku
be
punya ni
careful.
sekarang kan.
Only Purify they have
Datang
is on their
sini.
main frontliner,
Lepas tu aku
Rehansha.
pergi sana.
So that's the problem
Aku
with
datang
True
sini
Rippers,
untuk
right? They
stream,
have to
lepas tu
split
balik
up.
hotel.
Have to be very careful
Zay.
of this set from May. The one
What
time
okay?
May was able to
What
find that
okay?
set,
What
it
okay?
almost guaranteed them
He
that
said what
full-on
okay?
comeback. But
What
luckily,
okay?
True Rippers were able to find some
Bro.
good pickoffs here and there.
You don't know lah guys.
At this
Why
point,
you
I think
say
spatial migration on May
guy
doesn't even sound
call
too
what
crazy. You
okay?
might have to deal with him first.
I don't know how to
Oh,
pronounce
good
it
poke on
correctly,
Kimmy.
guys.
And it's all about mid control as Garcia plays that
Sana makanan senang cari, okay.
far lane.
Bab makanan,
Because I think they're
disebabkan EWC ni Arab yang sponsor, mostly makanan dia memang halal.
we see
Kat
Kimmy
sini lah.
putting himself and trying to
Yang kat
scout
bahagian
the
luar,
enemy
kalau
from
kau pergi luar aku tak tahu.
from, but
Sebab aku tak pergi jalan-jalan sangat guys.
seems like there seems to be a bit more reaction
Buka
to
live
either
moon je
side.
mesti makan. Ai.
Garcia has had no trouble opening up the map.
Akulah antara manusia yang jarang makan tu time live. Ni sebab aku lapar kan. Awak sangat cantik Moon. Thank you. It means you are very beautiful. But I handsome. Handsome. Waktu ke means fatty.
They have no idea he's
Fatty,
doing
huh?
this, but you know that he just has a really good
As
grasp of
Myanmar
what
team
his
prepares
job
to
is
face
at this
Cambodia
point.
again,
He's feeling it. He
will
knows
Moon
exactly
be rooting for
where he
Myanmar?
needs
Of
to
course.
be. And
Of
Guangzhou
course, bro.
Gaming doesn't feel like they have a composition to burst this
I will
neutral
rooting
objective
for
down.
you guys
May
to
with
go
the
to the
fatal
next.
links into Kimmy as nobody's able to escape, and now it's all the resources burnt. The dragon down, the fatal links as
Apple
well.
mana?
Garcia already dealing with the wave.
Kau pergi tanya dia lah. Dia tinggal live sana dok. Pergi tanya aku buat apa dok.
Fatal links from Asuna takes them all into the battle requiem. Now it's Garcia and Mizunal with the SOD, tearing them apart as Asuna picks up a double, and TRX take full control over the game.
Was that actually worth it? They were only
Dari
able to
segi
zone
personal
out
skill
Kimmy.
memang
Now they
TRX
lose
lagi
tier
bagus
1
lah.
in mid,
Sebab
but
dia
at
ada dua
least
Indo.
Guangzhou have secured the objective. But now it's at the expense
that
of
right?
almost all their
Yes.
outer inner turrets, and
Cara mu makan kat sana, makan pastry pun
Rippers,
fikir-fikir.
I
Tak
feel
ada.
much more happier with
Aku
the exchange.
buat makan
They
ni
get
aku
so much
confident
more
dah guys.
control. They only lose an objective, and now they might also
Kalau
get
termakan nak buat macam
recalled.
mana?
If it weren't for that
Jangan
one
teragak-agak
dash,
je.
it would have been really close.
Big
makan je.
spear of misery. I
Kalau
agree
kau
with
dah
you, this is
teragak-agak tak
definitely
boleh
not the
makan lah.
trade that
Consider
Guangzhou
dah
Gaming were looking
dah
for,
haram lah guys.
But it's the trade that they need
Daripada kau
to
kasi
take.
besar
They
sikit nak tengok
burst,
game ni.
They use all of their resources so early.
Payah.
And they
Dan
couldn't
ni
even
cukup lah.
find Kimmy.
Ada orang nak
Which
tengok
led to
game.
them having a full commit onto the neutral objective, right? Because they backed away, it would have been
Okay bro, sorry. Why you sorry? No need to sorry ah.
Now on May, Eon's with the magic. May is gone. Her Modi can't even find the petrify. Eon's got away now. The blazing wet doing nothing. CY taken low. Eon
Mati.
taken out by Modi.
Mati
But in the back
siap.
line, it's the SOD.
Can you say easily? I already said it just now bro.
Trying
It's
to get
not
that
good you know.
triple. Great Lantern Flare to escape
Thank
by
you Reza
Exing with
Kanon
the
for the
Crimson
2
Beacon, but
viewers.
Modi here, it's just a delayed pickoff.
Thank you dog
He's
for the
trying to buy
gift.
as much
Kat
time as he
YT.
can with the passive procs, but it will be inevitable. Modi, good night. Asuna walks up. The Furious Dive again. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Wait a
Modi.
second.
Uh-oh. Asuna with the melee range again. Now it's 3 against Modi.
Selamat lagi
Dude, he bought so
Damn.
much time.
He did. That was initially a highlight for Garcia that we were
Kau
just
pakai
about
phone apa?
to
Tak
talk
tahu dong.
about, but
Aku tak tanya pun
it's
dorang.
been all a Modi from that point onwards. He was just sustaining 2 members at the same time. They had to call in another member from True Rippers just to finally take him down, and that's only being on the Radiant armor as well. But I take a look at this team fight once again,
Lepas tu
and
game
you
Vamos
kind
juga.
of worry as to why the Blazing Duet didn't feel like
I know
it
my
dealt
boyfriend work
as
in
much
Malaysia
damage
Island
as you
Hotel
would
as a
expect
chef.
it to.
So I
At this
know
point, you
I
were
know
sure
nasi lemak
Sai
very well.
already
I
has
see.
the Trinity build in his hand.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at
actually,
the
so
items
many
just to
people
confirm
from
whether or
Myanmar
not
come to
that's
Malaysia. If
actually
you guys
true, but he
know.
already does.
It's because these frontliners from True Rippers have gotten such a massive lead. I mean, take a look at that 2,000 gold lead between the XP laners. That Sai is going to need the Melfic gun before he can actually deal damage or before you can actually see it. Like, look at
Emon,
this.
aku
Walks
fans
up,
kau dari
he's doing
Cambodia,
some damage
bapak
actually.
kau,
Ransha
anak Adam.
doesn't have the consecration.
Tak apa, dia tak faham guys.
Activation for
Dia
it.
fans
Already
daripada
having
Cambodia
to
guys. Dia tak
purify
faham.
out, which means again,
Siao.
now it's all up to May, who has
Kalau siapa menang game ni akan jumpa Vamos atau TS kan? Betul.
That's also the
iya ke?
also already picked up by Rehansha, and not to mention Garcia having the wind of nature. So I feel like he will be a much more difficult target to deal with for Guangzhou Gaming if ever they do want to find him in the team fights.
Ni tim negara mana? GGG from China, TRS from India. Tapi TRS dah ada 2 player from Indo.
But as mentioned, has the wind of nature, so if he does show up in a more
buka sana sampai habis EWC ke? Yes, betul. TS squad diorang harap Vamos boleh. Aku pun sebenarnya agak risau, tapi last performance diorang nampak macam kempak gila lah guys. Lagi si Boci lah. So basically diorang kena, Vamos nak kena play around Boci lah. Dia bagi dia hidup sebab dia boleh carry tu. Tapi yang lain pun janganlah tak buat kerja kan. I'm Bumi's girl. When I visited Malaysia, the food was amazing. I love to visit again. Hey Moon, would you invite me to visit Malaysia? Yeah, you can come, but I cannot visit you. But you can come here, bro. You can come here and have fun with the food, have fun with the places. I hope when you come here, you have a very good time here, okay?
Rehansha has the Purify back up, and Deadly Magic comes around, Sai! In the back line with the Blazing Duet! Shuts Asuna down!
Kena 2 tim jadi dok, jangan harapkan Boci tak boleh juga, betul. Dia kena masing-masing buat kerja masing-masing lah guys. Engkau solat Jumaat tak dimuji. Tak dapat lah kan nak solat Jumaat. Sebab solat Jumaat dia kat sini beza. Zohor dia pukul 2 guys. Zohor dia pukul 2. Tapi tak apalah, musafir.
Spaces out perfect, and now it's Rehansha who is holding the Lord, able to defend for now. The mid lane coming down as well. Bodhi gets taken out by the cards of Ian.
Alhamdulillah.
They should have went back a bit more earlier, but
with a shutdown, the Spear of Misery side.
Tiba-tiba GGG menang Maksudnya China lagi power daripada India.
So was that bait all along? Were they just setting up for that play? Because as of the moment, it seems like Guangzhou Gaming have gotten back in this siege. They will at least take down one
Vamos skor berapa? 6.5 guys. 6.5. Thank you. Let me invite you to visit Myanmar. Yes, sure. I've been to Cambodia actually, but Myanmar I never go.
To make it look like it was still Guangzhou getting the better trade.
Live sini paling cepat ke Mun? Live sini paling cepat. Dia connect instant. Kat sini lagi laju pada kat atas, kau tahu? Kat atas ni ada TV besar kan? Ini lagi laju. Laju 1 second lah tapi. Sebab aku connect terus guys dengan handphone. Tim Cina tu ada import ke? Aku rasa macam tak ada guys. Aku rasa dia orang betul-betul Cina semua. Sekejap aku untuk confirmation. Better aku check EWC. Better aku check untuk korang. Tak ada lah guys. Okay doh. Untuk korang kan. Korang kan kesayangan aku.
When it comes to the fight, but I think they're expecting for True Rippers to replicate the same.
Takkan aku tak ni kan.
That's a crazy position to hold right there.
Mesti aku hadapnya.
Keeping it back, Finest Space Migration, but it's only onto Sai with the Purify. First out for the Petrify from Bodhi. Is it a lock? He gets down. Lord Recall secured, and now it's Rehansha in the midst of it all. Taken down, bursted out. Everybody from True Rippers taken out of the map. It's a massive wipeout for Guangzhou Gaming.
They each had their own plans, creative angles, plans to surprise, but in the end, it's Guangzhou Gaming who will stay in this tournament, sweeping True Rippers 2-0.
Prediction aku salah siap.
To the international debut, to the international run for India, for True Rippers. But it's the experience that they will bring back home to try to learn from this.
Macam aku nak check player-playernya.
At MSC, back-to-back losses, up and down below. Guangzhou Gaming, though, from barely missing out to that M7 main stage slot, losing in that grand finals of the wild card, to here beating True Rippers.
Tak ada dah, tak boleh nak tengok dah. Sorry lah guys tak dapat info yang aku nak cari lah. Mu live direct dari Paris ke? Wah best kat Wikipedia boleh check kan. Dia tak keluar dulu Wikipedia. Korang lah pergi check lah sendiri. Aku nak tolong tapi tak mampu lah guys.
To show us so much more in terms of their competitive MLBB gameplay. And right now here too, despite them being in the lower bracket, you see signs of life. You see how
main tu. Padahal tim India ni ada dua player Indo tau. Nampak sangat India memang noob ah. Tak apa nak power lagi lah guys. Aku rasa public kat Malaysia pun lagi power tu. Padahal tadi tengah menang tau. Tapi gameplay mid game tak ada guys, tak ada blending tau. Terus kalah. China memang kena adapt. Cepat adapt kalau game-game mobile ni. Bukan game mobile je. Semua game dok sebenarnya. Cara diorang berfikir tu agak berbeza lah nak dibandingkan dengan orang-orang lain lah. Dengan people from other country. Chinese is very bijak lah. Background pun nampak real dok. Bapak dia memang real lah sebab aku kat sini. Kau tak tengok ke YouTube TikTok baru aku guys, baru aku post. Dia tak masuk lagi.
May is joining us here for a little
dah
chat.
masuk
First,
dah.
I have to ask you about the Saber pick because that has not been in competitive play for like years at this point. What was the decision behind it?
那么女士们、先生们，欢迎来到看我们采访的我们
Ada Karim, nanti katanya Karim Benzema datang guys nanti kalau ada apa mungkin aku record dia sikit ke apa ke. Dapat jumpa Karim Benzema ada perempuan tu.
因为我们觉得剑锋是 counter 目前版本的双边体系的，然后
Jungle dia
为了
jago
选这
doh
个
dari
英雄，我们教练
MAC
也做
season
了很
lepas.
多准备。
Jungle dia biasa je.
Well, I think this is a
Yang ni.
really strong hero. In fact, our coach
Bon game
have
mama nanti
trained
jangan
us
lupa
a
record
lot,
audience buat vlog boleh. Terima kasih Mochi
practicing
kerana
with this
mengingatkan
hero.
That's very cool.
Thank you guys.
Unheard
Thank
of.
you
We're
for the
hearing
gift
new meta game
everybody.
being built
Thank you
as
from
we speak.
YouTube
Speaking of
juga.
which,
Mana yang dah
you're
tekan
one of the
button.
more experienced players
Siapa
in the
yang dah
Chinese MLBB
hit the
scene.
like button,
Wanna
hit
ask you
dah
about how you
subscribe
feel the
button tu.
region
Thank you
is
so much guys.
developing at the moment and your
Mana-mana yang tengok kat
experience in
YT
it so far.
daripada TikTok ni, kau boleh pergi dekat link kat bio lah guys. Atau kau boleh search Munji, okay?
游戏项目在中国地区也是发展
Ni bukan Karim Benzema, ni Karim bergema. Bukan, nanti. Nanti dia datang guys.
这个游戏在中国地区
Okay.
的发展如何呢？
I think no.
其实
I
中
will ask
国
someone to
玩 MLBB 的人还是比较少的，
Yeah.
但是
Take
对
care,
于
bro.
中国电竞，我一直觉得中国电竞会
Of course,
很厉
ada
害，
lapar.
所以我们 MLBB 项目的中国选手也在不断变强。
Well, at the moment, there are not a lot of people playing MLBB in the Chinese region. However, we think
minta
there will be
siapa,
more and more people playing, and that's why we are getting
Minta
stronger.
diorang
And
bawa
all
lagi
of
makanan
our
lah.
players are practicing hard to make us to be a really
Hello.
strong team.
I mean, thanks to your representation here today, we're seeing more and more of that in the future. Now, let's look at that future. You'll be playing against the loser of Team Spirit and Team Vamos. Who do you think you'll be
makanan dia
facing off in the
sama
lower
je.
bracket?
是的，我们相信也会如此。那我们看一下，在未来的话呢，您将会面对的是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两个团队当中的，他们是这个属于失败者。那么你觉得你将会面对的是哪一个哪个选手呢？哪个选队？
我觉得 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两支队伍都是很强的，他们一个来自俄罗斯赛区，一个来自马来西亚赛区，都是其中的1、2号种子。然后我觉得我们会对阵到 Vamos 战队。
15 minit. Lagi
Well, I
25
think
minit.
they both really strong teams.
Yang sangat
and
bayar
one
adalah
of
match
them
SIG
is
dekat
from
semi nanti
Russia
SIG akan
and
jumpa
the
Onyx.
other is from
Betul,
Malaysia.
Sultan.
So I think they really both strong. However,
Bogdan.
probably I guess
Bogdan
we
boleh
will
balas. Bogdan.
face Team Vamos.
Team Vamos. All right, we'll see how that ends up. That'll be the
Bogdan
case.
from
Prediction
Russia.
for later on today. Finally,
What
got
do you
those
think
Chinese
about
fans, those
the
players that are
SRG
looking
team?
up to
I
you right
think
now. Do you have any
it's
message
very
to them
sad
to support you through your
when
lower
they
bracket run
lost
at MSC?
against pro esport, but I think pro esport deserve it that game. Pro esport play very freaking well, you know.
们的这个电竞比赛上打比赛，您有什么想告诉粉丝的？
其实我很感谢支持每个 MLBB 赛事的粉丝，然后也感谢大家的观看。其次，我特别想针对中国的粉丝说，就是因为中国赛区的成绩一直不太好，但我觉得我们这次可以碾碎对手的钥匙。
Well, in fact, I really appreciate all the fans' support all over the world, and I would like to tell our fans that maybe in the past the Chinese region's scores were not that high, but this time we have the confidence we wanted to win.
I mean, it's showing very well.
What do you think, YG team, bro? I think they played very, very well yesterday.
It's time for you to do the honors. Our
The
first key
Fanny
crushing
Han
here at
played
MSC is
Fanny
going to be in your
very
hands.
good.
I'm going to invite the rest of your
A
team
little
to join me
mistake,
in here. Now
but
there's all
still
to go
good.
back together. Thank you very much again to our translator, June.
Yeah.
Come
Not
on over
everyone
with me,
can
my
play
friends.
Fanny very well in the tournament.
We're going to open
Yes.
up our door.
I want to teach you
It's
some
time
work
for you to do the
called
big
ZZ
piece, my
what?
friends.
It means ZZ
Walk
pick.
on
Damn.
in and
ZZ
crush
what?
the first
No
team
lah,
of
don't
MSC at
don't say
EWC
like that lah, guys.
2026.
ZZ
Going
is
in,
very
all of you.
kind to me, guys.
You can
He
choose
gives
whoever
me
wants to crush
one
the
of
key
the
together.
traditional clothes. Oh, wait. Nak pecahkan. This is the first time kita
See
akan
what
tengok
will be the
guys
one to do it here.
First team yang
That is
akan
the true
terkeluar.
Ripper's key as they've been eliminated
Oi, sakit bye.
from MSC.
这是我们 MSC 方面的第一个这样的奖牌。
Pushing deeper, and there's the key, and it snaps in half. Our first key crush at MSC
Janganlah
EWC
tepuk pinggan, itu kau punya lah, siau.
2026. We talked about it earlier this morning. Everybody comes in with their own key, their own heart.
Dia pergi
And
tepuk
at the
ni.
end of their run, should it end early like here in the
Yeah.
group stage, their key, my friends, will look exactly
Pendek,
like
bye.
this. Feast your
Dia macam
eyes
suka
upon
je
it.
benda tu pecah agak
Destruction
ah.
has come, but that's only the beginning here for Guangzhou
Bro.
Gaming. Back to our panel.
Bingai tu senyum-senyum. Kalau aku kan tengok benda
Yes,
tu aku
it is
sedih tu
only
macam
the beginning for China
macam
here
sedih lah kan.
at
Rasa
MSC,
macam harapan
and
tu
with $65,000
kita punya perjalanan stop sampai kat situ dia boleh gelak-gelak lah
even if
apalah.
they lose
Aku tengok ni
against their
nyigap lah aku
upcoming
tengok
matchup,
orang-orang
they've
macam
gotta
ni
be
guys.
happy with
Macam
what they've done so
dia ni macam
far.
tak ada
Welcome
ni
back
tau.
to the panel.
Macam tak
I'm
ada
ready to join
passion.
my boys, Naisu and
Patutlah kau
Lefel.
kalah.
Guys,
Tim yang
that was
pertama
a
kalah.
great showing. I think if
Tak
you're
pelik
CCG,
tu, sumpah.
had a loss, you come back, you win 2-0. What else can you ask for?
Yeah, that was. They
Oh,
had to
tu
come
TRX
back in
punya.
that game. It's tough to see, man. Again, for True Rippers, you know, this has happened a couple times now for them. But I guess you chalk it up as a learning experience. It's the first time on the international stage. We even saw this before, you know, with our new teams coming into internationals, and it seems to be just part of the process. I feel like, you know, and hopefully they come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, there's nothing to take. I mean, to me, when I look at a team that comes here, their first time representing India at an international stage, you have to be proud. You know, you're representing so many people, you're representing so much accumulative effort. And to be able to be here, yes, you didn't win, but hopefully you're taking something back that improves the region. And next time, when you show up, you have that to lean on.
I mean, here's the thing. I think they can do it because we've seen
Aku
solid
tarik kat
live
sini
game
guys
from the team.
Ah,
When it comes to
anggap
draft,
aku tarik
they
kat
were
sini.
really solid as well. The only reason why they weren't able to get the win there is just because
Patutlah ada orang
Guangzhou
happy
Gaming
semacam.
saw
Sebab
a-
tak, sorry guys, cerita dia macam ni guys. Sebab dua-dua pakaiannya merah. Aku agak keliru tadi. Aku agak keliru sikit tadi. Sebab dua-dua pakaiannya merah.
Because of that, Guangzhou was able to take the Lord right under their
So, aku pening
noses
sikit.
and re-establish the map for themselves. And at that point,
Legit tak
Troopers
alasan tu, guys?
weren't really sure how to adapt
Okay
to that.
tak?
So it really
Tell
is
ZZ
just
what,
becoming a
he's
thing
not
where
here, guys.
Coming to the internationals, quite a lot of culture
He's
shock
not
will
here.
happen
He
just
go
because
eat.
The way people play are very different.
Regions clash.
He's,
but that's the beauty of it.
like
MSC,
starving, you
a
know.
moment like this, you get to
How
see the
about
best
Team
of the
Strap
best go
and Team
toe
Vamos?
to toe. GCG,
What is
TRX.
Team
It
Scrap?
was a close game.
Vamos
and
is
True Rippers
actually
led
play
in terms
very
of
well.
kills, actually.
Yeah, they had a lead
the
for
last
a better
time
part
they
of the
played.
early game and into the mid game, but
I'm
I
very
think that
proud
was the
as
pivotal
a citizen
part,
from Malaysia.
Moment in the game where, you know, Lord was started up by Guangzhou Gaming. And
Confident
I thought
Shopee ke pun?
with the lead that they had, the Trooper
Confident tu kena
Troopers
ada,
was
guys.
like, okay, we're not just going to give this away.
Okay.
And I think they
Kau
expected
tengok
a
dua-dua
Lord game.
merah.
It's like,
Mana
you
aku tak
know,
bening?
but
Legit lah guys.
GG
Legit
was
lah
like,
kalau
no,
aku
we're just
bagi
gonna take
alasan
this
macam
from
tu.
you. And that was a big swing in
Sebab
favor
dua-dua
of what
Cina.
turned- started
Dua-dua
to turn the
merah.
tide in that game too.
And if I may, this
Semua
is
muka Cina
kind
pun
of
tak
a
pelik
wrong
alasannya.
bid, but not because of the players, but because of
Ya,
the
pakaian
hero.
merah.
Atlas basically does what Guinevere does, but much better. Part of it is because
Saja kalah balik kamu. Kalau kalah lagi sekali balik guys.
special migration from the Gwyn starts off at 14 seconds. That's such a long time to wait
Muka
for a
mana?
set.
Ada
That's
ni?
kind of why we see Gwyn more popular in the jungle or the EXP, just because you get your levels faster, so your cooldowns actually get.
Tak
to
adalah
the
nampak
point
sangat
where
aku
it's
support pun.
serviceable.
Okey
And then
lah
we
kot
saw
buka
once
sambil buka
Kimi
bot.
jumps onto someone, if they have to purify,
Ini saya
it
spark
really doesn't matter.
ini saya
compared to
spek
the
mata
Atlas
Moon.
coming in
Tak
from
legit
Guangzhou
Moon macam
Gaming.
pingai.
Even if they purify, it
Fuck
really
you
doesn't
bro,
matter.
fuck
There's
you.
multiple ways
Moon
for
ada
them
YT
to
tak?
win
Siapa
this
nak
fight.
tengok
So,
YT boleh pergi dekat
compared
link
to
kat bio
Guangzhou,
guys
Rippers didn't have,
Link di bio
I would
ataupun
say,
kau
a
message saja
reliable way to
Moon
start the
Ji.
fight compared to Guangzhou.
Okay,
I mean,
insyaAllah
Atlas
jumpa.
was picked twice. They let it through twice. And the issue was Valentina
Kau tahu tak,
came
semalam
up
kan,
with a
aku
response
naik
to that.
800.
But when you
800
look at
loh.
Valentina
800
responding to
subscriber
Atlas
loh
every
guys.
time, you're also saying that we're not going to take Eudora.
Yeah, no Eudora, part of the play there.
800
draft,
doon
but
naik.
I think also another part of that play that really worked out well, and we kind of wanted to see this because before that game, I think it was picked up once, was the Nolan. You know, the Nolan, the burst damage packed into that hero is insane. You already saw it, how well that Recall waited for his moments. I mean, that's the big part of Nolan in general, but also a lot of assassin picks right now. Like, you really have to wait for your moment, and Recall did that for the most part of that towards that mid to late game, where then he was just
Munji,
bursting
camp
people
TikTok
down with
kacau
that
dengan gift dok.
Nolan combo we've seen so much.
Maksudnya?
Well, it's a great showcase from GZG, and today's schedule should continue
Moon
to
English
give
kau
us some
padu.
great
Nak cakap
games
English aku padu
at
tidak
MSC.
lah guys.
We've got
Tapi nak
True
cakap
Rippers
teruk sangat
going
tidak.
down. Our first team to
Orang
exit
masih boleh
this
faham lah
tournament
apa yang
to
aku cakap.
Guangzhou Gaming.
Mostly. My
Like I
BF
said,
work
they
in
upped
Coral
their
Ladang.
prize pool to
Radang Island.
$65,000 as a
Do you
result
know
of
that
with
island?
another
Oh,
65
I'm sorry,
on
I
the
don't know.
line for our upper
But it's good to
bracket
know.
in
Like
Group
a
A.
lot
Our first match,
people
Team
from
Vamos
Myanmar
versus
come
Team
here
Spirit coming up next. These two teams,
to work, you
juggernauts
know.
in their own
Come
right,
to Malaysia to
representing
work.
ECA,
Yeah, I know about that.
obviously, I believe Malaysia, and that is a great showcase
And
of two teams who have been playing
I
well,
think-
who have nothing really to fear as well, Lafel, because
Yeah,
even if they
that's
lose, they still
all.
have another chance.
I want
And
to
here's the
say.
thing, I feel like
Rezeki
for
Moon
all of
pergi
us here,
Paris
this
dapat
is the
banyak
match
sub.
that's
Alhamdulillah
very
lah. Tak,
difficult
sebenarnya ramai
because Team Spirit,
people
we
from
expected
Myanmar.
them to
Sebab
be
aku ada
strong,
tolong
and they are.
seorang
For Vamos,
seorang
we
streamer from
weren't
Myanmar
expecting this kind of
yang
play,
macam
and
fake
then
lah lebih
suddenly
kurang.
they just showed up.
100,000
So,
orang
the factor here that's
kalau
making
tengok
it
dia
difficult
live
as well is
80k.
how strong Vamos
Dia ada
really is, 'cause
600
I feel like
subscriber.
going
Memang
up against
famous lah.
Team
Aku ada
Vamos
tolong dia,
Meta,
lepas tu dia
they
shout out
didn't
nama
really
aku.
show everything
Lepas
just
tu
yet. They
ramai
showed
orang daripada
strong,
Myanmar semua
but
follow
they
lah.
weren't pushed to their limits. So
Dia
it
follow
really
TikTok
is
aku,
gonna be quite
dia
difficult
subscribe
for
YT
Team Spirit
aku.
and Vamos.
I like that even it was hard to
Radang memang
call
tak tahu
when
lah
they,
Moon.
Malosh was asking,
Redang
you
tu
know,
rasanya. Oh,
exactly
redang
who would
Oh,
you
I
face?
think
Yeah,
it's called
because
redang.
It's really difficult to
Your
call that
boyfriend
because depending on who
work
wins
at
this and of
redang.
course
It's
who
not
loses and
radang.
goes down to
It's
the
redang.
lower
Yeah.
bracket. That's a
Punya
hard
sangat
game
bahaya.
to call because you
Adalah
also now in this
match
one
SRG
with
dekat
Vamos
semi
and
nanti.
Team
Ya,
Spirit,
tahu.
you've
Ya,
got
terima
two
kasih.
promising
Ya.
young talents, young junglers
Gambar nak bagi
looking
gift tu
to
dekat
battle
muka
it out.
kau.
This is people have
Gambar
been
nak bagi
asking for,
gift.
you know, obviously the meta has shifted now where assassins seem to be more of the move for a lot of teams, and these two junglers that we're going to see
how
here
about
in the
now,
next
guys?
matchup are
Is it
some of
better?
the best on
Apa
these
nama YT
assassin
streamer
type junglers.
Myanmar tu? Z. Z Caster. Kau boleh search kat YT, dia famous.
Young
Famous gila.
jugglers, the third youngest and the youngest here in this tournament at MSC.
Nanti
Exciting
and
matchup underway.
Vamos
If you think you know
masuk,
who's
aku
gonna
nak
win,
pergi
make
buat
sure you
vlog
get your
kejap
tickets
kat
in.
bawah.
That's right, scan the QR code,
Nanti
take
lepas
part,
Vamos
you will
main
be a part
nanti,
of this
aku pergi
broadcast. See if
sini
you
balik
can
lah
get your
guys
vote in right. For those who went 75% Guangzhou Gaming, you're already off to a great
Nak buat
start
vlog
today. So
sikit.
keep it up and make sure to get your
Nak
pick'ems
sodong
in. We'll
lambai-lambai
show 'em
sikit kat
once we
vlog.
get closer to the start of the match. We'll be right back in just a moment,
Post
but we want to
sikit kan.
remind you that Acecraft is a game, if you haven't played, there is a new way to play in We Fly Together. Some new co-op for those who want to get involved. Check it out.
Check it out guys. Check it out, check it out, check it out. Hero youngest ke kat MSC? Bukan. Paling youngest jungle player TS. 16 tahun. Dia yang paling youngest yang ada sekarang. Okay, aku rasa kita jap. Macam kuat sangat pula. Bulan ni okey sikit lah. Gila Moon, prepare. Tak ada. Cari. Tunggu lah diorang masuk. Diorang tengah nak set up dulu kan. Boleh tarik dalam event ni ke Moon? Boleh tarik? Boleh? Say what to Zay when he come back? Sure. I can. Later, okay? Later I say. But I said you guys teach me, okay? You guys teach me bad thing.
I'm inspired
Not me.
by it. They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their
Moon,
entire
nanti jangan
family.
lupa vlog Vamos. Aku nak rank ni. Boleh? Kau lihat dekat YouTube tak? Live? Link kat bio guys. Link kat bio. Lahir beza bulan je Aero. Bulan 4 TS. Aero 17 tahun dah lah. Ke 18 dah? Sana tak boleh request makanan ke Moon? Boleh? Aku dah suruh dia hantar dah. Suruh dia hantar makan. Siapa lawan hari ni? Vamos, Cagi lawan dengan TS. Lepas tu kita ada MP Falcon PH lawan dengan apa entah, tak ingat ah. Dua-dua lahir tahun 2009. Oh yeah. Ya tu kot. Kirim salam dekat Zakif Moon. Boleh? Dia ada chat aku dekat IG tadi, pagi tadi. Tapi dia tak balas lagi. Dia tanya aku stay mana, hotel mana. Mungkin nak ajak lepak kot.
And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Moon cantik green skin. Terima kasih. Penat-penat aku datang Paris, orang cakap green screen je, siau.
Okay,
siau.
man, right?
Penat-penat 13 jam doh.
Okay, this one look like Chinese.
Kyle TZ?
Oh, Plub TZ.
No.
Ogwen.
No. Carl TZ? No. Nasaji? Sanford? No.
Siapa ni guys?
Sansalap?
I think Hiko.
That's crazy.
But Hiko looks so different. Very cute.
Macam mana pengalaman flight kau, Moon? Pengalaman aku flight
Who's that, baby?
13 jam.
Well, Hiko is actually
Barai
the
lah,
answer.
sakit
Kid
belakang
Bum was
tu.
like, what? No way. I love the surprise there. I love that segment too. We got to see more kid picks there on the broadcast.
Do you
I
think
love seeing
SRG
it.
secure playoff?
Rewind in time. I think a lot of those babies, when their parents were looking at them
don't know, bro.
all cute. I have a 17-month-old
If
daughter
they're
myself.
still the same
They probably
like
didn't
previous
imagine them
game,
at MSC
maybe
years later, which is pretty exciting.
I would say that SRG
You're scared of it.
I don't trust them.
gonna go
Something
out.
about them.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I'm sorry, guys.
Every time I look at it, I'm like,
It
hold,
just
hold on. And
that's
I've seen
what
enough
I'm thinking.
to confirm my suspicions.
But of course, I want to be biased
I knew it.
He knew it.
because
Rain
SRG
Man
is
knew
the
it.
best
The Rain
on
Man.
my
Rain
in my
Come on,
man.
Hey,
By the way, let me just say,
in my
I think it could have gotten Hiko if he was wearing glasses.
in
Yeah.
my
That's the
in
big difference.
Malaysia.
You know, the baby wasn't wearing
So
glasses. See,
I hope
deceptive.
they can
It
fix
is, and you gotta
what the
watch out for
problem is
babies. That's
and
the
try
lesson here from
to
LaBelle as
play
well. I
very
know.
good.
I gotta watch out for my baby, otherwise I won't
Very
sleep.
the very
That's
best.
the thing I need to do.
The very best
So
gameplay.
I'm so
Okay?
excited to
Kau
introduce
tak
this
ikut kamu?
matchup because when you
Tak.
look at these two teams, I mean, these are
Betul ke Paris berbau?
juggernauts,
Bawa masa
and the
sekarang tak ada pula
juggernaut
aku bawa
matchup is
benda-benda pelik
really
guys.
between the youngsters
Bawa
here.
masa sekarang
17
tak ada pula
years
aku bawa
old in
benda-benda
Era
pelik.
404.
EWC
Eagle
sponsor
is
ke
on the
Moon?
side of
Lebih
Team
kurang.
Spirit.
Lebih kurang.
16 years old, the
Okay.
youngest player in this
Makanan,
entire
foto dah
tournament.
sampai.
Two
Kita tengok
future
sekejap guys apa
superstars.
benda yang hari
I don't
ni.
know, Naisu. Two current
Dah
superstars.
ada manggis ah.
Yeah, right now there's something
buah
about,
naga juga.
you know, that gets junglers get excited for the meta, and then the audience gets really
Brown
excited
rice.
to see what these junglers are capable of
Spice
doing.
split
Again, that's why, you know,
puree.
Rain Day, I know you probably didn't get to see it too
Chicken
much,
with
but we were
bell.
back in the day. We were in this utility meta,
Yeah.
and it was very slow paced,
Zucchini.
very tanky
Ada
based.
vegan,
But now you
vegan.
have all the flashy heroes coming up, and you get
Kenapa,
these young stars like this to go ahead and showcase that, and that's what people get excited to see. And it also works really well currently with that adaptability or that
Shellfish.
flexibility of what you can do in the draft with so many different styles of play when it comes to the draft.
Can I just say, I don't even remember what I
Busquets
was doing when I
style,
was 16.
chicken with bell,
I don't
pepper,
remember
tomatoes,
16. It
and
was that long ago.
tomatoes.
16 is literally
Nak tengok
like
jap.
I'm
Busquets.
literally double his age.
Wow.
You're double his age.
Double his
Beski,
age.
beski sebenarnya.
Has that brought you double the
sebutannya.
experience?
Style
Oh yeah.
chicken
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, no. Now I remember. I
with
think at 16
bell.
is where I got my first friend.
Wow.
bell,
Because at 15,
Why
The
is
first
this
of many
peppers
fell.
at 15,
and
How did it take so long, man?
because 15,
tomato.
then I learned how to talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had 14 years where I didn't
macam
know how
tak
to talk. Autism, you know?
menyerukan
That's quite
je.
Yeah,
delayed.
wow.
That's quite delayed.
There's a lot I'm learning here, and the storylines continue as we
split.
look at Team
Spice
Vamos' roster and start to dissect their journey. Arrow 404, the jungler, of course, but
puree.
Zipat, Klakoon, Zkeef, Natko all have their own individual stories to make up a team that many
Brown rice
consider to
with
be
herbs.
potential champions at MSC. Can they prove
Macam
them
tak
right?
layan ni.
Can they prove the doubters wrong? We'll find out because their journey, like many others here, really is wanting one to be ended with a championship.
Can Team Spirit
So
break
firstly,
Team Vamos?
Team Vamos started
I think Team
at
Spirit
season
have
14
the
in
chance
M1,
to beat
and
Vamos.
then we qualified to M6 when
Yeah.
I left. they never
But let's
qualify
see.
to international tournament anymore.
Let's see
I'm
first.
joined back to Team Vamos.
Korang dekat
middle
TikTok
of
semua yang pakai
season
phone tak
17,
kacau ke
and
dengan
we
game
made
tu?
it.
Ke korang ada
We go
tips
to
nak hilangkan?
MSC right now.
Apalah, aku tukar ajak lah kat sini. Kecuali in game. I want.
For season 17, Team Vamos is a last
Apa
minute, right? For me, I think going to EWC
Noodle
is
tu.
a miracle lah.
So when we qualify to MSC, I'm so happy and also proud lah for my team.
Noodle.
We expect that Team
in
Falcon Mena will be a strong
Japan.
team also because they make it to the main stage.
Apa
and
nama
we
dia?
just focus on our strength.
We will not underestimate them. We treat them like all other teams and
Udon.
we'll give our best.
Just
I want
keep
some
improving
udon.
in our practice. Yeah, bring a new meta.
SRG always get the podium right in top 3 in every tournament. Number 2 of Malaysian team need to step
Game
up
start pukul apa,
to become
babe?
like them.
Pukul
If we doesn't
12.30.
have SRG, then next year
6.30
is like nothing,
kat
right?
sana
Keep
6.30.
improving and keep climbing slowly. Just prove them that we can be a strong contender in this tournament.
Ada bagel lah.
In the grand final of MPLM Boys Season 17, we are losing to
Kawan,
SRG
udon,
4-0 and that
bagel,
time Aero 404 was crying. I
fresh
feel
fruits.
disappointed with myself because I think I can do much more better.
Aku perlukan lagi satu lah makanan nak apa
especially about money, right? So being
Paella,
able to
paella
be
tu
here
apa
at
paella?
WC, it's like dreams come true.
Paella.
The prize pool is so big. I think that is big enough to help my mom.
So just keep believing
Paella,
us and pray for us also. Love you.
The journey and the dream of helping your parents who,
Gluten
like when we
free,
saw Hiko as a baby,
go,
had no idea they would be in this position,
gno,
but that is
chetty.
the life that they are living right now. What a great opportunity here to
chetty.
move forward in the prize pool. $65,000 to the winner. But again, LaFell, they don't have to worry about going home. This is truly a
Gno,
matchup that's going to teach both these
chetty.
teams a lot as to how they need to succeed moving forward.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Vamos, honestly, like we won't have enough time to talk about all of their stories, but there is a lot. Supa, as we saw in the interview earlier, he was a star, but then you know he dropped his performance and he had to go play in the amateur league. He had to prove himself, and then once he did, he got back into the pro scene and now back in MSC. That's a crazy story. And then Zkif, like if you know how tough he had it before becoming a professional player, he has a lot of motivation to be here and hopefully to go all the way to the championship, and hopefully his whole family life turns around.
Again, I think as you saw there too, a lot of these players, you got to remember, even the audience out there, that a lot of these players here are not just for themselves, but like for their families. You know, that's one thing that is such a big deal. It's life-changing money. I know we have that with the EWC 2026, and for these players competing here, they all want to help family or, you know, their own selves excel in life, and that's kind of also what's at stake here when we talk about these matchups.
Well, I mean, they're going up against what some have referred to as gatekeepers in Team Spirit. This is a team that has the youngest player, Zaur Egoist, as a jungler in an assassin meta, or a meta that might just be still developing. We'll find out. Kid Bumba, you saw him earlier, Sunset Lover Sao, and Hiko, of course, making up this team that has high hopes. And, of course, championship impact is what they hope to bring to this first set of the day and continue moving on into our top 8. However, we had a chance to speak with Hiko about his expectations going into this matchup against Team Vamos, who no one is underestimating.
Pasta, salad.
Hey, Turner here, and now we are with Hiko from Team Spirit. Hiko, how are you feeling coming to this next matchup?
Yeah, I'm very confident right now.
Very confident right now. I mean, it shows in your gameplay. We saw yesterday that there was a Paquito and a Freya in the gold lane. Does this mean that the fighter gold laners are
Would you
back?
say Yoki Kasoy? It's mean ugly. Damn. Yoki Kasoy. You guys are very Yoki Kasoy.
Ah, okay, wait, but like, is that the reason? Like, why are fighters so strong in the gold lane now?
Because marksman cannot do anything versus like assassins like Link, Fanny, something like that, and Paquito and Freya can do something versus them, and you cannot kill easily these fighters in gold lane.
Okay, so they're a lot less vulnerable to the assassins in the meta right now.
Yeah.
But you personally, do you like playing the marksman or the fighters? Because I mean, last time around we saw you at MSC, you were so good on the marksman.
I'm just adapting. I don't care anymore about playing fighters or marksmen. So I'm just adapting. I'm playing for team, and I'm just doing
Dah
my
besar
work.
dah Iko kan Sen?
So can we expect
Muka
you
dia dah
to
berbeza
go
lah. Di
fighter
sini
again
makan
in
dengan
this next
salad pun
matchup?
jadi lama kalau aku
Maybe,
lah.
but maybe
Tak apa,
we will
aku
see
dah tahu
some
dah apa nak
marksmen.
makan.
I don't know. So we will
Okay.
see in match.
See in the match because you're head to head
Aku
against
rasa lah kan.
Natko.
Yeah.
And I
Aku
think
cakap lagi
Natko's
aku
also
buat vlog
pretty
daripada
good
belakang
on the
ni je
fighters
doh,
in
daripada
the
jauh.
gold lane. What do you think about Natko?
I think he good marksman, good fighter, gold lane player. So we'll see who better right now.
Okay, so we'll see in the game later. So you can't tell me now who's better.
Lantak lah
we'll
kau
see,
lah
we'll see.
from mana
We'll see,
pun.
we'll see,
Jangan
we'll
macam
see.
tu.
But I heard that you've met Natko in
Alah, diorang
scrims. I heard
support
that
aku,
you
apa
are
salahnya?
scrim partners with Vamos. Is that true?
Hello, I'm from Myanmar. Hello,
We
Bonipai.
streamed like 2 times maybe.
Aku rasa
Okay, one or
Khadijah
two
nak
times.
muntun
Does that
pula.
mean you have more information on Vamos? Does that give you an advantage maybe in this matchup?
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. But you did boot
Mata
camp
mana
in
mata
Malaysia.
cakap dengan dia kan.
Yeah.
How was that for you? What did you learn from there?
We learn a lot. We adapt to Asian meta, like Asian playstyle, and we have some good information, and we have great preparation for this EWC. So we're very confident in this tournament.
What do you think will be your main challenge against Vamos?
To play discipline.
To play discipline.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that that's a
To
problem
play
for your
discipline
team?
No, but team like Vamos, they like to fight, and in these fights you need to stay calm and maybe dodge some fights and just play your play style, not like enemy play style. Yeah.
This will be a very interesting match. And
Yeah.
coming into it, do you have a message to Vamos?
Good luck and have fun and enjoy the game.
Okay, thank you so much, Hiko. We'll see you later. And of course, back to you
Assalamualaikum.
guys.
Waalaikumsalam.
I don't know, man. Good luck, have fun, enjoy the game. Feels like that could be like start of a horror movie right there against Nico.
That's the start of.
Betul ke Paris tu kota cinta katanya.
Let me go.
Let me go.
Katanya.
Stop asking questions.
This interview has so much to say. I just want to play the game. But yeah,
He did give us some really good insight onto the gold. Why if we were seeing fighters more, it's their ability to deal with assassins.
Yeah, they need to survive because otherwise, if you do pick a traditional marksman, we've seen it before, you get picked on, right? They're gonna go right for that lane, try to take you out of the picture, and Hiko is one of those prominent players in the gold lane. When he was introduced to us on the international stage, it became Hiko Mania because he got he was the first one. Was this M6 where he got the Savage?
honestly, I feel like almost every international that he's in, he's got Savages. So,
Wow.
And honestly, when he played it earlier, he could have gotten the Savages, but was stolen by
Clear
Zara
perjalanan
Egoist, even though
Vamos.
there was,
Nice-nya.
like,
Tapi
white
susah-susah juga tu sebenarnya.
He's Zara.
Lawannya guys. Aku dah jumpa
Egoist,
solution mu. Boleh slide balik camp tu.
In the Onyx matchup against 57, how
Huh?
Doom was using the Claude, bro.
Thank you guys. Mana yang dah orin. Thank you so much. Mana belum orin kasih orin dulu guys. Kasih follow lu mana belum follow. Belum tengkuk kau yang dipatahkan oleh seorang munji daripada jauh.
He's got that pushback right on this.
Kalau Vamos cuba TS je yang bahaya, tolonglah menang. Actually siapa yang sebenarnya untuk dorang pergi ke next adalah dia kena menang lawan TS guys. Kalau kalah dorang kena menang. Kalau kalah dorang boleh terkeluar ya guys. Kalau kalah 2 kali. Dorang kena menang 2 kali ataupun kalah 2 kali. So sekarang ni Vamos perlu menang lagi 1 untuk ke next. Untuk qualify pergi ke next playoff. SRG perlu menang lagi 2 guys. Kalau kalah lagi 1 kemungkinan dia akan terkeluar terus guys. Mungkinan kita tak dapat nak tengok SRG pergi ke next lah. Bahaya tu. Sebab semi-final diorang susah guys, payah. Agak risau. Agak risau aku sebenarnya ni guys untuk game yang ni.
Who a lot of people put in the
Dua-dua
top 5,
game ni.
power rankings of Team Spirit there. They've been amazing.
Well, we call
Agak
them the
merisaukan.
gatekeepers for a reason. Such an incredible squad, but you cannot ever count out Error 404 and Team Vamos. They are on a mission to prove that they belong in the top conversation of teams here from Malaysia and at MSC. We'll find out in game 1 of this
Siapa
series.
main ni Mun? Yang ni Vamos lawan dengan TS.
Oh my, match 1. We already set
Aku nak
one team
ready
home by getting the
record
piece crushed. Milosh, what's up in match 2?
Honestly, this one now, at least we're going to take a break
Parah,
from
ini
keep
rambut
crushing.
aku.
We're going to let our crusher, Gertrude, whatever we want to call it at the end of the day, just to rest for a bit until game number 4. Because 2 and 3 are all about the upper bracket. Whoever wins the next 2 matches is able to advance in the upper bracket and secure a spot in the knockout stage. That would be huge for any team here at MSC 26.
I agree, and as we enter the second match of the day, we are battling for the first knockout stages tickets. To my Malaysians in the venue, it's time to Hala Vamos! Back in M6, their journey got cut short by Team Spirit. And as they meet their former foes once again, can Team Vamos settle the score across the boards and make Malaysians proud by getting that first ticket?
Oh, they're going to have a tough time because their opponents are Team Spirit! The Prodigies showed off his skills on day 1 of groups, clearing Ignite Gaming as planned for and even expected. Today, the opportunity to advance to knockouts arises. Can they seize the moment against a tough opponent?
And you know what, Milosh? I think that in the Land of Dawn, this will be a battle of the junglers. We have Error 404 and Zara Egoist, both the Prodigies.
I can't believe it. This is the head-to-head that we've been looking for, and you're only getting this here at the MSC 26 group stage. So please, gentlemen, Team Spirit, please go ahead. My friends at Team Vamos, place your keys. Captains, remember to shake hands. Let's keep it clean for this one because there's a lot on the line. I know there's a lot of respect, but still, there it is. Respect between both of our teams and our captains. Who can advance to the knockout stage? Our first one is up on the board. We'll send it back to our panel to get us ready.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milosh, as we take a look at Team Vamos and Team Spirit. 2 teams with a lot to prove and starting their journey here. Hopefully one moving on into the playoffs, one still having a chance, even if they lose. So maybe a little bit of lighter, maybe a little bit more learning as a feeling here going on, LaFell. It's just you still want to show up for your region, for your team, for your organization, and for yourself, those bigger stories we talked about. And of course, if you are joining us, I want to remind you that there is a new interactive effect, Happy Rhino Day, brand new in shop. Make sure to check it out. Get those interactive effects. Those look cool.
Rhino Day.
Rhino Day.
It's close.
Rhino Man, Rain Man?
Rhino Man,
Day,
Rain Man,
Day.
that can work.
It's something, it's close.
Although I do have to say, we talked a little bit about the jungle matchup, but when we're talking about Team Spirit, the laners, man, Hiko as well as Kid Bomba, has showed up every single international. Like, I gotta say, like most EXP laners as well as gold laners, they've been quite vocal by saying it's very difficult to go up against them. And even though Kid Bomba, in the interview, he's already said, is not thinking about winning the lane anymore. He's really thinking about how he gets out of the lane and actually help out his team. So that's something that we have to see, because so far for Vamos, the clear standout is Error 404.
Yeah.
Like, when we're looking at Team Spirit, if somehow Zara Egoist doesn't have a good time, we still got Hiko, we still got Kid Bomba. So that's something that we can say that, at least for Team Spirit, there's multiple win conditions.
We are talking about Vamos too, and multiple win conditions. Would you consider Natco a win condition as well, especially in a meta where he's got some EXP, right? He's been an EXP laner before, now in the gold lane, but having
korang ni beria lah. Aku kan cakap dengan korang, duk. Aku cakap dengan vlog aku lah, jauh.
For his pool.
Honestly, I hope so. I hope
Lele
so.
sudah.
Because they won the opener match. They went up against Falcon's Mena. And his Claude was okay in the gold lane, in the lane itself. But once you get into the team fights, he gets kicked by the Cho. He gets bursted by the jungler, right? So we saw that Nako didn't have that much of an impact. But like he said, it's so hard to survive as a marksman.
Mencuba lah guys. Aku pun tak tahulah. Aku vlog macam bangkit je.
And that's why also Hiko mentioned that, you know, when it gets to it, you got to say,
hello Moon, hello.
keep that discipline when
hello
it comes
people
to the team
from
fights because,
Myanmar.
you know, those
Your
gold laners
kindness
have been
has
through this
made
now for
me
seasons
a fan
on
of yours.
seasons
Thank you
and
so much,
tournaments on
guys,
tournaments.
everybody.
They dealt with that
Thank you
pressure,
for hit the
and,
like button,
fighting
guys.
just kinda
Thank you
helps alleviate
so
some of that
much
pressure, I feel like,
for
a lot of them, and
subscribe.
that's why they kind of opt for that. But you can already
Appreciate
see
it a
too,
lot, guys.
the Paquito is going to be banned out by Vamos
Me on the way,
here.
24,000
Now, for Coach Polestar and the rest of
subscribers.
Team Spirit here, we'll
Like
see what
your,
they're
like
deciding to
your
lean towards, because
Z.
now that's the case with the meta.
Z
Because
is very
before,
famous.
It was almost so standard that you'd be like, all right,
in
this first pick
Myanmar.
on blue side. Here comes right away the
Idol.
first swing on the red. But now it's like, what does the team want to play around? What is that personality or that composition that they're going to bring to the table?
marah
That's why
lah
when
saja
LaFell
je.
mentioned it earlier, there's just so many different
Baru
approaches
first
you
time
can
layan
take
lah
to
tu
the
live
draft
aku.
that it's not as easy to call off those
Dah buat
first
dah pun lah.
picks,
Sorry.
other than the
Ini
fact
poll
that,
tak
yes,
ni.
you might have an Atlas come through if it's open, a Eudora, the Ling obviously still contested, Herrera hasn't been banned out yet, so that could pop up here in game 1.
Well, the Esmeralda, the Paquito banned out.
Vamos.
Atlas, I think that's a smart ban as well as the Fanny. Atlas taken 2 games in a row by Guangzhou Gaming and 2 wins for them. I haven't seen some of our teams who have made it into this upper bracket give up Atlas as easily, but notably here, the
dah tengok daripada depan pun buat live juga Mun
possible for a Herrera and a Ling.
Kenapa tu?
The thing is, Team Spirit, I feel
Kenapa
like
tak boleh
the
ke?
question right now is
Aku nak memang kena tengok ke macam mana? Kan? Benda boleh je buat live sambil tengok.
Ling and Herrera both are open, and I feel like
Myanmar, ZZ and ZZ friend blank. They are famous. Mun kat situ yang stream kau seorang je ke? Ada streamer negara lain juga? Ada streamer negara lain juga? I see. ZZ and his friend blank. The one that always with him, the manager. You mean? First year vlogger memang bangkit mu. Lama-lama elok je mu. Okay. Memang macam sial tu guys. Aku rasa video aku macam budak bodoh tu. Aku rasa macam tak nak vlog tau. Aku tak pandai. Aku tahu lah macam mana aku nak.
Yeah, I think you need to go ahead and grab that just because again,
macam mana
you
aku
know
nak
that there's going to be a lot of chances for you
macam
to
mana
go ahead and
idea
utilize
dalam
your
kepala otak
internal
aku tahu
pursuit or
macam
just-
mana nak
again,
vlog.
Phobius is
Tapi untuk edit tu doh payah doh guys.
From the beginning of the game all the way towards the end.
Payah doh nak edit nanti.
And he's going to have to deal with the dashes, and this is one thing too. You know that potentially if you guys are planning to take the Ling, that Hirara is going to go on the other side. So then again, you're utilizing Phobius to like max capacity here.
And over here, I gotta say, Clockwood is gonna play a pivotal role because he picked up the Zushin, which is a good way to deal with the Phobius, but they gotta make sure that they have enough shred. For now, they don't really have that
Tak
shred
bayar
just
orang
yet,
edit ke?
especially because right now
Aku
for
nak
Vamos,
bayar.
it looks like they're
Tapi kalau aku bayar satu je lah benda guys. Apa ni?
go for
Hala
double
vamos guys.
Problem is they really
Hala
don't have a lot
vamos.
of range. They already
Aku
locked
nanti
the
mungkin
Zushin
aku
as
upah
well as
orang
Aurora.
kot
So,
tolong edit
kinda
kan.
like Aurora,
Tapi
they
kena
gotta
tunggu
win
sampai kat Malaysia lah. Aku
basically
kena
immediately so that it
download
doesn't really
everything
matter.
dulu
But I like
kan.
that
Lepas tu
they're opening
kena
up a
ni lah.
potentially
Kalau tak
something
sejam je
like
mu
a
orang tengok
carry,
juga. Boleh lah.
something like
Boleh
a
lah. Tapi
Moscow
tunggu
to
aku
be
sampai
able
Malaysia
to
dulu
deal
ya
with
guys.
this
Kat
kind of
sini mungkin
competition
aku tak
against Team
sempat kot.
Spirit,
Tak cukup
which
tangan lah
now
guys.
they have the Valentina.
Tak cukup tangan lah
A
nak
lot
buat
of
semua
picks for
benda
the Valentina,
seorang-seorang.
by the way, here in MSC, but
Nanti
not all of them
mungkin
really worked
dah
out that well.
sampai Malaysia.
it was tough for
Aku
Suna
transfer
and True
semua
Rippers last
file.
game. Valentina
Lepas tu aku
waiting
minta
for that
orang tolong editkan lah.
atmosphere
Aku
to
rasa
launch, but just
itu
could
the
not
best
really
lah.
pull it off. Didn't find the right moment to get in. Barat's
Itu the best lah.
which we've seen come into the meta as well. Nice.
Yeah, it's been
Kau tahu tak siapa the
interesting
best
to see
vlogger
Barat's,
yang aku selalu tengok guys?
growing in the XP
Aku
lane.
teringin
You
tu
know,
nak
it's
jadi
just-
macam dia.
We're so used to before
Sebenarnya
seeing
best
him in
vlog
the
ni.
jungle, and
Tapi
then
kau nak kena
it
ada
was
idea
actually
tau.
Kid Bomba that brought him first to the XP lane, and
The best vlogger bagi aku adalah Ryan Trahan.
They essentially are planning to go ahead and get
What
the upper
not?
hand on XP,
Ay,
which is so important
what
because like
not?
LaFell mentioned,
Hanat, yeah.
you know, Kid Bomba himself said
Ryan
he wants
Trahan,
to get to these fights,
consistent,
he wants to help secure these
best,
objectives.
seronok.
That seems to be the main
Siapa
point.
tahu,
Where
tahu
before,
lah guys
and depending on the heroes, sometimes your XP is I want to win
Edit
this
shot
lane
sendiri je mu,
and
lantak mulut
try to
orang.
snowball and make it
Shot
happen.
sendiri
This is
susah
usually
lah.
phase 2 with Yuzhong, for
Aku dalam
example.
kepala otak
Like
aku,
we
aku ada
saw
cara
where you
edit
get an
aku
early
tau.
kill, you get an early snowball in the XP lane,
Ah.
then you're even more deadly than you'd expect.
Bapak
on
dulu
a
live
hero
tengok
like
ML dekat
that. So there's
Paris.
the Moscow ban coming out from Vamos.
Right now I'm looking
Vlog
at
macam
Ruby,
play
because
BTRM
Ruby
tu
is a
Moon. Dia
potential
main
pick
goal
that
laner
Oxy
rasanya.
Spirit
Oh,
could take
macam
up
si
because
ni
having the Phobius as well as Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control, making
Aku
it
vlog
easier for the lane to
vlogger
go in
paling
and
aku
out.
minat
But
Ryan
Vamos
Trahan
are
guys.
already banning out the Moskov because looking at the trend here in Naisu, honestly there is a chance for both teams to have marksmen in this game.
Beleric still available as
Dia
well.
edit best gila kan Moon, best gila tu. Editing dia and cara dia borak, cara macam mana dia buat tu best lah. Guess tak ada ke Moon? Ada? Aku lupa nak buat.
This Ling is going to bring on the side of Zara Egoist.
For Vamos, I feel like they got to pick up an Alice. If they want to play double fighters, pick up an Alice to deal with the Phobius and basically everyone from Team Spirit. Because right now, they do have the Valentina.
Tapi
It's a
korang kena ni
mid-range
guys,
range.
tap-tap bantu
They should
tap-tap
have a
juga
lot of
doh.
They're most likely, I'm expecting Team Spirit to go ahead and take the Belric here. I can't see
Tap-tap lah
what
juga.
else they would want to
Like, share ke repost ke live ni. Kasih repost lah dulu guys live.
Belric's going to be banned out, so they don't
Jangan aku bagi korang coin lagi guys
That's good. So now, yeah, the
Bagi
least
ramai
question,
lagi
will
yang
you
boleh
pick up the
urin.
roam here? You still want to go ahead and wait for
Vamos
your gold
lawan
lane
dengan
Cody pick it
TS.
up now. that's something they can play around.
Something that Vamos has used before against Falcons meta was that Minotaur.
Kenapa aku berdebar sabar guys.
In case they want to go for a lot of bursts, then the Minotaur.
Tapi Ryan Trahan bukan vlogger pun. Tapi dia buat vlog. Dia vlog, dia lebih ke arah vlog sebenarnya.
Looking at the Freya, the Zushin as well
Dia
as the
pergi
Harara,
sini, dia pergi sana.
In a
Dia
prolonged fight we will win.
Macam
This
tu
is why it's such a big decision here right now for Team
Okay,
Spirit.
sekarang
They
ni
want to go ahead and show their cards.
Vamos dah pick Zuxin, Hirara dan juga Freya. 3 pick teratas ni sebenarnya masih sama-sama kuat guys. Minotaur, wow.
Really good call here, Lafel too. That
boleh kacau Freya guys Mino. Mino kacau team fight. Duduk rapat je. Melompat lah member.
Especially if you're a Ling and you're trying to, find that right.
Kalau vlogger Malaysia Fikri Zamri dok Moon best gak. Ya aku tak kenal pula dok. Fikri Zamri.
Hiko's going to end up playing in that gold lane, and so now these last
best
two
tu sebenarnya
picks
jadi
for
vlogger.
Team Vamos.
Kalau kau ada editor kan. Kau ada cameraman. Seronok dah sebenarnya. Aku ada idea lah macam mana aku nak, kalau aku jadi seorang vlogger, aku tahu lah macam mana karakter yang aku nak bawa. Sebab karakter aku dekat dalam live lain tau dengan berbanding dengan karakter aku dekat luar live.
Melissa as well as the high loss here.
Sangat
so this
beza.
is very interesting. They're just saying in case he goes to the late game, we'll be able to do well.
Where
And
did
the
our
Melissa
caster
really
go?
is just to
He
win
go
the,
to eat.
Win the lane.
Yeah.
However,
podcast
interesting
lama,
enough,
podcast
Nacro before this did
bosan.
not use
Dia tak ada
the,
adventure
Inspire,
tau.
use the flicker. I wonder if he will still
Lepas tu kau gaji lah
still
editor
start.
pun. Gaji editor
this
tu
do
yang
anything
problem
with-
tu guys.
I don't know. This is me asking. I guess we see the clock, so there's no longer any mystery to my question. But Melissa, in this kind of like bruiser heavy, approach where there's a lot of CC and stun, does she help to peel that a little bit?
Yeah, honestly, she does. The go away helps a lot when it comes to dealing
Suka
with
betul
picks like the
dia dengan
Phoebe.
Melissa.
Against the
Mungkin
Ling,
dia rasa
maybe
Melissa
not,
nak
'cause
boleh
I feel
counter
like the
Link kot.
Ling's range
Link tak boleh
still
buat apa
gets
dengan
into
Melissa guys.
and then
Nak buy
2 or
one
3
pun tak
hits,
boleh.
She's gonna die. But I feel like part of the
Okay.
reason they picked
This
this,
is
up
it.
is to deal with the phobias.
This is
because
it, guys,
the first picks, they don't have an answer for the phobias. The high
This
loss
is
as
the
well as Melissa
time.
does.
They do have the range
Untuk-
damage now as well. 2 undefeated teams so far in their first series.
Bocil mengamuk guys Kita akan tengok guys who's the best 16 years old yang berada dekat EWC ni. Sama ada jungler, player TS ataupun jungler player Vamos guys Let's go guys, let's go dok, semangat. Semangat, alah Vamos.
Here we're going to see our second
Alah Vamos.
play out. Luckily, no pressure. None of their keys are going to get.
Alah Vamos.
Looking for that qualification spot has put enough of a spotlight on both of our teams here today. It's going to be Vamos on the blue side facing up against Team Spirit. For anyone just tuning in, welcome.
Alah Vamos.
Hey, even though there's no pressure of being eliminated,
Alah Vamos. Let's go.
the first one to knock out,
Yeah.
that's massive for them as they get to watch everybody else with no
Patient,
pressure,
patient.
having all
Patient
the
guys
time in the world to make it to the knockout
Patient
stage.
nak support
Now,
dorang
let's
ni.
talk a little bit about this
Man,
matchup.
orang
The
support kat rumah aku
Melissa
datang
pickup
Paris
there
dorang
for
support dorang
Vamos,
guys.
and I'd say
Tak apa Moon,
really
edit
good move by
biasa-biasa
Spirit.
je dulu. Lepas tu
Just
kau
hold
boleh
it down for Hiko's pick all the way
push
to the end.
sampai level
Claude
editing
is
yang
a
kau
no
nak.
counter against this
Tak ada
Melissa.
masa
Another thing
doh
you guys need to
guys.
know, though, is the flicker choice
Tak ada
not
masa
inspired for the
doh.
Melissa. With the
Itu
new
yang
Melissa, you
problem
put the
mu
poison
tau.
together, you rack up those
Tapi
assists
aku teringin
and get
juga
the
sebenarnya
cooldown
nak
on
edit
flicker
sendiri.
very quickly up.
Sebab aku faham tau. Aku buat video macam ni aku nak editnya macam ni. Apalah, tengoklah nanti guys Kalau buruk tu kau faham lah siapa yang edit.
At this stage, and especially, with the pulley, hold up, an early flicker getting baited out, actually forced out from Sunset.
Lama kata TS menang tapi masih support Vamos. Mungkin kau jujur agak-agak siapa menang. Kau rasa TS gak tu guys. Tapi aku happy gila tu kalau Vamos proof aku wrong guys. Aku happy gila tu. Okay, nampak macam mid tengah menang ni. Mid tengah menang ni. Kalau poking ni guys. Poking dia, kelakon. Poking dia.
Probably not the greatest idea, but I like the fact that Sapat has opted to go for the weakness finder just to say, you
Dia
know
pakai
what,
emblem
as much
fighter
as I love
dengan
Warcraft,
full
I
your
wanna
satu
punish
together
the
tu si
Bomba and
Natko.
win as much as I possibly can, and they're looking for it now. Yep, rotation over Bomba.
Cantik sebelum turtle poking yang baik. Alamak, tapi sempat kena poking balik. Alamak, 3 orang kena. Okay, Link cuba backup. Kenapa dia paksa? Thank you so much. You're the best. You're the best.
And it's a double pickup as Sawo
Bukan.
with no flicker is fed right
Dia hantar makanan
onto
untuk
the
aku guys.
Hirara.
Ambil makanan
Anything
semua
more
dia
for
dok.
this, and it looks like no, nothing else. The glorious pathway being stolen away is top side. Nako doing a pretty good job in this lane, staying very, very healthy. But with everything that has happened, at least for Kid Bomba's side, hey, we delayed this, now we have to refight for it.
Dark Wave again, now the glorious pathway stolen by Sunset Lover. Retry coming out for error.
Sedap
Sour was still on the purple buff, and it's just a good escape as Zeke lays
sedap gila,
down the carpet to get them all.
Sabarlah. Kita tengok luar game Vamos guys. Takkan nak makan dok. Takkan nak makan dok guys. Kita tengok dulu game Vamos. Tengok dulu, kita tengok dulu. Sedap. Makan nila dulu, salad. Tipis-tipis. Apa tu pun? Itu dipanggil sebagai noodle apa dah Jepun tu? Udon. Udon tu nampak sangat wow. Pandai dia ambil makanan. Yang ni salad je lah. Salad. Aku tak makan tomato je lah, tapi yang lain semua aku makan.
Honestly, the one thing I'm really happy with the meta right now is the way that, you know, the jungle is intended to go vertically against each other in these moments. I mean, obviously, Ling is super quick, but
review
at the same
sikit.
time,
Review
some
nanti lah.
decisive decisions, and more importantly, you actually
Post-it kat
struggle
Sarawak
to
boleh.
fight for the tempo. You can get first movements in certain parts of the map, and you can tell with the side laners, they want to keep it as neutral as possible to punish the opponents, but those
Boleh
mid
turun,
lanes
dok.
are constantly moving around.
And that was the reason me and you, Gideon, during the draft, were talking about a choke
So,
instead of this Minotaur for
sambil
Sawo,
kita
something
tengok
that can
game,
guarantee the mid-prio to
kita
rotate
layan
around.
game Vamos
And right now,
guys. Salah
is in complete control.
Vamos.
Look at this. Error. Oh, double immobilization now with the stun of the Law and Order, and the pickup straight into Error again. Forces the glorious pathway defensively. Subpat as well with Prio down below. Zowers and after for the retribution. That he does. 18 seconds for the turtle. Vamos. Oh, Error also used Retry, so he'll have it quicker.
I think overall, it's all right. At the end of the day, it's no harm, no
Lapar pula,
foul.
makan
It's
lah.
still putting Aaron in a pretty decent position, and at the same time, his retribution is going to come back up just slightly earlier, 5 seconds worth of difference between the two. So let's see how TS is going to delay this, right?
Look at
They're
that
already
cut.
sending.
Oh God, Zeke so well played with Clock.
Cantik.
For the easiest turtle take for him as Bomba's not there to do anything. Sawo throwing back again. Phineas Fury the flicker backwards. Now look at the puppet. Oh, the Muddle's doing damage.
GX nampak macam kena pressure tu.
Goes for the Tempest of Blades. Still up, pops it in. Now goes for it. It's just to clear with the red.
GX nampak macam kena pressure tu guys.
That's good. You need to make sure that mid-tier 1 stays open. Nako, he shouldn't be punished here unless Kid Bomba is willing to flicker for it, but even so, without no get away from me, it's going to be a lot harder for Nako to keep himself alive. That battle spell, so valuable on all fronts. And yeah, as you mentioned, we were talking about initially getting the Cho just to kind of maybe force out Purifies and also have a quicker rotation overall. Every side needs a concussive blast user.
Sawo's got no flicker. They want to abuse that back. Pico caught on the glorious pathway. Immobilization coming down. The Purify's there, but immobilized. Perfectly. Zeke runs him down with the rest of the team. That's yet another pick off for Vamos.
This is great. This is great for Vamos, and better yet, you can just tell it's all not only is it about tempo, but just remembering how long does it take for the Minotaur to get the ult back up. So again, when you are on CD, your opposing team are looking
Gameplay
to
dia nampak macam betul-betul prepare tu guys. Vamos kali ni.
More value all across the board in comparison to TS, but it's only a 1.3k.
Tomato tak makan lah. Kita
Kita
try lah makan tomato lah, try lah. Mana tahu lidah aku dah berubah ke.
Instantly after that statement, they find the conversion.
Tak nak tak jadi lah.
Now it's going to give him so much more room to bully and deny farm from Zower Egoist.
Vamos kan, aku boleh cakap lah. Vamos je gameplay kan. Sebab masa sekarang lagi 4 berdaya sahaja lah.
It's about that mid control. Now the dive.
Bomb over the dark wave. Those Muddles doing
Preparation
a lot of damage. Throws it back straight on. Sawo has him in his fury. Won't go for it. Hiko doing some damage right now. Sapat's able to pick up the turret down below. And look at the Muddles. Poking Spirit down. All of them clumping together under this tier 1. Error is going to get another free turtle.
Luckily, it's flying cloud, so unfortunately, despite
Berapa bajet makan? Orang tengah tengok game Vamos ni kan, tanya berapa bajet makan. Tapi kali ni aku jawab lah. Aku tak keluar satu sim lagi guys.
Oh my god. Sawa with yet another knockup. Now
Mudi sedikan.
Sawa, but Clockun.
Alamak, Clockun.
A bit too aggressive.
Kenapa kat depan tu?
Did not want to use the Crimson Beacon nor the flicker.
Yep, got
Why?
punished for it hard, and now they lose tier 1 up top side as well. Just because they were so adamant on trying to break this mid-tier 1. Overall, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you can see
Aku nak tanya kan season depan bocil off.
out of this just
Nanti
yet. It's
season
a matter
19
of
agak-agak
time
performance
before they
dia
can
down
start
tak?
clumping up and fighting front
Tak
to
tahu
back,
lah.
which, to be fair, is in Vamos'
I'm not
favor,
sure lah.
assuming that Nako has that battle spell up, because he's going to get dove on pretty quickly by Zara Egoist, and that's going to cost some resources.
Sawa knows there's no flicker on Nako, but he has to disengage now. Bomba, no flicker. He's going to be caught all alone, immobilized. And isolated. Error 404 picks up his first 5 piercer stack. Wants a bit more, just a bit of poke onto Sunset Lover.
They've got 2 tier 1s, top and bot side.
Bocil ni rara lah.
Or at the very least, try and take away that purple buff, which has been a big contention for the early stages of the game. Luckily for Zara Egoist, he's more than willing to actually use his retribution to secure it every single time. And now he's got a level above Arrow 404.
It's so difficult for Hiko to walk up right now. In a 1v1, he should do well against the Melissa, but with Z keep on the high lows, it's almost never 1v1. Sunset caught on the bat spot. Halfway Vlad's error is caught. Now the PO. Error is able to escape as the Tempest of Blades comes in.
Cantik sah. Kacau, masuk dalam tower dok. Dia siapa dok? This is Vamos bro. This is Malaysia. Kasih tahu dok. Oi. Potong ah.
Of Sunset Lover that takes him down.
Potong ah. Era. Tiba-tiba mati pula kau ni.
Bit of an overextension so far, but it's not over because so far Nako has been playing one hell of a game. Even when the frontliners start to peel backwards, they don't necessarily escape the danger. And with the get away from me, that's a clear sign we can't go any further than this line.
Sour is still a level ahead. It's 3 turtles to Vamos with so much pressure from Vamos. Yet Sour finds himself in the lead right now. Purple buff not available for him. Retribution.
Zeki dapat.
Steals it away somehow. Bomba's gonna have to run away with no flicker. He
Kacau ke Bomba tu.
Goes in for a
Nice.
but Seakeep picks up the Lord and a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, that has
Gila doh, ini tak macam Vamos dekat grand final hari tu doh guys.
I mean, I can only imagine, like, especially if you're in Zara Egoist.
Gameplay diorang kan.
Oh my god.
Macam lebih compact tau.
I've tried my
Lebih
hardest
nampak
to try and save it.
clean.
I think he might have retreated too early. Let's see it right here.
Fight-nya, cara dia nak pick off, cara dia nak start team fight, planningnya.
I hate the fact that
nampak macam clean tau, clean.
We need a cleaner line here to know exactly when, or do the smart thing and crunch the numbers.
Kasih tahu dok, Vamos. Nah, memang kacau Zekim ni punya ulti dia lah. Aku lah. Aku lari kejap dok pergi terajang dia. Kalau aku jadi kick bomba, kalau aku jadi kick bomba. Aku pergi terajang dia kejap dok. Aku tak pun, aku pergi lagi, aku terajang dia.
Constantly being thrown underneath that inhibitor, and there's very little that Team Spirit can actually do in these moments. Luckily, at least, with the Lord crashing down on the Holy Shielding side, maybe they've got an opportunity.
Tengok cara dia nak masuk. Kick bomba terkeluar dok. Kick bomba mati. Let's go. Pressure. Pressure lagi. Pressure dapat tower. Minit 10 dapat tower.
So far, this Melissa pick has been doing wonders, even though it's not picking up the most amount of kills, being 0-4 on
tutup muka TS Moon. Nak tengok Vamos pula, okay. Sorry.
Than the actual sports.
Again, it's a muddles.
Sorry.
Onto the back, doing some damage. Just poke and poke. Spirit
Ay, teka-tepi pula gamenya. Itu kalau orang tengah tengok kat TV ni kan. Tengah tengok kat TV ni. Sambil berdiri kan. Dia nampak benda tu bergerak sekali kan dia bergerak ke tepi tau.
All right, I think we need a quick item look here. We see the hand cams, everybody, top tier mechanics here. Trying to make sure that they're keeping up fast, but we need to see what they currently have. 3 items already done here for this Melissa. Looking for
item slow.
Just to keep themselves alive against someone like
item enemy.
Hiko hasn't completed the Trinity himself.
Alhamdulillah.
Everybody else, I'm most worried about anybody who wants to go up forward. People like Kid Bomba, because the Ice Queen's wand is completed for Clockun, so running away is even harder.
The biggest problem I see right now is the fact that he just don't have enough damage, right? Like, this composition really relies on both Sour and Hiko
Sorry,
to be
dok.
ahead. Sour's doing a pretty good job at keeping things level despite the 3
tak
turtles
percaya
that
kat
Vamos
Vamos.
have taken, but Hiko on
Tapi
the other side.
after this game,
Because they've been trying to give
aku
all the
percaya
fun to
guys.
Sour, Hiko
Vamos
has
boleh pergi
suffered.
jauh.
He's only now finished up the Swift Trinity. And you can see
Lain
it's almost
macam
a
doh
one
gameplay
item
tournament
difference
dorang
here.
guys.
Natko gonna pick up the winner nature very soon.
Nampak dorang preparation dorang memang okey lah.
Given his life in weird times, he's still a full item up in comparison to Sunset Lover. I mean, yes, the Lightning Transit is always going to be good for that extra bit of damage, but there's so
Jangan
much
ambil lot,
sustain
guys.
on Subpot unless he gets it on
Balik je doh, kick bomba tak boleh doh kau buka oh. Kena. Dah kata, kacau dia sikit. Mati. Kasih tahu dah. Yakap dia orang doh. Mantap doh, kasih tahu guys.
And that's enough goal just with a kill on Bomba to get him a win
Nampak
of
garang
nature.
kau gameplay Vamos. Nampak macam garang gila lah.
With the fully stacked golden
Go.
Hold on. What do they have? They're just trying to muscle their way.
Buh! Wih, tak mati. Wah. Yakap. Sakit ah. Okey, Ling cuba masuk kacau Irara. Tak boleh Ling tu. Tak boleh. Kau nak belajar lagi tu. Kau budak 16 tahun. Oi, dia menang ah. Dia menang 1 lawan 1 dua kat atas. Boleh end ke? Jangan paksa guys. Okey, nice. Hati-hati, weh, backup. Backup aku. Backup aku tu.
Clockwood's right there. Bomba with the jump again. Now it's Hiko with the rest of the world. Natko kiting back here with the BMI.
Hala Vamos.
So close to the wipeout.
Hala Vamos.
Absolute destruction of the base there.
Hala Vamos.
Going to start backing up, but sheer
Padang.
I've got the
Sini.
Play this perfectly and peel backwards, and we can win the game.
There were so many fights.
Puas hati doh tengok. Puas hati doh tengok gameplay Vamos. Nice bro. Nice.
The team, the rest of the team capitalizing on the fact that Zaur,
Puas hati oh.
the only guy who actually had enough damage to threaten the Melissa, was kept away.
Puas hati oh guys.
I think I'm thinking back on what
Puas hati oh.
We gotta play discipline.
Nombor 1 fan Vamos ke Moon? Aku nombor 1 fan Vamos dengan SRG guys Aku datang Paris tu support dorang. Korang duduk kat rumah aje, korang bukan fan nombor 1. Duduk kat rumah aje dok. Palau kamu dong, palau aku guys. Dorang tak tengok pun aku dok. Dorang seorang kat sini. Ada apa-apa ke dorang chat aku?
For game number 2. These things cannot happen. Get our reactions there. That's the retry, and
it was the retry. It was Zeke stealing it away. It's one of those moments that you expect junglers to be always on the dot on when there is no retribution user on the opposite side. But there's a lot to talk about. But we're going to save those points for Rain Day and the boys up on the stage. Let's throw it over to the studio.
Wih, tapi gameplay diorang lain daripada yang lain lah guys. Aku tak pernah tengok gameplay Vamos macam ni guys.
We welcome you back to the panel.
Garang.
My name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by LaFell and Naisu. And guys, that was a game that gave us some fireworks for sure. Many people think in Team Spirit we're going to come out strong, but it was Vamos with that draft that really set things up. Melissa maybe rounding out a team that just
kalau tim Malaysia menang ni, aku akan tengok bukan pun banyak sikit guys.
It's this weird pick right now that gets brought up. But then when you see it in action, especially against
nanti
a
minta
team
itulah, minta
composition
inilah.
like this from Team Spirit, it works so well. There's a whole lot of choke
Pool
points
bangga
that
ni.
they try to go into.
Cakap dengan dia, adik dia main biasa je dok.
Go away, working synergistically together. There wasn't much
Adik dia
room
biasa
for
je,
Team Spirit
macam
actually
tak buat apa-apa
follow
sangat pun dok.
into a fight. And like the boys on the cast mentioned, there's just so much delay happening here with your main damage dealers on that composition that it slipped out of the hands quickly.
And I know the draft was a big talking point. It was in the green room for a moment. Vamos seemingly like they won that. They certainly won the game. LaFell, what were your thoughts taking a look at it a little bit more in depth before we head into game 2?
I mean, like, first of all, Vamos winning is
Lepas
already
kita makan
like,
tu,
quite the
kita
surprise,
makan
but
buah-buahan
it's
pula
about
guys.
how they won.
Nampak?
Because Vamos was known as a team that's like a hurricane, right? They just come in with a lot of chaos. And yet over here, there's a lot of control. And that's where we're going to be seeing in the draft here, where interestingly enough, we got to talk about this Melissa pick, because usually when we're looking at the gold lane, is usually position 1. But this is not a position 1 gold lane. It's almost like either 2 or 3 or 4, because this is the closest that we can get to a
Ipan power pun biasa je dia tadi.
that we can really see, because not
Yang luar
only
biasa
is
tadi
her
ni
job to protect, which
Yang
is
lain
already
semua
pretty weird,
Yang lain
but
semua
also
power lah
to
kecuali ni.
siege, because that's the
Kecuali
team
sempat
that
lah.
is
Cakap dengan Apple lah.
lacking from Vamos, which is they
Patut
don't
buat
have
dulu.
range,
Aku
right? So
silap
that
tadi.
Melissa helps out a lot,
Patut
where the
silap
rest
dia.
of them, they just want to be there to protect. And then when we look at Team Spirit, this is the
Selalunya
unfortunate
memang
thing,
aku makan
because the one that was
makan buah dulu.
heavily countered was both the Minotaur as well as the Phobius. And funny enough, they're countered by the same pick, which is the Zushin. And this is one of those picks that, like you, Reindeer, said, Zushin has been banned out quite a lot. The moment that she's not banned out, we see the value here, because the Minotaur is good at engaging, but he likes to engage when he wants to engage, not when he's forced in that
Makan udang
bad
tu
situation.
kembang lagi.
And now
Buah
we're
lu
going to be
guys.
looking at some of the clips. Oh, hold on, one more other thing is that he has low HP. He has low HP, making
Allah.
it so that if he gets caught, he's dying. That's why the Minotaur didn't look good in the early stages of the game. And this is where I really want to look at the pick here for Nako, using this Melissa, where we're going to be seeing an engage coming in.
Memang tak boleh
from
buat
Team
apa-apa tu
Spirit.
guys link
And
dengan
then look at
Melissa.
what happened here, right?
Huge.
As we look closer, we can see that the Melissa using the go away, making it so that whoever tries to get in close, she'll be able to push people away. In fact, let's actually zoom in
buat apa tu?
and see that for Team Vamos, once they see the ult going, everyone tries to go away. We even see Clockwood making his way towards the go away. We see the Arrow 404 run towards the go away.
Siapa paling function tadi?
Defense, right? This
Paling
makes it so
function
that for Team
Paling
Spirit,
function
they
semua
want to
kecuali
do
sempat.
something. They just can't. They were stopped short.
Munangah buka
And then
cerita
we're gonna
pasal
be looking at the second clip here.
Nah,
And
ni
this is,
pukul
I would say, an important thing to look at as well.
Tak, kau kenapa
Look at
kau?
the positioning
Ha?
of Team Vamos, but more
Tak, adik kau tak function
importantly,
bodoh.
Kid Bomba will always be the sole target.
Tak
As
function
we
tu pun.
see him hovering around, trying to find some
Adik kau
form
zoning.
of space, and yet Vamos just quickly engage. Look at ZK being the primary one. Even though
Aku
Kid
nobar
Bomba
dengan kau pun aku kutuk kat adik kau.
usually after flicker you'd be safe, but look at the relentless pursuit.
Oi, tapi lain
He was
macam lah bull
singled
gameplaynya.
out, and the reason why this is so annoying for teams.
Tak ada aku report, aku suruh diorang cakap.
Right? Once your wall is out of the picture, no one is there to protect you. When there's no protection,
Memang tu,
none of
bull
your
adik kau tak
damage leaders
function.
really can move forward. So right now, honestly, what Vamos did well is eliminate the Minotaur and eliminate the foes.
Huh?
When there's no protection, everyone's dying.
And it's one thing to have a good idea in a draft. It's one thing to execute
Kau
it.
tak maafkan
We
aku ah?
clearly saw those moments where they could take advantage of Kate Bomba and find a kill and then open up the rest of the game, finish off that Lord. It was a dominant performance
Okay.
for Vamos. It was a great draft. It was a great game. And one of the reasons why was
Aku
that
punya handphone
Melissa
pelik tu
went
kan.
on to Natco at the
Aku
end. We had a
speaker
chance to
kan.
actually catch
Dia
up
keluar
with
kat
the
atas
gold
saja,
leader
bawah tak
in the
keluar
last
tu.
match.
We're now here with Natko from Team Vamos.
Hello.
Natko,
Yeah.
how are you? Apa kabar?
I'm very excited lah
Very excited. Why are you so excited?
because after we win this match, we're going to play off. So
Okay, you're going to the knockout stages. What does it mean to you that you get to go to knockouts?
that's our
Aku nampak pitch macam tak basuh
what? Yeah?
Goal?
Yeah, that's our goal. for
Okay,
now.
so that's your goal right now. But on the way there,
Oh,
you're gonna have to go
menjerit.
through
Dorang
a
menjerit, guys,
very
dorang
strong
menjerit.
team, Team Spirit.
Yeah.
And I heard that you guys have scrimmed together a few times. Is that
a few
true?
times, yeah.
So is that something that you can, use in this next match?
It could be, yeah. So
Okay.
let's see.
Is there any insider info that we should know about Team Spirit?
They're very
Cuma
strong.
dia boleh letak dalam suar.
I don't know, maybe at team fight. Yeah, they're very strong at team fight.
Team fights. How do the scrims usually go? Do you usually win? Do you lose?
Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose.
Ah, okay. So 50-50.
50-50.
50-50. In this next match, how do you think the game's gonna go?
What
Review
next
kau dah
match?
lebih
Against Team
1K
Spirit.
Alhamdulillah.
I think we can.
Lama kau Zeze
Maybe
what?
win, but
Ah,
maybe
okay.
it's
Zeze
close,
what?
close win.
So that's gonna be an
Zizi.
exciting match, isn't it?
What?
Especially that you're
Zizi
going
what?
head-to-head in the gold lane against Hiko.
W80 they
What do you
say.
think about Hiko?
Hiko, I think he's a great player also because
2-0,
he
2-0
can use
of course.
fighters,
Mhm.
he can use marksmen, so it's gonna be a good fight lah.
I say
What do you
already, guys.
personally like? Do you like the assassins or do you like the fighters in the gold lane?
I prefer the gold lane fighter.
Fighters.
They don't
why
understand
fighters?
what.
Because fighters usually, I don't know, maybe the team fight will be very strong at fighters.
Okay, so the team fights are going to be strong with fighters. But we saw yesterday that you picked up a Melissa.
Melissa, yeah.
Why did you pick the Melissa?
No,
there?
yesterday. Today also, bro.
Yeah, we train with Melissa, and then I think Melissa also good against melee
Makan
heroes.
pitch, buah pitch.
Okay.
That's our strategy. Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why you picked up the Melissa. Is Melissa good against the assassins as well?
The assassins, yes.
Okay, so it's one of the choices that you have when you want to go marksman.
That's right.
Do we think that we'll see another Melissa?
Kicap Hangus, thank you for the train.
Let's see.
Yeah.
But compared
Thank
to
you
you
so
and
much,
Hiko,
Kicap
who do you
Hangus.
think is the better gold laner?
I think we both have the same gameplay. So I think 50-50 lah.
50-50. So it's all gonna come back down to this next match.
Mungkin dimurahkan rezeki,
So do you have a
memudahkan segala
message
urusan
maybe
selalu
for
Kicap
Team Spirit
Hangus.
or maybe even for Hiko?
For Hiko, I don't know, maybe let's give the best gameplay.
Lagi 2 train, aku stream buka baju.
Okay.
Laning maybe.
We're excited. We're excited for that laning. Thank you so much, Natko, for this
thank you.
interview. We're going back to you guys.
Tapi dalam mimpi lah.
Well, just polite trash talk. I mean, another thank you, good
Because
luck.
they're struggling now.
You're an
Okay,
amazing player. It's just, we love to see it.
Dalam
No
mimpi, dalam
BB
mimpi.
staying positive. Now, we get Vamos and Team Spirit in game one. It's the 13-41, guys. Vamos takes the win. That Melissa does come
Alah,
out
takut.
as
Memang,
expected.
memang aku takut.
Yeah, it's,
apa?
you know, not many players
Ah,
expect
nak cakap
Natko
apa?
to bring it out and make it
Memang.
work. And I like the way LaFell pointed it. He was like, you know, this is... There's the good shot, by the way, for the
Wow.
caster desk.
I need to see that move again.
They
I
were
need to see that in the
feeling
green
it.
room.
I mean, like, I gotta say, even though the
Hello,
Melissa
bro,
was kind of
hello.
like more of a support for that one, she still did over 100,000 damage in 13 minutes.
That's
mind you.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous to get 100k on Melissa, but in 30 minutes, that just showed in lane. He was able to do a lot, and every time CJ
Paghis,
Natko was
Paghis.
there dealing that damage,
Paghis.
I was surprised to look at that damage in 30 minutes.
How much of that was muddles is what I want to know.
I think all of them were muddles, man. I love all of them.
I love this hero. I've played against Melissa.
Jumpa
I've
Mbappe
played
tak?
as Melissa a
Tak,
little bit
tapi
last night.
jumpa,
Just so fun as
tak
she's
lama lagi
popped
aku
up in
akan
the meta.
jumpa ni kan.
Trying to do my research and
Karim Benzema.
getting some experience, and it's been fun to see that go away, have that impact. We'll see if it continues to do
Jangan
so.
moon.
Question.
Vamos
I mean,
semua
is
function
it
kecuali
crazy
sepat kamu, kecuali
to
sepat,
think that
betul.
people ban out a Melissa against this team?
Sorry lah, sebab dia ada
Oh,
darah
that's a good
daging
question,
seorang
because there's
Apple
just-
loh
it
guys.
seems
Susah
like
doh aku
there's,
nak terima.
There's really good bands that you'd rather take care of than a Melissa. I think you just need to look at it as what do we want to
Sebab
pick
aku pernah guys
to
kan.
play against
To
that
not get
Melissa.
trapped.
Kita orang
Yeah,
pernah
to not
scream
get
tau. Dia kan
trapped.
pernah coach Todaan.
Because they
Lepas tu
already
kita
saw
orang
Jushin
scream.
picked up earlier on in the first phase.
Lepas tu line up
I
aku
feel like
menang
one
lawan
thing
dengan
that Team Spirit has to look out
menang
for
lawan dengan
is
RRQ
not
tau.
fall
Aku
into
out
a
play
trap.
Skylar
They
tu.
already saw the Zushin,
Lepas tu menang
and
lawan
they
dengan
know the
Brand
heroes that they have
3-1.
can be countered by that one pick. So I feel like that was one of those ego checks to say like, yeah, we know you got this hero, but it has been nerfed quite a few times. We feel like we can play around it. Clearly not. So
Right.
I feel like for Kit Bomba being like one of the pillars for Team Spirit, don't let him pick up his hero first to potentially get countered.
Anak ni.
Especially a pick like Phobius.
Kenapa aku rasa macam tak
Phobius
ada
is
selera dia
like
tengok.
S tier, but the moment you have one or two counters, he
Ada bagel.
is
Lepas tu dalam bagel ni
Like
ada
B
ayam.
tier, maybe B. He drops down.
probably
Ada
garbage,
avocado
you know?
semua.
Like, there's nothing
Garbage.
there's nothing that he could. I had that experience multiple times. I'm like, you know what? First pick, I'm picking up Phobius. I have 3 counters. You know what? Have fun 4v5, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Well, that's important. I mean, it was really like this great setup where they had the Zushin finally let through. They allowed it to go. They
That's
banned
not-
the Fanny. They banned the Atlas. And then they were kind of teasing that, well, when we pick up the Freya, you're probably going to
Not
go Phobius because he's still
noodle.
open. But then with the Melissa as the final pick, it sets them up. And this is a good response, I think, if you're looking at Spirit, but also as Vamos, because they take the Freya
Boo,
away,
yang ni paling
which they
layan lah.
played.
Yang ni aku nak
As
buat
well
video
as the
guys.
Paquitos.
And
Looks
the
like
Paquito.
Coach Valdo is here. Is just saying like, as long as we don't go give them crazy fighters, they're still human. We can fight them. If they get a Paquito,
Kan
they
aku
get a
nak
Freya, then
betulkan
that's going to
kamera
be
ni doh.
an absolute nightmare going up against Team Spirit. Oh, look at this, Hiko. Both Team Spirit and Aurora bootcamp in Malaysia, and because he drafted fighter gold lane so far, I do have to say, when it comes to boot camping in Malaysia, it's not really going up against Malaysia teams. It's more about the accessibility.
So ini makanan
there's
kita,
a lot of
main course
good
kita.
places where you can have the
So ni
majority
main course
access
kita, guys.
for the Southeast Asia region, making it quite easy to find scrims. Easy to get food, transportation, and all those kind of things.
I think Kid Bomba's mentioned that in an interview where they asked them, "Where's your favorite place to boot camp?" And he mentioned it was Malaysia.
First, a lot of people speak
So
English.
ini adalah main course kita pada hari ini.
Yeah.
Guys,
Always got to look at the food.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to be there for a while, you got to think, guys, what are we eating after and before these scrims? Maybe even during these scrims. I don't know. A little snack here and there. Kind of hard to do in a mobile game. Kid Bumba picking up the Atlas. Obviously, this Atlas going roam, but the fact that Atlas is available, it seems
Bila
like
keluar
it's a
vlog
setup
lepas
that
aku balik
they
Malaysia
wanted to
guys.
have
Kau
in
nak
terms
tengok
of an upper hand that was not in the pool last time. Harar and
Dia
Valentina
sup guys. So aku
as
boleh
a
tunjuk korang kat
response.
sini je dok.
I'm really feeling like this
Yeah.
Eudora ban is helping out Aero 404
It's gonna be
quite
good.
a bit because that's kind of what
It's
he
gonna
wants.
be
And now
good.
Team Spirit,
You
they're
know, that's in
taking
Poirier.
some notes.
It's
and
gonna
they're-
be
oh my
bad.
God,
This draft is going
And
For you,
now
my nigga.
Bellery gets picked up, and comparing the Bellery
Bahaya
to
tu.
the Minotaur, even if Bellery
Kat
gets
sini
picked
dah ada
up,
orang gelap.
he ramps up very fast in terms
It's
of
gonna
getting
be
his
good.
HP. So going up against Zushin, he doesn't mind that much getting picked
Bismillah.
up. I do have to say, I also would not mind getting picked up by Zushin.
I also would not mind that. I know a few people who wouldn't mind that, you know. But it does make sense because if you actually do get picked up and thrown, then you just Wrath the Dryad, and your team actually has a moment to actually follow
guys.
up through it, you know.
Memang sengaja buat bunyi.
Free flicker.
So the Harar Ling, we'll see that matchup. Zushin changes sides, and the Atlas available. We'll see the Harith ban.
Right now, honestly, like the thing that we're seeing from both teams is there's a lot of crowd control here because
Oh, there's the Melissa fan you asked about earlier.
I mean,
hey,
man.
against Vamos specifically,
Call me the MLBB expert up here, okay?
But let's look at
Just
this,
kidding.
right? Basically, two heroes from Spirit has a lot of crowd control
Okay.
between the Atlas as well as the
Kita tengok
Zushin.
draft dia,
Same
guys,
as Vamos with the Valentina as well as the Belleric. Valentina sure has to get that Terrify off first for that to really happen, but Valentina can steal away the Fatal Link. So I feel like for the first three picks, it is quite even in the sense of how much crowd control both teams have right now. So this is going to be quite the question because neither have shown any fighters or
Yes,
marksmen. They're still opening up the draft big enough to really consider, do we want to go fighters? Do we want to go marksmen? Right now is the battle between Cold Star and Valdo to see like who's
Guys,
going to show their
aku dah
hand
buat
first.
guess
And
game.
that's going to be an
Boleh
important
guess
red
dulu
board pick
guys.
to not
Sementara
immediately
menunggu
show
game
which
punya
direction
start.
they're going.
Yeah, we did see it was Team Spirit in the last one where they waited for that Hiko pick towards the end, and that seems to be the nature right now of where
Mana
we're
Mul?
going with the meta now after a few days, where you kind of wait on to that
Paghis!
golden pick if it's going to be a
Sebab
marksman
kau
or if
wow.
it's going to be a
Orang
fighter.
tak habis
as
tanya
that
aku, Paris tu
changes
hancing ke,
things, I would
Paris tu
say,
hancing ke sebab
especially,
kau
but,
tahu.
you know, already
Patah.
waiting for the last ban here from Team Spirit. Are they going to go and hone in on that gold
Telefon
lane?
apa?
maybe
Tak
the
tahu. Dok orang
Moskov,
pakai
just
telefon
because
apa, aku tak
then-
tanya ke guys.
Oh no, they go the Barretts. Wow, they're going to go for the XP choice.
Macam orang Malaysia.
Yeah, high priority for Team Spirit. That's the
Betul,
second
Malaysia
time
kan?
they've banned Barretts, and Kid Bumba's been known to be a fan of it, and so that's gone and taken away. Ruby also has been gone and taken away. We talk about playing into this meta. Sometimes Ruby can be that final pick that changes
Master,
the way you
dulunya.
attempt to fight into her. And the Moskov being let through this time goes the way of Vamos.
Dulunya dia macam dia duduk dalam
Most
kicap
likely
lama
on
tau guys.
Echo,
Masin tu.
right? In that goal.
I like this pick because again it already counters the Ling.
Mun. Hancing tak pagi. Buat masa sekarang aku tak ada bawa hancing
where
lagi.
he can see the EXP matchup before really going for anything. They pick up the claw, so this is going to be a
Apa makanan tu, Mun?
marksman matchup. The
Udon.
Esmeralda is still open. We'll see whether that is where Team Spirit is going with. And they pick
Tengah
up
malam
the
ke siang, kat
so
sini baru
Vamos,
1
they have
petang.
a choice. They can pick up a CC for more damage. They can pick up an
Beza
Esmeralda
6 jam,
just to
guys,
have another front line for the team, which I feel like that might be where
Paris
they're
lambat 6 jam.
Yeah, I'm thinking Esmeralda for this. Just you want to go ahead, which also just basically makes that XP lane.
Macam korang dah pukul
you know,
7 kan?
a no
Tu 14
contest
kan?
lane. They just do
Aku
their
baru
thing and
pukul
then they
1.
It's just a toxic relationship. They
Yeah.
just keep on hating each other but not do anything about it.
We used to call it the eternal battle.
The eternal battle, never ending.
Makan mi Hailam.
Either or.
You're supposed to get out of those.
Kau kena keluar daripada
If you
Malaysia.
really think about it, both of them are kind of the same.
So they're going to rotate lane pretty quickly, right, to get out of
Yeah.
that toxic relationship?
A celestial being against an exotic dancer.
Sekejap, Melissa kena ban ni.
Not really the pair you thought we'd have.
Don't have a lot of
kena ban ni,
experience
guys.
with that matchup, to be fair.
I mean, like
Coming
in
into
MLBB,
this.
we have Patrick, so
That's true.
so you know, logic doesn't really help.
There's the Esmeralda as the final pick here. Couple of bans let through. The Moskov is the Bellatric, as well as the Atlas and the Uranus. All of those characters banned. The Valentina as well picked up. Harar and Ling, as we've seen. Nobar Ewc and Arrow 404 ready to go back at it. The question with the Minotaur from Team Spirit was, did they have enough peel? Could they continue these fights? They certainly had to engage, but it wasn't a match. With the Atlas now, alongside the Uranus, they certainly will have answered that question, but can they respond in
Sebab
kind
diorang
with
rasa tak ada hitam, diorang main tu susah. Diorang lawan Melissa pakai link.
and this squad to see if they can
Dia tak boleh nak kutip pedang, guys.
Team Spirit, what a start for this upper bracket matchup that would be. And for that, we need to send it back over to our casters. Mirko, Gideon, how are we feeling about this one?
I'm glad you asked. We're feeling pretty okay about it. I mean, both sides have very similar ideas. However, there's going to be some slight nuances as we start heading on to game number 2. Keep in mind, for those who are just tuning in, Vamos is currently 1-0 at match point. It's up to Team Spirit to turn things around. But let's talk about the lanes per matchup, right? The mid lane obviously is going to be a little bit difficult here overall for Clockhood, but at least he's got Zekeef on his side, but without any concussive blast. So really, it's going to boil down to how well can we trade.
Look at that. Perfect match already. A throwback with Lancer Flare. Great time from Zekeef, and it will be the win for Vamos. At least in the early trade. Gold lane, it should be Natco with an advantage. With the Spirit of Misery.
Boleh tak minta tolong bagi tahu page champion M1? Wah.
Yeah, we don't talk about it.
Kau fikir aku dah kuasa ke?
Well, I think that the only thing that we need to highlight is the fact that Sepat
Kalau kau rasa serabut, kau tengok sini lah. Teman aku meh.
Nobar Ewc is starting on the bottom side of the
Saya
map.
tengok kat champion M1 tu kalau sabut dengan bot. Aku mana boleh buat apa-apa gila. Oh, kamera.
Yeah, Bomba's not going to have a fun time. Blocker with a splash as well. Oh my goodness!
The
celestial being just got bonked by the exotic dancer's friends.
Yeah, and this is a pretty interesting gank opportunity. So, clearing the bottom side for the side of Arrow 4-4 opts to skip his
Menang besar ni guys SP. Diorang dia tadi target SP tau dulu.
with Clockhood to enable themselves to get this first gank.
Let's see if we can go 1-for-1 with the trade. Natco trying to buy some time.
Oh, wow.
With the Purify.
Mana Acil ajak kawan.
And Spirit are able to capitalize.
Tak Acil bawa kawan guys.
Off of a kill with the entire turret.
Baruan lah tu, tengok.
That's good. That's really what
Siapa
you want to
lelaki
see,
sebenar?
especially for these economically hungry style of heroes. Now, as we see TS start making their way over into the mid lane, the first contestation of this turtle is up for grabs for anyone. I think that Vamos should still have the advantage. Zara, unfortunately, still doesn't have his retribution for another 4 more seconds. They might attempt to re-get bot side, knowing that
Tapi
Natco
tak apa.
doesn't have his
Turtle free.
Even a fatal links committed there by
Tak berlawan bye.
Purify of
Tak berlawan objektifnya. So league game ni memang Vamos menang teruk ah.
Vamos trying to shoo Hirara away from topside jungle, but it comes down to just Team Spirit again. Yeah, laying around that bot side. Sour with a walk up. Perfect match down to Sour. Popping a bit of damage. Sour's to be careful here. Error did not go for the mobilization.
Tu kalau Esme ulti terus tu mati tu sebenarnya. Tu aku cakap, Sepat ni tak power tau. Dia datang lepas tu second skill, ulti lah sial. Cakap dengan Ebol, cakap dengan Ebol.
Taking the golem and that should just be it.
It's definitely a
Kalau dia ulti tadi kan, paling-paling atas tu Lika lah. Sebab dia melekat kan.
Immediately on the opposite side, trying to take away this purple buff.
No retry. They force Sour to retry on the orange buff. Error had a free purple buff to take. Oh my god.
It's great, right? And now they set up for the another attack on that top side once again. Luckily, Kid Bomba is able to at least get the EXP crap at this point. But just look at the way that everybody's starting to play this Eco.
Kenapa mati dah tak relevan?
Put some great damage, structural damage
dia bukan tak
even
relevan.
on tier 1.
Matis okey guys, cuma dia lagi better. Faham tak? Daripada XP, duduk kat SP, duduk kat jungle. Ada yang lagi better.
You know, a little tick in the jungle. Burn. Unfortunate for Bomba, unable to last hit it, so Error just 2 levels ahead this time. A completely, well, now it's 6, but 1 level. He's about to get 2 levels,
sedap ni kan,
so
aku pula sibuk makan pula.
different, yeah, completely different story to Game & 1, where again, Zara was still able to keep the lead from going too far from at least that jungle matchup.
Okay, kita kedua. Let's go. Aha. Kacau dia. Nazuan ni dia. Bagi dia panik, bagi dia ulti.
Trying to tilt the scales into Natco's favor, give him a little bit of support as topside is kind of done for at this point. But even Kid Bomba is getting involved and really showing, opening up this map.
Okay, Bomba cuba bagi vision guys kat bahagian dalam. Target terus. Baik dah. Nice. Malam league dia nampak garang tau guys. Tapi hari ni nampak macam biasa-biasa je Nampak sangat TS semalam lawan yang easy tu.
Zumba might be in some trouble. He just ran out of mana, but luckily he does get his item down. Error, do you really still want to be here?
Nico's going to be able to steal that one away. Sawa with the perfect
match. Korang boleh fokus tak guys tengok game Vamos ni? Boleh fokus tak? Time ni lah nak tanya cost pergi Paris berapa, tak kontak medal ke apa ke. Tengok game tu. Ay.
It's really interesting to see because again, a lot of commitment.
Ni kalau Vamos menang ni dia terus qualify untuk pergi ke playoff tau. Hanya 8 tim yang akan pergi ke playoff guys. Mentang-mentang bukan SRG yang main terus tak nak fokus tau. Fokus tu.
Now has to be the only way to kind of keep Natco up financially against Hiko.
Now they go back to the same plan. Give Zaur one of the side lanes, and Hiko's gonna have to share with the rest of the team. Zaur.
Jambaran Moon.
Love to see the items right now to see if
tak, korang macam tak line in tau dengan benda yang tengah happening tau. Okay. Klokun masih lagi cuba. Okay. Nako datang. Alah Vamos.
Punishing spirit. A surprising amount of damage. Zipper, pull up the items. We gotta know where are they currently at in their power spikes. Subfire doesn't have to worry about Zara until he's got about 2 items down. Until we
baik saya nak aku punya ni sampai.
Let's check out that replay just one more time because Ziki
menang besar ni guys Vamos. Sebab diorang include MM dalam team fight tu. Dapat kill. Dapat assist.
The SOD connecting to give that extra bit of damage that they needed. Luckily, piercing through multiple targets.
No, Ki Bomba pun stres guys Ki Bomba pun stres dengan situasi tadi.
Oh, dude, they spent everything on Clock.
Hero 404 is insane. He's really amazing, guys. Yes. Still bocil, still a kid, you know. 16 years old. Masih lagi selamat Klokun. Baik, siap. Triple kill Maniac. Hero. Bocil. Oh, gila lah siau. Si bocil dok. Baik dok Jil. Baik dok. Korang dua dengar cakap aku Korang dua dengar lah.
Luckily this time round, all right, you can have this one purple buff, but let's watch that one more.
Lama-lama tadi hilang dah suara aku.
Again with a perfectly timed wrath of the Dryad. It looked so good for Sawo, but Ziki just
happy lah dorang. Tapi kalau aku pun happy sial menang kau macam ni. Lawan bukan biasa tu. Wah, kena. Nampak? Natco. Oh! Baik siap playnya.
And now it's Clock with the fatal links. Can he use it? Does he even need to? Boom!
Angkat je dok Klokun, kasih tahu. Jangan kasih muka punya cakap engkau.
I nearly missed the SOD transference. Holy cow!
Woo!
They truly are
fired
up, and I thought maybe it wouldn't apply here at an international.
Hampir meninggal siapa member.
Have been seen in our local league. Vamos, once they feel that
aku dah pernah hadap lah, dia punya irara guys, memang menyirap. I told you he's in the next level. What an outplay. Yes. Legendary for the
just winning this game.
For the guy, man. For the guy, you know.
Team spirit.
Team spirit nampak macam petak apalah ya guys. Macam tak boleh buat apa. Itu logat mana guys. Kita tak boleh buat
Kunas
apa,
have experience
guys.
from MSC 2024, but everybody else, oh my lord, I support this there, but dang.
Even so, I mean, those showings weren't as good as this one, right? They feel more polished, and that's, you know, for me, hard
Paw,
to say
guys.
for a Malaysian
Lah
team of
Johor
this
pasal
caliber,
Paw,
some of them,
pasal
you know,
Paw
growing
yang
out
dia orang
the
TS
local
main
leagues.
macam
Now
bot
seeing the next
ni.
generation so eager, so
Ah.
hungry to take the win so
Pasal
early on.
Paw mereka macam tak boleh buat apa ni.
Couple of boxes. Has to be this Lord.
Man.
That Lord to start cracking on through. There's the tier 2 down bot side. Ideally, they would like to get rid of it, but
Nampak
you know
ada aku.
what? It's going to take
Dekat
at least
logat
2
lain.
Lords to cracking through. The
Macam
best
sedap
part
pun telinga-dengar kan.
Spirit. They don't have great wave,
Aku
wave
suka
clear.
tu.
They can delay those waves, but they can't clear it
Tololot
efficiently.
lo.
I don't know what to say, Gideon. This game looks completely cooked for Team Spirit.
Nak tengok
Looks
play
like
Vamos.
Vamos is gonna steamroll out of control. Look at that level lead. Again, 3 levels on error. We got a 2-level lead on Sultan.
Ni aku kenalkan aku kenalkan. Ni nak ko tengah main. Okey, dapat nampak? Team lain tak dapat macam aku dapat ni hari ni guys Team lain tak boleh dapat macam ni. Kan? Team lain tak ada macam ni guys. Aku je boleh tengok player, muka player time diorang tengah main guys. Ya. Ya. Kamera gigi kiri, okey. Kamera gigi kiri
No chance to walk up. The holy shield already baited out. Vamos gonna play the clean game. They're gonna freeze up. Maybe. Oh, not go.
Nak go. Sabarlah nak go.
Here's another freebie.
Macam tu je sepat. Kau tengok sepat. Tiba-tiba dia pun nak join mati kak. Kau cakap dengan abang dia guys. Kau cakap dengan abang dia sekarang. Suruh adik kau main betul-betul boleh tak?
Hey, that's our time. It's
Ah.
a classic. It's a classic. They gotta at least get one of it in the game at some point. You know, they didn't do it in the previous one. This time around, they're like, okay, we put our stamp, our seal of approval, and now.
Betul-betul lah nak go.
However,
Kau ni nak main tak nak main. Kau nak kena tukar.
I don't know how they're gonna close the distance here, especially we don't see a steal from Zara Eagle. Oh god. Oh, whoa. Let's come. Oh my god.
Air just gonna go.
Oh, gila lah.
The SOD lands as well. Someone's gonna try to escape right now, but he gets two-time for the two-time. And the
baik siap Klogun.
Air 4-4. He is just rocking it right now. He is such a devastating force. 9-0-2. Zkeep has also been just the absolute
tak keluar tu member duduk dalam kandang tu guys.
the springboard off of, and I can only imagine the frustration from Team Spirit with not a lot of options left, and even for Hiko, he's level 13, but now with the conceal coming out from the side of Vamos, let's see how they try to close this game out. Bottom lane,
Sorry. Kau boleh tengok dua-dua guys. Nanti kalau ada apa ke apa ke nanti aku gerakkan
Okay. They only lose Zeke. So far, Vamos have only lost players with no bounty, right? So there you go. If error dies, then we have a problem.
Jangan mati dua hero. Ni kalau hero mati ni guys kan. 1,200 dia dapat. Nice one. Minion pun dekat kita punya team guys Sepat, kau tengok si Sepat. Kau tengok si Sepat ni. Bahayalah kau ni Sepat. Cakap dengan abang tu, cakap dengan abang dia guys, mainlah betul-betul. Dia dah sampai kat international ni, takkan nak nampak macam tak boleh main lagi tu.
If you're in Spirit shoes, where do you go to? Obviously, you got to deal with that bottom wave every single time, and only Zara has like a decent amount of damage other than
Cakap dengan guys.
Whoa. Going to damage again. Oh, wait, error!
In the midst of it all, gets shut down by
dah start
Spirit.
blunder dah.
Sour finds it. That's a rapid drive.
Mama dah start blunder dah guys.
Main member. Now it's up to Natco to try to carry this fight. Hiko getting caught in Spirit misery now as TS just pull it back, and that's what we were talking about. I can't believe it just happened.
Tak, ni kalau game ni kalah aku call Apple guys
Obviously the economic lead is still there, but this is good enough. The retribution are of same value. 10 more seconds until he has it.
Sour's on it. Last time Zkeep was able to steal it away.
Jam tu je do, comeback.
Sour just waiting this time around. Retry is good. Team Spirit. Oh, Sour wants more. Baits out the Crimson Beacon. And it's back to Spirit building it up again.
Oh man, Vamos. unfortunately may have overheated on that moment, that one moment that they needed to take this Lord and
Elok
really
menang
just play with
tadi,
that bottom
kenapa
wave
macam
hard
ni tak
shoving.
tiba-tiba
Guardian
tu?
Hell being purchased by Sawo.
Pun punya adik lah ni, memang tu dia.
Way too often and can't afford to keep recalling 13 minutes into this game. It just takes too long and costs too many resources. At the same time, let's pull up the item list.
Diorang kena selalu expect yang enemy masih boleh comeback tau guys. Tak kisahlah dah dapat maniac ke apa tau. Passive terus on tau. Gua ni. Okay. By one. 16 tahun lawan 16 tahun guys. Hei, penakut. Penakut. Penakut Syah. Padahal sama-sama 16 tahun lawan lah. Keras bye. Keras bye member.
Sees error, forcing him back. Sour back up top as error is visible on the map.
This is a ridiculous amount of
17 lamun.
respect. Not only for Vamos, but even for the side of Team Spirit. They recognize each other as true competitors here. And I think that Vamos, after that one mistake, had to
Orang
look,
cakap,
whoa.
aku pening ah. Viewer selalu bagi aku salah information tu.
Sawo as well. Takes turret shot, survives with 1 HP.
Sawo buat apa tu?
Lord will be able to charge in the bottom lane. That's the first tier 2 for Spirit against Vamos this game.
Yep. With the delayed waves on that top side, they finally break the mid-tier 1 here. But Vamos is trying to make sure they don't get much value.
Kau tengok sempat.
Be real careful. Purify
Ah,
already.
puri kau.
That sets up for Sawo later
Patutnya
on
tak payah
with
puri
Purify
pun, apa yang
on
dia panik
site.
sangat Sel. Okey, tu.
They don't know.
Tu, bocil.
Purple buff taken by error. Now he's gonna be caught in a bad spot. He's gonna get
Bocil.
all in. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Even with the rapid triangle, error falls again, and Sour is looking for the angle of assassination. Plays duet onto Seakeep. The taunt Sour.
Alamak.
Now when the time of the blaze goes in, bang, bang, bang. But he flush him.
Oh, baik.
That final
Baik aku.
to the face by Nat.
Nice one, shut down.
Hold strong here, but if this inhibitor falls, there's going to be some problems. Hiko got to be
Guys
careful
tahu.
with penetration.
Mati.
Oh,
Alamak.
Cantik. Natko responds over
What?
with nature as well. Sapat now pops in the falling star moon. Tries to go for the chase on Kid Bomb.
Guys tahu.
Two up top balls.
I don't think they
Kasih tahu doh SB. Weh, suruh sepat ni tukar kasut doh, kasut.
Sunset Lover is a little too far.
Suruh dia tukar kasut doh.
Without Natko, there's no point for the chase.
Hari tu aku dah hadap dah. Aku pakai SB lawan dengan Atlas. Aku tukar kasut yang laju tu, rapid boots. Tak kena slow doh guys. Tak rasa doh slow tu. Guys, mana belum follow boleh follow juga guys. Welcome to the stream Mana belum follow boleh follow, like, share. Oren. Mana nak tengok YT boleh search Munji guys Boleh search Munji. Follow Oren. Follow dan Oren. Okay, nice one. Sepat. Okay, menang besar. Okay, thank you Sepat. Itu kau do your job dah tu. Tak apa, ke belakang. Yang lain yang selamat, belakang.
Great play overall as they take their time. They need to make sure that this Lord counts, but I think that even Vamos
Aku jerit.
has now come to a point
Sepat,
where
tukar rapid boot,
Sawo is
sepat.
very difficult to kill.
Rapid boot.
Trying to stack up a high level of
Tukar
sniping
sekarang.
as
Boleh tak?
well.
Sekarang.
4-4, so there's no guarantees at this stage.
Tukar rapid boot, laju. Tak kena slow dengan mamat tu, kau tahu. Kuat lagi kau nak sampai apa? Tekak aku terkeluar ke apa dok? Follow dulu guys, mana yang belum follow. Oren dulu, mana yang belum. Oren kau tengok story I pun support tau guys. Support tau bagi gift banyak-banyak. Orang takkanlah nak kalah dengan nak sedap tu. Malu sikit.
So now with the full items on
Oren lah balik-balik.
those item swaps now for Hiko up against Natko. Wind of Nature, Rose Gold,
Dengar ke pun?
Immortality, it's all about that.
Tak tahulah dia dengar ke tak.
It comes down to really just the frontliners. Can they bait out these skirmishes? Can they bait out these resources? Because at this point, it kind of becomes a battle of Sawo.
So many mistake by Vamos. Yes, I think they are already in a like very comfortable, you know.
Be more of an advantage for Zeke and Clockun because that's two completely separate engage rules that do exactly the same thing.
Kalau dapat maniac tu.
premium picks overall.
Tak best, Sel.
Get another one. Oh, Fatal Links catches
Cantik!
Going
Cantik! Let's go!
Sets, it's Clockun that wins it out. Now it's Aaron with the mobilization. SOD lands as well, but Natko is going to take it. The Purify out already. Now it's Crimson Beacon is used up to disengage.
Fight!
Nico trying to counter out. Seakeep
Fighting!
again.
Cantik, Ki Bomba dijatuhkan juga.
Oh my goodness. This has been
Let's go!
This has honestly been a crazy game.
Diorang pegang balik momentum Momentum. Momentum.
Catching it every single time.
Momentum lebih ke arah Vamos sebab masa sekarang mereka ingin mendapatkan tower di bahagian mid.
And now Vamos look.
Sabar lo, kita tutup. Nampaknya Vamos cuba untuk memberikan tekanan kepada pasukan daripada TS. Adakah Vamos dapat melakukan kemenangan? Purify telah digunakan. Oh, okey. Clockun jatuh. Mega kill untuk seorang Narco. Adakah mereka mendapatkan the end game ini? Double kill. Okey. Menang. Menang. Let's go. Vamos 2-0. Yeah.
Vamos! Oh my goodness! With such momentum.
Vamos, guys.
Quick reset. They take the game back. 2-0, but they have to fight for every single inch of it. What a game!
Vamos, guys. 2-0.
Team Spirit, they're gonna have to
lawan dengan TS.
Here because again, as soon as they adapted in draft number 2, that early game is something that they gotta focus on here. This goodness gracious me, this is so punishing.
Aku sebagai rakyat Malaysia, aku merasa bahagia, aku merasa happy, aku merasa bangga kepada mereka. Hala Vamos, guys. Hala Vamos.
And we saw back-to-back Fatal Link steal by Clockwood, finding Sour.
Yeah.
Yeah. That catches Kid Bomba, who had already used the Purify, baited out by Natko.
Such a complicated game because if
Gila lah Vamos. 2-0 lawan dengan TS, siau.
Just looking, where do you
Oi. They proof aku wrong doh, guys. Vamos proof aku wrong doh. Aku expect sebenarnya diorang akan bagi saingan tau. Tapi saingan tu macam nampak tak nampak lah, guys. Kuat siap Vamos team fight-nya. Woo! Vamos! Vamos, bro. Bocil loh, bocil. Sepat tu ada tak ada, guys. Bawa-bawa ada je tu dalam game. Cakap dengan Apple macam tu guys. Cakap dengan Apple macam tu tau. Sepat ada tak ada je tu. Yang lain semua kau-kau. Yang lain semua tengah carry, tengah cadar, tengah bagi sisi apa semua. W Vamos, guys.
Is going to
W Vamos.
And over here we have Arrow 404 who looks rather poised and calm after that clean sweep up against Team Spirit. How are you?
I'm feeling really happy.
What?
Now, you know what? Let's talk about this game. We know that coming into this game, there was a little bit of history with Team Spirit as they were the one to actually end the journey of Team Vamos back in M6. After today's win, dropping them to the lower brackets, do you feel somewhat
you like Rose?
Successful, satisfied?
You like Rose, huh?
Yeah, I'm
they like Rose, guys.
Satisfied because
tell Rose later,
like
okay?
We have a sense of redemption against them.
Wow. You know, I know that a lot of the Malaysians are super duper proud of you guys entering this journey, especially back at home.
Vamos!
Even here in the arena, we have the audience.
Hala,
Do you feel
vamos!
extra motivated to have this kind of support here in Paris?
Rose, hala, vamos!
There's a lot of Malaysian fans here, so we are really motivated to win.
Okay, I got a question. As you guys enter the knockout stages, you have the opportunity to actually pick your opponents from the lower bracket. I know it's still rather early, but who do you want to actually meet if that team does go to the knockouts?
There's a lot of choices, but I would like to face either Vitality or Falcons.
Oh, okay. You are right though, because after this match, Vitality and Falcons will be going up against each other, so one will have to fall. Is there any reasons as to why you want to meet either Vitality or Falcons?
Because both of the team have idol jungler, Nile and KalTZ for me.
Both of it are your idolas, your idols. Okay, you know what, Era 404? I just have to ask you a message for the Malaysians watching here in the arena and back at home.
So thank you to all the fans that have came all the way here to Paris to support us, and also watching online, thank you for all the supports, and we'll do our best in the knockout stage.
Congratulations once again, an amazing win. That's it from us over here at the stage, showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in this series.
Thank you, Rose. Team Vamos move on into our knockout stages, the first team to book their ticket. And that does mean that Team Spirit will fall to that lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against Guangzhou.
Bocil tengok aku guys, tapi dia tengok je dok. Aku mencik-cik dok. Aku cakap alah. Alah vamos. Tapi dia tak shout out pun aku. Paling tunjuk ah Munji. Paling tunjuk lah aku mencik-cik kat situ. Dia tengok je dok.
Maybe they proved it just there.
They did. It got a little dicey though, man. I mean,
it was almost vomosable.
It was almost vomosable.
The moment pastors start to glaze them a bit
Woo! Apa pun aku happy guys.
He's like, hey,
I'm very happy tengok Vamos menang 2-0.
It got really close.
Aku happy gila doh.
Again, they wanted to prove a point. I think
Aku
this is
happy
a great
gila doh.
win for them because this is Team Vamos.
So good doh. Feel so good guys
To go ahead and give
Mu
it
pun nak
2-0
masuk TV juga. Tak, aku nak dia macam macam tu je. Okay lah. Tapi dia malu kot. Apalah.
Team to get knocked out, right? First team to get eliminated.
Tak apa.
But then it switched up. They're the first team to actually qualify to the knockout. So that's
the first team guys
statement.
mantap.
And even in the interview, Vamos themselves said that they are also disappointed, ashamed the fact that Malaysia only looks to SRG. So they wanted to make sure that Vamos as an organization and the players playing on stage that they can
mak mun panggil anak dia malu.
we are here to support us.
Patutnya aku yang malu sial menjerit satu venue dengar aku tahu. Patutnya aku yang malu, kenapa dia pula yang malu?
Herrera, you get Beleric, you get Moskov. A lot of times these
Muka
four
tu jadi
characters are banned or early proud. You had a really good setup in both drafts, Naisu.
Yeah, I love this because you have key picks here for the heroes, but there was
nanti
some
kau lepak dengan
hero
sempat
plays,
mention
I would
lah
say,
pasal
for this
kasut
one.
tu. Mana
Because
tahu
as it was starting to
membantu.
slip out of the hands of Vamos,
Boleh?
some key plays.
Nanti
Those
kalau
in
aku jumpa
for
dia aku bagi tahu
especially to go ahead and get that lockdown on Zara Egoist was massive because it was Team Spirit knocking on the doors again of the base of Team Vamos, but a couple plays brought it back in their favor and then they capitalized on that.
And I would say that's one of the key features of extremely good players because it's one thing to do your job well. It's another to have that clutch gene. And Clock would definitely show that one by picking up the Fatal Links. And the moment they got Zara Egoist, I feel like the call was, they won't have enough damage. There's no burst. Nako, you hit your SOD, jump in, everyone goes in, ends the game. Like, Clockwood, that was his MVP moment.
Did we have any information gathered around this Herrera Ling matchup? Two junglers, at the top of their game. Arrow 404 was a masterclass in whatever he did. But how do we feel about
let's go.
Prioritizing one or the other now, or still in the same spot?
I
think we've seen a lot of more cool plays or cooler things happen with the Herrera just because of the nature of her kit. Especially when players decide to go and pick up a Sky Piercer. I mean, whether they have a Sky Piercer or not, the things you can do with the Herrera are. It almost feels like it's unlimited, but it's really dependent on the players themselves.
Yeah, I really feel like when it comes to those neutral objectives like the Turtle as well as the Lord, Herrera has higher base damage, making it easier for her to actually secure that one.
Baju
So
putih
that
tu owner Vamos, come on. Rasanya itu isteri owner kot.
It would be like Ling has a little bit more range, so able to get
isteri owner.
targets further away. But as
Isteri
we see, Herrera impacts the team fight quite a bit, and it's harder to catch a Herrera than the Ling, and I feel like that's the biggest point.
Yeah, she's blending in really well to these team fight compositions, and it was amazing to see kind of all of these storylines start to bubble up here. Again, I had mentioned earlier that it was $65,000 on the line. That's actually only for Team Spirit, who's going to go and play that matchup and still have a chance to stay alive. They'll have earned that, but $100,000, I believe, for getting into the knockout stages. Team Vamos got to be happy about that.
They got to be happy.
More than MPL. In terms of what they got in MPL,
Yeah, technically. That's why it's such a big deal. We heard it in the interview.
They
want to help their families, and that's how you do it.
Now that's a turner. I gotta say that wasn't really an upset because we did say both teams are like. It's hard to call for both of them, but the fact that Vamos won 2-0, and I would say especially in game number 1, I think that's going to create a lot of conversation moving up into MNC because Team Liquid lost, SRG lost, and now Vamos is showing up.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, yeah, this MSC is,
Aku harap dorang
turning
keep
to
try hard
become
lah,
a
guys.
very interesting international.
I'm glad I didn't predict, by the way. I'm just
You could have gotten in trouble.
I
You
would
could have gotten in
never
trouble there as well. Obviously, just expectations, just keeping things fun. Well, we got more expectations coming up. Let's take a look at today's schedule because, of course, we just saw Team Vamos and Team Spirit. We also had a chance to
Next game
see
pun best loh.
Punch Out Gaming take
Vitality
the
lawan
win. They
dengan
stay
Falcon.
alive. True Rippers, our first team to go home. We will be sending
Falcon
another
PH.
team home, but not yet. Team Falcons Meta
Sedap ni
Gaming
next
is
game.
that one, and we'll have to wait to the end of the day to see more drama. Team Vitality and Team Falcons
Seram dia
PH
buat
coming
macam
up next,
TS.
though. Guys, that's going to be a banger as well.
I'm not calling that one.
Yep, we're not. Good thing
You're
we're
not even
here.
touching
So
that.
dah officially
Not with us.
Vamos menjadi tim pertama guys.
Here's the thing, like,
Tim
I've been
pertama
known
yang
for
pergi ke
Cassicers,
next-
so I
Yeah.
feel like if I say the team is gonna win, I'm
Next
gonna,
bracket.
there's gonna be a lot of DMs.
Next
They're
game.
coming for you.
So you know what? Mouth zipped,
Hey.
locked.
We're not here.
Next
Alex.
qualify.
Oh yeah, we're not.
We're not going to be here.
We're gonna have lunch.
Yep. It's
And
gonna
enjoy
be
the game.
Two different guys.
Okay. All right. I was going to say, I think if Mirko was up here, he would say one team over the
No,
other.
he
for
also
sure.
has a Cassicers.
He will also be afraid. He will also be afraid.
He's also got a cat. I think almost most casters have some sort of.
No, you have
Game
that
pertama
year
EWC
one,
lepas
year
playoff
two
pertama
niceness where
EWC
you're
ala
like,
Vamos.
I'm okay. I'm
Yeah.
okay. But then after year two, you're like, never again.
Never,
I will
never
never make a
Tim
prediction.
pertama juga yang
I am
akan
scared.
menang
I
Right.
have fear.
Tim
Okay.
pertama juga ke guys.
Hesitant to make the predictions. That's okay. We don't worry about those predictions when you're playing.
Jangan
MLB.
minta korang
Just go
bayangkan
out there
ya
and
guys.
have fun.
Bayangkan,
The
bayangkan.
good news about it, if you've been checking into some ranked
Imagine,
games like I have over these last couple
Vamos
of days, you'll notice in the shop there's
DSSRG
a
kat
brand
final.
new collaboration with one of the oldest and most
Oh.
classic games of all time. That's of course Street Fighter and MLBB. Check it out.
Was built to
Prequel dia lain macam dari semalam perhati. Tak
not
apalah.
trapped at a desk in one singular
Sebab apa
posture
diorang ada
for
prequel
12
tu guys
hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Kita baca lah.
Ergonomically engineered
Why
for you.
some
Gamers,
people
hybrid workers,
got
artists,
freckle.
backing your every move.
Have freckle. Oh, genetik ah. UV light. Dia memang tak main do tadi guys. Tak main dua orang. Jujur cakap.
Round 1.
Ni macam tak pernah nampak pula. Lawa bhai. Aku kan nak tahu doh. Who's the strongest character in Street Fighter?
He thinks he can come in here
Prediction
and
aku
play my
Akuma.
He knows nothing. Let's go!
The absolute strongest character of
You're
Street
done.
Fighter is Oni. Follow close by Akuma. Alhamdulillah. Follow close by Akuma and Gil. Oni is the fully corrupted demon. Like state where Akuma completely loses his humanity to the dark Hudo. Possessing planet level destructive. Paling kuat Oni tu guys. Dalam Street Fighter SS Oni. SF. SF Oni. Oh, Akuma juga sebenarnya. Akuma juga. Makan apa tu Mun? Kat sana ada nasi lemak ke? Tak ada. Oni Akuma assumed his only form in his ultimate battle with Ryu after Ryu had obtained balance with both the Satsui no Hado and power of nothing from his fight with Gil and become Shin Ryu. Akuma becomes Oni and engages in furious combat. Next level Gil SF. Siapa Gil tu? Pelik gila orang Gil ni. Gil. Semak agak karakter dia. Jadi Akuma ni final boss lah. Sebenarnya final boss dia adalah Gil, guys. Final boss dia Gil. Tapi paling kuat Oni. Oni Akuma bila dia dah marah, guys. Akuma tu saja yang boleh tukar jadi Oni. Maksudnya kan, form ni dipanggil sebagai form yang dia dah apa ni, guys. Dia macam dia dah tak boleh buat apa lah, guys. Dia dah kena rasuk dengan Oni ataupun demon. Paling kuat Huarang lah mun. Tu Taken. So Ryu apa ni? Shin Ryu kan nama dia. Shin Ryu. Apa kata kita search jap? Shin Ryu.
Welcome back to MSC at EWC 2026.
Shin
We're here
Ryu.
in France having a great time as two matches have just gotten underway. As we begin Series 3, more upper bracket, $100,000 for that top 8 spot at least guaranteed. And that means one of these two teams will be very happy about this result. One team will go down to the lower bracket and fight the winners of the next series. My name's Randy. I'm joined by a new but very familiar panel to all of the MLBB community, Renmar and Trex. Hey guys, how you doing? Renmar, we were in the backstage. You were talking about those drafts. How you been feeling about today so far?
Oh, very happy. I think my sentiments towards the drafting and the unique choices still remains.
Game
People
Street
are still
Fighter
getting
ke?
creative,
Tak adalah, nak ambil tahu
but
je.
some teams proving that sometimes the safest, most viable pick can't go wrong, and they're doing really well with it.
Trex, you were down there casting a little bit. You've been on the
EWC
desk.
tak
You've been all
perkenalkan
over
host
the place. It's day 3.
Ni dah hari keberapa dah? Hari keempat kan?
I think today
Dah
things
tak
are
perlu
starting
dah
to
nak
get regulated
kenalkan.
a little bit. Things are starting to calm down a little bit. Not as crazy in terms of draft as what we saw the past few days. But
Siapa
we'll see.
menang?
We still have 2 great games ahead of us, and anything.
Vamos 2-0.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see. And of course, today and in this series specifically, our
Depan
third
ni siapa?
series of the day,
Ni game ni
there's a
best
lot
juga,
of
guys.
important storylines. So important that we
Philippine
had to
lawan
give this one
dengan
our Crunchyroll storyline
Falcon
of
Philippine
the
lawan
day.
dengan Vitality,
It's
guys.
the Maestro versus the KDA Machine. Of course, when you talk about the Maestro, I mean, there's really only one person to say, Renmar.
Yeah, man, it's Moreno for Team Vitality, and you really see why he is the maestro for the team. I think he really earned that, especially the previous season of MPL ID, where they became champions, how he placed the juice in, and how the symphony and the orchestra that is Team Vitality just looks so much better when Moreno's leading the charge.
Loyalty as well, a big name, finally getting them to this position. Talk to me on the other side of this matchup and this story with the KDA Machine, Trex.
I mean, he's got the name for a reason, and this is going to be a big match for Vitality. And there's a reason why this is the match of the day.
Aku tak tahu doh game ni siapa menang.
The anime battle, what we've all been waiting to watch, and it's even bigger because it's a deciding match, right?
Yep.
One of these teams will move forward, and one of these teams are going to have to fight for life in the lower bracket after today.
It's going to be a big run and an important run as well. Every moment here can decide your fate. One draft, one pick, one setup for a Lord fight that goes awry or goes your way. Could be the difference between $100,000, maybe even $1 million if you can make it all the way up. Renmar stakes are super high, but focusing in on this Vitality roster, you know, there's just so many players to pick up from that can make an impact today.
Yeah, I mean, we've already discussed Moreno, but I think you really have to look at Eman. Eman against Super Marco in the gold lane is going to be a battle for sure. These are 2 gold laners who do not want to lose the gold lane. There are some gold laners who just want to stabilize things, make sure they get their farm.
Hello, Moon. I was coming from ZZ
Well, I
Live.
love that you
Hello.
highlighted Eman. We've got 5 players on Vitality that are going to hopefully make a big impact coming into this set. And whether it's Niall, whether it's Moreno, whether it's Emon, you know that Vitality's story is going to be very, very special. With a series that has so much money on the line, but so much pride for this organization and this team, we had a chance to sit down and talk with Niall about his impact heading into this series.
Saji bila mun? Okay. Aku bagi korang faham sikit Tu. SRG.
Oh, okay. But if we have to include you, what would your top 3 be?
1, me, Nanael, 2 is
Vamos,
TNG.
Group A.
Rest of it, no one.
So kalau kau rasa kalau ada
so not
group
even
ni macam mana?
Kyle, no Carl, no one, just you and TNG.
I'm talking based on
Kalau
scrims,
Vamos
right?
main?
Based on scrim, for me, only TNG is matching my
SRG tak main.
scrims
Kecuali
level.
kalau dah ke depan
You know,
lah,
like,
dah
not
qualify
tournament level,
kan.
like scrims level.
So SRG game ni
So wait, you called yourself Nanail. So do we
nak
call you
support
Nanail too?
betul guys.
Up to you
Or
guys.
Niall?
Up to
Dia
you
ambil
guys.
tahu nak menang kalah je.
I prefer both. It's okay.
Oh, so both can.
Yeah.
Okay, but what do you prefer in the assassins in
Vamos
the jungle?
belum main
I mean, we see a
Ini
lot
lagi
of
susah
Lings,
ni.
we see a lot of Hiraras, but what if those
Baru
two get
lepas
banned?
menang
What do you choose
tadi.
next?
I mean, I still have Fanny, Nolan, and one more secret assassin.
One more secret assassin.
It was flashy also.
Oh, because yesterday, earlier on we saw a Saber in the jungle. What did you think about that?
Saber?
Yeah.
Speaking of them,
The one before this match, I forgot as well. I have bad memory, guys.
I think Saber is not fit in this meta, I think.
Oh, okay. So more assassin.
Yeah.
Do you think the tanks in the
SRG
jungle
kena menang
still
berapa
might
game?
work?
Kena menang 2.
Absolutely, because if we play tank jungle, it will
Siapa yang
become
kalah
more
2,
easier,
dia akan
I
terkeluar
think.
guys.
The
Siapa
game,
yang menang
like,
2, dia
it's not
akan
complicated,
terus ke depan lah.
complicated.
Oh, okay. So, Niall, we gotta ask you. I think someone's asked you this before, but we want to get you on camera here for the main broadcast.
So,
What
ni apa bracket?
difference do we have for you?
Vamos
Back
tadi kat
from
apa bracket
M4 and
dengan
now you're
Falcon
here.
lawan dengan
What
BTR ni
makes
pun apa bracket?
you now?
Okay guys apa bracket untuk
First
grup
of
A lah?
all,
Bila
I've been
tim
through a
Vamos
lot,
pun dah
like,
baru je lepas
for example,
habis
I'm
tu
losing my
dia
brother
baru
or
lepas main
something
tu
like
tadi.
that. So
Maniac tu si bocil.
it gets me humble right now. It's just that. And maturity, yeah.
So, does that mean that you're also doing this for your brother?
Yeah, of course. That's my number one motivation right now. Since MPL.
Okay, so everyone's rallying behind that. That's a really good motivation, Niall. So you're motivated. Are you confident as well
Dia
up
apa
against
baru
one
balik
of
kerja.
the
Faham,
biggest
it's okay.
teams here at MSC?
For us, whoever the enemy is, we are so confident against everything, and we prepare the same thing for everyone. Like no special.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. By the way, you keep coughing. Are you okay?
I'm good, but it's just cough, because of that thing maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Get well soon as well for your next match. Hope I get to see you after. And there you have it. That's Niall. Back to you guys.
We won't talk about what that thing might be. However, I will say
Jangan
that
lupa
it
Alif
was an
Rakib
amazing
VSM.
journey to witness
Apalah guys, korang layan lah. Aku mungkin tak dapat nak layan tu.
maturity needed to go through this process now after M4 being here at MSC. Wishing them all the best, and honestly, what a journey. It's just a human experience, and sending lots of love his way. Of course, when it comes to the game,
dia
there's
jawab
another
orang-orang lu.
element
Apa
to
ni?
start picking up on, and the teammates and how they fit with Niall. He said
I
that
miss
it would fit
competing
with Tank
against
Jungle.
Super
And
Marco
also,
on stage.
as you
It's
see here,
probably the
Eman
one
says
I'll
he
have.
misses competing
I will
against
have
Super
a hard
Marco
time
on stage,
beating when we
expecting
face
that it might
face
be
each
one of
other
the
again.
hardest matchups that he's going to face,
Okay.
and maybe even hard to beat. So that's going to be on display.
Sorry,
You
ni
mentioned
game
that as
mana
well,
dengan mana?
Remar.
Ni
Just that
game
matchup,
BTR lawan
something you're
dengan
keeping a
Falcon.
close eye on.
Falcon
I
PH.
hope it's going to be
So game ni
exciting. I
pun
hope you
layan
both
enggak ah
don't
guys? Who's better?
realize
Kalau
it.
kun
Hey,
Omun.
this guy wants to fight. Let's just play it safely. I don't want
Different era, bro.
I don't want to see safe. I want to see them burning their flickers early on, being aggressive, getting that win in lane.
Going for the kill. Trex, the pacing of a game like this, when
Different
you're in the
era,
upper
man.
bracket, do you feel that the approach is, let's take some risks, we can lose, we could even lose twice and still have a chance to stay in this? Or do you go with a little bit more cautionary?
I think as what we're seeing today is some of the teams that survived yesterday, some of the teams that won. It's less about where they're at in the bracket and more just about the teams themselves. I think we're going to see a slower pace game possibly. It's what we've been seeing earlier.
Yeah, it is.
And that's kind of where we're getting to that true play style of what's going to win you games. And knowing Falcons and the way they like to play, even Super Marco, for example, sometimes it takes him a little bit of time. He wants to farm up until he's got those items he needs in, and then it's bulletproof Marco time, right? Then it's, I'm going to come in,
power up Marco.
Yeah, exactly. So
I love it. I love to see it, and we're going to see
Tahulah dia kalau Prime Moon dulu apa.
Also, we talked about KD
Tahulah guys, senyap je tu.
who is here for Team Falcons PH. There are stories along
yang tahu je tahu guys
journeys, but we had a chance to speak
yang
with
tak tahu
Oakwood
kita lantak dia
to this one.
It's Eterna here with Ogun. Ogun, what's going on? You okay? Everything fine?
Yeah, all good, all good.
All good? Any nerves coming through? I mean, you have so much experience. I mean, do you still feel nerves at this point?
I don't think so. Just the interview.
Just the interview. What is up with players and interviews? Why are you so scared of the camera?
I guess the surprise questions.
Oh, the surprise questions. Don't worry. All the questions are nice today. Just for today. But Ogun, moving on. There are a lot of, sentiments out there, maybe mostly from like the community and maybe some casters from different regions, that it looks like the meta is shaped in a way that it may favor ID teams over the Philippines. Do you agree with this?
I think I agree because the ID teams are really good in their mechanics, especially in this meta right now. All of the assassins are buff, so it's really hard. It's really hard to play utility jungles right now.
So, do you think that may be the reason why TLPH lost yesterday? What did you think about that match? Were you surprised? Were you shocked?
I think it's a 50-50
For
match.
your information, Vamos menang 2-0 match tadi lawan Team Spirit. Jadi PCPC dulu ah, tap-tap. Yo, dok. Betul guys, kasih tap-tap dulu, geng.
It's all just in the meta, in the favor of
Spirit turun bracket lawan siapa?
And they have
lawan GGG.
A poison picks. So they really got TLPH.
Okay, so it's about the picks. So that was Coach Midnight.
Alhamdulillah.
You know Coach Midnight?
You
have something to say to Coach Midnight? Midnight, no, Midnight. But speaking of the meta, the roamers are shaping up to be quite interesting. What do you like the meta? What do you think about the meta for the roamers?
For the roamers, I think it's quite simple. You just need to soak damage and that's it. Especially when you play Beleric and Atlas.
Okay.
So a lot of crowd control. So I think it's really good for the roamers right now.
So crowd control and soak damage. Does your staple Minotaur fit in this?
I think Minotaur is also in a pocket picks. And it works really well against some champs like Beleric and Atlas. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna, keep an eye on those picks. But do you think the supports have a place in this meta right now, or just more so like the chunky boys in the roaming?
I think there's a place in utility roamers, especially when you have utility jungle. But, there's Hirara in Link, so it's really a hard time to pick it up right now.
Okay.
You need to be careful before picking those.
So there's a lot of considerations that needs to come into play. And obviously you're up against Vitality next. Do you have maybe a message for them before you get in?
Good luck and have fun. And we will try our best to not lose.
Try their best not to lose. I like that's confidence, right? Is that confidence? I'm not sure. Well, we're going to throw it over back to you. Thank you so much, Ogun.
Trying their best to not
Dah suruh
lose.
kat sana, baru
It's
masuk.
not soccer. It's not football. So I think a draw isn't available here, guys. I think that means win.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If you look at it a certain way, it means,
Okay.
they're going to try to win.
Yeah, well, we'll see it. I mean, Trex, there were kind of two different thoughts on that meta as well. A little bit where tank assassins could work, we heard from Niall, but also like he's saying no way, that's not going to work on this side with Ogwin. I mean, we have not seen tank assassins here so far. I mean, the tank junglers.
Yeah, to the tank junglers. The tank junglers. Tank junglers.
Sorry, yep.
I think, again, I said it yesterday, I've been saying it for the past 2 days, the meta is still unraveling. We still got a lot of layers to go. We saw yesterday, we saw the Rafaela work, which me and Renmar were theory crafting that on day 1, and the possibility of that coming in. Day 2, it comes in, it works. There is still a lot to see, I think, from MSC. So we'll see how it goes. I don't want to make any hard calls yet, but I do think utility jungler could possibly make a comeback, especially with something like a Wrath behind it.
Yeah, and real quick, Nile even teased the assassin we haven't seen yet that's equally flashy. I'm trying to go through the list in my head. I wonder who it is.
Poison picks, he called. Midnight Hat. I mean, do they have a poison pick, an assassin we haven't seen?
Let's see, man. The org and the boys playing there, they have the identity and the DNA for it, so for sure.
I also like the call about the Minotaur. We saw that a little bit earlier in the set prior to us. Didn't end up working out, but we did see the impact of the Belleric and the Atlas. You got to look at these two teams and say that there is so much on the line and so many stories. We set it up, and it was obviously somebody who was trying to make this happen in Team Vitality, their mid lane matchup. And of course, seeing if Haji or Moreno can get the better end of it. We're about to kick it off onto our stage to begin this series 3, which might just provide a champion. Who knows? We'll see how the gameplay goes.
Yes, my friends, this third series has a lot on the line for it. Two teams that you would not be surprised to see in our grand final. But first, Rose, my dear, you look like a very proud mom in our post-game interview.
I think the reason for that is because a lot of the people and a lot of our audiences actually call me like kind of the Southeast Asian mother to the players. Because come on, how can you not be so proud? It's just like a tiny little boy answering interviews. So happy.
This is why we're here, right? To see those stories growing. And now we have another story to tell in our upper bracket. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality.
Kau kalau kau tak bagi, aku sendiri kat Perik, aku tumbuk muka kau.
The hometown heroes made a buzzing entrance into the MSC 26 group stage. Their harvest has been bountiful so far, but the real juicy pollen awaits in the knockout stage. Is this run meant to be, or will they be left behind? We're about to find
kesayangan
out.
Muntun tak ada maknanya. Kalau aku kesayangan Muntun kan,
the buzzing bees,
aku dapat lah.
And of course, going up against the buzzing bees, it's none other than Team Falcons Philippines.
Macam job apa tu?
Taking
Naruto,
it
Street
one
Fighter
step
semua.
at a
Aku tak
time.
pernah dapat pun
Team
job macam tu, guys.
Falcons Philippines wants to reclaim dominance on the international stages. With only the MSC trophy missing from their cabinet, they are ready for whoever they will face.
Siapa menang, guys, tu?
I think it's heating up in here between these two.
Mun Alif lawan.
Boys,
Same
you may
A,
place
kejap
your
lagi.
keys and
Tengok
take your seats. And of course, our captains,
aku kat sini
don't
petang
forget
ni,
on that
Aku
little
ada kerja tu, guys, kalau aku
handshake,
tengok
fist
Alif
bump,
kan.
or whatever it may be in the middle.
Tidur aku tu.
There we go. All
It's coming.
Betul mu, sesuai kalau job macam tu. Tapi tak pernah dapat tu.
They are good
Geram
friends,
ah,
but
aku
you
nak
know,
tu
in the land
satu.
of Dawn, everybody's the enemy. Thank you very much, Milosh. You know what? I think it's time to hit this to the desk. Let's go, guys.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Ramu kalau jadi Sanji style kak, tak kisahlah jadi apa-apa, guys. Tapi aku nak agak.
It's time to see.
So aku bukan nak kesayangan Muntun lah. Kalau kesayangan Muntun budak-budak 7 GL. Yang lain. Aku biasa je, guys.
It's gonna be a good one. Yeah, it's gonna be a great one. And I have to admit, this is gonna be a very difficult match for me. Why? Because
kalah dengan Litara, kalah.
Very honest with my professed love for Vitality as an organization. And
Yang
my
lain.
professed love as Falcons being my favorite team from the Philippines. So I don't know
yang
what
lain.
I'm getting pulled towards, man. I was cheering for Vitality. I was cheering for Falcons. This
Litara pun dapat 2 watak 1.
That was me yesterday with Aurora versus TLPH.
All right. Yeah. Just to remind you guys before we jump into this one, my champions.
Nice.
Two
Supporting
champions,
Filipino
one
players,
pick.
but
You
Pinas
grab your
will
My
bring home
Champions
the
pick and pick your
trophies.
dual champions and win
Baik,
50,000 diamonds. Make sure to scan that QR code with your tablet or your phone and get going.
Bukan kesayangan kami. Kalau kesayangan korang, kau mesti dah ore-oren tu. Ini ore-oren pun tidak tu.
I'm trying to think now. I wonder how crazy we're going to get with the trade and the roam. Or are we just going to have to double down on the fact that it's just going to be Atlas and Belleric?
Well, we have had a few games where we've seen
Saya
Atlas
oren
banned
yang
out.
tak oren wah.
Which means Belleric most likely gets banned out as well unless it's red side looking
Yang
for
saji
Belleric.
bila esok Rizal.
My question is, when do we start seeing the Ling and the Harara on the
Esok.
ban list, and is that something that's going to happen? I feel like they've
Hari ni
both been so
hidung aku
powerful,
okey
so
sikit tu, guys.
game
Tak
deciding,
basah ah,
but
tak
at some point they
tak
will
berair ah.
enter into the list.
Hari
Almost
ni.
even more important than the Freya.
So aku
Yeah,
feel
the Freya's
sangat
been
okey
slowly
Cuma
leaking
bila
in as
lepas
well.
makan ni seberat badan. Rasa macam malas nak bergerak kan. Rasa malas nak buat apa-apa. Kau just nak baring, nak tidur. Minta-minta SRG dapat win dan comeback. Diorang kena, wajib. Diorang wajib win dan wajib comeback diorang Rizal sebenarnya. Sebab sekarang ni diorang dalam apa orang panggil. Kemungkinan boleh kalah ha. Senang cerita.
Yeah, in denial. I like that. So, how are they going to balance making sure they have assassins available for their own team while still taking out the other? Because if you name them all out, the Fanny, the Ling, especially Fanny, Kyle and Nile would both want to really go for those two. The Hirara,
hari ni semua group A guys, SRG kat group B.
Looking at the jungle picks alone, it's going to be tough. So this is why I go back to the roam. Will we see an earlier prioritization for something like the Cho?
So basically, esok diorang akan lawan dan Vitality akan lawan dengan Falcon lah guys next. Sorry, Vitality lawan Falcon sekarang. Next game agak boring sikit lah. Falcon Mena lawan dengan Ignite. Yang tu aku rasa macam nak off terus pun ada. Guys, jangan lupa guess dulu guys Korang boleh guess dulu siapa yang korang rasa akan menang dekat game ni. Game ni pun game panas juga guys yang game hangat di seluruh Indonesia dan juga di seluruh Philippines Siapa kalah ni senang cerita kena bacot lah. Siapa kalah memang auto kena bacot guys Aku tak tahu. I don't know.
Outside of that, we talked about the Cho a little bit.
Kita dah lepas lah guys. Kita dah terlepas lah daripada kena bacot. Awak tak saja kalah tu ada juga kena bacot kita.
Not something that's going to get banned out in first phase, meaning it always has a quick response. And normally if you're going to lock in the Cho, you might just
how to defeat Falcon is very easy, bro.
Unless you're a last pick red side, that P3, most likely I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon.
Okay, how to defeat Falcon and kena potong sayap dia guys.
Very up and down. Yeah, it's up and down.
They're gonna work.
Kena potong sayap dia.
Yeah, that's why you really have to prepare for it.
Nak kena tahu siapa harapan dalam game guys. Daripada segi draft, game plan, gameplay, rotation, and positioning, objective, team fight. Asal kita semua benda lah. Tapi ada dua-dua ada sayap. Kita tengoklah guys siapa yang dapat potong sayap siapa. Kau kira siapa? Seorang?
Or do we go for a possible trade? Because there's not much left with the Freya gone,
ni kenapa
the
rambut
Eudora
macam
gone.
siau tu?
I feel like at this point you have to ban
paling smart sikit guys.
And then we finally get the answer of what's left after that. Do we get one of those picks up front?
I think you can leave the Hirara open because if ever it's Hirara Fanny, that becomes a trade.
Fanny, yeah, I guess you have to leave it, and that's the trade.
And they take away the Atlas actually.
Fanny's kind of skip, but you know you're going to have to pick it early.
Yeah.
Which means if Vitality says, we're going to take the Hirara, we know we get to get two immediate answers to your Fanny.
Well, they've got a chance to grab the Fanny here. We'll see how much they prioritize it on the team Vitality. We know that Hirara is also available, so if Nile feels confident in that matchup either way, they don't have to force their assassin pick here, their jungle pick here. And they could try to prio something else. With Atlas gone, does Beleric become more important?
Oh, for sure. But I think if ever, it'll be Falcons will be incentivized to pick it up as one of the first two picks red.
Honestly, yeah, Beleric could just be up front because either way, you get the Hirara or the Fanny or something else. You
Aku
get
dah
one of the two
tak tahu
power
doh.
assassins. It's not worth.
Rasa berat gila doh guys. Makan sampai kenyang ni ada. Patutnya aku tak makan sampai kenyang doh guys. Santai-santai je doh tadi sikit. Sekarang aku dah ngantuk doh.
Take Fanny third pick.
Yeah, you don't need it now, right?
So Beleric and
Beleric +1. Atlas gone.
Mana second match Ramos tadi? Boleh tengok kat YT lah Jampang.
Beleric and an EXP here maybe.
Yeah, is it exposing it? You know, if you have
an
EXP
YT.
like we've seen.
Search je ni TikTok.
We've seen Paquito.
Official Munji ke mana-mana. Official Moon lah. Official Munji. So what's your favorite football team? My favorite football team is Barcelona.
What's your idea, Trex?
If at Liga BBVA, at Liga Spanyol, I will choose Barcelona. If EPL, I choose Man City.
It really just depends on where they want to go from here. They go for the Valentina.
Jadi Coach Moody ada Death Note.
Something that's always going to be
viable. Berapa kat sana?
And
Kedua
this gives them
petang.
some room to flex around. Selena's going to get locked in as a preemptive.
Streamer kaki makan. Aku tak makan doh daripada pagi tadi. Buka kaki makan. Korang baru nampak aku setiap kali kat sini aku makan sebab aku belum makan.
As much as they want the assassins, they have to decide whether or not
Takkan aku tak nak makan doh.
or an assassin, or they go for their EXP.
Salah ke aku makan?
The Esmeralda or the Barretts. The Uranus will be playing
Teruk
away
jet lag
from the
tak
lane often, invading. Esme matches that.
Teruk gak A.
While the Barretts can also just be really
Teruk
annoying
gak A
because
guys.
right now Vitality doesn't
Lagi
have
bila
enough
nak
damage
tunggu
profile
Isyak
to
tu
deal
kan.
with it
Perit
early
tu
on,
rasa.
especially through the Selena.
Isyak kalau macam kat sini pukul 11 tau. Tapi kalau kat Malaysia Isyaknya pukul 5. 5 pagi Malaysia. Tu agak barai lah.
In a weird way, if they don't pick up
Kalau
the
orang
Fanny
datang
there,
sini
I was
tak
gonna
solat
say, they
mungkin
risk
dia
it
rasa
getting
okey je
banned.
kot.
But if you ban the Fanny, that means you leave something else open, like the Barretts, which is or the
Sebab kat
Moskov,
sini
which
diorang
had
tidur
been
awal.
getting banned in the second
Sini
phase.
kan
So
10.30 tu,
both
pukul 10
assassins on
gelap.
the sides of both teams, Nile
Pagi dia panjang.
able to get
Malam
his,
dia kejap.
and Kyle able to get his.
No, the Fanny feels so telegraphed. Like, you would think Vitality would be ready for it, right? The moment they know they're both open, it's like, okay,
Man
you're going to get
City
the
the
Fanny,
second guy, I'm
and we're gonna get a
Arsenal.
bunch of
Oh.
answers to it. Not
Ya
completely
Arsenal
sure
lah.
how I feel about the Selena
I
still,
love Haaland, you know.
but I think on Vitality's
Haaland is
side,
very good.
they need some
Have
hard
a
control at this point. They
character.
went for the Uranus instead, which has a
I love the
survivability
personality, you know.
against the Fanny, but still nothing to extremely
Sejuk
lock
ke
it
kat
down.
sana?
Yes, the Selena could land an
Sejuk
arrow,
kat A.
but that's not a whole lot.
Boleh
They still
lah.
need something
Tapi tak perlu nak pakai macam 2-3 lapis, tak perlu lah. Dia just sejuk yang santai lah.
That's why Falcons decides to
Hari ni
ban
kalau
out
solat
the
Jumaat kat
show
Paris,
for
di mana pun
themselves.
tak tahu doh.
Also,
Aku tak pergi
maybe
pun.
what if Falcons are considering putting this Beller in
Aku
the
tahu
EXP
kau bagi aku
because
soalan macam tu sebab kau nak tahu, kau nak tengok aku tahu ke tak masjid dia kan.
already is pretty good
Alhamdulillah.
roaming duo that will provide difficulty
Alhamdulillah.
for the Selena.
Musafir,
So I think
guys.
for EXP, if they're not gonna go damage, then they go tanky. So as expected, Vitality will ban out the Esme. I think it'll be also very safe for them to ban out the Barretts. And then in terms of the really tanky EXP laners, the lineup is still mobile.
Guys,
to pick
ramai
up
lagi
with
yang
blue.
tak
They might
urin-urin
have
lah
to
guys.
fall back
Kasih
into
urin-urin
something
dulu
like
boleh
the
ke
Crystal,
geng?
which is really slow.
Bantu kasih aku
But
naikkan semangat
you
dong.
just want
Tap-tap
one
juga ke
lane
apa
that
ke
you know is
500k.
gonna be hard to kill.
Bantu dulu tipis-tipis guys boleh tak?
Brody band from the side
ngantuk
of
ah.
Falcons. They're going to be on first pick here.
Wangi
They
tak
do
pun.
still need a
Aku
marksman.
memang wangi.
Moskov, yeah.
Moskov could be a
Aku
decent
memang wangi
answer.
guys. Jarang lah aku busuk.
You have the shred.
Already have the Beller, so you don't really have to worry that much about the Claw.
Aku jarang gila busuk
I
guys.
mean, even the claw, like any of it would kind of work. At
Aku
this
memang
point.
wangi lah.
I don't think it's too heavy of a reason. They could, honestly, I feel like the marksman may be the better first pick here. It still gives you a little bit of room to possibly get the EXP flex in.
Yeah. Moskov still available, still unbanned.
Buat vlog lama
So
kat
is
sana.
Paquito.
Penat lah guys.
And two
Aku
picks
vlog,
remain.
aku buat je
One man
vlog.
remains on the side.
Tapi aku tak post lagi lah. Nantilah aku post Aku tak cukup tangan lah guys kat sini. Pun okey tak? Tak okey lah. Rasa ngantuk sangat guys. Cappuccino, Swam, terima kasih for the gift-nya. Barulah rasa semangat orang bagi gift. Baru rasa semangat orang tap-tap.
So there was a little
Oh.
moment earlier you saw he was really being
Dia
very
tadi
vocal about it.
banyak yang tak urin.
Great to see those little things in person, right?
Guys, lagi 3 minit guys. Korang boleh predict dulu siapa yang korang rasa akan menang dekat game yang pertama ni. Vitality lawan dengan MPL.
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, it was Flap.
Yeah.
Pada
This is a pick
basah-basah
that
ni.
used to get used against things like the Uranus, the Esmeralda. It was kind of a cheese pick back in the
Barulah
day.
rasa semangat.
Has the armor shred.
Babayas
has
Isaka
the
and
burst
Rice.
damage.
Favorite player
It
in
is a
MLBB.
high risk,
My
high
favorite
reward
player
pick
in
from
MLBB
Still. If it
is
pops off in the
myself.
early game, this could be a huge threat to
Yes,
everything
yes,
down
yes.
the line. If he takes 2 or 3 deaths early on,
Yeah.
it's
Yes,
a wrap.
yes,
He'll
yes.
be useless the whole game pretty much.
Tak ada voting ke? Aku dah buat dah voting guys.
And they'll go for
Tinggal
the
korang
Melissa.
je,
I wonder
Dok.
if Falcons will lean back to a
Thank you for
very
the
old
follow-nya.
combo with
Terima kasih,
Europe,
guys.
which was the Irithel. 'Cause
Beli
the
hot
mobility would
chocolate.
help from getting away from
Anak
the-
laut coklat.
getting linked by the doll of the Melissa. I mean, most likely they're
Rasa
still going to
very
end up with
tired
either
tau. Very ngantuk.
maybe like still a Moskov, but no, they still go Claude and they played with like one of the safest.
Apa
goal
benda yang
layers.
dia bagi ni?
I'm gonna
Simin.
be honest,
Thank you.
Vitality, yes, they have a lot of defense against the Fanny, but not a lot of answers against the Fanny. You have the go away, which can stop you from getting dived on. Yes, you have the fist crack, some of those things from a little bit on
Aku boleh tutup tau suara diorang. Sebab bising.
Fanny, and it could be a problem.
Well, the lineups are locked. Coach Moody and Coach K-Dot getting their teams, Falcons, PH, and Vitality, ready to go.
Me for myself, right? Yeah.
Looks like fireworks are set to go.
My
off
favorite
here
player
at
in
MSC
MLBB is myself.
PWC 2026. Our third series of the day is about to begin. And this is gonna be a banger.
Aku rasa kau duduk belah kiri lah guys Sebab belah kanan ni orang kata tempat give kan. Orang tak nampak muka aku. Jadi kau boleh tunjuk player boleh?
Exciting day to be alive. We get to watch some of the best regions play it out here on our third series of the day of MSC. And for starters, we're already getting the classic Selena from the Maestro himself, but I don't think Haji is gonna fall too far behind.
Yep, the mid lane matchup is something we're all
Nampak,
watching out for, but just the same, I am so excited to see Kyle back on a Fanny all over again. He made a name for himself because
Salena
of his heroes, and
Lain
now
macam tu Vitality Moreno. Diorang ada combo ke? Oh, Badang. Combo dengan Badang.
Yeah, it really is going to be.
Kalau diorang dapat connect guys kan, kuat dua sebenarnya combo dia.
Not only are going to hit, but how you set them up.
Thank you so much Anak Dino for the gift. Terima kasih for the gift-nya guys baru rasa semangat sikit. Bantu tap-tap juga guys. Keep tap-tap, okay? Keep the light berjalan.
A backline play because we see Badangs do that oftentimes, but that's more so when you get to the late game. It's depending when we get there because I feel like both teams just really want to.
Let's not forget about the potential anti-synergy, right? There could be moments.
Tengok early game dorang.
Hold on, Flap, might be in some trouble here.
Oh
no.
Daniel punya Fanny seram gak guys. Yang game ni kita boleh nampak drafting dengan hero pick diorang agak unorthodox sikit guys. Agak lain daripada yang lain sikit lah. Bonjour, Mika Pasadam. Palace terbaik dari. Time to rest Moon, bye bye. Nice to know you and thanks for the kindness. Thank you so much Eli. Nice to meet you. Nice to know you too. Have a good rest, okay? Thank you for thanks for watching my stream and subscribe and hit the button like and everything. I appreciate it a lot. People from Myanmar. Jamak mu guys, aku tak boleh jamak. Sebab aku stay lebih daripada 2 minggu. Yang kedua, aku tahu berapa lama aku duduk sini. So tak boleh nak jamak guys. Aku ni solat macam biasa. Okay, masa sekarang ni Moreno memang bagus lah. Cara dia main Salena. Oh, tak suka damage. Okay ke Melissa tak ada inspire? Okay je.
Just not commit anymore. Every single time, it seems like Vitality are just always prepared. They're not in any way taken by surprise by the presence of a Fanny, and it's something that they probably won't get into. But that's gonna be a get up onto Finn. Now they're trying to go for the first. He gets once again though.
Terkena siap. Oh, bukan Nail, itu Kyle. Kyle TZ tu yang main. Tak perasan siap. Nampak sekarang ni momentum lebih ke arah Vitality guys. Kau tengok ni main Moreno. Mana ada dia main combo second skill first skill sangat tu. Dia tak ada buat combo tu sangat tu guys. Sebab dia tahu kalau tak kena memang sakit lah. Nak tunggu first skill, nak tunggu second skill dia tu ada balik lama lah guys. Lagi league game. Dia banyak main letak second skill tu sama ada kalau dia tak perlu combo dengan first skill lah. Ni baru betul tu semalam yang mana player Mena main ke player mana dah sakit mata saya aku tengok. Sakit mata tu. Dia ke limit laju, dia pegang early game. Nampak tu? Nampak? Dia second skill tapi dia tak campur dengan first skill tu. Dia first skill tu dia letak kat orang. Maksudnya dia master lah guys. Macam aku lah.
He's already going to get down to 50% now. Falcons, this might be a harder contest.
Thank you guys. Masa tap guys. Keep the light. Keep up the light guys. Keep up.
When he tries to shred down that front line, right? Whether it's front line or back line, that shred is only good for Kyle and Super Marco.
Whoa,
keep the light going.
Open the Raptors right as a response, but they catch two and now Nile
cantik again.
Falcons actually take two and
dua orang tidur guys
instead.
Team fight Philippines memang kuat lah, Syak.
Look at Ogren, he's just blocking the shots. He's making sure that the softer members on his side don't have to worry
Yeah,
about
pun kenapa banyak tu pakai aku punya stiker.
Oh, Blazing Duet used too, but even so, Moreno gets to dash
selamat,
away to
Syak.
safety. Shogun will try to block the rest of the members of
Betul
Falcons,
mu kau
but
paling
they're
jago,
not
betul?
gonna force it anymore.
Betul,
Still,
betul,
though,
betul,
it's a
betul.
3-0 lead
Sangat
already
betul,
in
Dok.
hands.
Maybe a 3-0 lead with 1.4k, but we're not seeing structural damage.
Yes, aku nak tutup mata jap boleh ah, guys?
Structural damage. Flap, first person
aku
there
tutup
to
mata
actually
jap
open up, and surprisingly enough, he's the one who actually unlocks his lane first, which is great for him. But what does that mean for the rest of Falcons? Does that mean that he gets to walk around for free? I want to see how they utilize his Dara, because we didn't get to see a great showing the day before.
Yes, I agree. It was on a not so okay KDA, I think, if you look at it from the previous performance, but I think this is a much better spot for
Tutup mata jap
Flap
tau.
now. He's clearly winning the lane, already taking that tier 1 up top, and the fact that he was also able to be active in the first few skirmishes and even pick up kills too, I think grants him a much bigger advantage to serve as a threat against Vitality, who at this point have mostly been responding and answering back to Falcon's rotations, but we're not seeing any of their own just yet. Or maybe it's also, in a way, an effect of very slow clearing mid-duo.
Aku rasa berat sangat ni.
Kyle
Boah!
will find
Boah! Gila, Kyle!
Oh! I hate the fact that Super Marco, he's laughing about it already, and now they create another attack on the bottom side, and they can't do anything
Falcon
about
menang
it.
lah ni Memang kan, memang Indo kalah doh dengan Filipin guys. Susah dah nak tengok Indo menang lawan Filipin. Jarang doh.
Really heavy damage dealing heroes.
Hari-hari live dekat situ kena bayar tak muntak doh.
And let's just look at that replay
kena
now.
bayar lah, guys.
Flawlessly, Kyle just flew around these two members
Tapi
of
aku
the
dapat
Vitality.
exposure lah. Kan, tournament ni bukan semua orang dapat buat konten, dapat jumpa player, dapat buat vlog. At least aku dapat exposure lah. Itu apa yang aku faham lah, guys. Sebab aku tak dibayar. Sebab apa yang diorang bayar adalah hotel, diorang bayar apa ni, penerbangan apa semua kan. So maksudnya aku kat sini free lah, guys. Ya, tapi benda-benda macam ni boleh buat kita lagi famous. Ngerinya, by the way, dah orang ni lama. Terima kasih, Kuek. Kuek, Kuk. Dia orang makan tak mun, makan disediakan. Asal Fit tak pergi Paris. Kau try lah tanya dia. Aku pun tak tahu. Aku tak duduk satu rumah dengan dia. Aku bukan wife dia. Aku bukan tahu semua benda tu pasal dia. Nyiap doh, nyiap. Bila kau live, orang tanya pasal orang lain. Tanya kenapa dia tak berak, kenapa dia tak mandi, kenapa dia tak live. Penat lah, guys.
Contest an objective anymore, especially with Falcons just surrounding.
Sabar, geram doh Muyes.
Early game having to be played super defensively for the side of Vitality gives you very little opportunities to actually look for potential snowballs. And so far, I mean, Iman,
Geram
job against Super Marco. Generally, both sides came out of the lane pretty
Sakit
good,
hati.
but once all the
Annoying.
reinforcements started headed down to that bottom side,
Aku
it was
bukannya
inevitable
duduk satu
that
rumah
Super
dengan
Marco
dia
was
ke
going to
apa
crash
tau.
bottom
Nak tahu
one.
dia
From
dah
this point
berak belum,
onwards,
dah mandi
we're
belum.
looking at Falcons, they're going to get a little sly with it. They're starting to walk into enemy territory to steal away the resources.
Kau tanya aku macam aku tahu semua benda.
Kyle, he's Batman.
Nak manis-manis.
I would be afraid.
Yang kali letak nak busuk-busuk. Nak masam-masam. Tengok story. Baru aku tak mute.
Or maybe anyone from Falcons at this point just hunting down with the amount of damage that they already have, and Vitality I feel is going to
Tengah kantuk ni orang tanya macam-macam pula, guys. Ayah bangkit. Nak kepang-kepang ah, nak kepang-kepang boleh.
Other than that, you don't really sense much threat for Falcons, but now they're gonna catch
Tak main. Tak gerak, guys, member.
Yep, that was the combo they were trying to pull off and got outplayed on that top side. This is the clean version of it, but they still don't get the conversion, unfortunately, on that turret.
Nak
They
mesin,
slow down
mesin.
Kyle. Luckily, you don't have to worry about the purple buff. It hasn't even spawned just yet, so Kyle doesn't lose too much in general.
Yeah, but this is just gonna open up more opportunities for Vitality. You can see how they're trying to push their sides a bit more. They're
Malaysia ke Paris berapa jam? 3. Tapi 13 lah guys. 12 jam.
No, they don't. Wow, that was an incredibly big mistake.
Bila last minum teh tarik.
And in front of their faces,
2 tahun lepas kot.
You can't reveal those cooldowns this early.
Lama lah, aku tak minum air manis ni sangat guys.
Not so bad, especially
Sebab ada second skill, lepas tu dapat skill tau. Benda ni aku ada cakap semalam. Waktu aku tengok siapa entah main, hirap aku tengok nak main Salena kan. Itu baru betul loh. Kyle. Tak boleh masuk dua member.
But now he has to flicker out to re-engage or to regroup with Team Falcons as Vitality might go for the chase, but they don't.
Wah.
The punish, they got the big cancels that they were looking for, but no conversions on either side. Even still, we know for a
Saya nak
fact,
apa pasal tiba-tiba meta. Sorry lah, baru update pasal ML. Ada je orang pakai, tapi tak banyak sebenarnya.
So much damage, but he will go down
relatively fast too. Member buat apa sial? Jelek ke mon? Masih lagi jelek tu guys. Pada aku dah 3 hari tu kat sini ngantuk tu. Hari keempat ya.
They have to at this point, right? Can't give any options to their opponents. Super Marco now, they're looking for anything.
Kenapa champ MPL ID macam susah nak main? Sebab memang counter lah guys. Aku rasa lah kan, MPL PH Malaysia boleh menang lawan PH. Indo boleh menang lawan Malaysia. Dia macam ni tau, dia macam ada 3 segi tau guys. Malaysia menang lawan PH, PH menang lawan ID, ID menang lawan dengan Malaysia. Dia macam tu tau. Sebab tu final MAC lawan dengan PH and SRG boleh menang. Tapi dekat M Series Malaysia lawan dengan Team Liquid, SRG kalah. Sebab aku rasa daripada dulu tu susah tu guys. Ni Falcon PH. Takkan tak kenal guys player dia tu. Ada Kyle TZ, ada Ogwen, Flap. Semua nak kena suap tau. Makan suap. PH is better than draft than other region. Tak juga.
Comparison to like Sen and Herrera topside, and now that at least the Nile and Kyle are somewhat even in lane, it's a much harder 1v1 to win out.
Dan nak Falcon ni lama gila kan? Lama gak ah. Semenjak yang diorang menang pakai nama brand tak salah aku. Yang tukar mid lane sahaja guys, few. Yang lain semua masih stick sama. Diorang semua dah kenal masing-masing lah guys.
Oh, Kyle from the side though. That was close. Vitality really had to reposition themselves there as Falcons just took the opportunity to get mid.
That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. To the naked eye, it feels like nothing happened, but it was really Falcon positioning themselves, posturing, forcing the battle lines of Vitality. They don't want to expose their backs. They want the traditional front to back, but Kyle is so much of that. This entire fight goes down the drain.
Yep. And now they take that mid turret just as the Lord spawns.
So imagine the space
that they could really play around with.
May letak lah Moreno.
People would just freely position themselves. They have no idea Haji's in this position.
Bahaya Shaiman kat situ.
You mentioned something about
dia boleh ulti flick siap kalau masing-masing ready.
But they have to be careful of Haji. Haji's been stealing away that ultimate from the Badang, and that could be to punish Vitality later on.
Wow, both of these
2 bintang dekat logo baru Falcon tu sebab Falcon juara keseluruhan EWC 2024 dan 2025. Thank you though for the fact. Fun fact.
Oh, Emma tries to go for the poke and with the go away, they don't actually find the kill. Now it's gonna be a clap back.
Kena balik. IG kena. Sakit bodoh. Sakit gila Super Marco.
Do they still have hope? Abyssal Arrow
Whoa.
will land onto Open, and they find another trade!
That's exactly what you want to see. It's all about Iman here.
Let's go.
Oh, Flappy has to avoid.
Allah. Kena stun. Ui, memang. Arrow tu timing siap. Oh! Baik, bodoh.
Yo, that was so sick. What timing on the Maestro must have. That's why he's the conductor. He doesn't miss a beat. What a well-timed arrow mid-air.
Ya tu, member tengah terbang tu guys.
One more time, right? This big old fight happens. Everybody's going crazy with it. Ogwin, really the game changer with the Wrath of the Dryads. But later on into this fight, that intersection. Wait for it. Where's the arrow? He hits it, and then it all goes down.
And this 1-on-1 duel.
So good. That was so crazy. Finn should be happy with that. Finn should be happy that redeems him for the early mistakes, but now it really just comes down to execution, and that's the truth of it, right? Falcons and Vitality both have a really good understanding of how both compositions can kind of dance around each other. But that dancing gives more advantages to Falcon for the raw firepower, Vitality.
Oh, they find another arrow. It's gonna be Flab. He's not as tanky, but
Kenapa damage yang sakit sangat tu guys?
And another setup from Finn. The iframe from
Tengah santai gitu. Kelak tak sempat blazing duet lagi tu guys.
Holy cow, this is only game number 1. You're seeing that they're fighting tooth and nail. Ogwin can go down.
Oh!
Not get away from that. Like, Ogwin has a response from Super Mario. Kyle doesn't go away. We'll just shove him out.
Kuat sama Melissa. Peniru ah, peniru. Melissa. Eman.
They gotta breathe for just a moment. Kyle, he can still
Kyle macam kacik-kacik sikit oh guys.
It's just that main board force that they can't really deal with it. Super Marco will try his absolute best, but they're saying,
Kenapa macam darat?
we can't hold on to this. Let's give up.
Dalam team fight dia okey tau, tapi tengah tak ada team fight tiba-tiba macam kelekeh ha. Oh. Tak apa benda dah dia buat.
It's like he was forced to almost adjust his items just because of how good Evan's been positioning himself onto Melissa as well.
Dia kena belajar lagi dekat live aku guys. Sebab kat live aku ada juga main Fanny guys. Boleh lah. Tengok lah kat YouTube. Boleh tengok, boleh try pergi tengok lah. Suruh belajar lah guys, tengok Melissa tu fighter kat MM, fighter. Tutup Fanny dah pun boleh doh Ahmad. Boleh. Nanti aku jumpa dia, aku ajar dia macam nak main Fanny.
He needs it just to go in, force to get away from Iman, heal back up and return to the fight.
Yeah, and that's something they can do is that Fanny.
Senang cerita hero Melissa ni memang counter assassin lah guys.
Fast.
Ulti dia terlampau OP tu untuk meta assassin sekarang.
Really well. Finn gets the spot out. A couple members from Falcon follows again. So heading for this purple buff. They don't want to
ngantuknya.
Another off arrow from Moreno. He actually forces the purify from Super Marco.
God, what are these angles? The Maestro finds it once more, building up to this big piece. But Falcons aren't completely out of this just yet. Man, what a turnaround.
Melissa mati untuk kalang pun, tapi susah doh ni Melissa nak mati guys. Siapa doh nak kill dia?
Seeing them on the attack, it's a pretty difficult game for either side. A single mistake could predetermine who wins and who loses. We're already 18 into this game. The next Lord has spawned. Keep in mind, this Lord is vital. He's walking around with some extra damage reduction.
Mengantuk bersama-sama si Nobar.
Really gets away and now transition to the Lord. They might just go burst this down.
Yep, they're definitely going to burst this down.
Nobar bersama
Nile, who secures the retribution. Falcons want to go for the chase. The goalie already pushed out with another arrow landing on Kyle. Do they have what it takes?
You're joking.
They find the kill on Kyle and another setup from Finn. Together with the damage from Emma, but the clap back with the blazing good from Super Marco. They actually get played out some kills. Emma still being alive now is not
They're trying to go even further than this. Is Ogwin. He's
Okay,
the damage finally. But look at that top side. Iman is running straight for the base.
Kalah bodoh Falcon.
But he couldn't do anything about it. Alongside the Lord in a triple from Nile. Team Vitality take game number 1.
Kalah draft.
Nobody's sad after that match. Nobody is going to leave their seats. We've got to see game number 2. You know what? They don't need a break. They can just go again. Give us more. We need more.
So many fans are happy right now. Fans
Bagi aku ni kalah draft lah guys. Melissa.
holding a blackguard, showing
Kalah
their
draft
support,
kalah
and
draft
that
sebab
was
Melissa guys
absolute close fight. You gotta give it to them, but you also gotta give it to Falcons. Like they had such a great hold of the early game. So you just
Sebab
can't
Melissa
help but
sahaja
wonder,
tu.
how did it turn out like this?
I think
This
a
is
lot
Jam
of it
ID.
comes down to
Dia macam
middle school. He learned
Tapi kalau kau tanya aku, kan,
really fast.
early to mid game diorang sedap lah guys. Early to mid game team ni dah sedap lah. Tapi bila dia masuk dekat mid game, late game, Fedi tak boleh nak buat apa. Fedi tak boleh nak buat apa dengan MM. Dengan Melissa. Siapa lagi? Dairot pun tak boleh nak pick up Melissa guys. Gwen pun a little bit hard. Masing-masing semua jarak dekat guys kan. Lepas tu Valentina pun nak buat apa dengan Melissa? Mana boleh buat apa?
Because you put so much pressure on him already before you actually
Kalah,
got into game
habis lah.
one, because he's
Tapi
the
kalau kau
sole
tanya aku, fight.
guy who could just disrupt, who could just catch and set up for the team maybe. Aside from, oh my gosh, look at your face.
Fanny banyak kick tu. Fanny dia macam tak apa nak okey sangat lah guys.
Right here. What an unbelievable catch.
Nampak macam dah lama tak main. Tapi paksa main tau. Sebab tak nak bagi Nail. Dah kata ya guys, Fanny dia boleh lawan. Tapi kalau kau tanya aku, Fanny dia okey. Cuma dia susah nak target MM guys. Dia susah nak target MM, dia susah nak main, dia susah nak buat apa-apa, nak target backline pun susah. Satu sebab Salena. Salena dia boleh gocek-gocek lagi guys. Yang kedua sebab dia ada Melissa. Backline-nya. So they a bit hard to do anything lah.
Boiling up in here on the casters desk, considering how much energy has been expended here on game number 1. You saw it from all the Vitality members. They all had to, crack open their waters.
Hello.
Because they were not only just communicating, they were shouting through and through.
I can imagine. I guess we were too caught up in what was happening here too.
Beta ambil pick off punya hero.
Hear the scream.
Kena ambil hero jarak jauh.
Falcons fans,
nak cloud saja tak dapat guys.
So beautiful. It's great to see that now we've come
nak cloud saja tak lepas. Penny tak boleh nak bantu bagi damage kan. Mid pun tak boleh nak bantu juga. Mereka perlu macam hero yang macam God ke ataupun Zetian ataupun kalau jungle mungkin macam jungle memang susah lah sebab assassin kan. Melissa punya counter assassin guys. Sebab kebanyakannya kebanyakannya semuanya hero jarak dekat kan. So a bit hard lah to play.
Major team fights at that. Eman was just always surviving.
Dia tak nak Moreno pakai Valen. Rugi lah guys. Siapa je dia, contoh lah kalau game ni kan dia lepas Valentina kan. Dia nak ambil ulti siapa cuba kau bagi tahu aku. Haya boleh ke Moon? Tak boleh juga. Kalau contoh Haya second skill kan. Lepas tu dia boleh buka ulti.
The direct into the Uranus all over again anymore, especially come late game, but even Flap couldn't
Shogun dah tak main lah tadi awal-awal.
He's going with the build that he had. He's going for that full tank. Obviously, he has a component just to give a little bit of damage in the early stages of the game. But then you see moments like, him diving into that mid-tier 1, trying to clear that wave and giving up his life. He is not at the same level as Uranus.
Kau tak nak nobang dengan Apple ke? Aku dah pernah cakap dah benda ni uncle. Tak boleh. Setup kat sini bukan setup macam kat rumah tu.
I knew I had a feeling that this was the kind of game we were getting ourselves into.
Dia nanti dia akan problem dengan mixer. Dia akan problem dekat aku punya OBS. Tapi yang paling problem sebenarnya dia dengan aku berbeza 10 second. Even dia pergi dia tengok dekat stream yang paling laju pun kan. Lambat juga 10 second. Sebab aku laju kat sini.
It becomes our superpower.
Kat sini aku laju. Aku direct kan.
Now imagine an entire city.
Aku punya
being
stream
built
ni
to
lagi laju
supercharge
daripada kat atas guys.
Kadir City.
Lagi
powered
laju
by
daripada
play.
kat atas ni. Atas lagi laju daripada kat sini
I was walking at the venue
lagi
and
laju
it
daripada yang
turns
kat
out
atas
Luke
yang
is
TV ni
here
kan.
all
Aku
the way
ni
from
lagi laju dok.
Indonesia, pro player from Indonesia.
Pro player.
Pro player, how are you doing? doing?
Laju 1 second.
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
Enjoying Paris?
Yeah, enjoy so much.
By the way, why are you here?
Because I'm fans of Vitality.
Fans of Vitality, not Onyx?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, but more Vitality.
more Vitality.
Is it because you're close with them? I mean,
Because
they are your
I'm
ex-teammates.
Vitality right now.
Oh, you are Vitality
Yeah.
right now. Okay. Speaking of Vitality, you caught the match yesterday. It looked like it took them a little bit of time to finish out that game. Was that a result that you were expecting?
Yeah, of course. Because I know they are so strong, right?
Okay.
Boleh
so
jadi ke Moon,
it
diorang
took
kalah sebab
them a
tak ada
while,
Indonesia.
but you did expect them
Kau
to
tengok
win
balik
eventually.
draftnya.
Is it because of the meta right now?
Tengok
Because a
balik
lot of people
draftnya,
are
dok.
saying
Ada
that this
Bellerik
meta
semua tak ada
favors
sisi
Indonesian
ni.
teams
Ini
more
dia,
than the
dok.
Filipino teams. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I agree. Because right now, Assassin meta,
Masalahnya
right?
Melissa je.
I think both of
Aku
team
rasa
in
Melissa memang OP
Indonesia
lah,
are
guys.
really good at Assassin.
Untuk meta
Like
Assassin
the
ni,
Nile
lawan
and
dengan
Kyrie
Assassin.
is so good.
Lawan
But,
Link,
I mean,
Link
on
tak
the
boleh buat
other
apa
side,
dengan
we have
Melissa.
Sakais
Kalau
from
Link ulti
SRG.
ke, Melissa boleh ulti.
We have
Lepas tu dia tak boleh
Egois
nak.
earlier on. We have
Tak boleh nak tutup.
Kyle, Carl, TZ. Are they not good on assassins?
They good, but I think I'm more biased on Nile.
He's biased on Nile.
Nile so good.
Nile is so good. It's not just because you guys are close, right? You actually think objectively he's
No,
good.
I'm not close with Nile.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah, it's my enemy.
Oh, he's your...
Yeah.
What happened?
Just I hate him.
Okay, you hate him, but you're
Yeah,
supporting
but I
Vitality.
support him, yeah.
Very interesting. On that notion, do you have a message to Team Vitality who's gonna go up soon?
Just give space to our maestro, Moreno, yeah? He will carry.
Carry. Moreno, the maestro, will carry. Do you maybe have a message for Onyx?
For Onyx, yeah, good luck.
What is that smile?
Good luck for Onyx, yeah. We hope this EWC can grand finals to Team Indo.
Amen.
Amen.
Bibi ni dah start
But what
berdarah
about
ni
the fans
sebenarnya.
back at home? I think people are waiting for you to say something maybe to the Indonesian supporters that are watching right now.
Bahas aja ya.
Boleh.
Gue cuma 5 hari guys, ntar gue restream nonton gue ya.
He said he's going to be here only for 5 days, so watch him restream.
Yeah.
I'll watch you restream.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Luke,
thank you
for
so
your
much.
time. And we're going to throw it back over to you
Beria
guys.
dua tim Indo final.
Thinks he can come in here and play
Confident
well
lah.
again.
Kalau aku pun kalau kat atas tu pun aku akan cakap final Vamos lawan SRG.
You're done.
Tak korang bising lah bangkit. Korang jangan tengok daripada perspektif korang. Korang tengok daripada perspektif dia. Faham tak? Kalau korang rasa perspektif korang baik, korang pergi tengok dekat perspektif diorang macam mana kalau kita cakap macam tu. Kalau kita cakap macam tu, baguslah Moon ni. Contoh lah, kalau aku yang cakap kan, kalau boleh saya nak tengok final Vamos lawan SRG. Kalau korang tengok okey kan. Tapi kalau diorang tengok, mesti diorang anggap macam kau juga. So, bagi perspektif diorang yang baik. Perspektif korang mungkin korang nampak macam beria.
Today. Now, we're only one match in so far. However, to kick things off, we already saw a big win out of T1. And they weren't even one of the teams that we touched on in the beginning, but they are in that CC race. However, 3 days of finals means a lot of gameplay. And we still have Navi at the top of our leaderboard heading into finals. We have Liquid, we have Falcons, we have Vitality, we have AGAL, Twisted Minds. So
it's busy.
This is really busy for our finals.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, look, we've got a lot of going on there, so we'll be keeping up to
Sama,
date as
diorang
much as we
bukan tak
possibly
nak,
can.
tapi
But it
memang
sounds
tak
like there's
diorang
going
tak
to be huge
berfungsi dengan baik.
implications
Mungkin
in the club
lah.
championships. Well, thank
Banyak
you very
sangat
much
tengok
once again.
benda
We'll check in
bukan-bukan, guys.
throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
Cakap macam tu pun nak jadi isu. Tak tahu lah. Normal lah, support negara sendiri kan. Diorang terlampau hatred tau, hatred guys. Hatred. Pada orang-orang Indo semua bagus-bagus je tu. Ada je yang bagus. Ada yang tak bagus tu tak bagus lah. Tak payah. Jangan nak ni tau. Jangan nak generalizekan semua benda tau. Pun tak ada ke klip yang kau bagi kerusi nak tengok? InsyaAllah kalau tak apa-apa nanti aku tolong buatkan klip guys Aku ni siapa tu guys? Orang nak klip pasal aku. Aku yang nak kena klip semua benda kau tahu tak? Aku bukan fee. Aku bukan solo tu. Aku ni Munji. Tak cukup famous lagi nama aku kat Malaysia guys untuk orang klip. Nantilah aku check balik, aku tengok balik nanti aku edit guys Aku post esok lah kalau tak ada apa-apa.
We saw how Vitality
Aku post
struggled
esok
early on to deal with the Fanny, but then the inevitable happened. The Melissa, and of course, when that Selena and Badang started hitting
Batu
together,
hijau, batu
they
hijau,
were
batu hijau tu apa?
unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I doubted the Badong and the Selena a little bit
Aku
there.
nak ni letak lagu Kindness.
And though it took some time,
Kau tahu
once
tak
it
Kindness?
mattered, once they were able to buy into that late game,
Kindness song.
it
Kindness
was
edit.
on. That final big play with the fist crack followed up by the arrow, completely foreseeing Kyle's entry into
Lagu
the
ni.
mid lane and just stopping in its
Sekejap.
tracks. Very well done by Vitality. Now, will I say that the draft was a complete win? Will I say that?
Bawa lagu ni.
Honestly, they won that game off of skill as well. Right?
100%.
Both teams had the ability to win that game off of their drafts, which means coming into game 2, anything could happen.
Yeah.
Right? It's definitely possible for Falcons to tie things up. Both teams have shown that they know what they can do in their draft. It's definitely possible for Vitality to pull this off for the 2-0.
And it was such an entertaining game because we got to see both lineups do their thing. As you mentioned,
lagu tu
Falcons
aku nak
got to do their thing for majority of the game. But then Vitality, with their sheer mechanics and skill, as you mentioned, were able to pop off, make sure that Melissa and Eman was the one who was bulletproof in the previous game. So Falcons goes ahead and bans out the Phovius, trying to bait out a reaction towards a potential first pick of Freya for the side of
Buat edit Kindness dah.
Falcons. Forget about some of the major trades that we have. The Valentina, Marcel is still open, but
For that blue side, first pick on this. Quick fun fact from Kyle. He has said that they're
Tak
very
lagu tu.
strong.
Nanti aku buat
Kyle always bullies me in scrims. Just don't bully me in tournament too.
So it's a little bit more context of what Niall said earlier with the interview with Eterna about how he sees just him and Tianzi as the top
Lagu
jumpers
dia
mechanics-wise, based off of results
Imposter
of the scrims,
Syndrome.
but not referring
Nama
to what
lagunya.
he believes in when it comes to the tournament stage, once you're there on the stage. So the Valentina gets taken out here by Falcons now. The Atlas gone. Yeah, that forces out the Marcel ban. So far it's the bans of Falcons
esok lah
are
aku
more
post esok
on
aku edit.
forcing Vitality to ban
Best
certain
lagu tu,
heroes.
positive vibe. Aku suka dua lagu tu best tau. Dia macam, kau rasa macam nak macam ni tau.
Will that Ling be banned?
Ah,
Last
saya
time
nak
was
macam tu.
Vitality on blue side.
Esok aku
Decided to
post.
ban out, which forced
Sebab
the
ramai
big
tak tahu
trade
kan.
of either leaving
Ramai
the
tak tahu.
Fanny open or not, and
Sorry,
Falcons
dia tak
called the
famous.
bluff and ended
Sorry,
up
dia
paying the
selalu
price for
macam
it.
tak bagi korang
Now with
konten guys.
Falcons putting in
Tak
their
bagi
last
konten.
ban, we still have all the assassins up. Jushin also still available
Saja
and
kau
open.
apa
Freya
esok?
still
Esok!
available and open with things like Valentina and Atlas and
Esok!
getting banned out. It means that
Faham tak
there's a lot
esok?
to trade up on, and Falcons want to go for that trade. And while they're doing it, they take out the Selena, which I think is a good play overall. Two more of a target ban and leaves
Jarang-jarang dah aku marah orang gelak.
I think at that point, Falcons are already deciding the possibility that the Seleno is going to come in.
Dia dia macam nak rage bait aku guys.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was Vitality who was able to do that.
Vamos kau apa? Ni orang seorang lagi guys.
Here available for Falcons.
Vamos dah habis 2-0. Ayai. 2-0 dah guys. Bam. Tak selesa lah barang ni, geram lah repost dakwah. Kau tak tahu doh, aku ni hari-hari hadap benda yang sama. Orang tanya tau. Geram kadang-kadang. Dia dah macam berjaya buat kau marah. Dia suka kan. Itu lah. Kadang-kadang setengah orang dia tanya sebab nak rage bait tu. Kau tak rindu rumah ke? Aku tak rindu rumah. Aku rindu Sofia tu.
Yeah, same. Eudora as the first pick. Because with the Valentina getting banned out, they have to be wary of picking their jungler right away. Because Vitality,
Kamera
they
Osbot
are
kamu ni,
encouraged to pick up the Beleric in the first
Kamera
phase.
Osbot
Valentina
yang diorang
gone, then
sediakan.
Falcons won't have their own
Saji
Raptor
monster
Giant to
semua
steal away.
lawan pun.
And
Tipis
with
oh
the
peluang yang
Atlas
Saji
ban
agak
by Vitality as well,
kemungkinan diorang boleh jadi tak lepas tu.
They just go for the Beleric Carrara. They were the same thing as last time pretty much. Or just either don't even pick up the assassin because you're going to
Aku nak
get
kena berdiri je guys, ngantuk ah.
You have such a wide field to play with. You can just
Lama
adjust.
sangat duduk dah.
A lot of options here for Vitality, but because
Kena gerak-gerak sikit kan. Bonjour bulan, hello. Kemungkinan Vamos jam.
Good lane for Moreno. Let's see if they're still willing to play the juice in later on. Maybe into red 3, red 4.
Kena berdiri sikit guys.
A lineup that can clear the middle a bit faster for Vitality will encourage them to take control of the river and make sure that their lane is happy.
Does Falcon commit once again to an assassin pick? Or do they try to switch things up here a little bit? We've seen a lot work against the assassins. They go for the Fanny once again. In the Barats into the EXP this time. Do we think we're going to see maybe something crazy and get the double fighter off? The only time we've seen the Barats so far is when there's also a fighter
cushion kat bontok kat belakang kau ke tak.
It's tough considering that Vitality is going to be coming back.
Bosan sangat dah tu. Ni bukan bosan guys. Ini ngantuk dah. Lebih kat dah ngantuk tau. Sebab tadi aku makan dia macam kenyang sangat tau. Lepas tu sejuk-sejuk kan. Lepas tu gelap-gelap pula kat sini ada lampu-lampu warna biru. Kau tahu tak, lampu warna biru lah yang paling senang nak buat kau ngantuk. Paling senang nak buat kau rasa macam nak tidur. Lampu merah yang paling buat kau rasa macam kau lampu merah buatkan kau rasa tak nak tidur. Lampu biru buat kau rasa ngantuk. Kat sini semua warna biru tau guys. Kau rasa very selesa, very safe tau untuk kau tidur. Nanti Dibo dengan Obot kena stream macam kau kemun ke macam Zon buat konten. Sejujurnya diorang datang for fun je doh guys. Tak silap aku dengar. Paling-paling kalau diorang nak datang boleh je buat konten, dapatkan exposure macam tu teman aku di stream. Tapi kemungkinan diorang akan teman aku di stream nanti kat sini. Ya, diorang akan teman aku nanti guys kat sini Nanti akan ada Sultan Rick juga, Aul, Obot, Dibo. Diorang akan mungkin akan buat konten sikit-sikit lah. Mungkin lah, tak tahulah macam mana kan. Serius lah, lepas Melissa lagi. Apa, kali ni diorang dah tahu, contoh lah kan. Dah tahu ni lawan Melissa, mesti ada caranya. Solos tak ada ke? Solos rasanya macam tak ada. Uish, ramai 7GL turun. Diorang famous guys kan.
Good call Drex, good call. Still respecting the possibility.
Kat sana banyak kacang ke? Aku tak tahulah guys kacang apa yang korang borak ni. Daripada hari tu lagi dengan si Apple tau. Duk borak kacang. Kat sana ingat duduk Paris tak adalah soalan bukan-bukan. Rupanya lagi menekan. Agak Adib tak ada ke kat Paris? Adib pula. Aduh, sakit pula tengok tu.
Roamers, but in terms of the top ones we see, these are like the main trades. Unless Falcons are going to pick up something like the Cho. They get the more. Could still be a possible. Yeah, at least there's going to be a moment where you will be able to knock up the Melissa in her ult, but then you'll get
Bun Alif Rakib rebut belt hari ni. Nanti apa-apa nanti kalau dia menang ke kalah ke korang bagi tahulah guys Bagilah tahu nanti apa jadi. Sebab aku tak dapat nak tengok guys. Aku ada kerja. Ada kerja hakiki kat sini. Kalau aku terlepas, aku tak nak lah apa ni jadi seorang yang tak jujur guys tau. Tak jujur dengan kerja sendiri. Kita kena, kalau orang bagi kita kerja, kita kena kerja betul-betul. Nanti kalau orang nak bagi lagi orang percaya. Kalau contoh dia tengah Nobar ni kan, tiba-tiba aku layan Arif Lakib, tak kebingai. Maka senang tak kat sana. Sejujurnya aku tak keluar lagi guys. Aku tak keluar lagi jalan-jalan pergi cari makanan tempat lain. Mostly aku makan makanan yang disediakan je guys. Makanan yang disediakan alhamdulillah buat masa sekarang ni semua baik-baik saja. Tak ada masalah. Tak ada jumpa yang tak halal ke apa ke. Sebab korang kena faham guys, EWC ni sponsornya orang yang buat EWC ni adalah orang Arab. Kepada siapa yang tak tahu kan. So takkanlah orang Arab nak letak ada bacon ke kan. Rosak nama dia orang.
Maybe a little bit more range through mid or a little bit more shred. Which route are they going to go? How about a little bit more sustainability to pick up the Esmeralda?
Macam mana kau dapat gaming live kat situ, Moon? Senang cerita diorang bagi aku kerja lah. Ni sebahagian daripada kerja KOL lah, guys.
You just, like you said, we pick up the Moskov for Falcon.
Moskov and Cho.
Pun kat hotel ada pilihan halal yang banyak. Mostly kat hotel diorang akan letak halal dengan non-halal. Ada setengah hotel, bila korang makan, dia ada kawasan non-halal, dia ada kawasan yang halal, guys. Standard lah tu dekat most of the hotels lah.
It sounds like it's 50-50 because you're getting
Kecuali kalau korang pergi dekat tempat yang lain lah. Ya, macam benda macam ni event. Selalunya diorang kalau event-event macam ni diorang mesti akan letak halal dan non-halal lah. Lagi-lagi bila ada Islam, ada Muslim.
Right. This was one of the picks that Falcons have already shown here. The Akai roam for Ogwen. They get the Brody. Kai and Eudora in the center. It's fast, clear. Not as fast in the rotations, but it will be annoying for the Link to deal with in the team fight. But again, the problem still stands. Will they be able to reach this Melissa with a composition?
Aku perlukan semangat tu. Aku macam dah tak ada energy ni, guys.
It needs to hold for a long
Ngantuk
time.
sangat lah. Sejuk. Ngantuk sejuk. Six-pack ke Moon? Aku berdiri bukan sebab six-pack, guys. Aku berdiri sebab ngantuk. Aku ada lagi satu game lagi tu. Cak guys, kalau aku ngantuk aku tertidur sekarang macam mana tu? Sabar Moon 2-0 ni. Kasih 2-0 terus lah. 2-0 terus lah Siapa tahu nak tag komen automatic dalam live chat YT. Yang tu aku tak tahu pula. Moon muka mana nampak badan je. Aku duduk ngantuk lah guys. Aku boleh tertidur tu sebenarnya. Serius. Aku terpaksa bangun ni lah. Bagi aku masa guys. Takkanlah aku nak berdiri lama-lama kan. Kopi dulu kat sini. Aku tak minum kopi lah. Aku paling-paling tea lah. Tea. Lelap je matamu, lelap je Habis korang nak layan siapa tu. Takkan aku nak biar je korang kan. Aku pun ada ni juga tu guys. Simpati juga tu. Tahan kencing ke pun. Baru je lepas cakap ngantuk. Apa yang tahan kencingnya? Selesa sangat komisi tu. Bukan. Kawasan dia terlampau selesa guys. Dia punya atmosphere kat sini pun bising pun kan. Boleh tidur tu. Garuk kot. Apalah. Nazrul. Aku letak tangan dalam poket. Dia kata aku garu ni tau guys. Tolonglah otak tu. Jangan letak kat lutut guys. Otak tu letaklah kat dalam kepala anak anjing. Bukan letak kat lutut.
And it's like adding an additional front line to your lineup in general, which I feel would work out really well for them, but multiple pull yourself together.
So many. Now instant evade here.
Tidur. Macam tu je tu Kyle. Kyle tak payahlah Kyle main Fanny. Tak payahlah duk. Tak power siap. Paris kau apa? Kau 3 petang.
Yep, there we go. Haji goes down and Moreno survives. His ego challenges it. No problem. Full faith that the rest of the team. Moreno got the last pick. He was ready to give that kill over and trade his life for now.
Lega ke Moon? Lepas aku cakap anak anjing tu kan, aku rasa lega sangat agak. Kira cakap Fanny the kick. Tapi ada je yang macam tu. Tapi awal sangat siap. Sepatutnya kalau nak agresif ni Fanny yang lebih ada advantage tau dalam game. Tak late game. Tapi terbalik pula guys.
Feel like Vitality got the better out of that. But also, I feel like in terms of composition, I also want to point out how, at least with the Akai pick, they kind of forced out the Purify from Emma. So that might make things a bit better for Falcons too when it comes to the team fights later.
Kau kena main sabar.
Saber. How do we force this Melissa to actually take the Purify? I think Ogwen has got a pretty good answer to that. Falcons already have this first position, and I don't see it happening. Spot size is attacked.
Yep, Super Marco getting target here. Doesn't have the ultimate yet, but he doesn't need it anyway and will survive.
Aku dengar link tu tadi. The heck? Jom kita tengok muka-muka player sekejap guys.
Yep, all he lost was his flicker. He still doesn't lose out too much. And even see Eman making sure he's doing his due diligence, throwing muddles,
nampak.
just to open up for him. Just in case
Streamer lain ada? Tak ada loh benda macam tu. Apa? Baik Syak. Tak sebenarnya kan, Kaltiz kan. Kaltiz punya Fanny power je. Cuma dia dah lama tak main.
But I do think it was interesting, right? They already knew that it was going to be Barat's playing into Shogun at this stage of the game, right?
Siapa tu kamu? Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Tak apalah guys, jangan puji sangat. Jangan puji sangat guys Tak apa.
Once he's got into that enraged dino form and he can start doing the stomps in the middle of the wave.
Biasa je lah benda ni. Dalam kehidupan aku kan guys benda-benda macam ni biasa je dok. Semua orang tak tahu yang aku tengah live. Orang rasa tak best tau tengok live aku. Diorang tak pernah cuba. Cuba layan. Cuba dua layan. Cakap dengan korang. Sesekali. Baik juga tu. Nampak macam dia dah panas jari Mu tak dapat kepala. Abang lah. Kau nak tengok game nak tengok kepala aku. Biarlah aku nak beli. CEO yang menyamar dia dalam cerita ni dia short story.
That they're dealing with. It's not an Akai jungle, but I think that makes it all the more difficult to deal with because it's
tak apa Mun, aku sentiasa puas dengan live kau. Puas Kenapa kau punya puas tu macam bunyi dia macam lain Second camp. Good idea juga tu.
Pushing them away, and now Vitality are unable to contest for the objective. But the flicker in from Spin, and the
nampak juga tak sampai kena sampai
But that's a purify used by Shogun, so he will be okay. Tempest of Blades coming in from Nile, countering to look for his target to go away. He had to change target.
Power je gila dia punya Fanny. Okay.
He couldn't just freely cable his way through the fight.
Laju lah guys. Tapi kalau kau tanya aku biasa je lah. Lama tak main tu. 2-0 lah ni aku rasa.
And this is why I think the Vexana is so good because now it's not about priority targets. I do max percent health damage. Build what you want. Hey, you know what? Build 3 Guardian Helms if you really want to.
So far, Moreno again and Eman have been untouched in this game. And it's starting to become a problem, I feel, for Falcons because you even saw
saya Fanny aku, lain. Fanny aku rasa lagi gempak sikit lah. Tengok Nana tak boleh. Aku ada cam ni je.
Perfect ping here at EWC. Iman is baiting him to do it.
Oh, they're all going in for Haji. Couldn't survive that. Now it's gonna be Kyle trying to look for a trade, but he will be unable to find Nile. Now it's been setting up with a Wrath of Dryad.
Habis kena curi.
The jungle of Team Falcons.
Tak. Di backup. 25 orang je guys. Tak ramai ke simpan batu hijau ni? Tak tahu ada orang. Kalau aku tak buat, meminta dah buat tak nak pula. Aku baru perasan siapa-siapa pergi knockout stage cuti lama siap sampai 29 kan. Sini Selasanya cuti guys. Satu Ahad ni tak tahu lah game mana tu.
Not been able to have
Thank you for follow-nya guys. Terima kasih. Guys, sampai sabi tu kasih tag-tag juga geng. Kasih rajin lah sikit, kasih semangat sikit streamer ni guys. Aku tengah ngantuk ni pun aku sanggup berdiri tau guys untuk korang semua. Aku sanggup berdiri untuk korang semua tau. Untuk hilangkan ngantuk, tak nak bagi korang bosan tengok seorang-seorang. Macam ni guys. Boleh tak macam ni? Macam ni lah, tag-tag phone korang. Boleh tak? Yang kat YT boleh tekan button like lah. Yang kat YT button subscribe juga jangan lupa.
I would argue that Haji needs to as well, but there's so many times where as soon as he shows up, that's an instant engagement decided by
Yep, at least Ogwen now finds his way back to the turtle pit, but Emman is feeling like a donor right now. The way he just puts Muddles out there and deals a certain amount of damage towards the front lines. It's not just making things easy for Falcons, who just want to position themselves around this pit. Ogwen now below half HP. Flap doesn't land the Daytona's welcome, and the heavy spin flicker combo just to get away, but Ogwen might just be the first to fall here in this fight.
Gila set up aku kat sini.
Kyle doesn't even have his purple buff yet, and Niall's not allowing him to take it freely. He still has retribution, but he can't get close.
This is a scary game. Holy cow. Like not, oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, Flap could not stand that. What? Where could he go? There's not much mobility you can rely on as a Barret either. It's just the Daytona's welcome charge, and that's about it.
This game is kind of ridiculous because it's really a game of chicken, right? It's whoever backs down from the fight first, and unfortunately for Falcons, for them to reposition, it's a lot harder. Vitality, who again are playing all for one with Iman here, who's doing a phenomenal job of keeping himself alive, and best yet, he's almost single-handedly getting Ogwen to use the heavy spin on him.
And when Kyle went for him, he didn't even feel the need to use the go away just yet. He's just that much ahead on this Melissa. Again, 0 deaths in this game. No one.
Sorry call member.
You could just sense that he perfectly mastered the timings in which he.
Sedap je Iman tolak lane dok.
That's posing multiple problems for Falcons right now.
Yeah, and every single time you see Kyle trying to contest, trying to get a set. Wait, hold on.
Okay, Eman still has the Purify, not using it yet, just uses the go away, and it's gonna be enough to push Ogwen out. Kyle tries to engage with the Wrath of Giant, once again catching Eman
mega kill do Moreno.
Falcons are low, and Niall is here for the cleanup.
No.
Even
recall
he's fine.
Kyle missed one cable, the most important cable from the destroyed structure of the turret. It just slipped right in between. I thought it was going to connect, but there was just too much noise in the middle of it to be accurate. Let's look at it one more time. Because again, Ogwen keeps him locked down, but as soon as the go away is done, Kyle instantly takes out one target, looks for the second, but that last cable didn't connect, so he couldn't get that last bit of burst, allowing Iman to reposition. How unfortunate.
It just got a bit too messy, I agree.
Oof.
It's so unfortunate. Now you feel the responsibility that Kyle has right now, because at that point, Eman was within reach.
It was, they were, and I think that right now, if they just need Super Marco to just live for a little bit longer.
No, what? No. Okay, that was a warranted attempt from Falcons. They finally get the kill onto Eman. Finn now left alone, using Wrath of Giant, still surviving for just a bit longer. Niall though, does he want to go in? Will he find a target? He will probably wait a bit more and
Semangat mulai kat sana ngantuk tu.
And I love the fact that Niall, they both understand each other's composition. So now, just existing, just putting himself in a position where he is visible to the Falcons will make them second guess. Hey, we don't want to greed this out too much. We already got what we were looking for. Finn and Iman are down. We can take first position at this point. Now the next problem is Moreno until Iman gets back to the pit.
Yeah, and that was unexpected. You wouldn't really expect Super Marco and Haji to be the combo to take out Iman. But I guess the damage really is going to come from them now. It's Kyle securing the objective, but Niall goes in. Haji very low on HP. Iman is going to finish him off. And the backlines are being taken care of as Emma's just really throwing out these needles. Shogun being in the face of 3 members of Falcons. And now there's a Daytona's welcome coming from Flap, but he will not survive this attempt. Kyle flying in! Go away, keeping Emma safe! But Falcons are gonna settle with that.
Ngantuk tu.
Man, that was nasty. Shogun purposefully just standing right on top of Flap. As soon as he saw the Daytona's welcome, all he had to do was position himself just a little bit further to make sure people step away. But just look at this, right? Instantly they find a big punish onto Haji, right? Niall had to quickly use that Bladed Tempest. If not, he was gonna get locked down into this wall. But look at it, Shogun instantly, he zones Super Marco and then walks back into the Daytona's welcome to get eaten, allowing him on to get the free hit. Luckily, Kyle and Flap communicated. We can at least blow one of them up.
Yep. Now it's a Blade of Despair pickup for Niall, as well as Moreno gets the Blood Wings. Falcons are going to utilize this Lord to at least equalize. There's a bit more map control though.
Stolen. Nice. Nice. That's going to take away a little bit of influence coming in from Niall. He can't just do whatever he wants willy-nilly. He will have to go into a side lane and then recall rather than walk his butt back.
Off-cam lah
With,
kejap.
you know, considering everything, considering game number 1, Vitality have shown that they are great on the
Tak
defense.
membantu tu guys untuk hilangkan
Pull the
ngantuk.
lead back onto their side, and now they're just handing it back over to Falcons until the next Lord's fight.
Yep, they have a lot of ways to deal with this player, honestly. It's a Vexana, it's a Melissa, and you just really can walk up front knowing that they have Muddle, knowing that they have a potential Eternal Guard dropping down on you at any moment. So they will somehow
Boleh
still
guys
be able
korang
to
tengok
deliver.
tanpa aku.
This is still a very small lead that they're seeing 12 minutes into the game. So I feel like even Falcons at this point would be very careful and would not really assume that they're in a complete
Boleh ke korang tengok tanpa aku? Power nap.
Honestly, they recognize that they're actually at a disadvantage until Haji is able to close the distance onto Iman in one shot. I don't see this game going the way that they want to, because even for Super Marco, right, his damage is, yes, great against structures, against heroes, sure, it's fine. The big issue is that he's running Sky Piercer. He's the big finisher. He cannot keep up with the hard DPS that's being pumped out of Iman like an absolute sweatshop factory. He's getting kicks out for everybody.
Yeah, Emma right now, it's great that Falcons have found a way to deal with him, but it's only been that one instance up top. Other than that, let's see how they deal with it this time. That's the ultimate already coming out from Haji. Vitality are still going to be okay though. Kyle's trying to fly over the other members, but Moreno, did you see that? He was just like walking.
After common kat MPLMY ada live juga, Simulator pun live juga.
Coming out of Moreno in that sequence.
Ya, tapi aku nak jadi peneman korang tau. Apalah guys.
Ultimate, like, you know, his life depended on it. Luckily, Niall does actually have his purple buff. So good. At least we know that Haji is willing to throw his ult out. It's a pretty short cooldown at this stage of the game. And I think this
Kerja dik, kerja ke?
it's a make it or break it
Ngantuk
for
lah
either
Mi.
side. They're dead
Ni
even
mak aku
in
ke
the
ni?
gold. Majority of the outer
Betul ke?
turrets have been destroyed. It is a
Tahu lah ni
very
mak aku ke?
awkward parallel between the two.
I'm so not used
Makan
to
tak
seeing
dikenyang
this
sangat
small of a
guys.
lead already, 30
Lepas tu kat
minutes
sini
into the
gelap-gelap
game.
pula kan.
Literally insignificant. It's so close between Team Falcons and Team Vitality right now. Both
Masuk
junglers
kepala.
on opposite sides, but
Masuk kepala kau.
it's just
Boleh.
gonna be
Kepala
recall
kau
for now.
masuk.
Now it's about the macro, right? At this point,
Tak, gerak,
it's
gerak,
how do you
gerak.
get under and how do you figure out
Kerana
a
ada orang
good
stream
time.
juga ke? Ada seorang. Masak makan asam ah dia nak dapat asam time-time macam ni ah.
And Vitality have at least a huge advantage when it comes down to poking them out, because every single time, right? Ogun walks up, Iman instantly throws
Tidur
out
lah
Muddles,
kejap, eh.
waits for the
Oh,
cooldown,
layan lah.
rinse and repeat.
Watch out for Haji though. They gotta watch out for Haji. They gotta
Aku
check
tengok
where
macam
this
ni
is.
ah guys eh.
Oh, he doesn't know. They have no
Oh.
idea now. Wait, is Finn gonna double check it? He might.
Oh.
Because I don't think it hit. I don't think the first still connected.
And it doesn't reveal the entire bushes until it connects onto somebody. You're absolutely right with that. But Niall finally gets the endless battle in his position. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
You're walking straight into something. Okay, now they spot Haji. Iman is
Bahaya.
gonna be fully aware that Haji will be positioned at that spot, but it is gonna be a quick reposition. Falcons are really trying to play around this
Kaji tengok
last
Kaji
canopy
kan.
of potential for Haji.
Yeah, they're trying to like slowly slot him into that back line.
Tengok
Colin
Kaji
as well
dah.
is now- Oh, good stuff coming in from Niall.
Oh,
Instantly revealing him, and now
oh.
Vitality should have a little
Masih
bit
lagi
more
boleh
confidence
tu,
to walk
masih
back
boleh.
onto that first position again, and maybe set up a slow push
Masih
down on
lagi
bot side.
boleh tu.
Yeah, but it's Haji. It's Haji and Ogun walking up top to support!
Nah, mati bodoh Nail. Nail tak sempat nak buat apa dah.
Real quick, the knock from the Eternal Guard and the heavy spin from
Okay, Ogun paksa, Ogun paksa. Ogun cuba tak ada damage. Kali datang. Kali sabar. Tak ada lagi tu.
Nice movement coming up from Aman. Kyle was thinking for half a second, if he keeps running away, maybe I go for the chase. I saw the stun get thrown out. I saw the taunt get thrown out. And more importantly,
Boleh
wait
lagi
a
ke
minute,
ni
the
menang
Wrath of
ni
the Dryads
guys?
has come back off of cooldown, right? Finn has been holding it for the longest time. And even though they don't have their retribution for the next 7 seconds, they're trying to make sure that Falcons, hey, you're going to fight on our terms, on our terms.
Okay, they're starting this. Niall's gonna be back. He's going to be back real quick. Open now, facing the damage, already below half HP.
Penalti sakit. Pedih. Alamak.
Showing up behind, but
Kali kena wow, dia dapat tu.
shut down
Dapat shutdown sekali Gila lah.
The conceal, wait, fear.
Can
He
do
might
it,
flicker for this,
though.
but now underneath their own inhibitor, that conceal is going to keep them safe. The trades have been beautiful from
Memang
both
betul lah
sides.
guys
What a tight game this is.
Assassin
Really
bukan
just
gameplay
showing the extent
Faken
of
tu.
Melissa. She gets
Bukan
to stay
gameplay
underneath
MPLP
the
tu
Lord,
guys.
no problem. Throws out Muddles.
Bukan
She
diorang
can
tak
not
power,
only
diorang
kill
power
the
je
Lord,
guys.
but
Cuma
also poke
diorang
out Ogwyn at the same time.
as a team kan, kalau diorang main kan,
It's crazy.
lagi power kalau diorang main jungle utility lah.
On a Melissa.
One man, 3 problems solved.
Now they're taking one base turret down
Melissa
bottom.
tu
They still have
kacau.
the Lord marking the base. That's an immortality pickup for Finn. They're getting poked down. Oh, the Detone as well.
Barat, silap langkah Barat.
And taunted as well. He's already very, very low. But now
Oh, masih lagi.
left. Another eternal guard and a wave coming
Masih
in.
lagi okey tu.
Worry about his Ogwyn tries to pull them away, forcing out at least one flicker.
Dia tolak minion.
A flicker from Finn.
Susah lah minion tu. Ya Allah. Kita tengok kali je main. Kita tengok kali je main guys. Kita tengok kali je main.
They have minions left.
Oh.
It's a flicker from Haji.
Stop.
He's still alive.
Weh, 2 orang tengok tu.
Defense is successful from Falcons. Haji, despite all the damage thrown into his face, manages to hold on. There's one more wave though. Kyle, he's gonna have to pull it somehow.
Emma got his HP back. But does Kyle finish off the
Sempat one, okay. Boleh lagi ke ni? Haji masih lagi. Kal Tiji. 3 second tu. 2 second Marco, Super Marco. 2-0. Baik tu. Alif menang KO. Baik siap. Alif congrats tu Alif. Malaysia makin mendunia guys. Vamos menang, Alif menang. Memang hari yang baik untuk Malaysia lah guys. Semalam je lah. Semalam hari yang kurang baik untuk Malaysia lah guys. Baik tu Alif. Nice one tu Alif.
So crazy. It's so crazy. I'm speechless because this early game, right?
Tak kutip dah sebenarnya. Tak melawan dah.
Work in the same way as the Eudora. You
Tak
want to
melawan.
hurt your opponents, but at the same time, the big problem with Eudora is she's
Tapi kalau kau tanya aku, Melissa ni kacau lah guys. Thanks to Vamos lah Open Melissa. Main Melissa.
on this Vexana are hyper squishy and are very useless once their cooldowns are depleted.
Penny and Akai kurang Even Melissa tu dah guna ulti pun kan. Penny tak boleh nak buat apa tu. Kita tengok tu Second skill ni salah-salah tau. Banyak kali dia salah kabel. Apa yang boleh lawan dengan Melissa Hero jarak jauh lah. Tapi kalau dekat laning, Harit kalah dengan Melissa. Cloudy aku tak pastikan siapa menang match up. Moskov kalah. Hanabi pun kalah guys sebab Hanabi jalan kaki tu. Dia campak second skill. Lepas tu dia first skill. Hanabi nak lari mana tu? Adakah era dominasi Tagalog is over? Not yet guys. Sebab ni baru kita tengok yang biasa lah. Kita tapi boleh jadi tu. PLPH kalah. Aku rasa era PH dah over lah guys.
I agree, but that was already an amazing game, you know. It's your debut in
Era
the
PH dah over,
international stage. You have already qualified for the knockout
Dengan
stages.
kekalahan ni membuatkan
Shogun,
benda tu
I gotta
lagi
ask
pasti
you,
tau.
how are you planning to spend your time?
Diorang sangat
perhaps maybe
memerlukan
an off
meta
day, walking
jungle
around Paris?
utility guys untuk jadi.
I think most likely we will practice
Assassin
more,
is
but
betul-betul meta Indo dengan
maybe
meta
we have
Malaysia
a
lah kalau
chill
kau
time
tanya aku
also.
guys. Dengan meta negara lain lah.
But not as much as practicing. So the focus is more practicing than the others one.
I like that. You guys are very focused. Head is very in the game, prioritizing practice and scrims over, you know, experiencing Paris as a whole, which I'm pretty
Aku
sure
rasa
you guys
dorang
can do
daripada segi
afterwards.
mekanik
As
ataupun
after all, this is definitely your home ground. Now let's talk a little bit.
Sabar jap Ros. Kan, aku nak cakap sekejap Daripada segi meta tak apa harus kau cakap lah.
EXP laner yourself, how are you actually adapting to the meta in the EXP?
I think as an explainer, it's not much to adapt, but my teammates, I think my teammates adapt a lot from the meta, but I think we win on the good line right now. That's all.
And I think you guys are definitely on track. Now, you know what? As you head onto the knockout stages after today's win up against Team Falcons Philippines, how does this win actually boost you guys? Are you guys like morally even, I don't know, better? Are you guys more confident heading into the knockouts? Or are you guys still just chill and taking it one step at a time?
Air kita pakai ini
not
botol banyak-banyak.
I think we treat all
Spirit have no answer to control Melissa, so they ban it, bro.
They're the same.
Second game, Spirit ban Melissa.
Confidence is all up there.
Oh, wow. Okay, I like that. I like that. Very humble. You know what, Shogun, I know a lot of the Indonesians are, I'm pretty sure, very, very happy to see you guys taking the second ticket to the knockout stages.
Aku pun pelik tu kenapa diorang tak ban kan, diorang biar je dah tahu nak pakai Fanny.
I think just
masalahnya nampak paksa nak
wait and see.
Wait and see, and as you can see, Mirko is there screaming his voice out. Thank you very much, Shogun. I'll see you in the knockout stages. Once again, congratulations. That's it from us over at the stage. Showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in the series.
Akai pun macam tak guna. Tak, contoh Dopi Akai tu nak counter Melissa Dia nak ulti, dia nak bagi Melissa tu buka ulti lah, macam nak paksa Tapi Melissa tu dah buka ulti pun masih tak nak buat apa juga. Masih tak ada guna, guys. Patutnya Eudora tu flicker je duk dekat Melissa tu, target dia. Kenapa dia tak buat macam tu siap? Mati-mati lah guys, sekarang dapat bagi damage gak sih?
So that does mean we're getting close to the end of the day, but to wrap up the series, Renmar, I mean, what's the takeaway from you? What did you notice about why Vitality was able to be successful in a pretty contested game too?
Mechanically gifted and busted. Finn and Moreno, I was saying it during the restreams for the MPLID playoffs. Finn and Moreno are my favorite.
Era baru MSC kan, era baru lah guys. Bukan era Filipin dah, bukan jungle utility kan. Lama sangat dong jungle utility guys. Sampai buat assassin terus petak kepala diorang.
The macro that has helped the Philippines dominate for such a long time and marry it with their own great mechanical
Mirko and Kaltizi TLPH pun sampai bergaduh mana kau dapat ni? Perfect comes within. Nice bro. Good one menang. Good job dong. Vitality.
I liked seeing the draft kind of continue to develop. That last game, we got to see Barrett's
opened up again.
Yeah, we also got to see Eudora played against a Vexana. And to me, we were talking a little bit about it, Renmar, in the green room.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a great answer to Eudora. I think it puts, as Gideon was saying, her behind in lane quite often.
Masa meta assassin LPH is over but it's right.
Would you agree?
Kau ya je.
As when she's ahead?
Apa yang is over but it's right tu?
Something about Eudora, which is why I've been quite
Alif Rakib dapat belt Muay Thai. Tahniah do Alif Rakib guys. Memang next level lah dia guys dekat sana. Dia dah banggakan rakyat Malaysia guys Tahniah, congrats lah. Rakyat Malaysia ni lah susah nak banggakan tau. Aku rasa nak pergi solat kejap guys. Kan?
Haven't completely adapted a full meta just
last game dah lah ngantuk bodoh. Lagi ngantuk daripada game ni. Layan je lah guys Aku nak pergi solat sekejap. Cari kita sambung lah guys
was
Bangkit
meta.
lah.
She was so good against some of these heavy, bulky fighters, these people that want to get up close and personal with you. And that's why we're seeing her slowly come back against things like the Barats, against things like the Esmeraldas, against a Eudora who doesn't have long range. Some of these types of compositions that want to kind of walk up towards you, and we're seeing already counter picks happening once and once and once more.
In my experience of just watching and enjoying learning about the game, I saw, you know, differently the approach of when I saw the steal. I'm forgetting the character's name, but she steals ultimates. The
Valentina,
who is being the choice most often, and they were letting sometimes the Atlas go, knowing they have a Valentina.
Yeah.
But then that was requiring a really aggressive approach to get in and use that ultimate, which is for a tankier character. Do you think Vexana might actually be a safer, more reliable answer to provide some CC and then just not, and then ban the Atlas? You don't have to try to counter it.
Yeah, I think for the Vexana, in this specific makeup of the draft, it made a lot of sense. Again, because of the Eudora not having that range, the Barretts needs a lot of stops. You're trying to protect one piece of your lineup that needs to stay alive in the Melissa, making it even so much harder to kill her. Yes, the one kill that they got onto the Melissa was because they were able to find the combo through the Eudora, but that was just once. It was so rare. In the end, you saw how Falcons was struggling over and over again just to get Eman done. They couldn't.
I mean, honestly, you might be onto something, Rain, because the games that we're seeing those Vexanas get picked up, the Atlases have been getting banned out. So for future drafts, it could be preemptively telling us something. When those Atlases get banned out, maybe be prepared for that.
Yeah, I think it's so cool to see how this meta is developing and how good all of these players are. These players giving us insights into what they're thinking. These conversations, as you saw Shogun have with Team Vitality, going to continue into the off day, and that is going to make a world of difference as they have a chance to watch Group B. Let's take you to the schedule for the rest of the day because we have one more series coming up. Group B will be tomorrow. We'll do the exact same thing. So we'll send 2 teams home. We'll see, and we'll send 2 teams to the knockout stage. We'll send 2 teams to continue playing. But Team Falcons meta in Group A and Ignite Gaming, that is of the latter consequence. One team will be going home. One team will be continuing on. And that is high stakes, about as high stakes as it gets. Trex, I mean, any words previewing that series for you?
I think it's going to be, I think a lot of people are thinking it might be one-sided. I believe it could be a pretty close series. I think it might go the distance. Falcons meta, yes, a great team. Ignite had a bad showing in their previous game, but I think they still have a little bit more in their pocket, honestly.
51-49, who you leaning?
51-49. You know what? Because I know which way he's going, I'm going to go Ignite.
Okay, and you're going Falcons.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier.
Well, I want to know what you guys think, the audience as well, because we have our tournament pick'ems. Get them in right now while you can. You have a chance to let us know whether you agree with Trex, maybe you agree with Renmar, maybe you're 50-50 like most of us here, waiting to see what happens. Let us know in your pick'ems. We'll show you the results before the game goes live, and then afterwards you can tell us in the chat if you were smarter than all of us. Coming up very soon, we're going to have that next series, and I cannot wait for you guys to be here with us. We'll catch you right after this short break.
Tinggal pre. Nice.
Arin na puri ah. Ayaw mo.
Arit. Arit na ulti, arit na ulti set. Ready touch. Bale. Bale. Kilin. Batin, tahu. Crips. Nice ba? Naman. Nice try. Nice try bang.
Isang dai guys. No tailing. Go guys, we have lot. Nice one. Imaw. Half clean.
Tingin sa akin, Vic. Clean.
Wait ba, wala kang skill ba? Cannot ko.
Which one?
Nice one.
Time big one, guys. Big.
Nice one. Nice.
Moy.
Let's go. Minion. Let's go. Nice one. Uy, end first. Unfabric.
Maharapan ko to ah.
Mabuhay din ako.
Kaya, Deb.
Si Teddy lang.
Wait lang, wala Fury si Ted.
Bigyan na.
Kaya, alis ako.
Kumain.
Makulit pa ako ah.
May ulti ka, Sanji ah.
May ulti ako.
Ulti rin ako.
Boy pa ako.
Mga low pre.
To, sa akin pre. Wala mga skill pre.
Sa akin pre. Go nyo.
Puro low. Nasunog ako.
Sige, nagyan ko lang.
Babalik.
Carly.
Pakito.
Binata ko.
Hindi natin kaya pre. Ang damage.
Flash will out jump. I go crossing.
Anlaş. Go zone. They can't do anything.
Go tower.
Kesin bunu ya. Yüzebilir misin?
Keselim bunu.
Yut. Just kill Belerik.
Belerik. We're on Belerik.
It's okay, we don't have.
I ult. You good? Arlot.
Just kill Arlot.
Careful, link. Nice amına koyayım. Link 1 HP.
Ada WP. Bisa. Oke. Aja. Kontol gede banget badan gua.
Savage gak?
Langsung aja, nanti aja.
Coba kayak.
Gampang itu.
Coba. Gua 2-1 ya.
Try mo.
Kayak. Kontol gitu tuh. Dia spawnnya dekat banget sih.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Support your nation with 16 games across 4 weeks in November, all in search for the ultimate prize. The Esports Nations Cup in November. Check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have games I am very beloved with there, and I can't wait to see what other performances we'll see across all our communities in gaming. Also, if you saw some of those comms, thank you to Saudi Radio Comms for helping to get some insights into what the players might have been saying throughout their games. We'll be sure to check in with more of that coming up later on in this week. All right, as we return back to it, Renmar and Trex, it's time to start filling in the gaps here. That means one last series. It's going to give us our final team that's moving forward to continue playing. It's going to also, as our final match of the day, also send one final team home.
Yeah, I think for these two, they got to play fast, man. Play fast, play rough, play hard, because it's potentially your last showing. You don't want to go out on a whimper. You want to go out in a bang.
I'm glad you added that second one. Thank you.
Yeah, it may honestly be time to not take things slow, get aggressive in the beginning, try to catch your opponent off guard. Don't leave it down to a late game possibility, to a let's just wing it possibility. Try to own it, and if you control that early game, just convert it into an easy win.
This is going to be a difficult one for sure. Team Falcons PH is going to have a chance to play against the winner of this game. So it could be a Team Falcons matchup. Team Falcons Meta, Team Falcons PH. Organization wouldn't mind that. One moves through. Of course, I'm sure they'd rather both move through, but that's not going to be possible.
Welcome back.
Aren't in that matchup.
Welcome back, guys.
And they have
dah.
So,
dah solat
on
dah.
the other side, Ignite Gaming,
Aku dah basuh muka dah
that's a
sikit
team that
tadi.
we pay attention to.
And
You were leaning a little
rasa
bit more
segar
towards
sikit
that
guys.
traction,
Tak macam
50-50
tadi tu. Tadi
because
ngantuk sangat.
already chose the other side. What do you like
Tadi terlampau ngantuk katanya aku. Aku rasa aku tutup mata kejap ya. Aku dah boleh tertidur tu. Tak, siapa nak tengok tu game ni guys? Siapa nak tengok tu game ni? Tak ada siapa tu nak tengok.
They still showed up at some times And I think when it comes to
I don't
some
care about this game, man.
experience, they do have that there.
You
Don't
know
get
what
me
I'm
wrong,
saying?
Falcons Mena is a team that has also been around a very long time, but it just feels like sometimes they fall a little short.
Team
Oi.
Falcons Mena. That's the
Mina
real
lawan Inday, no?
conversation here. They made
Emo
it through the
nila.
wild card. This was the team that filled out
Ware.
the bracket. They're filling out our bracket
Untung
again.
Moon
as the
live kat
final match
Paris.
today.
Tak
Where will
untung
they
doh
go?
aku
We
tak
don't
ada nak
know
main
this time
favorite
around.
game
It was
aku
a
selain
Mena and their roamer troll a little bit earlier today.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and right now I'm here with Troll. Welcome, Troll.
Thank you.
Troll, we find ourselves in an elimination match, so the pressure is high, the stakes are at an all-time high as well.
Guys, bisa
Pressure
padam
check,
tu.
pulse check. What's going on in your head right now?
I think we don't have pressure. We'll just play our game.
Okay, no pressure. You just play your game, and everyone feels the same way.
Yeah.
No one's nervous.
No one.
I like that. I like that. Now, I got a chance to talk to Boyet, I think, earlier on.
Guys,
and he
okay,
mentioned that, coming into MSC from the wildcards, you guys didn't have much time to prepare. Is that right?
Yeah, we didn't have much time to prepare for the batch, the new batch.
Okay, so how's it been going so far? Like, do you have enough time now?
Yeah, we've had enough practice, and I think we'll do better.
Okay, so you've done your homework and everything. What do you think that you could carry from yesterday's loss to your match today?
I think on yesterday's loss or the day before,
Tadi menang Vitality ke?
we like
Tadi menang Vitality,
throw
guys.
the first game. We threw the first game. Like
Who
we did-
threw?
It was a team mistake.
Okay, it was a team mistake. And then you saw that, and then what happened after that?
We talked about it and we played some scrims and we fixed it.
Okay. So during, tournaments like this, who do you usually scrim against?
On the it depends on where is the tournament. If like it's in Paris, there is not a lot of teams, so we scrim on the teams of the other group.
Oh. Okay, does that make it challenging for you?
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, speaking of challenge, we've seen the rise of assassins since, wildcards. Now it's been like so prominent.
Macam Chai
Does
mesti
that
pening
change something
kepala.
for you as the roamer?
Nak lawan
No, I
Alip
think it's
nanti
okay.
tinggi
We
macam tu
played
sama.
against assassins before. I don't
Ering
think it's a
susah.
problem.
Attack.
No problem
IQ
whatsoever.
tu guys.
No pressure. I mean,
No, it's okay.
did it change maybe your role in the game?
Yeah,
IQ,
maybe I
IQ.
can target the jungle
It's
a
all
lot
about
more.
IQ, though.
Not like the
IQ
jungle tank meta
IQ
where
Alif
the
tu
jungle would
actually
just
not bad lah.
use just utility.
IQ dia tinggi.
The turtle lord.
Dia tahu dah apa
Okay,
benda
so
nak
what's
buat,
your favorite
apa
go-to hero
dia
right
punya
now in this
advantage.
What do
Bagus
you
lah.
think would be more popular?
Alhamdulillah. Tak boleh. Rehat
Probably-
sejenak ke mu sebelum
I won't
game
say,
start
I won't
boleh?
Okay, you won't say.
Macam sekarang
You
ni
won't
boleh
say.
ya guys. Kalau aku nak tutup camp kejap
Have
kan.
we seen it before?
Kalau aku nak off pun sebenarnya
Yeah, of
bukan
course,
orang tahu pun.
Okay, is it a?
Tapi
it's
tak
not, it's not
apalah.
a healer. It's not a support.
No,
Siapa
it's not
nak
It's
teman
not a
korang
support.
ni ah.
I'll let the
Kalau bukan
panel
aku.
figure that one out. But lastly, I do want to ask if you have a message, perhaps to your fans back at home.
Keep supporting us and it will help us win this game.
All right. Once again, thank you and good luck for your next match. And we're throwing over back to you guys.
Thanks, Eterna. Great interview there with Troll. Didn't give us any clues on that one. However, I don't know.
I have a guess.
Belric, Atlas?
My guess is Cho.
Cho?
I mean, that is his favorite pick. Like, historically, he's really good at it. But that's
Okay.
just a guess. I'm not
Okay.
leaking anything. I'm
So it
straight up
is Cho.
guessing.
It is Cho.
No, I don't know. I'm
So
straight
that's
up
confirmed.
I'm straight up guessing.
Clip it, guys. Clip it. It's confirmed. It's Cho. And let's see the response as well. Clipped back. Troll's like, what? I never. My job trying to get Renmar in trouble. Fake trouble, of course. So Ignite Gaming, I think the question is, this is a team with Diablo. And Diablo is kind of, we were prepping a little bit of this conversation. Is it trying to get him to do Diablo things? Is it trying to get this roster to support him as we take a look at the players on Ignite Gaming for him to succeed? How do you draft? How do you pick? Both these teams suffered convincing 2-0 losses the first time we were able to see them. So the question is, how do you bounce back and get back in sync after that? We actually had our main man LaFell earlier this week do a little game with Team Ignite to see if they could find out if they would ever mesh quite like they needed to in order to win this set.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and we know the players have good teamwork in the game, but how are they in real life? We're going to be playing this or that, but we'll see whether they're on the same page or not. Right now, we're with 8-9 Gaming with Kevin, CS, as well as Roy, so if they're on the same page, they're safe. If not, they're going to whack each other with the hammer. So we're going to have 5 questions here. So the first one is, if you have to choose, would you rather eat a croissant or a baguette? Which one would you guys like more? All right, so we got a
Croissant.
few croissant connoisseurs for the next
Croissant.
one. If you guys can choose to do
Croissant.
one activity, would you rather guys go for a Seine River cruise or go to the top of the Eiffel Tower?
River cruise
Go to the
Aku ah.
cruise. So now we'll see what happens when the alarm rings. This is something that everyone struggles with.
Yep.
And you know what? Who likes to wake up anyways, am I right? So now, this is going to be a pretty controversial one. We'll see how you guys feel about this. You go here if you feel like the GOAT is Messi. You go there if you're all for Ronaldo.
Messi.
This is going to be the final one. When you have a nice French dinner, would you rather go with Diablo or Jay? Hey, Jay, you got a friend. So you guys were not completely on track. You guys will have the hammer where you guys can whack each other. It's okay, it's an inflatable hammer, so there's like, just go for it. What? all right, that's good, that's fine. So that is Ignite Gaming. I kind of feel like whether they got it right or wrong, they would like to have that. So good luck for you guys at MSC, and we'll see you guys next time.
Now, what I would have loved is to come back with those hammers on the panel and all of us to get in that game. That was fun.
Yeah, can we get that?
I want it.
I wouldn't even need to play a game. I think I'm just straight up whacking all of y'all.
Turning in what an incredible international competition for MLBB. Let's check out the broadcast and just swinging some hammers, having a good time. We do that too here at EWC. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this one. It's been a phenomenal day. Our final set of the day, our final series, we've kind of previewed a little bit of Falcons Meta, now Ignite Gaming, Trex. I mentioned Diablo. Kelvin is a great talking point here. Who stands out for you?
I think Kelvin, honestly. I think the whole team, we're at a point where we know Diablo, right? Diablo's been around. He's been in multiple internationals. Now it's time for the rest of the team to show up, right? It's time for the rest of the team to show that they can also be names. They can also be mainstays. They can also show that they belong in that top 8. And the only way they're going to get closer to that is by winning today.
Yeah, Kelvin was a standout, and I think a lot of people, despite the tough loss that Ignite suffered against Team Spirit, a lot of people were pointing out that Kelvin looked pretty solid.
Yeah.
And I agree with Trex. I hope this continues to be a name-making performance for Kelvin. Diablo, he's going to be there. Hopefully we just gets to draft heroes where he can actually be, really felt in the map, if you guys know what I'm trying to get on here. But yeah, Kelvin for sure, for Ignite.
And
Diablo punya tim pula kan lupa pula.
His favorite secret character.
Lawan dua-dua yang boring lah guys.
It's real, guys. It's real, right? Let us know in the chat if it's actually happening. Imagine it is a show, because then that would be like the best call of all time.
Yeah. That'll be looking good for myself, but then the men and boys might come up to me and say, hey,
don't give our secrets away.
Why did you say that?
Yeah, don't give our secrets away. My friend Mar knows so much. I mean, I'm excited to see how the Melissa starts to have an impact. Was that just last set that we saw the impact? But I mean, it was 2 sets in a row now that we've seen Melissa be prioed, and sometimes like that pick that
Diablo nak
counters
rasa
repick.
croissant.
I'm wondering how many teams are actually ready to use that. And Mon, obviously exceptional on it, but I feel like he's had a bit more experience playing this hero. And I'm wondering, yes, I do think we're going to see more of it, but how many teams are ready
to
actually slot it in, and how many gold laners have played it as much as some of these other players?
Do you need the same micro to be effective with Melissa the way that you might have that conversation around hitting Aurora, iframes, and min-maxing that, item buying, and all those crazy things?
I think it's a lot about positioning for Melissa. Yes, there's some micro, but so much of it is more in the sense of where are you on the map? How good are you at kiting back and forth? It's a very different type of micro than, say, a Ling or a Harara, right?
Yeah.
And it really depends on the mastery of the composition with the team.
Yeah.
Like how well does the team position around their Melissa? Vitality position
Tengok Ignite
around
Gaming ni
Emma
boleh
and their
makan tak
Melissa
Falcon
really
Mena
well
ni.
this
Dia fight. Dia fight ni moment bagi aku. Kalau kalah juga.
Even as we think it is in
Memang
terms of the
download
votes. I know
sebenarnya.
we may not have the pick'ems up yet. I'm curious what you guys voted for yours as well.
Aish.
It was up a
Oh, it was?
minute
What
ago.
was it?
83%.
Oh, 83% for
83%
Falcons
for
meta.
Falcons.
Wow, that is a lot. Okay, so a big Falcons fan base here. I mean, EWC Club Championship winners 2 years in a row, so there's no issue with that as well. Team Falcons Meta, they headline our final game of the day, and as we continue to move on in this series, we're sending one team home, and unfortunately for them, that'll be the end of this tournament. However, one team fighting for their life, which makes this a must-watch. Don't go anywhere. Let's send it to the stage and kick it off.
In the previous match, boy, was it interesting as Team Vitality drops Team Falcons to the lower bracket. Milosh, how did you feel about that?
Honestly, I saw you how happy you were also the preparation after, right? Falcons so far not really soaring too high, but that is only in the context of qualifying to the knockout stage, right? And that's the upper bracket. That's the other question. It is not done yet for Team Falcons PH.
You are right, but this may be the last match of the day, but to one of the teams, this could potentially be their last match of the entire tournament.
They've heat, they've hot, and maybe it'll be their last caca. Let's bring out our first competitors, Team Falcons MENA! It has been a long, dark, and lonesome road to qualify for MSC 2026. That first step was successful on wildcard, but the pressure is fully on at the moment. Will the journey be over before it even begins for our MENA boys? We're about to find out.
Oh yes, we are about to find out indeed. And of course, going up against them all the way from Singapore, it is Ignite Gaming!
Ignite Gaming. Let's go.
They are hungry for redemption. Starting off their journey incredibly shaky, they need to move out of their comfort zone to make it out alive. But the question is, do they have what it takes to reignite their fuels for this match?
One thing's for sure, they're going to need to light up the stage here against their opponents, the Team Falcons MENA. So please, gentlemen, I will give you the space here. Ignite, please, Team Falcons, you may place your keys. Gentlemen, take your seats. And of course, team captains, prepare for our handshake. Might be the last one. It will be for one of these two teams. The fist bumps are in. Our game is ready. Our final one for today. Elimination on the line. Who can survive? Who will go back home? Team Falcons, Team Ignite Gaming. Let's get it going.
Survival is on the line. Team Falcons
going up
against Ignite Gaming. Diablo, I asked Trex, he said, we know about him. We need to see something from Kelvin.
Kalau aku support
We need to see
MENA.
someone else step up
Kalau
and
aku
make
MENA,
this
guys.
their moment. Will it be Jay on the roam? We've seen so much impact from Bellerix, from Atlas. How deep will that pool go?
To add to the question on Jay is, Roy, will he be able to step up against Coffin, who of course is one of the more iconic Valentinas that we've seen throughout the history of MLBB esports internationally, which we have discussed as one of the top picks to watch out
Sendu
for.
game ni, tak ada siapa nak tengok guys.
From the perspective of Falcons, how tough it must have been to go from winning and going through wild card, and then suddenly the meta completely shifting right under your feet. That is a tough task.
Well, as these teams prepare, make sure to get your Happy Rhino Day interactive effect. MSC and EWC has so many collaborations here, and so this is new in shop. Make sure to grab that and spam it in your
Selalu
games.
bagi kita riwayat akhir untuk dua tim ni.
Happy
Don't
Rhino
care,
Day.
bro.
Have you got any of those yet?
I think
I can't tell whether she's,
I pressed so much buttons and claiming stuff. I think I got the Lily already.
Fair enough.
The really funny looking one.
I like the ghost Layla. I don't know if she's a ghost or if she's scared or exactly what it is, but
It's like that anime reaction of just like something bad happens. Like, oh.
Hopefully, well, one of these teams will be making that face by the end of the day, sadly. Back to Diablo. You know, in that interview we saw the other day, the one with Eterna, you know, where she was blushing. That interview, he said,
Tim Diablo tu ke?
cheese picks unless we
Lawan
get a
dengan
little bit
MPL
farther.
MENA.
But honestly, with this being their last game, do we think there's going to be something a little crazy coming out? And in all reality, the teams that have been getting a little crazy have been getting favored. Some of those off-the-top drafts, some of those thinking outside of the box picks have been working out. So this might be a time for Ignite to dig deep and look for something different.
Yeah, but at the same time, I know I was asking for it from Diablo. I keep bringing it up. We look for the more impactful heroes, but it seems like because of the assassin of the jungle, it would be best if you get an EXP laner that can just hold really well.
Mana Zon dah balik dah. Aku sampai dia balik guys. Aku on the way dia balik.
It could be first pickable for Falcons Mena. It looks like it's more important to just have stability in the EXP lane, be unkillable, and then the other team would then be forced to try to go into the gold lane. But because of rotations, the Roamer and Mid are there. And then what happens in the jungle? Things like Herrera, but it gets taken away by Mena.
Yeah, the jungle's definitely going to be different here. In the moment I saw that lane, I'm thinking, what if Falcon just bans out Assassins here and completely switches how things are going to go? Let's try to revert back to that meta we were comfortable with. And what's the way to do that? Take out Herrera, take out Ling, take out Fanny.
But then, so that would, in my eyes, shift them to
let's grab Atlas early.
I think if that was the case, because if you ban it out, and I think the thing we did see is somebody tried to grab the Fanny and prio it, but then you leave a 2.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You're right, it looks like it is going to be an Atlas priority with the Valentina getting banned out.
And I think can't steal.
Yeah.
Unless Ignite leaves the Fanny open?
If ever Ignite, I think Mena might be okay with Fanny going through. And then they're just going to pack a lot of heroes that will...
Rasa macam ada benda yang tercalar tu guys kat
which
tekak
is
aku.
easier said than done.
Waiting on that final ban as well. You guys said that you need
Don't
to
say
find a
temu,
way
Cicet,
to
takut
distinguish
Nana, tak?
yourself. Maybe be a little bit unique.
Aku
Throw out
rasa
some of
luka
those picks you weren't expecting. This is your last chance.
Aku rasa sebab aku
You're
jerit.
either going home or you're moving on to another elimination game after this. There is no time to waste. And it's interesting, the Atlas ban comes out.
So Ignite roll the dice here. It's okay, fine. You want to leave one assassin open, we will leave you the Fanny. Can you pull it off? Can you first pick Fanny? Because most of the time that is not always a great choice. A lot of the times Fannies are, you know, at least back. Ooh, but Marcel.
Yeah. Marcel goes through. So they force out the Atlas ban. They don't have to worry about the golden hour of the Marcel getting taken away.
Dia
And now
pick
they can get
Marcel.
creative with how they're going to pack it. If ever they do want to go
Belah
for the
kiri ni tim
utility
negara mana?
jungles,
Belah
they can go
kiri
for
ni
the
tim
Fredericks,
negara
they can go for the Kimmies,
Singapore.
They can pack up the Granger if they
sorry,
want the combo
Mena.
with the Marcel if they're just using it to disrupt.
Vamos bila lawanmu dah habis dah menang 2-0 dah lawan TS tadi bang.
This is Falcons Mena softly trying to force Ignite Gaming into the meta that won them through the wild card.
Mena daripada mana
Exactly
guys?
as you mentioned, take away the assassins, and
This
is a
negara
little bit
Mena
more
lah
how
guys.
we were seeing the draft back in wildcards just a week ago.
We haven't seen the Marcel yet in play, at least for this stage of the tournament thus far. I think we saw a little bit maybe in wildcard, but not quite.
He might have been
yet.
played once.
Yeah, at least once.
So has made it through the ban phase at least once.
Yeah,
but I think only one. I mean, it's not been prevalent. I mean,
Kakak
what's the
France
strategy
ke,
too? Because I was going to ask with Fanny, and now you see the Gord coming out on that side of the Akai. Do you play your hands, your card, too early? Do you give them 5 picks, 4 picks to build against what you're clearly going for, prioritizing?
I don't know, Marcel's just monstrous, and honestly, Mena's doing a great job at not showing their cards at all. This Akai could be roam, it could be jungle.
I don't know, it is already jungle. They have the Marcel in the roam,
Maybe they are showing their cards a little bit.
They are honest with it, but I think they would like to be honest. Again, your prescribed approach for
Buka
Mena was to
guessing
just
ada
straight up
request.
bring it back
Aku
old
buka guess
school,
bukan ramai
take away
pun
those
nak
assassins,
buat.
and I mean, again,
Penat dah
it
buka
really
guess
feels
guys.
like I just went
Buka-buka
back to
tak
the
ada orang.
wild
Buka-buka tak ada orang tau.
Who knew that just taking away the Herrera and Ling would result to this in the draft?
And Ignite's answering it with old school as well. The YSS picked up.
Yeah.
Paquito, a little bit of flavor, but Zushin. I mean, overall, here's the thing. With Ignite's draft right now, you have the Paquito. Most likely going to EXP for Diablo. You get the YSS. They're looking like a lineup that could go fighter.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that against the Akai, though? And against the Marcel?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the tough choice here. I think if Mena still, Falcons Mena, still ban out the Esmeralda, then it might be a little bit of a over-respect towards that possibility, because you already have the Marcel and the Kai together. That double fighters might be too disruptive, but don't worry.
Arlot ban from Ignite.
So Arlot Belleric taken away as our second phase of bans begins. Each team gets 5, and it'll set us up for our final 2 picks. 1-2-1.
The more I think about it, they might just double down with the double fighters. Sustain the sides, keep it strong. Or if
Akai
ever they
God
send the Paquito into the goal,
Akai God Marcel.
keep that as an open option. But then the
3
Akai
pick
makes you
3
lose
pick
a lot of
teratas ni aku
damage
lagi
for
suka
that.
Mena
It
punya
would be
guys.
best to just put it in EXP. But the
Ada
Esmeralda still
ni
open,
dok.
it makes sense that the Ignite would wanna
Alhamdulillah,
pick it up,
sorry.
because if ever you get the Esmeralda for Falcons Mena, then the Paquito EXP is pretty much scuffed.
I don't know, Mena is still kind of lacking in burst damage, lacking in damage overall. You have the gourd, yes, but without a sufficient combo to really make that magic push hit, there's not a whole lot you can do with it. So Mena definitely needs to round out, and I don't think they want to go for a shredder, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Claude is exactly what you want to pick up.
They might double down on what we saw from Onyx during their very first game. Just get a Granger with a Sky Piercer. Yeah.
Well, looking for that gold, you would assume, right?
Yeah.
Side of.
We're thinking maybe the Granger
Gas
for the
lah
burst
guys,
damage, something to give
Orang
them
nak
a bit
gas,
more
kita
of
bagi
a
gas.
big hitter. They already
Orang
have
yang
the
minta.
shred with the gourd. They need something that's gonna, pack a punch against this YSS, against this Jushin, something that can have some range.
Bila nak live Moon? Tengah live lah ni Yum.
They should just pick up the
Habis
Esmeralda.
aku tengah buat apa je tu
Esmeralda
ni.
and the Gourd, they're not. Ah, okay, they go Uranus. Oh,
And the Clint.
Oh, yeah.
So the burst.
Yeah, still pretty much like the same approach as to wanting to back up the Granger. And it is well supported with the Gourd, the Marcel, the
Sekarang
Akai,
meta
the Uranus up in the
lower
front,
ke?
the Gourd with
Ni
it,
siapa kalah ni
in
terkeluar
case
lah ni
someone
guys.
tries to penetrate their formation. So this is a great balanced lineup for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, so you like it.
I like it. But Ignite, I do like the Minotaur too.
Tak join ke?
range of
Kurusi dah
Mena
sama.
with them wanting to get close and create space. The Minotaur with the flicker and the Minoan Fury might just
Kurusi
break
sama
the
sebab live
formation
dekat
of Falcons
venue.
Mena, meaning that's enough space for the Yi Sun Shin to wreak havoc. Ignite now pack the Barrets in.
So we go for the fighter off, we go for the funnel strat into the YSS. Definitely some danger here against a golden hour, against the heavy spin, against the Magic Gush. This is a composition that wants to group up on the side of Ignite, but still, it can look overwhelming. One big play in this type of composition can dominate a team fight.
I like this Barrett's, though, just for the sole purpose that it might make Boyet overthink of when he wants to use his heavy spin so that the Tetanus Welcome won't affect him as much.
Ignite Gaming sees the Melissa do well. They ban it out. Do the
ES
double
vs
fighter.
Vamos siapa
See the
menang?
burst from
Vamos.
Clint is able to be enough for
2-0.
Team Falcons Meta. The panel likes it. Let's see if
Siapa
our
yang
casters
terlepas
like
game
it
dia
as we
yang
head
rugi
over
lah.
to begin our final series of the day. Ignite Gaming versus Team Falcons Meta. Let's get it going.
Thank you so much to the panel. We sent one team home earlier today for our first match of day number 3 here at MSC. Now we will have to send a second team home. Welcome to the land of dawn. I love it. Panel likes it. I love it. I love the draft from both these teams. I like that they're going back to just comfort, right? Not necessarily the most meta picks, but it's what they've won with, especially in their own domestic leagues.
Yeah, we don't even know how do we define the meta, honestly, at this point.
Tengok
So,
emblem
kind
sikit.
of we're just seeing
Apa,
some more
pakai
common
apa.
picks nowadays, or at least in the past 2 days, such as the Barretts, and it's going to be in the hands of Diablo too. So that's also something I really like from IG, because finally they're playing something that's much more similar to the playstyle that we know of them.
Quick emblem check right here. Pull yourself together, ready for Cuffin. Weapon mastery for Sano as we see CS go for the lethal ignition and the Festival of Blood. Double tenacity and a whole lot of agility. And I think in this meta, even though you might not want to play this meta pick, you still need to rely a lot on that agility. Now let's talk a little bit more about Falcons meta and IG, right? Wildcard winners, Falcons meta. They usually do very well in the group stages of internationals. Unfortunately, this time around, sent down straight into the lower brackets. Now IG, Singapore, they've been on a tough road. The last few internationals just bombing out of events, completely eliminated on first days, second days. And now it's time to prove that they still have it within them to contend for the knockout stage.
Yeah, and a lot of questions, right? For both
Menalif Rakib menang bet 1. Dia orang pertama, orang Malaysia pertama yang menang bet kan. Gila tu. Dia buat history tu guys.
Falcons meta, it seems like
History.
they're playing a very similar game to what we saw from them in the wild card. That's why it was also pointed out in the panel earlier that it feels like they're just drafting as if we were in wild card. But I can't blame them. This is something that's very comfortable to them. Whereas IG, I think they're the ones who switched things up a bit. So now we see the Barrett and the Minotaur in their hands, and they're setting up for this first objective of the game.
Even Diablo on an enabler instead of a carry. Kelvin's waiting in that bush. It's an all-out fight for Turtle 1.
And that Diablo is very, very low, but he still finds the Daytona's welcome. Buoyant secures this objective for Team Falcons meta. Golden Hour already laid down as well, but it's CS trying to find Coven in the backline. The knock-up from Buoyant and heavy spin. That's going to be first blood over to Falcons meta, but the
Kenapa macam MPL Indo, tim-tim Indo, PH, MY semua dah tak pakai God Aku macam tertanya tu. Esok SRG vs GK 5 PM local time. Be here tomorrow. Yes sir.
The prio up top. Instead of trying to play out around this winning lane, they let it go, and Sano just got so much value out of it.
I feel like they really wanted to go
Wajib datang tu guys.
You could see how Jade just wanted to position himself, but now he's yet to get his level 4. Just got it now, and they're not really going to commit to a fight just yet, but yeah, they had no idea this was happening, but Kelvin still actually takes his purple buff. So I think it was
Kat Paris kan pukul apa? 4 petang.
Successful attempt here for Boyet. Doesn't get bursted down here. That's going to be the question. It seems like he will be though. That's 4 members of IG.
Macam game ni macam best juga
That's where you
kan
can see a little bit of that experience. Wait a second, Mystic Gush on Roy and a flicker as well. All right, just a Crimson Beacon, but
Aku lagi tanya pasal Eudora meta. Dah lah tak ada escape skill. Kau kena faham. Gameplay tournament ni beza. Kau kena tahu, kau kena cari apa fungsi dia. Kena tahu apa fungsi dia guys. Sekarang meta apa? Jungle-nya meta apa? Dia macam ni lah. Sebabkan kau tanya aku bagi tahulah Okay, first kali sekarang jungle meta assassin. Eudora boleh counter assassin. Dia boleh, dia ada stun yang dia ada stun lah guys.
There's an objective upcoming down bot, and they will both make their way to this objective. All spells are actually going to be available apart from these flickers for Coffin. So I think positioning-wise, it's going to be very crucial at this point now that it's actually Falcons meta taking control of the riverside. Crimson Beacon forced out of Roy. Golden Hour laid down too, but it's CS bursted down.
Dia ada stun je ke Zik?
Looks like it's going to be free here unless Diablo is able to get in, but no chance. Boya with the red tree, and now it's
Sorry.
Diablo has a flicker.
So dia ada stun.
Under the turret, so he is going
Dia ada stun, dia boleh counter assassin. Lepas tu dia main backup. Backup lah MM. Kalau MM tu nak kena kejar, nak kena ketuk, dia stun lah. Memang lah, okay. Siapa lagi yang ada stun macam dia, yang macam instant macam tu guys? Pakai God. God first skill dia boleh hilang. God first skill dia boleh tak kena. Siapa lagi? Farsa. Farsa skill dia boleh tak kena guys. Sebabkan second skill dia tu second skill yang kau boleh yang dia target tau, targeting. Susah nak cakap. Kau macam tengah main tak ada. Dia ada curse yang dia boleh ikut tau orang. Lepas tu passive dia sakit. Kalau kau guna passive dia betul kan, first skill kau tu 1 second je duk. Sedap lah. Dan yang paling penting, assassin user susah nak target Eudora. Itu yang paling penting lah.
By himself. No, definitely not. Not against Troll in a 1v1. I thought Troll was going to pop the golden hour, try to go for that Sokolil. But no. Kelvin's keep himself safe under tier 2. We gotta take a look at the emblems, or sorry, not the emblems, the battle spells.
Macam Aurora ult best doh pakai. Aurora sekarang macam sial. Mereka macam boleh memang pun. Inak tak power. Inak tak power doh.
got to sort this out. This is an elimination match you're talking about, but IG just don't seem to be playing the game that they want. Falcons Mena in control of this objective.
Nampak macam
and all
easy
they're
saya
gonna
main.
settle for is a
Tapi dia
wave
pakai
of
Aka jungle tu guys.
guaranteed turret just yet, 'cause
Dia
even
pakai
Sanji is going
tank
to deal with
utility
it
tu.
by himself. So we're seeing action down bottom though. Falcons Mena, does IG respond to this?
Nope.
Tiket masuk sana mahal tak Mun? Aku pun tak pasti tu guys. Tiket masuk sini berapa?
If you look at their composition, it's a double fighter
Sebab aku masuk free kan.
Oh, they go in.
Okay, Falcons Men are gonna kick another
Mati
kill.
terus
See it going
guys.
into the back line.
Tu
Crimson
tu tu tu
Beacon
tu.
in finally from Roy
Jap.
gets caught in the golden
Siapa
arm.
main EXP ni guys?
Welcome for Boyan
Oh
in
Diablo.
front under
Okay,
the turret,
golden
and
Pakito.
he safely gets away. IG, they weren't able to take anything out of that.
Not a single person down despite everything kind of falling to what IG wanted. You know, at the start of the game, this is the team fight that you would expect for IG, that they would want to win. But they just can't. They have no damage. And again, those battle spells all taken out. Sano was able to just free hit in the back. We get to see the replay again, and it starts with Jay taken out of the skirmish way too
Ino
early.
pun nak tadah tak lepas tau.
It seems like there's just a lot of
Damage dia terlampau besar.
they hesitate, right? Because even
Akhir
for
dengan
Jay,
room dia macam
if
tak
you
boleh
know
combo
you're
lah Zik
going
kalau
to
tanya
die and
aku.
your team's call is still to fight, you might as well pop into Minute's
Akhir dengan room
dive and you get a few members
tak boleh
knocked off.
combo.
But also the golden R just interrupted so much of what IG wanted to do, I feel. Because even Diablo onto the Dona's welcome was kind
Sebenarnya
of
tak perlu
caught in the
combo pun
golden
game
R
ni.
as well, so I feel like they were delaying
Aku tak tahu kenapa dia ambil Marcel.
of how quick they wanted to respond to Falcons Mena and that sudden
Tapi
burst
salah satu
through
benda yang dia boleh buat, dia boleh je buat individual punya kerja.
have reliable burst if they
Dan
just
Marcel
really
ni tak
focus
semestinya
on
kena
one
combo.
member, and it's always been Jay, whereas IG, I doubt that they have the damage as you mentioned.
Cari
to
opportunity
respond
untuk
to
meet
Falcons
dengan
Mena
MM
at this
finish.
point. So it's
Maksudnya?
always just been slow and staggered team fights for IG where they don't really get to trade anything every single time.
The slower it gets even worse for IG. Oh, they go up top.
Moon dekat Paris ke tu?
Target, but the golden arm might just save Sano this time. If he didn't actually go down there, I would have felt really bad for IG. Fortunately, they find him though, and now it's just gonna be a 1-for-1
Niat.
trade. It's a gold for Rome. I
Kalau
think
macam
somehow
ni pun
they
diorang tak
will be
lepas
happy
kan.
with that.
Aku
Step by
tak
step,
tahu lah.
but a concealed play from Falcons Mena.
Definitely see just a bit of a glimpse of that brilliance of that composition. Roy gets bursted down by Cuffin. Straight up against the Panda. Face checks the bush, doesn't let Baratz do it. And now Kelvin's pinned.
Okay, it's Troll and Boy. It's surrounded by Diablo and Kelvin, but Kelvin, does he want to be in the spot? I don't think he should have been there. Trace this out, but you can't run away from Sanji and Cuffin. It's Diablo left here instead, and IG, I feel like they want to do something, right? They've been trying to do something.
Tapi
It's
sekali
always
mid
CS
MM
versus
kena tangkap
back
pisang.
play.
Sebab tu dia ada akai.
Oh man, that was literally
Marcel dia buat kerja seorang-seorang je.
but instantly closed
Akai ni yang
again.
lebih ke arah backup
They
tau.
were shut by themselves. Falcons Mena now capitalizing on the mistakes of IG, picking up the neutral objective, not giving any space for IG to even trade on the map. Sanji
Tapi
goes
ni
straight
masih
to the
dorang
bottom lane.
paksa
That's a
tu,
ward
guys.
up top, and Falcons Mena, they'll definitely learn from that mistake earlier, right? Where Sano was caught in the bad spot. Now they're gonna play for Sano.
Dorang paksa
All
dorang
the way
ni
in the
ambil
back.
akai.
Everybody's just gonna peel for him. Everybody's gonna open troll with the conceal.
Troll going in, forces out the Crimson Beak, and the burst on CS. This is crazy. Was that a Skypiercer even? I'm not entirely sure anymore.
It was.
So Cuffin at this point is a very
Apa cerita termaskan PH kalah tadi? Meta berubah abang.
Oh no.
All he can do is just attempt to go for a cut, but he is being dealt with by Sanji.
I don't know how Sanji became the next
Macam
mid
tu
laner.
Mena bantai IG. Bagus lah. Dia kasih 2-0 terus lah Mena Jangan kasih muka kat diorang ni. Aku kalau bila aku nak off, aku nak balik tu.
Settle with the orange buff, but there's Troll already spotting it out. I think we all know how this is gonna end. The Traceless, he didn't get out of that wall too.
Oh,
But he's still trying to survive. In the turrets though, and with Sano there,
Kelvin.
I don't think it's possible.
Kelvin seorang je tu yang boleh main dekat Ignite ni. Kalau kau tanya aku.
Yes, it was
Yang lain semua ya tak ya je.
It's all about delaying, right? It's all about buying time for space on the map. CS get some space, but unfortunately he's on a Paquito that doesn't really scale too well. And Troll, oh god, he's already got the read on, and CS cancels the recall.
Okay, CS. Oh, that is not
Kenapa
your
Saji tak
side
pikut
of the
semalam dia
map.
tak tahu tu.
Under the golden art,
gets to take down the turret before he does. And Sano's now on a killing spree.
Aku rasa kalau semalam SRG punya mid lane hero lain kan, aku rasa lagi boleh pergi lah. Kalau nak dibandingkan dengan Farsa dengan Valen. Valen semalam pun tak ada siapa tu guys. Tak ada orang tu Valen ambil ulti. Kecuali yang first game.
Okay, knocks up 4 members, but Coven responds with a Mystic Ghost. Diablo couldn't catch anyone with that Detona's welcome. At least they defend the base turret, but they had to lose Diablo in the process too and his flicker. So
yang lain buat-buat ada je. Kesian tu aku tengok dia ni struggle tu guys.
Oh god, it gets from bad to worse. Falcons Meta again.
Dia boleh pergi jauh lah Kelvin ni. Lain ni payahlah dok. Datang ni guys untuk makan croissant.
It's so difficult if you're IG because
dia masih lagi pandai cari farm.
I have to bring up the point that I made earlier. No clear, they have horrible clear. If waves are gonna come in with the Lord.
Diablo buat apa saya tak ya doh tengok dia guys.
that's why it seems like they have to sacrifice at least one member from their side if they just want to guarantee that Falcons Meta will not have an easy time going for the siege. It's either CN, it's either Kelvin, and I'm not sure who you really want to put out there at this point because you'd really want all your resources to be there when you go for the defense because again, it's not enough. Now Falcons Meta with a 5k gold lead just really secure this Lord and CS isn't even able to push that wave up top as much. You can't really put yourself in a very dangerous position. Not at this point where Falcons Men are just moments away from another Lord Seed.
I mean, you can, right? I mean, you got that PTSD as well, a bit of trauma. Last time he tried to clear up top, it went really bad. He had to die for the 4th time in the game. He doesn't want to, you know, increase those deaths, not to 5.
Ni akan jumpa Falcon PH ke?
Need 7 to get a power spike. Who knows? Maybe the BBB special. And Keto, maybe on that Minotaur. Diablo!
Roll, getting the stun. It's Diablo, they're bursting down right now. Not even with its own as well.
Sakit siap. Ni dah habis lah. Dah sedap habis lah ni Falcon Mina ni guys. Ignite macam tak melawan tu.
What can they do? There goes the heavy spin from Boyan. The knockup from the Minotaur Fury and the Golden R onto Roy once again. But the
So Ignite dengan ni lah yang akan keluar Ignite dengan siapa guys? Bapak ah.
Falcons Meta are a game away from stepping forward into that next round and also knocking
Terex to Reaper
from MSC EWC 2026.
Team India.
Staying true to their identity on the utility jungle, boy, it shows that
tapi tim Falcon Mena ni memang actually not bad guys. Diorang memang boleh main nak dibandingkan dengan Ignite ni.
If they can make their identity work, if they can adapt to this style, because right now
Ignite dah susah dah guys. Diorang nak pursue e-sport sebab negara diorang tak bersetuju sangat tau. Macam JP dulu kan. JP pula. Macam JPL kan. JPL doktor tu guys. Tapi sebabkan passion dia kan, dia sanggup dia main sambil dia bekerja. Passion tau. Time zaman-zaman dulu lah Singapore power tu. Zaman sekarang Singapore susah betul saya nak jumpa yang power. Orang yang macam Diablo ni juga yang diorang angkat. Sebab diorang dah tak fokus sangat dah pasal gameplay. Diorang more fokus towards apa tau, personality tau. Macam W.
It's a rainy day with the 2 dinosaurs, Raptor and Trex on the panel. What you got for us?
Almost like you're saying.
Diablo seorang je yang power masalahnya. Banyak lagi gila yang power. Benda siap.
Against team of Falcons Meta because Ignite Gaming, well, that fire might have just been put out by that first game. I love the way that Falcons Meta approached it.
Dia famous sebab ada rupa je guys. Ada personality macam tu.
Again, they just went back to comfort. They forced their opponents to play a meta gun.
Nak cakap power biasa je tu.
Made Ignite Gaming very uncomfortable in the draft.
definitely made them uncomfortable, and they may have just cracked a possible code as we move forward into this, right? We were
Kalau live kat rumah ni dah boleh tidur tak? Kalau live kat rumah ni aku dah off dah streamer guys.
and now there's no assassins to worry about.
Aku dah aku off dah tu. Baik lagi Adame dari Diablo. Kalau bagi peluang yang lama sikit mungkin dia Adame lagi okey lah guys.
Define the main trades that have affected the first phase of our drafting phase. I hope there are teams right now still like maybe in the upper bracket still like comfortable here looking at what Falcons Mana has done with this Ling Hirara ban and realize, oh wait, that's a way to approach the game. What do we
Kurasan
do
sedap
to
tak
prepare
sana?
that?
Macam sama je macam kat Malaysia guys.
That if you were to put somebody
Lebih
at a
kurang
height,
lah.
well, let's not even say that. Let's just say one of our top organizations who have already made it into the knockout stage. If they were to play against that, do you think it would
Modal
have the
Bennett
same
je
impact?
pisang ah.
Or is
Modal
this something
Bennett.
that, you know, we're seeing Falcons Mana
Yang PE roll last
in this certain matchup right now against Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, I think they're definitely, it's not just a cheese pick, it's a cheese draft approach that they use coming into this matchup.
Right.
The fact that they banned out the Ling, the Hirara, the Valentina, which forced out the Atlas ban. But I feel like if that's one thing that Ignite Gaming could have changed up, now that you know the type of opponents you're gonna go, you're going up against with, you take out the Eudora ban, you keep your Freya ban, you change the Atlas ban to a Marcel ban. Again, that's considering they stick the same sides here. And I feel like if Ignite want to keep things a little bit more familiar, stick on the same side. You already know what Falcons Men are trying to do.
Yeah, Melissa also being banned as well has been a kind of final answer for some teams that are going up against lineups that
JPL dulu pun ada berhenti
melee
kejap.
heavy, but also I think just
Kejap
Trax, is
sebab
it
nak kejar
maybe
e-sport. Sebab
being
sayang
on the
sangat
back
effort
foot
tak
early
nampak.
and now
Susah. Kat
I
Singapore
don't know,
susah guys.
water treading, trying to just survive.
No, I think another big issue with Ignite there was
Prediction Onyx vs Aurora siapa menang?
was okay. You
Ui,
can deal
susah
with
siap.
that, but
Aku
it
nak
felt like
predict ni
Ignite
guys.
picked a composition
Onyx
that they
lawan
wanted to
Aurora
play against an
Turki
assassin, that maybe they wanted to play against something like that, but instead they picked it against a Kai that
kalau
is
kau
going
tanya
to
aku,
push this Paquito back, that is going to push this
Alhamdulillah.
YSS back, that is going to push
Mungkin
this Barat's back. They played it against a
kalau
Marcel
aku
that is going to freeze every hero that IG
macam
said
aku
once again.
lebih ke arah underdog
All
tau.
of these picks that IG have want to get up close and personal with you, and Falcons
Macam aku lebih suka underdog sikit lah. So mungkin aku probably bet lebih dekat Turki lah.
And then you have a Clint that's going to capitalize on all of
tapi
that
Onyx
chaos
power
and just gonna
je.
stand there and take advantage of it all. So IG, I said it at the end of the draft.
Tapi
These
aku lagi
picks
suka ni lah.
weren't going
Lagi
to play that
suka.
great against it. Maybe it could work. Maybe it could work, but they were definitely at a disadvantage the moment that game started.
Yeah, it was really tough there for Ignite. Despite the few slip-ups here and there for Falcons Mena, at the end of the day, their lineup is just so much more solid in the big picture of it all that it would be rare for Ignite Gaming to get
Dia memang
wins where
50-50 guys.
be victorious. That they would be
Tapi
the ones,
aku
able
macam
to build
underdog.
through
Aku
a
lebih
team
suka
fight
underdog
win,
menang ah.
leading into map control. Nah, it was just all pretty much Falcons Mena's game to lose. And again, it was just
Aku
a
lagi suka
masterstroke
underdog
what
menang
they
ah.
did.
So aku
Ignite,
pilih
they weren't ready
Turki
for-
lah, Aurora Turki.
Well, this series has got the potential to go 3. Most of our series have ended 2-0, however. And one of the things is that we've seen early on this meta shifting, people throwing those early punches. We even had it to start the day. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. This is a plan clearly gone awry for Ignite Gaming, but maybe it's also a little bit of a haymaker from Team Falcons meta earlier on. To count this team out is to do something that you should not do, because having to go through that wild card, I don't think anybody would have said, oh, I'd rather do that, because there's so many things that can go wrong with
Aurora
those 10
kuat lah
teams trying to
sekarang.
qualify for that
Betul,
final spot.
tapi Onyx pun kuat
Falcons Meta
juga.
made it through, and so that's got to say something for what they can do, even though they're not in the best position in this tournament right now, where they got to keep playing
Turki
elimination
tu
games.
Yeah, I think
dikira
we can
underdog
base it
lagi
off
ke?
of how Troll was
Tak, dia
reacting
macam
in his
ni guys.
interview earlier. He was so nonchalant
Kalau
with
Onyx
everything.
lawan
Turtle was
dengan
trying to get some
Aurora
emotion out of him,
Turki
like, oh,
and
you guys nervous? Like, were you expecting
aku
this?
rasa
Oh,
lagi
okay.
ramai orang pilih
No
Onyx.
problem.
It's okay.
It's okay.
So dalam
I wish I
perlawanan
could
tu
have that level of
Aurora
mental
Turki lah
strength
underdog
that Troll has, where it's
untuk
just
game tersebut.
Alright, no problem.
You might have to be named Troll at that point. His name is kind of a shield right there.
Fine,
We need crazy Renmar. What do you think, Renmar?
Was that crazy
It's okay.
Renmar right there? Was that what
Dapat
I just
tangkap,
saw a glimpse of?
In this world, we just call it Renmar.
Just Renmar, okay.
No need to add the crazy. That's just me.
That's a tame. That's a bit of a tame crazy, man. I don't know. Maybe you're not as crazy as you think. I mean,
Rain Day.
Okay.
Wait till TL or Falcons if they make it to the grand finals. Then you'll get to see crazy. You'll see a drum in his hand. And
Listen, I've seen Brigitte go a little crazy on the stage as well. I'm not going to say what was going on, but there was some hype moments when some of those upsets were happening yesterday. Guys, I mean, this is a series of upsets, and this is now a series where we could see a continuation of teams proving themselves against the odds. That would be, however, Ignite Gaming's turn to fight back. They
Tengok
just
drive 5G tak best
took
weh, memang tak
a
best
big
tu.
one against
Sebab
Team
tak power pun
Falcons
dua-dua dah.
meta. A surprising draft maybe it set them up. Those haymakers, are they able to withstand it and bounce back up on their feet and have a go again? You would hope that Diablo and his experience would be able to do it. You mentioned Roy having a big impact. What's the answer now going into the draft for Game 2?
Well, they have the choice, right? Of what side that they're gonna go. I think I'm gonna double
Nah,
down.
Blue
on
ni memang
just
mudah
staying
masuk mana-mana
red.
tim SG.
'Cause
Sebab
you know
sebab
what's
nama
coming
dia,
to
dia
you
punya
from the blue side of Falcons.
dia punya ni sedap
I mean,
guys.
yes, if you want to play against that same exact strategy again.
Dia,
But if
dia
they
punya
pick
dia
blue,
ada
it
ni tau.
forces Falcons meta to maybe
Apa orang panggil?
change up a little bit. I mean, they could still ban the Ling and the
Dia
Harara,
ada
but that third ban is all going to depend on what
hitam putih yang
Ignite
yang
wants to
okey
give
lah.
them. What do you want to trade here? Because I do feel like the red side, that's what we've been seeing a lot at least. Depending on what blue side
Hitam putih dia
picks or
sedap.
bans out for those first
Apa
three.
yang dia punya?
The red side then as that final ban
Apa orang
normally
panggil
has
ni?
a couple options of do I leave 3 things open, do I leave 2 things open, do we go for the full trade, you know, etc.
Record.
etc.
Credibility.
Yeah, the idea is, are you setting yourself up to be able to get more of what's
from
left over
Myanmar,
or
hello.
less, or is it strong enough to get just one thing that ends up twisting the other team's
Dia punya
intention
apa
not
yang dia
to
panggil aku
deal
tak
with
tahu
what
lah.
you grabbed?
Ayat dia. Tapi
We've
ada
seen
ayat
that
dia
be,
best lah.
you know,
Yang
again, we've
sedap
seen
sikit
strong
dengar.
first picks throughout the day. You
Ni
guys
apa
watching
balik
at
awal
home,
ke
you've
ni?
seen
Balik
sometimes
awal lah aku
when the
rasa.
Fannies had the
Ah,
impact, when the
resume.
Atlases
Betul,
had the
resume.
impact.
Ah,
We've seen
resume
Melissa
dia
have
sedap lah
last
guys.
pick impact sometimes
Main
as
dekat
well.
MPL
Rots is
MY,
looking
pernah
into
main
the
kat
draft
luar
a lot
negara,
more also.
main
Uranus has
main
been a pretty
tim
solid pick
lain.
that teams are now allowing through more often, and he's
And
coming in that third, fourth
resume dia
slot
memang best lah.
for a lot of these teams
Salam
to
dari
round things
Brunei
out.
mu. Waalaikumsalam Jimbo.
I mean, what is left? What is left right now to maybe throw a spanner in the works? Is it joining in on that assassin ban early so that they're either forced to ban something else or another assassin? What do you think?
I think partly Ignite Gaming also leaned in a little bit too hard in their idea. Like you were also pointing it out, the fact that once they saw the Marcel, it's like they went into the game knowing that, okay, we want to play this specific kind of comp and just never let go from it.
Felt like they already had a draft plan before
Thank
that
you,
game started.
Myanmar people support
And that's
Malaysian
just what they were gonna
streamer.
pick no matter what.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, like a little bit too stubborn with it.
Well, the
Kau kat sana sampai grand final ke mu? Nak sampai habis lah.
And you could see that started to get into the hero pool with the Ling and the Harara ban. That changed things up in game 1. That opened up a Marcel, which we have not seen very often. It's either maybe once or now twice in this tournament so far. Will Falcons meta be on the front foot again? Will we see Ignite Gaming pull something off here?
In total, including the numbers from the wild cards, Marcel has only
Moon,
popped
yes, saya.
7 times, which is crazy considering.
All the way to
that-
wild cards?
Yeah, yeah. This
Hello
includes our
Moon,
numbers
good
from the
night.
wild
Good
cards
night
too. So
everybody.
now, I don't know if that made it the 8th time he was picked with the previous game, but still less than 10. I think that's something that the 2 coaching staffs can definitely latch onto.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want to push through. I'm ready to see the big question of if Ignite took blue side here. It's
Ngantuk
gonna
dah
be
hilang ke?
dangerous
Ada lagi lah ngantuk dia
as
guys.
The map, something that some of that
Sebab gamenya
assassins will
bosan.
something that a Harara will do
Game ni
great
tak
on.
best, tapi aku terpaksa habiskan juga.
Wonder if they do
Aku
go
tak
with
sabar
the
nak balik
gamma
ni.
sites, which like Ignite Gaming
Dapat barang yang
follows
terkatil
their
kan.
suggestion
Dapat
and just
lelap
goes
kejap
blue.
pun okey lah.
If Falcons Rena still does the same thing red side and just go Ling Harara ban, it's
Listen,
like, ooh.
if I'm Ignite on blue side and I ban something and then I see the Ling ban,
Betul
I'm
ke?
banning a Kai, second ban.
Dapat lelap layan
Dude,
tu.
they banned it.
Kopi
Kai,
lu, tak minum kopi
Ling
tu.
comes in, let's do this. You want to ban assassins? We're going to ban utilities.
Aku tea
Alright,
only,
I like
tea.
it. Okay, they're getting scrappy just at the draft already. It's
Tea
like,
only,
okay,
guys, eh.
We saw what you could do. We're gonna just take it away from you. No more like dancing around it. We'll be honest with it.
Target bans from both sides. This time the Freya will also make the ban list. But I
Current
like how
result.
Falcons doesn't
Falcon
ban
Mena
Aurora
1-0
second. They're
menentang
still letting
dengan
Ignite
Ignite
guess,
Gaming
like,
guys
will we
eh.
leave it open? Will we ban it? Maybe we can bait you into banning it.
Kau tengok
Eudora
Mamat
does
yang
advance,
sebelah
so
ni
now
Iwan kan.
Falcons Mena has to decide.
Dia mana
The thing is
dia
with the
fokus
Akai
stream
gun,
duk.
sorry if we keep going.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now Fanny is a bit
Dia
more
biar je tu.
Yes. Which means
Dia main
Falcons Mena
dia
may
pergi
have hit a
main
little hiccup here, right?
pergi
Because
main
I think
social
they
media.
left the Fanny open knowing we can pick a Kai, we can deal with it if we need to.
Yeah.
Great point.
Buat down je.
I wonder if
Dia pun
they
tahu dia game ni
will
bosan.
still let it through. If they let it through, then I wouldn't think that Ignite Gaming would want to rush it. You wouldn't expect Boyet and Falcons Mena to want to pick up that
Tulisan
value.
apa
So
lah
you can
ni.
save
I
that
don't
option
understand
for a little
Awong.
bit later. Them banning out the Eudora means he left the Atlas and
think they
Beleric
want
trade
that.
Wait,
open though.
I
yeah.
think I can translate
With
this
the
one.
Atlas getting prioritized
The
for
Night of
Ignite,
Baroah Mutagrab
they can
Sao
protect their jungler a
Kavo
little bit more because this time
Napoleon.
it's going to be the Atlas that's
What do you
gonna be
mean?
hovering around the river and annoying Falcons Mena, which is why it's
You got
perplexing to me that they
Kalian kat mana
still
tu?
went ahead and banned the Bellery because if every
mana
Ignite
lagi,
Gaming gets
guys?
the Atlas, they will be getting the Valentina anyways.
And the thing is now they're throwing Ignite a little signal like, fine,
Ni kat sini
you
aku
can have
live
the
guys.
Alice, but then we take your assassin pick, we take your Harara.
Nampak
But then still Fanny is also still open, but they're going to go for the Harara instead and say, fine, you can have the Atlas.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be okay with this. It is the Atlas, and I think just straight up be safe with it. Just pick up the Valentina for Asano. It's a pick that he's really good at. Excuse me, not...
Panas tu handphone aku.
No, cuff in. There we go, cuff in.
Let him cuff the Valentina
Saudi
real
tak
fast.
silap Saudi. Arab.
Yeah, would obviously take away what a lot of people are doing against the Atlas, which is Valentina's ability to steal abilities,
Arab.
normally taking the ultimate of
Arabian.
Atlas and trying to use it in to counter engage or to initiate, depending on how spicy you're feeling. So that's an answer. I feel like the Valentina, as you guys said, gets picked up, and now it puts Falcons Mena into a pretty good spot. It is definitely Ignite Gaming's turn on the clock. Time ticking down, saying, okay, what's your move?
A little bit crazy here as a suggestion, but maybe Ignite might be okay with picking up either the Uranus or the Esmeralda. I know it goes against my desires for Diablo, but with the Herara there, you're gonna need the difficult to kill EXP laner. Then if you want to go to the second phase, maybe try to force out a gold lane pick already, but we've been seeing gold lanes come out a little bit earlier. With the Marcella,
Sekali tulisan cacing dah masuk.
weird spot again where they might run out of
Tulisan
roam
cacing.
options here for Jay. Oh, they're picking up the Melissa early.
I think it's a solid pick. You'd also steal away the Melissa something. You get the Jushin for some range.
Wow.
And then if Falcons Mena wanted that Melissa, something to kind of protect themselves against this Harara, you have a slight
Korang
answer
tengoklah
to it.
draft
Or
dulu
if
guys.
Falcons
Aku
Mena
nak
ends up
santai-santai
going
je.
for the Fanny here, you also already have something that can be safe from it.
Yeah. I wonder if this means that Ignite are gonna dig back into the bag of like the Badang such for the roam, but you're risking getting the Valentina to steal your ultimate, but that will provide the space, and the rest of Falcons Mena do want to clump up together really well. Unless Falcons Mena just decides to band out the Badang. Picking up the Clint this early though, I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like they could have leveraged just leaving gold laners and picking it up later while changing up the priorities and trades for like EXP.
I think it might have been a panic pick, honestly. I don't know what to pick next, possibly.
Could it also have been not trying to show the EXP hand too early? Trying to have some
could be
surprise to it?
Could be. And they know that they're going to get the first pick on the red side anyway, so based on the bans, they have a better understanding of, if they can go for a specific pick that they want in the jungle, or if they can go ahead and pick up their XP at red 4 and still wait till the absolute end to pick up their jungler. I'm still leaning towards the idea that Boyet and Falcons Mena would want to play the tanky sustain types, or at least not exactly like a hard assassin.
Cara-cara.
But we've seen Melissa being such a problem that now my question for Falcons Mena is, do you actually have something for this?
XP bands.
Aku rasa kan, kalau kau nak semangat kan, aku nak tutup camp tu.
Keep on honing into it. Paquito is still open for both teams.
Aku nak tutup camp
For Ignite, honestly, just something that can pack a punch, close the distance on the Valentina and the Clint.
I think that's maybe personally
hilang dah.
what Melissa helps ward against early
Tidur
on.
dah.
So if
Tak
you
adalah
wanna pick up
tidur.
the
Cuma
Paquito,
aku
get
rasa
close,
aku
we have an
macam
answer
lagi
to that.
selesa tu. Tutup camp sekarang ni. Tak adalah kau nampak aku ngantuk sangat guys Being tired, fight, right? Being tired, right? Fighting, bro. I'm so tired right now, Tiha. I'm freaking, I'm so sleepy right now.
Want to take something away,
Tiba-tiba.
and they're going to be counter picking. to try to figure out these two lanes. Everyone's exposed their gold, their jungle, and their mid.
Oh yeah, that's true. We were talking earlier about how the roam options might look thin, so they just took one out. I think it was just got the Gancho later for Ignite. If ever they really can't think of
Melissa tiba-tiba top pick pula guys. Semenjak Vamos pakai.
I'm not sure how
Diorang dah look up to
much
Vamos
we've
tu.
seen a win from Gatacacho.
Diorang look up to Vamos
Definitely
tu.
been played yesterday a bit. I think we're at 55.
Aku rasa kan, aku ngantuk bukan sebab apa tau. Aku ngantuk sebab gamenya membosankan tu. Jujur cakap kan.
Let us know in the chat if you think it's happening. So far so good.
Dia ngantuk bukan sebab apa guys. Dia ngantuk sebab tengok game.
To go through this process with Group B tomorrow.
Game yang boring.
As Barats gets picked up.
Yang aku tahu mesti ada yang dah tidur tu dalam live aku ni.
There you go, Renmar.
Aku rasa itu macam confirm ah. Mesti ada yang tidur punya.
Might as well. Oh, and they pick up the Alice despite there being a Valentine on the other side, and that makes it even deadlier for Ignite's cause. Now, actually, because of the Alice pickup, Falcons Mena has multiple options to answer this Melissa. Will it be enough is the question though, because you still need the damage, but diving and reaching the Melissa wouldn't be a problem anymore.
Daya.
What is going to be jungle though for Mena here?
Alhamdulillah, view kita dekat YT 10k guys Alhamdulillah, semangat sikit tu bila aku tengok tu. Light pun tinggi tau. Mataku pun dah kuyuk dari moon, help. Tidur je lah Iqmal, Hilmal. Game ni game yang tak penting pun. Menang kalah ke kita kisah apa kan. Dah tak kisah dah game ni. Game esok tu. SRG.
Wow.
What is the final switch around?
This will be interesting here.
Yeah, it is looking like jungle Barrets, EXP, Paghito.
Esok game penting, jangan tidur guys esok. Esok kita semangat je guys. Kalau mati ke ni? Yes sir. Yang ni kalau mati guys siapa kalah dia terkeluar lah. So game ni Ignite kena buat betul-betul lah guys. Kena got nothing to lose lah pemikirannya Myanmar hadir. Wah. Hadir.
Let's get game 2 started here and send it back over to your casters.
Thank you, mates, on the panel, man. I love them, this panel. T-Rex, Raptor, Rainy Man. I'm joking. Welcome to the Ladder Dawn, folks. It could be the
ni kalau menang jumpa siapa? Tak silap aku Falcon.
It's going to be IG.
Falcon,
they're down a game, but
Falcon PH tak silap aku.
How are you doing, Brigada?
Hey, I'm
ni kenapa ni?
Okay, we've had a really
ada problem. Ni first time ada problem guys Sebelum ni macam tak ada apa-apa masalah.
And so far the series has been one-sided for IG, as you mentioned, who are on the brink of elimination. So we're really hoping for them to.
Ni player ni Filipin kan.
Heading into this game, but I feel like even the panel.
Saja bila main esok.
T-Rex, Raptor, and Rainy Day. As mentioned in record, but we're just kidding. But I feel like even the panel couldn't really fully grasp the idea behind what IG wanted to do. Just I think so much focus also was put on the Alice option here, the Alice pick as well, and the fact that Falcons Mena yet again are still sticking with their identity
and
shifting it around with putting a Barrett in the jungle is.
Habis ni confirm cari katil. Aku rasa tak kot. Aku tunggu makanan lain. Ataupun mungkin aku boleh ni lah kot. Aku rasa mungkin aku boleh ni kot, balik terus kan. Lepas tu ada makanan pula yang juga tu. Beli buah, aku ambil buah tapi kena tunggu pula. Kalau nak makan buah.
I like it for the Melissa up against this Clint, and even in XP, I like it for the Alice for the matchup against the Paquito. So these are two lanes where Ignite Gaming are going to be able to utilize this Hirara to finally push in and capitalize on the mistakes or the lane dominance of the other mates on the team. Falcons Mena, though, it's all about neutral objective control. So I think it's kind of like a better IG from game 1, but Falcons Mena, the same exact Falcons Mena from game 1.
Granted that the laning does go that way, because we're expecting it to favor IG at least in terms of the side. We're looking at again the Melissa, who at least based on today's showing has been a phenomenal gold lane pickup, but it was more into the Fanny and the likes of the more dive type comps, which I don't think Falcons Men are that far away from. but they're more fighter than assassin type of compositions too. So you can expect them to stay much longer in the team fights if things go their way. Well, right now, IG, let's see how it goes and let's see how they manage this lane.
Quick emblem check as we get into game number 2 in the Land of Dawn. Wilderness Blessing for Troll. In a world where we see a lot of pull yourself together just to try to get more flickers out there, Troll decides, no, I want to get movement, and it's super incumbent, so they're expecting to win here in the mid lane, trying to rotate around. Perfect match on Roy.
Yep, that's a very aggressive start, and I think it will be a lot of help to Boyet, who, again, we are so used to seeing with the Mathilda, but now it's going to be on his own. But the fact that you have a mid duo who is just so reliable in terms of mobility.
Mun Aurora lagi power ke Onyx? Aku rasa Aurora lah.
So, at least we're
Aurora bantai PH, TLPH dulu.
just yet for IG. They're still able to accomplish what they want in the lanes. But how are they able to allow Kelvin be involved? I don't think we saw Kelvin as involved earlier on, but that's because he was on a Yisun Shin. This time should be pretty different because he's
Knockout phase masih format pilih opponent ke? Yang tu aku tak sure doh guys. Kalau korang tengok MWI mungkin korang tahu lah. For now aku tak tahu.
Boyet's got level 4.
Yeah.
Not as
Last 6 minutes untuk guess. Weh, thank you doh so much. Tolong buatkan aku guess. Don't go and be your emotion.
They're not gonna go for Troll just yet. They can spot out where Kelvin was actually trying to hide. Diablo now all alone. Up against
Itulah dalam kepala Diablo Tapi kita tengok gameplay Diablo tu.
and is now 1 HP away.
Bahan si Diablo sao. Aku suka dua bahan dia. Kat sana jam berapa? Tolak 6 jam. Don't go,
They go for the neutral objective fight against the utility jungle. They have tempo, but they didn't utilize it. Falcons mana are soaring in the skies.
Yeah.
Turtle number 1, a complete win for the Falcons. And a big double for Boyet on the Barats, bro.
What happens now? Because we were really looking forward to see IG at least win it out on the side.
Diablo macam tak blend dengan team. Sebelum ni dia menang pun sebab ni je guys. Sebab dia lawan orang yang tak apa nak power juga. Alhamdulillah, sorry guys. Tapi yang tu Diablo dan nice lah sebenarnya.
And they were too tacky
Cuma
as well. There wasn't enough burst.
Team dia macam tak ready tu.
Having to fall down too just did not look great for IG.
Memang dia paksa tau jungle utility. Oh. Tengok. Ini Ui, mati Shan. Sanji tu. Tapi kalau aku tadi guys kau tahu tak apa aku buat? Aku lepak lalu. Aku bunuh dia. Aku dapat blue buff. Ya. Diablo macam tak blend dengan tu kena baca, sorry. Ni Diablo ni. Yakap skill. So yang cepat boss nak tidur ni. Yo, sama. Sama. Thank you guys mana yang masih stay dalam ni, mana yang masih teman aku guys even game ni game yang membosankan. Korang masih teman aku wow. Terima kasih sangat guys korang main W tu. Serius tu. Kau W tu guys. W viewer. Masih lagi bantu aku tap. Masih lagi ada orang yang hantar punch card, yang masih urudin buat donation kat Social Bus. Kan? Dan kat YT pun masih lagi ada orang subscribe, tekan button like dan sebagainya. Even aku tak suruh pun korang masih lagi buat kerja-kerja korang tau guys. Thank you so much Appreciate sangat tau guys. Oh yoy. Memang tak nak kasih muka Pelan terus Bang itu pegang kat blue buff. Hancur minit 5 siap mid tower habis guys. Memang kalah lah dorang. Cantik green screen.
And Kelvin's gonna be very careful. Troll's already on the perfect match. Boyet's gonna figure it out.
Tengok. Aku bagi korang layan kejap lah guys.
Moving so fast, Kelvin, can he get out of this? There are still flickers in their hands. Kupin, Sanji, the wraparound. Oh no, Kelvin dashing out with the flicker. High frames were close to saving him there, but
memang Sanji tak nak bagi muka, bye. Kau fikir kau boleh selamat? Kelvin dah mental lah guys ni. Kelvin dah mental lah. Dia nak buat lebih guys. Dia nak buat lebih tau. Dia nak cuba menangkan tim dia. Tapi tim dia terlampau benak tau. Kalau aku pemabar pun kan. Kalau tim aku dah bingai, aku pun turut bingai tu. Jadi mental jadi tak boleh nak main tu betul-betul tau. Ni dah kalah ni, habis lah. Habis dah ni. Makro kena outplay, rotation kena outplay, objektif tak dapat ambil, masuk mati. And nak buat rotation seorang-seorang pun dah tak boleh. Dia dah stress lah tu. Kelvin tu dah stress lah guys. Open mabar kan, hari-hari open mabar, scream open mabar. Team tak boleh nak tolong apa-apa. Trio mid lah, trio mid dia nampak sangat lemah lah. IG ni masalah dia trio mid Nak cakap Diablo pun nak cakap teruk sangat pun tak. Sebenarnya dia okey. Dia masih okey lagi. Itu gila babi tu combo tu. Tak ada siapa mati siap. Execution combo nampak macam nice lah. Mati. Dah baik lah tu dok. Yang tu adalah juga kan. At least nampaklah planning fight-fight tipis-tipis. Janganlah menang terus tu.
Throne of Ruin into the AOG, into Kelvin with the AoE as well. And everything when it lands perfectly works out. The thing is,
macam mana
there's still a
Ignite
big
ni
problem.
join.
With all the lead that they
Senang
were able to
cerita
get,
diorang lepas qualifier lah. Tak silap aku Singapura ada open qualifier. Lepas tu diorang dapat nombor 1. Diorang kalahkan lah siapa-siapa yang ada kat qualifier tu. Qualifier ke MPL tak ingat lah, tak apa nak ingat. Itu macam qualifier. Sebab kalau MPL Diablo mana boleh masuk dah tu. Sebab diorang dah kalau MPL lah damage tak cukup untuk IG. Sebab beza duit jauh ni guys. 5k 5k minit 8. Besar maksudnya. Kenapa Famos dah menang? Tak ada lagi pun yang nak toksik-toksik ni Memanglah menang. Tunggu kalah lah kalau nak orang toksik. Soalan-soalan benda-benda macam ni pun nak kena aku fikirkan untuk kau tu. Aku fikir sendiri. Moon GPT guys, Moon GPT. Kat Malaysia dah pukul apa? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dah pukul 10 lah. Pelik bai soalan. Agak ah. Mati lagi Sanji. Overconfident lah Sanji. Alan, terima kasih Alan for the game-nya. Tak perhatian macam tu lah. Ulti lari lu. Better dia komit je duk. Tadi ulti. Oh, kena telan. Ludah. Pui. Makan. Tidur. Coffin. Aku rasa memang trio mid Ignite ni lemah lah guys. Trio mid Ignite ni lemah tu. Aku rasa sorry, duo. Aku rasa Kelvin ni okey gameplay dia. Gameplay Kelvin seorang ke yang okey lah. Kalau IG kalah tamatlah sudah riwayat diorang dekat Paris ni. Diorang dah boleh pergi Eiffel Tower dah malam ni happy-happy. Dia ada satu benda tau guys. Bila tournament ni kan, selagi tournament ni belum habis, korang akan ada satu rasa berat tau, yang korang kena pikul. Oh. Allah, target minion Diablo. Nak start team fight pun agak-agak lah dok. Lepas tu Gatot kan boleh combo dengan Elise. Kau masuk je dok Diablo. Dia masuk, dia nak set up ni tapi nampak macam dia takut-takut tau. Macam mana nak set up siap? Pakai Elise dok. Kalau perlu flicker je dok. Sebab dia main dalam tower tadi kan. Kenapa dia guna? Aku tak tahu lagi guys Nanti aku tanya siapa-siapa guys. Handphone apa yang diorang guna.
And no wonder. Sanji's just going full damage to Counter-Strike. See Halberd into the War Axe. Alright, for the Valentina come in. It's just the glowing one at Bloodwings. You wouldn't expect that guy to be doing the most damage, but now makes a lot of sense. If you got the light punch earlier, then
sana pakai LAN apa pun Selcom ke? Yang tu pun aku tak pasti guys
completely bursted down to the ground, man. Yeah. Also Sano, 20 stacks in the Sky Piercer, I believe, on the way to a BOD, a Blade of Despair. This is just rough. When a 2,000 goal lead.
Datang peri jalan-jalan je lah SG ni, bazir slot je. Tak apalah guys. Asalkan diorang mencuba kan, mencuba nasib. Diorang datang sini pun dah dapat duit dah. Diorang turun je daripada flight tu dah dapat duit dah guys. So okey lah daripada tak ada. Diorang pun layak je guys. Singapura senang cerita ni yang paling terbaik yang diorang boleh hantar lah guys. Dengan negara yang sangat kecil macam tu, inilah yang the best yang diorang boleh bagi. So nak tak nak yang kena terima lah guys. Itu je lah. Ngantuk aku pun. Okay, kalau ngantuk dengar je suara aku tu guys. Okay, nampaknya pasukan daripada Falcon Mena ingin cuba untuk menarik lot tersebut. Falcon Mena masih lagi membawa guys membawa gameplay jungle utility. Kita boleh lihat diorang sangat selesa dengan penggunaan jungle utility tersebut. Masa sekarang ni perbezaan duit sebanyak RM6,000. Sanji bersuarkan di bahagian atas, masih cuba untuk membuka. Ultimate telah digunakan oleh seorang Gatot. Adakah Sanji dapat menyelamatkan diri? Nampaknya first kill sangat cantik akan dijatuhkan oleh pasukan daripada IG. Lot yang sangat mudah didapatkan oleh Falcon oleh kerana Sanji cuba untuk open space for the guy. Kita kena hargai Singapura. MY pun digendong apa ni? Tak, sebelum kau send tu boleh aku tengok dulu kan. Killing spree untuk seorang Sang. Boyem mendapatkan kill. Nampaknya belundiang kurang baik untuk pasukan Falcon buat masa sekarang. Kelvin masih lagi cuba. What the gameplay yang ditunjukkan oleh seorang Kelvin
But they went in for the throne of ruin with no AOG under tier 1 and tier 2. Oh my god.
Oh my god. We are
Habis.
in this game, 15 minutes almost in, and it's just Falcons Mena still with this.
Okay, Mas dah boleh bungkus ganti moon, boleh? Sano telah pun dijatuhkan. Shutdown didapati oleh seorang CS. What a startup, what a blunder from Falcon Mena or Sano. Shutdown. Aduh, bangkitlah kau ni, Sano. Benda dah dapat load tu, sabar je lah. Aku dah ngantuk ni, Syau. Kau boleh pula blunder tengah tu seorang-seorang macam budak tak guna. Macam budak tak guna lah, Sano.
And they clear punish from Falcons Mena, earning them an additional base turret. and more map control.
Serius macam tengok custom dia siap.
Well, saw that just now. They found the kill on Sano.
Okay. Kalau macam tu aku lebih ke arah professional sikit lah guys.
Second turret they've been able to take down in this
Buat masa
game.
sekarang pada minit 15.37. Perbezaan duit. Adakah kesalahan Falcon Mena tadi telah melakukan kesalahan hingga boleh membuatkan IG comeback di dalam game yang kedua ini? Adakah kita boleh melihat IG menukar suai dengan gameplay yang cuba untuk dilakukan? Perbezaan duit yang tidak terlalu besar buat masa sekarang. Hampir masuk ke dalam area late game. Hirara telah mendapatkan full item bersamaan juga dengan Cloudy. Cloudy pula bersamaan juga dengan Melissa. Telah pun disiapkan. Kofin tertangkap. Ultimate telah digunakan. 2 orang ultimate telah digunakan guys. 3 ultimate. Cuba untuk masuk ke bahagian dalam. What a combo. Sano tersilap langkah. Tetapi seperti yang kita boleh lihat di kawasan map, Sanji cuba untuk menutup. Cuba untuk mengacau di bahagian base di bahagian dalam. Hirara. Adakah Hirara dapat defend? Sanji cuba untuk melarikan diri. Percubaan untuk berdelaykan diorang untuk tidak bagi balik. Hirara masih lagi cuba. Kiting yang baik. Hirara hampir dikalahkan. Kita tengok, kita boleh dapat lihat kedua-duanya sangat low. Barat cuba untuk masuk ke bahagian dalam. Ditelan seperti raksasa yang sedang kelaparan. Ultimate yang baik oleh seorang Diablo. Blunder. Banyaknya blunder. Bang, aku dah ngantuk bang. Aku dah ngantuk. Sano, kalau aku jadi teammate kau, aku blame kau tahu. Kalau comeback ni.
Falcons couldn't react, man. The heat was brought in and it started with IG doing it started with
OT ke
Falcons
Moon?
Mena.
Tak OT pun. Hari-hari biasa pun aku memang sampai habis game guys. Cuma game dia bosan. Tak ada orang famous main. And gameplay pun macam cap-cap ayam gitu. Boom, pendapat kau, ramai streamer kata TLPH ketinggalan meta. Sebenarnya diorang tak ketinggalan meta. Diorang cuba menyesuaikan diri dengan new meta. Cuma masih lagi diorang cuba untuk adapt lah. Kita boleh nampak gameplay diorang berbeza lah guys. Kalau diorang tak pakai jungle utility. Sebenarnya Falcon Mena ni pun yang lambat metanya. Ketinggalan meta ni baru berketinggalan. Diorang masih lagi nak bawa jungle utility. Kalau TLP je mati lagi si Sanji ni. Kepala otak lah dia bodoh. Apa kejadah lah dia kat situ seorang-seorang. Sabarlah, tunggulah tim dulu ke depan ke apa ke. Dah habau. Mati. Janganlah satu sama. Aku dah ngantuk. Baik satu. Macam kalah je Mena ni. Macam silap langkah. Selamat please. Janganlah satu sama. Defend lah. Shutdown. Dah satu sama bodoh. OT bodoh.
Ignite Gaming refuses to be eliminated in game number 2. It's a
Bos, saya nak balik bos.
For our final series of the day. What a fantastic comeback that was. Raw, micro, and
aku rasa macam nak blame doh. Aku nak blame doh si Sanji. Bodoh, si Sanji tu mati banyak kali sial. Duk belunda mati seseorang. Orang tengah ambil lot dia mati. Orang tengah itu dia mati. Orang tengah ini dia mati. Dah dapat lot sana pula problem. Mati lagi. Orang nak balik tu. Orang nak off dah tu. Kau tahu tak game korang ni bosan. Tak payah nak cacah macam gempak lah. Kan? Tak payah cacah macam wih gila lah. Fight share satu sama. Tak payah. Dengan lagu yang macam ni. Acah-acah. Geram lah guys. Orang dah ngantuk, dia boleh buat sedar pula game dia. First game tak nak pula buat macam ni.
Is it more of a good flank or is it more on like Sanji not respecting him, right?
I don't know, maybe something just clicked from IG, you know, mid-game. Suddenly sync up and I'd say we saw it happen a couple times. There were engages which were immediately followed up by Roy specifically. I'm shout out Roy because it was a flawless into whatever setup was eventually later on, but I think the panel has
Baru pukul 5 petang dekat sana pun takkan dah ngantuk. Aku ngantuk. Apa salahnya kalau aku ngantuk guys sebab game bosan. Kau tahu tak? Ini once aku turun ni aku hilang rasa ngantuk, kau tahu. Dia sebab game dia bosan, kau faham tak?
That was a fun game to watch, and I think when we look back at it, we'll say that there were
Aku
three
pun lepas
moments
makan
that
tadi
it could have gone
terus
differently,
ngantuk.
maybe even earlier for Ignite. But they needed to learn their lesson, and finally, at that Lord fight, Renmar, they found a way to deal with Sanji enough to delay and actually prioritize taking the Lord, and that ultimately snowballed into winning that game.
Yeah, and they found Sano. It was Diablo. It was the guy that we were looking for to step up.
Yeah.
Well, not really step up, but finally make his presence felt. Got the wish of getting Diablo on something that's big impact, and he delivered the biggest impact for Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, I think
Bawa gempak pula member. Mun bracket A memang main 2-0 je ke? Ni 2-1. Bracket A ni. Mun pergi jalan-jalan dulu. Jalan-jalan dulu guys.
And they were able to do that and actually succeed in getting a win, forcing this to game 3.
Yeah, it was great. And this is what you want to see in a final series of the day where one team goes home. Now it's all a best of one.
Semua dorang buat-buat gempak. Ya, buat-buat gempak. Itu kat belakang tu mesti borak kau-kau je cakap dengan kau. Pada third game lagi kan, aku confident and aku positif and aku confident beli bukan kat Shopee ni. Ini confident memang datang benda di sini ni kan. Falcon menang easy tu next game. Bawah 15 minit game next game bawah 15 minit guys. Percaya je aku. Kalau salah aku cakap dengan kau kan. Kalau salah
I mean, all that really matters is the
Mudah tak peduli diorang nak cacah. Reverse sweep. Diorang cacah. Sudah. Diorang baru datang guys tadi. 2 jam sebelum game diorang baru datang. Aku ni dah datang daripada pukul 10 pagi tau. Sekarang dah pukul apa? Sekarang pukul 5 kau tahu. 6 jam setengah dah aku live.
That was a jarring
Heck of a slow-mo.
Yeah, to see from
Heck of a slow-mo.
Go tongue out, going crazy, and then immediately cutting to his teammates at the
Kepala
moment.
aku tengah ngang tau, tengah ngang.
These are actually scrim shots. Those weren't even in this game right there. He's just doing that randomly. No, I'm kidding. That was actually recently. It was a real reaction. It was live. And what do you
ini cara duduk guys. Ini cara duduk orang-orang yang tengah ngang guys.
Getting a chance to move in gives you that 65K in this situation instead of the 45 from going out earlier. So still a lot of money coming up on the line for both of these teams who are fighting for their last chance.
12 jam bukan. Bukan. Waktu sini dengan Malaysia lain guys. Kat sini pukul 5.
Alright, could you hold this for me? Alright. Yeah, I'm good. All right, we double it. Oh, okay. Okay, so we look at the draft. So this is already post-switch up where you see the Alice come in. But then we have to put focus on this Melissa. We look at the Falcons mana composition. And the only source of reach
Kalau salah
that they
botak
really
pun.
have
Ai,
is
si nak tengok aku
Now,
botak. Sachi nak tengok aku
there is
botak.
still the problem for Ignite Gaming of the Valentina being
Ayalah,
able to take away the
botak-botak.
ults of the
Aku kalau aku buat basket nanti
even
kan
able to
nampak
take
macam
away the
malon.
Fusion ult and of course the ult of the Alice. All of them as a means to break the
Tak nak ah.
formation of Ignite Gaming. But again, the question
Sebab
is,
kesian aku
will
nak
they
follow
have
lah,
the
follow
damage?
lah.
We saw in the numbers
Follow.
difference, it was
Kesian.
23k
Kesian kalau aku.
lead for the, I'm not even going to try to make numbers anymore. For
Spam
the
dua dulu
hieroglyphics
mon.
over the Clint. Yeah, that looked like hieroglyphics.
Spam dua
there for a
dulu lah
second. But that with the combination that Ignite had, as long as they're firing off on all cylinders, despite Falcons Mana being able to hold a very strong line of defense for their Clint, they're not just pumping out enough raw damage compared to the Melissa.
Come on
Alice
mon,
is even
tidur
dealing
tidur on
damage
cam
as she
je.
has her pot-
Game
has
dah
her
nak
pot.
habis doh.
We know the Gaja is
Kalau
one of
aku
those
kata
surprisingly
masalahnya tak payah buat semat doh nak comeback.
even the Hirara being able to
Next
come
game
in
kena
and provide
bantai
damage
kak.
as well. Overall, Ignite Gaming just
Bagi
had
je
more
doh
damage and
2-0.
Falcons Mana when the
Balik.
Clint was taken out of
Lepas
the
tu dorang boleh
equation.
pergi ni Eiffel
No
Tower.
one in this remaining four can deal with a full five.
Hai dekat venue mon
It was way too Clint dependent for Falcons.
Betul.
And that burst, I mean, it does scale late game. And so they had the early game handle.
Yeah.
And Barazza's, I mean, dominant. Like he was a high level, maybe 15 when there was 11s, 12s roaming around on the side of Ignite Gaming. But you did say that it all felt like if the Clint was gone, then what was the answer? And they didn't have one.
Yeah, it was also everything should have gone so well for Falcons Mana after Ignite Gaming surprisingly fought Turtle 1. They committed all those bodies up against the Barretts. I think they were a little bit too egotistical and thinking that they could get the turtle, but even if they got the turtle, they still would have gotten taken down. But maybe a little bit of ego is what they needed. It is a little bit of ego that allowed them to get that surprise jump play onto Sano and Sanji and then turning it around. So, hey, Ignite, they have the ego, they have the confidence, and they force game number 3.
I mean, how about that 1v1 down at the base? Sanji's trying to take it all tracks. We're watching that together. We're thinking this could be it. But it's the delay that leads to the lore, that leads to things turning
Kau
around.
rasa nanti ada fans Vamos selepas MAC tak Mun?
It was a very all or nothing
Ada.
play, right? And a
Ada,
lot of
ada.
time that
Of
is
course
what
ada,
you
guys.
want to go for. But the fact that they couldn't
Padahal
delay,
boleh kalah apa?
They couldn't delay Kelvin.
Yeah.
So that means he can get back. If they were able to delay Kelvin,
Kalau agak ni
easy,
lagi.
good win. But
Angah
once
tak
they're
join
not
sekali
able
ke
to delay
Mun?
him,
Tak.
at that point, I think it's
Dia
the
punya setup kat sini lain sikit guys. So aku tak tahu macam mana
it gives the rest of the team
nak buat
time to get the wipe
macam
on the rest of Falcons.
sedap ah.
Once that happens, they're able
Lebih
to
baik
just
kau karut
drive
serang
that
2
win
Mun aku
home.
nak layan.
It's a lot
Sesama
of
lah
the
guys.
line. It's a lot of plays that I think both teams made throughout that game.
Satu sama ke sekarang?
to
Satu
be
sama.
When you look at a game like that, you think maybe scrappy, you think, I mean, I'm going back to some of the World Cup final moments, especially for Spain and Argentina, and you say there was almost not a shot on goal for Argentina in 90 minutes. Spain had a ton of shots, but everything was like that last bit of effort, that just final touch to try to make something happen. Feels like when you're in an elimination game or a game of high stakes, you know, some of the regular
Sanji
plans
tu
and composure goes out the window, and everyone's just like really trying to almost will themselves into a victory. Some of those team
Lumrah
fights felt
kehidupan
that way.
streamer.
Yeah, I think also the Trex may have willed this
Lumrah
into
guys.
existence. You're the only man who saw 3 games for the final series, and you called it right on the money, bro.
I know everybody loves me for that one, right? I'm here for the excitement,
fans
man.
do. Come on.
I came halfway across the world to watch some MLBB.
Hey.
And that's what we're getting. More MLBB.
Hey,
More
MSC
MLBB.
at EWC
F
26,
you, bro.
come on
Best
now.
of 5s.
And
Oh my
I don't
goodness.
want to
Yeah,
watch.
really gonna be fun.
Well, what would be crazy
MLBB.
is seeing reverse sweeps, because in that situation, you're thinking 2-0, maybe 2-1, and we somehow go to that 5th game.
Ngantuk ni
Wow,
Mun,
that's gonna be
marah-marah ajak
exciting.
Mun bagi
As
kami
we get
hilang
more
ngantuk.
knockout stages, those quarterfinals are going to end
F
up
you.
being best of 5s, the semifinals as well, and the
Aku tak nak
best of
tengok
7
tu
will
MLBB
be
ni.
our grand final. So if you think this best of 3 is
Bar.
fun, exciting, matchups, chess match, it's only going to get more intense, more complicated, more advanced, and maybe more
Ni
impressive.
kalau orang tengok kat
for both
TV dengan
teams here.
family ni mesti terus tukar. Ni kenapa mamat ni
At the story
maki-maki
of
ni
these
marah-marah
two,
ni?
though, as we get to see which
Orang nak
map
buka
we're
kat TV pun
heading
takut
into,
tau kalau
stepping
tengok aku
clouds,
stream.
we'll expect a lot of fights. Okay, we're gonna get dangerous grass, Axe. Dangerous
Ini
grass.
Mun, aku niat nak teman.
It seems
Kau
like this is
live.
gonna be a
Kejap je dengan aku
much
sekali kena OT.
more happier win for Ignite. In the sense
Apalah
that
guys,
they've already
at least
counted
korang
us out.
teman
We
aku
didn't
pun
really
aku
get to
dah
show off
macam
as
happy
much.
sikit lah. Semangat
We've
sikit
seen
lah
a
guys.
lot of
Tak ada
Falcons
ngantuk
through the run
sangat.
of the wild card. Even in their loss against Vamos, we saw a good amount of them, and even they
Sedap
admitted
dia buat macam ni.
that game one was
Rasa
theirs. It's just
ngantuk.
they messed up a little bit, and then they were able to fix that. Falcons Mana has been here
Macam
much
kau tahu
longer,
tak,
has
bila
been to
baby
more
kan, kau kena
internationals
buai.
as a whole team. They've
Kau jadi
gone through some
budak-budak kan,
impressive
kau kena
runs.
buai macam ni
But
kan.
if
Rasa
Ignite
sedap.
take them down here, with the story that they had
Macam
from MPLSG, the fact that
kejap
Diablo
je
came
boleh
in
hilang ni
after
guys
the regular season of MY just to join SG, just to come back home and win his, what was it, 7th, 6th title, something like that, back in Singapore. It's a crazy story, and it's something that even if they get eliminated in the next one, they can definitely hold their head high, say, hey, we beat Falcons Mana.
Diablo always seems to find a way to get his way into the main stage. Can he find a way into the top 8, into the knockout
Munji
stage?
is in
Let's get down to the
sleeping mood
nitty-gritty.
now.
Mena
Yes.
back on blue
Because
side.
this game is a little bit boring for me,
Back
you know.
to that Ling and Harar band. How does the other, this time Nakai and Marcel from the opposing?
I already know
This
who's
would work out
who's
well for
gonna
Ignite
win in
because,
this game.
Again, they won that game too on the blue side. Now they're back on
I think Mena,
red
Falcon
side,
Mena
game
will
3.
win this
They
game.
had more time to think about the approach of Falcons Mena of game number 1.
The Freya band as well.
Kenapa
the
ngantuk
Akai,
sangat? Tak
it ended
tidur
up
ke?
being something that caught Ignite Gaming
Kau
by
tak tidur
surprise.
guys.
And
Tak
maybe
cukup
not by
tidur.
surprise, but they just couldn't deal with
Tapi
it.
pagi tadi aku bangun aku rasa macam macam segar je tau.
Harara Ling band, which is not common.
Lepas
We're
aku
seeing
makan
those
tadi
usually
tiba-tiba
let
rasa
through
macam
maybe one of them
ngantuk.
band. Going
Tapi
deeper into the
ngantuk ni
assassin
sebab
pool,
game je
Falcons
guys.
have
Ni
kinda
sekejap aku
changed
turun
things
ni
up
hilang
and
lah
they
ngantuk.
said, nope, we're not going to see him, we're not going to play him, we're not going to use him. Let's see what else you got.
Streamer lain stream sambil baring pun.
That's a good question. What happens if you don't?
I mean, if you don't, then you have something that could threaten the assassin that you possibly
Pergi
might
turun
want to pick if
sana
you want to
cabut
go for
wayar
the
stage
thing.
tu mu lepas tu balik.
We know that Falcons Mena so far just
Kau
shows
punya
that they
idea kan
don't
macam
want to
psycho,
play
orang psycho punya idea kau faham tak?
But they're going to target even more. Goodbye, Barats.
I think that's smart.
Psychosis.
It's true. It's true, because now for utility jungle, you have what? Fred,
Idenya.
Basha.
It's just stopping them what they like to do and what they
Macam
feel
budak tak
comfortable
sekolah.
with. And the thing that would give me confidence, Renmar, is the fact that they took the Akai away and then they won. Now they take the Barats
Cuba
away.
push
which
up
they're
10
clearly
tak
leading
nak
on.
ah.
Probably have some
Tak
confidence.
larat
saying,
dua badan.
You got a
Habis
trick
game ni
on
aku
us, we're
okey
gonna
guys.
respond back.
I think Men are gonna
Habis game ni aku lompat kan naik kaki. Tak lompat yang tepuk kaki tu guys. Lompat ke belakang, lepas tu kau tepuk kaki kau. Ah macam tu.
Just ban out the Fredrin and Boxer to be safe in the end.
Tidur
so
Moon,
that you're
siang
really
tengok
out
kau,
of the-
tidur-tidur.
Yeah, just you're out of all the
Sedap dong
options
benda ni,
for
bantal
the
ni.
utility jungle, which means we'd have to see Boyd have to double down on
The
maybe
magnetic.
something like the Joy in the end.
I mean, does he have all of that in his kit?
It's a great question. The only Assassin's boy that played in NPL, PH, or international tournaments. Fellas, you ready for him? Hayabusa, Joy,
Tidur
Fanny,
je
and
Moon, tak
Karina.
boleh. Aku kena jujur dalam bekerja guys. Baru orang nampak keikhlasan aku. Kan? Korang jangan dong macam tu guys. Bila korang bekerja ikhlas, bila korang bekerja tu jujur, orang yang nak bagi kerja, orang akan recommend kau tau. Why you don't, contoh lah Muntun kan, why you don't take Moon why you don't take Moon as he can work. It's very good. It's honest.
Honesty. If they need
Honesty.
that poke and reach, it's not too far-fetched to just go for something like the Eve or the Farsa anymore, because you already took away the Link and the Hirara anyway. Oh, they still want to go play Eudora.
It's an early Clint, but the Eudora I was just going to bring up, Renmar. Does it hurt? We Valentina against it, but does it hurt her impact if you're going kind of anti-assassin with the Ling and the Harara band? Isn't that what Eudora's there for, or are they still worried about something that could surprise them?
I think they are still really worried about another assassin to pop up here. I mean, the Nolan is still up on the board, but with the Atlas, and there might be another deterrent in the EXP lane. Maybe they just wanted to play it safe. But again, we saw how difficult it is for a lineup with a Eudora to go up against a lineup with a Melissa, and then they pair it up with an Atlas. So Ignite are really just doubling down on what has been the hero of the past 2 days. In the Melissa, it's going to have a lot of protection.
Alhamdulillah, for today
was
You
getting
did
that
really
ultimate
well.
stun
Have a good sleep. Good
Now
night.
Valentina's comfortable. She gets a
Terus tau.
nice fatal links of her own. So Ignite Gaming so far in this
Honest,
draft,
terus
it
diam
looks good,
Emune.
it feels comfortable. They're not having to go too far outside of their own range.
Ni
Second band's
lampu
coming in.
cahaya kacau
Well, you
doh.
called it right, Redmar. The Guinevere, so something similar. Another, I mean, definitely could have been a jungle option. We've been seeing more roam Guinevere lately, but this definitely viable in the jungle position.
I think they just have to accept that maybe they'll end up with something like a Uranus in the
Tak gila
EXP
kita tidur
here,
yang kasi lampu ni sakit mata
Team
aku.
Falcons Mena, and then they close it out with a Joy, just get that damage.
Got a Kacha band that was picked by Ignite Gaming, got them the win.
Fall back to like a Liam Ward. I guess not
Lampu
against
bukan
the,
alasan Mun untuk kerja.
Alice and
the
Melissa, yeah. That might be tough. With the Alice.
Aku rasa kan, ni kalau aku dapat power nap 5 minit kan, aku dah semangat balik tu guys.
Ultimate being available for the Valentina is gonna hurt.
Diorang tengah draft lagi tu.
more.
Lain lah jap.
Arlot to be safe.
Bro, tutup mata jap, lain mata jap guys eh.
Still
2
looking
minit
for
je power nap pun.
that presence.
Yeah, actually that roam pick now, or they maybe this time they'll just end up having to pick up the high loss. The high loss empowers the Alice, slows down and sets up for the Melissa.
Okay.
Theoretically should be safe. You have Revitalize for it. You don't want to go pick off. You're not going to play a Kalea here. Kalea's pretty much snuffed out by the Atlas. I wouldn't mind the high loss.
Okay, we've seen it before.
Yeah.
Trex.
Hylos can definitely work. You already have a big ult. They go for the Grok instead, so even more aggressiveness on their side. You pair that up with the possible fatal links. I mean, they have big. We saw the possibilities of them wanting the big wombo combos. They still have that. We are talking Throne of Ruin, Tech Charge, Fatal Links, every bit of crowd control that you could want.
And this would make playing something a lot like the Fredrin or the Boxer difficult. You don't have any more of those as an option. If you play the Hayabusa, you risk getting invaded constantly by the Grok Valentina, and then the Alice coming out of the lane, whichever side that's on in the jungle. I think they have to double down on just the Joy. Even the Joy will struggle. Ignite might have just crawled back for a reverse sweep. Okay, at least they still get the Harley. And then the Uranus that we expected earlier for the Uranus-Alice matchup.
And it's a strong matchup. I mean, that's a strong team.
Yeah.
But are they hampered by anything? Do you feel that there's still an edge that Ignite Gaming can get?
Oh, how do we feel about Hayabusa for Ignite here?
Not bad actually.
Honestly.
Yeah. It evens things out. This makes it really demanding for Boyd though, like to answer Brainway's question. The Valentina and everything mentioned also. Ooh, and Lancelot.
Wow.
That's another unique
Add some
hero.
unique picks, baby.
Yep, Lancelot making a comeback here. Yeah, the Lancelot into the Harley, of course. That was one of the answers. Not gonna lie, Ignite might have actually crawled back for this.
They feel good. They look confident.
Yeah.
See Troll there bouncing up and down.
I'm feeling a little bit more Ignite here, but it's more a question of how the Alice and Uranus handle their game in the map.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mena, Team Falcons, and Ignite Gaming in their final game of a best-of-3. One team going on to continue their dream for an MSC championship. One team going home. Let's send it back to your casters, Mirgita, to finish it off.
Hey, thank you so much, panel. It is Mirgita, the combo right now, to bring you this elimination match. Earlier, there were a few lives still, you know? It was one game after another. It was the equalization, but now it's the climax. One team's got to go. The other team's going to
Sebab
make
mimpi
it
tak
past
Mun.
this stage.
Sempat rasa geli-geli lah guys.
Or Falcons Mena.
Yep.
Sempat rasa geli-geli lah sikit
Devastating for Falcons Meta if it is indeed true, because the panel are starting to feel like IG might have
Alio
actually
Basi menjeje mu kasih lap. Aku kalau tidur jarang bodoh ada Alio Basi guys.
looking to favor them in a lot of aspects.
I love the Lancelot.
Jarang doa ada Alio Basi kat aku.
Not comfortable on the Fanny. Linking your Aura's band away from you. You gotta find some creative moves, man. And Falcons Mena
Jadi caster mu Samfuras guna trick ni tak tidur.
Kelvin's hero pull down with the Harley pick as well.
Bukan
They
caster tu.
everything away from
Salahnya.
himself. It only makes sense that he goes into the next best thing, which is probably a Lancelot. Yeah, like a lot of people think Hayabusa maybe, We saw what the Eastern Shin is able to do both times. 0% win rate right now on the MSC stage.
Cool though. CS went pull yourself together.
Belum fighter Melissa guys
So I feel like they're also starting to just anticipate
dapat pizza yang balik ni kan.
pressure that they'll have to break free from. In terms of Falcons Mena's lineup, that's a lot of stuns, honestly, that could just go for you. And it's not just stuns, honestly, that you have to worry about. I think one of the differences between the games we've seen earlier and the
kali ni aku nak Ignite menang last game. Tak, Falcon menang. Kat sini dah confirm guys Falcon yang akan menang. Kalau tengok-tengok dengan Ignite tiba-tiba lain slotnya. Macam mana nak menang? Kau apa kat sana? Kau 5.
Will be Sanji who picks it up. That means tempo for Falcons Mena. Troll in the mid lane against Roy. That's Poyet as well.
They're already burned by the mid duo for IG, so this is a pretty great start for Falcons Mena. Honestly, Sanji all alone, already being enough to zone out multiple members. Throne of Ruin from Diablo doesn't connect, and now he's going to go back in. Cuffin!
Marit. Berapa kali Shan nak marit? Dari tadi lagi dok marit masalahnya. Mun ada muka bekas Coach Vamos je tu Mun. Memang bud. Tu memang Coach Vamos. Sebelum ni lah.
Sanji with the instant fire after securing XP grab. Poyet though on the Harley. Something we did get to see in the wildcard as well. Now really abusing the fact that he can actually walk up and invade. Unlike on the Akai.
Ooh, he gets trapped here, but will use the deadly magic on Diablo. Just stay there and just fall down without getting anything. And now the magic
Diablo.
He goes back.
The real push ni tau.
He was ready to answer.
What a catch, the wall placed by Jay, and in the tech charge. Big swing with the concussive blast. Yeah.
Yang mana Mun tu Coach Falcon Mena. Ada yang botak tu guys.
The jungle this time, right? Unlike the Akai, but it's just unlucky because Jay was able to catch him on his tracks back into his own jungle. So IG able to find something back. That is a fatal links on Jay.
On Jay, I
the
think.
Flicker too.
Yeah, that's a key word. It's on Jay, so that's big info for IG. They know that the Fatal Link and both the Flicker are down for Troll, so for this upcoming fight, there might be a bit more.
Dia orang mana? Aku tak ingat dia orang mana guys. Apa yang nama coach tu?
Again, they're on the Lancelot too, so I feel like they should be a bit more confident in terms of just picking up these objectives and fighting for it. But let's see how it goes with Falcons Mena. Despite that, despite what happened just now,
Coach Pau.
And they pretty much set up for this. Look at just how Sanji has been.
Dia nak agak tu pergi Paris. Bagilah dia.
Classic Sanji. He was trying to do this on the Makito, but he got punished for it now on the Uranus. Perfect time to do it. Sano though waiting in the bush on the cliff.
Yeah, Troll's just walking through everyone, and it's not looking good. IG are just really gonna take this objective. Tech charge. Doesn't connect on anyone. There goes the throw through it, but now they can't free. But the counter setup from Roy all over again with the damage. It's safe.
Habis. Inilah momentum guys Inilah momentum yang masing-masing cari. Double kill Sanji. Kau jangan buat air lagi Sanji sebelum aku pijak leh kau. Kan?
For the first time it's IG were actually able to get the neutral objective, but Falcons Mena take the fight. They even take the
yang kat Falcon. Tapi kalau si gameplay Falcon pun macam pelik doh nasib Vamos kick dia. Okey je Falcon. Tapi tu lah diorang masih tak adapt dengan new meta guys. Jungle Assassin. Diorang masih lagi stick dengan meta ni tau tadi.
Story in the early game. Falcons Mena are just a better team at converting on objectives and playing around these team fights early. It's just somehow in that game number 2.
Bawa tadi aku cakap apa guys? Mena akan menang bawah 15 minit, betul. Kita tengok mulut aku masin ke tak guys dengan assassin ni bawa tapi dia boleh harap. Kelvin ni boleh diharap guys. Purify berbalas tau. Tidur.
Oh, if Sana gets caught by the wall there, then it won't be bad for Falcons Mana. It won't be good for Falcons Mana, but still pretty good trade for them. Kelvin doing a good job here. Counter jungling and invading whenever he gets the opportunity to, right? It's the only way right now to keep that goal lead from getting too crazy.
Kelvin je dok nampak yang macam dia betul-betul boleh main lah. Macam dia sedikit next level lah.
Falcons Mana taking charge, and then IG just forced to find trades, mostly through Kelvin and his presence across the map, and the fact that there's also an Alice, so I can't help but think that IG are just really waiting out for CS maybe. But Gold decides to go in. That's two Champion members standing in front of him. They're not going to go for the setup just yet, but yeah, if there's anything I really want to see change for IG, and if they're waiting for that timers, hopefully CS doesn't really panic, click on buttons. I think we saw it a couple times in number 2, and even just now the go away.
Tengok sikit tangan. Tangan siapa ni? Atlas.
That was such a patient way of playing the Melissa. So Falcons Mana, now that they're in this lead, I do have to be very particular.
Come on, please. Bawah 15 minit, please.
It's like, alright, it's a great pick. You can play around it, you can farm and just scale all game long until you get your power spike. But it requires a team to play around. Yeah. That's a thing that IG, if you don't have them doing in the early game.
Dia masih pandai cari farm si Kelvin ni. Bagus doh.
Independent Melissa all throughout this game, unlike Vitality when they played with Iman. So again for IG, it's all about playing with your winning condition, right? With the Valentina, Alice, and Rock, it really is a composition to just enable Melissa, CS on the Melissa. Kelvin can do his own thing in the back, but everybody else needs to peel for CS.
Honestly, even if you hand over
Melissa selepas game Vamos tadi betul-betul top pick kau. Dia tak kemas-kemas sikit.
Diablo, use the Throne of Ruin right there. They will not have it for a while.
Yeah, they still
Kemas sikit, kasih semangat tau. Kau tahu kan, bila cikgu suruh balik, boleh balik awal kan. Cuma aku ni tak adalah awal, tapi asalkan boleh balik. Second mana. Kesian gila aku tengok si Kelvin macam main dengan public siau. Agak tim dia macam tak boleh nak bantu apa-apa sangat doh guys. Tak membantu. Cuma tunggu dia buat je.
As they play this Lord Dance. And this time, Sanji won't be making the same mistakes as that game number 2. He won't overstay in that side lane to get picked off. He's on a Uranus as well, has a flicker. So if he gets picked off now, that's on him.
Vipo busy tap-tap layar. Vipo dia dah live aku ke guys? Jangan aku tengok kamu dah tak bermaya. Tak, aku dah semangat dah ni guys.
3-level lead between Sanji and Diablo. Sanji's been cutting these waves and Diablo hasn't really been farming up. That wave up top is still good for Falcons Mana.
I think there's too much pressure on Diablo to set things up for his team. It's almost as if he barely could split up his attention between farming and just finding the right entries. But speaking of entries, it's actually Falcons Mana go in first.
Oh lama. Gini bapak kick siau. Tiba-tiba ulti tau. Member semua jauh lagi doh. Cuba kau bayangkan kan, dia tengah main kan. Guys. Again MM. Tim semua jauh lagi.
Kelvin trying to hold the objective, but IG are low. They don't have full HP. Now it's Joe just gonna go for the charge, and Diablo looking like the next target. Sano picks up the kill. And Falcons have this Lord.
Dah confirm, Falcon PH menang nanti. Tak juga. Tak tahu lagi guys. Tengok Kelvin. Okay. Kelvin dapat ni. Aku dah kata dah. Gila, boleh tahan juga dok Kelvin ni guys. Hah? Dia kata Pokemon ke tu?
On his back, even yesterday in the loss. What a steal again to save the game, to delay it even further. even last game on the Hirara, you know, real, oh god, yeah. Valid crash out of the back rooms there for Falcons Mena.
Yeah.
But Kelvin, even earlier in game number 2 on the Hirara, constantly farming in Bane and jungle, keeping that goal lead from getting too crazy. Now he has
Bos MPLM tak nak skor Kelvin ke?
on Falcons Mena. He's the only member on the team who's ahead.
Kat Malaysia pun ada je yang macam ni guys. Rugi lah. Dah lah ambil orang luar negara ni bayarannya mahal. Kau nak kena bayar dia punya visa lagi. Kau ingat murah ke dok nak ambil player luar? Mahal loh. The real open mabar loh member kat tournament international.
He's still on a level gap against Sanji. So you see how IG are just forced to play together, and Falcons, I feel, are taking advantage of that. You see it in the way they're starting to manage the waves a bit more.
For IG, it's about clearing. Last time I saw Lancelot and the Melissa on the same team, it don't matter how many lords you get, they'll still be able to come back somehow with hero plays.
Macam-macam mengharapkan dia kau kan.
Exactly that. See us managing the waves,
Macam-macam mengharapkan dia.
making those hero plays happen
Dia
for
lah
the
nak
team.
kena masuk jungle.
Falcons Mena desperately
Dia lah yang nak kena carry.
How do we get to that point? Earlier, it felt like
Gila
there
lah.
were a couple times they forced it too, so they probably learned from that. They don't want to risk it too much against this composition from IG, where you could just expect multiple layers of
Mahal mabarnya sampai bawa ke Paris.
just a single mistake in what it takes is
Mahal
what it
sangat
takes for IG to potentially turn things
100,000.
around, I feel, because again, it's also
10,000 lah,
with
10,000 lah.
Roy holding on to the fatal links. You also have to consider the fact that Jay might go in for a tech charge, and that CS
Game
is
kanan kuat.
gradually scaling up. But Jay and Roy,
Kenapa pula
oh, Boyan, space escape out of there. And now they have
Aku
to deal with the wave
bukan nak
up
cakap
top
apa
as IG
kan.
scramble to get away, because Falcons men are going in for the chase. Troll, Diablo going in as well.
Aku rasa aku main Roma lagi bagus daripada J ni. Hai CJ. Dia yang set up, tim dia yang meninggal doh. Member yang set up siap. Ya Allahu Akbar.
The moment Troll stops trolling, he gets a massive set. IG, they thought they had Boyan, but Boyan was
Bawah
playing
15 minit guys Nampak? Aku dah kata dah. Sebab tu aku cakap tak payah beria lah yang kali. 2-0 je. Hai, bukan benda ni tak boleh nak predict siap. Bukan benda ni tak boleh nak predict guys. Aku dah nampak jauh dah siap. Tiba-tiba aku rasa semangat tau guys. Asal tu aku rasa macam weh. Aku rasa semangat gila tu sekarang. Tiba-tiba tau. Kenapa Wih. Tadi aku nak buat macam ni pun rasa malas tau. Tiba-tiba rasa macam best pula tu. Asal ni? Orang panggil terminal Lucy di City. Benda siapa tu? Ludak Chris aku tahu lah. Luka di City tu aku tak tahu.
All of the information necessary for them to die, to go in and to go for IG's throat. They're going over on stage for an interview with Falcons Mena. What a sweet victory for them.
They lift the sword another day. Team Falcons Mena victorious. And this time with me is Troll to have a little bit of a discussion now. MVP, 100%. You're playing incredibly throughout this game. Game one, especially on your Marcel, it was beautiful to witness. How do you make sure you're always in the right
Macam kau kerja
position
8 jam
to make
shift
sure
nak kerja
you're
habis
in
nak
every
pulang
single
rumah.
fight as a roamer?
My
Hampir
position
lah.
for Marcel
7
is
jam
I'll
baru
always
guys
give
live.
vision for my team, so the enemy team cannot do anything. So that's the whole point.
I mean, you say that, but then in game 2, which things, really got tough there, you were constantly being shut down by Diablo in moments that really turned the game around against you. What happened in that game in your mind?
I think game 2 we made a mistake in the blue buff. They made sure to punish us, and they came back and they did a good job.
And how do you reset from that sort of gameplay? Okay, mistakes happened. Now we have to forget about that. There's the pressure of elimination. We're getting into game 3. How to reset from it?
We reset. The coach just told us about our mistakes and told us not to do it again. We played the third game.
You didn't do it again in game 3, I can tell you that much. Well, you're someone that's been around for a long time in the MENA scene in MLBB. It's your second MSC that you're competing here. How do you feel things have evolved since your participation at MSC 24 to today in Paris?
I think the experience of us players, we've been together 3 years, so our teamwork is really good.
It definitely showed here today, even under pressure. That isn't. You're someone who's been kind of balancing competition and studies at the same time. How do you manage to do that when you're now hitting these big stages and you have a lot more to worry about also at home?
Well, now I don't have anything to worry about because it's summer break. But when it's time for school, I'll just study and play. I've been doing it a lot, so it's okay.
It's just part of the competition. Thank you very much, Troll. Congratulations to
Sambil
you
belajar,
and
sambil dapat
Team
duit
Falcons.
tau.
Man, gentlemen, come over here. Habibis, it is time then to crush our second and final key of the day. Did you guys decide who's going to crush the key? Or is it just going to be you, Troll?
I don't know.
Who wants to crush the key? You know what? Let's just decide it in the moment. Come on over, gentlemen. This is it, our second elimination of MSC at EWC 2026. It's huge. Yes, I know. Join on in. It's
So hari ni dah ada 2
crush
tim yang
the
tersingkir
hopes and
guys eh.
dreams of
Satu
Ignite
tim
Gaming on the
Guangzhou,
other side.
satu tim India,
The
satu
key is
tim
already in place.
Singapore.
The
So India dengan
instructions are
Singapore
ready.
macam sama lah.
You can go ahead and push it in. And just
Allah,
watch it.
aku ni
Keep
kau
pushing
ajar lah
it.
doh.
Hold
Ni
it
kalau
down,
orang,
Habibi. You
kalau
got
negara
this.
India tengok live aku ni mesti
They've
terasa
done it
doh
in
dia.
the game.
Dah
They're
belum
doing
move
it
for
again
helping
on
our
the
streamer.
crusher
Hi
at
from
EWC.
KL. Fuck you bro.
Ignite Gaming set ablaze by the Falcons. All those hopes crushed
You really
to
from
bits.
Myanmar or you just
Little tiny
you
shards.
just joking with me
And
bro?
you'll see it. All in
Kadang
front
ada
of you
Myanmar
here is the
from
magic that
KL
happens
loh.
here. At MSC at EWC 2026, Ignite Gaming are out. Your
Cah.
victors, survivors, Team
Bagi aku
Falcons
lah
gonna live to fight another day.
nampak
Back to the
macam
panel.
emas 99% KL mana lagi mun? Ada je duk yang chat-chat aku tu yang apa ni komen-komen dia kata power dia dekat ni lah. Dia ada kawan dia yang kerja dekat KL lah apalah. Dah lah tu guys. Aku rasa mungkin sampai di sini saja guys. Terima kasih. Thank you so much guys yang dah memeriahkan lagi. Live hari ni minta maaf guys. Part akhir ni aku jadi ngantuk sebab lepas makan tadi dah habis game tiba rasa semangat pula guys. Rasa macam aku nak pergi jogging aja lagi macam tu tau. Tadi je ngantuk sikit. Macam tu lah guys apa-apa pun. Selamat malam guys. Kat Malaysia kat sini baru 5:30 petang tau. Selamat malam. Have a great day. Have a good sleep. Have a good rest guys. InsyaAllah kita jumpa hari esok. Esok SRG main tau guys. So don't forget to come Orange to support me to